On an ordinary summer night, Suin returned to the modest dwelling he shared with his sister after a long day of work. He unlocked the weathered blue iron door with a rusty key, unsure of its origins. The cramped room, measuring no more than 8 square meters, felt even more congested with a small bed occupying most of the space, leaving scant room to maneuver. Maintaining this little household had already drained Suin of all his energy. His sister, now in high school, only returned home once every 2 weeks, which meant he could afford to eat modestly. Suin discarded his yellow work shirt into a basin. The sun and wind had left distinct marks on his skin, which was notably thin, with his ribs showing. From a cardboard box beneath his bed, he retrieved 3 packets of instant noodles, purchased in bulk for affordability and decent in flavor. The hot water kettle, resembling a stick, was already heating up, and Suin took out a stainless steel bowl, ready to prepare his meal. His income stemmed solely from food delivery and daily wages. Fortunately, his youth and vigor allowed him to endure the hardships, managing to cover rent and expenses for both of them, and even save a little for his sister's future college. Costing as a devoted brother, Suin only wished for her well-being. They could not rely on others for support. He had mastered the routine of boiling water. Pouring the hot water into the bowl, he noted that this brand of noodles had a hint of saltiness, sparing him the need for additional seasoning. Famished from a long day, Suin sat on the edge of his bed, eager to eat. He quickly picked up a large chopstick full of noodles, blowing on it hastily before bringing it to his lips. Suddenly, he froze, as if his mind had short-circuited. Staring blankly, the noodles hovered at his mouth, and he yelped as the scalding heat touched his lips. Despite being a grown man, his voice betrayed an unexpected softness, leading one to question if something sinister had overtaken him. The stainless steel bowl toppled to the ground, producing a clattering sound as steam rose from the noodles scattered on the cement floor. Suin cradled his face in his hands and scanned the room, his brows knitting together in confusion. The dim, oppressive space, filled with outdated, dusty furnishings, felt like a stark contrast to his previous reality. Indeed, he was no longer himself. A girl named Ban Zhaoyu had taken residence in his body. Ban Zhaoyu herself was bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been soaking in a luxurious hotel suite, eyes closed in relaxation, and upon opening them, found herself here. Was this a dream? Or perhaps a nightmare? Cautiously, she began to explore her surroundings, only to discover there were no mirrors, yet the flatness of her chest unmistakably indicated she was in a male body. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite's bathroom in Huan, the girl slipped into unconsciousness, her head submerging in the water. Bubbles rose as her delicate hands flailed, and Suin suddenly felt suffocated, swallowing several mouthfuls of warm water. Gripping the edge of the bathtub, he exerted too much force, turning his fingertips white. His hair clung to his forehead and back as he gasped for fresh air, his mind completely unresponsive. The taste of the instant noodles lingered intensely, nearly drowning him. Gradually regaining composure, he noticed the peculiar atmosphere around him. The frosted glass was fogged, and a soft glow enveloped the room, yet there was no visible light. Source: the bathtub, which he had only seen on television, was enormous, and he wondered how one could fall asleep while eating instant noodles. Rising from the tub, he was struck by an unsettling realization. This body was not his own. Looking down, he saw unfamiliar skin, pale and smooth, causing him to feel dizzy. Having not eaten all day, Suin stepped out of the bathroom and was greeted by the sight of himself in the mirror. Though slightly pale and damp from the earlier incident, the rounded nose, delicate brows, and rosy lips evoked images of a beauty emerging from a bath rather than a ghost. The most shocking detail was that he was completely unclothed. Suin felt a tickle in his nose and touched it, relieved to find no blood. While not claiming to be a paragon of virtue, he certainly did not expect to find himself in such a dream. Avoiding indecency, he wrapped himself in a towel. Recognizing the lavish hotel decor that contrasted starkly with his own humble abode, feeling the plush carpet beneath his bare feet, he noticed an array of delicacies on the table: chocolate mousse and coffee. If this were a dream, it was a delightful one, though lacking in savory dishes. As he indulged in the mousse, he was captivated by its silky texture, far superior to any cake he had bought for his sister's birthday. He wished he could bring some of this back to reality for her. After sampling the coffee, he shook his head, lacking any desire to drink it. The entire mousse cake vanished quickly, and feeling the sweetness might become overwhelming, he found sugar cubes on the table and added them to the coffee. gulping it down before. The sugar had fully dissolved. Satisfied, he reclined on the soft, comfortable sofa. Suddenly, Ban Jiaoyu opened her eyes to find herself in a bewildering situation, her mouth filled with sugar cubes, the table a mess, and an inexplicable sense of fullness. Moments ago, she had been in the bathroom. This was no dream. Though absurd, it was evident her body had been tampered with. Hastily, she spat out the sugar cubes, conscious of their caloric content, and began to anxiously examine her body. Just as she had felt comfort and ease moments before, she was inexplicably back in the cramped rental. Where Suan stood frozen at the door, it turned out that after Ban Jiaoyu confirmed her surroundings were safe and attempted to explore, their souls had switched back. A wave of hunger washed over Suan as he turned to see his instant noodles lying forgotten on the floor, trampled and spilling their broth, filling the room with the scent of noodles that I haven't eaten yet. I haven't had a single meal today. Suan mused, still believing it was a dream. Otherwise, how could he feel hungry after eating? Perhaps he was simply exhausted, needing rest. Surely, he had merely dropped the noodles due to their heat. Resolving to continue working tomorrow, he prepared to cook another batch of noodles, counting the packets and realizing he would need to buy another box. Ban Jiaoyu gasped, startled by her own thoughts. At a loss for whom to confide in, she focused on organizing her mind. The events were so bizarre that even with tangible evidence, she found it easier to believe it was all a dream. Rubbing her aching temples, she pondered whether she had been putting too much pressure on herself lately. After a hearty meal, Suan lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Tomorrow, he had deliveries to make and needed to recharge his energy. The comfort of his surroundings, the delectable cake, and the enchanting atmosphere were all but a fleeting dream. Money awaited his diligent efforts. When exhaustion overtakes a person, slumber comes swiftly. In a hazy state, he seemed to continue that dream, feasting on seafood, roasted suckling pig, and sumptuous steaks. The life of the affluent truly seemed delightful. Suddenly, a man emerged from the lavish banquet, attempting to be overly familiar, uttering phrases like "I love you" and "let's get married." This startled Suan awake, leaving him puzzled as to why he dreamt of being a woman. In contrast to Ban Jiaoyu, Suan was far more carefree. Upon waking early, he felt no peculiarities, stretched lazily, donned his clothes, and prepared to make his deliveries. In the realm of food delivery, proficiency combined with a stroke of luck could yield a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Suan was well acquainted with this neighborhood. Lacking his own electric bike, he had to rent one for 300 a month, which was unavoidable. He donned his helmet and activated his phone to begin accepting orders. His phone was an outdated relic. Had it not been for the platform's requirements, he wouldn't have even considered investing in a smartphone. His first stop was a bustling shellfish noodle shop, where several delivery riders, including familiar faces, awaited their orders. "Hey, Sue, you're at this place too?" One of them greeted. "Yeah, Hugu," Suan replied before the shop owner called out the order numbers, interrupting their conversation. "All right, I'm off," he said, not having to wait long. "Order 25 is ready." Order 25. After confirming the order number, he placed the food into his delivery box, starting up the electric bike and securing his helmet. He embarked on his first delivery of the day. As he turned a corner, the bike suddenly became uncontrollable, swerving erratically before toppling over in front of horrified onlookers, scattering the delivery across the ground. Suan was thrown from the bike, scraping his arms and palms. Ban Jiaoyu, upon waking, felt the world spinning, her hands and arms aflame with pain. Tears welled uncontrollably as she looked down to see her skin stained crimson. Soon, a crowd gathered to assist, and an elderly man helped her to her feet. In that moment, she realized she had switched bodies once again. Observing her attire, she deduced that this body was engaged in food delivery. "Are you all right, young man?" she heard someone inquire. Ban Jiaoyu began to scan her surroundings, striving to identify her current location. However, she gathered no useful information and, once helped up by a passerby, felt a sharp pain in her ankle, a clear indication of sprain. The once delicate girl now felt a rush of indignation. What wrongs had she committed? She had always been virtuous, nurturing plants and aiding underprivileged children. Why was this happening to her? Suan finally comprehended that this was no dream. He was fully awake and had transformed into a girl once more. Moreover, his current predicament was perilous. Clad in a form-fitting black yoga outfit, he sat cross-legged on the floor, facing a large mirror, surrounded by other girls of similar age, all radiating youthful vitality. A poised instructor was patiently teaching the girls about posture and etiquette. Suin had never encountered such a scene and kept his head down, too bashful to look up. The sensation of the snug yoga attire was oddly comfortable, making Suin feel somewhat peculiar. If this was not a dream, what had become of his other self riding the electric bike? What if something unfortunate occurred? The thought made him break into a sweat. Noticing Ban Zhaoyou's unusual demeanor, the instructor by Wenwen approached to provide guidance to Su-in, overwhelmed by the fragrant allure, looked up to see Bai Wenwen's striking figure approaching him like a shadow. As she neared, Su-in instinctively leaned back, bracing himself. Bai Wenwen effortlessly wrapped her arms around his waist. Overwhelmed by the beauty and charm of the woman, Su-in felt as if he were a fish thrown ashore, arching his back in surprise. This strange reaction drew the attention of others. It starkly contrasted with the usual demeanor of Ban Zhaoyu, who typically exuded grace and poise, coming from a privileged background. What's wrong, Yu? A nearby girl called out. Suin, unfamiliar with the nuances of this body, was only aware that he had been nicknamed Yu. Surrounded by a flurry of lively girls, he was at a loss and could only feign discomfort, hoping to revert to his original self swiftly. Are you feeling unwell? Bai Wenwen's voice reached his ears. Suin feigned calmness, placing his hand to his forehead, pretending to suffer from a headache. Bai Wenwen then gently laid his head on her lap. Despite the tumultuous emotions within, Suin maintained an appearance of fragility. In that fleeting moment, he mused that perhaps if he pursued acting, he would find great success. Yu, just wait a moment. I have already contacted your brother, Bai Wenwen assured. Suin merely wished to transform back quickly, oblivious to the identities of those around him. Yet lying on her lap was undeniably comfortable, a silver lining amid the misfortune that Suin rested peacefully, realizing that this girl named Yu likely lived a blissful life, surrounded by concern and care, coming from a well-off family. Though he remained puzzled by their body swap, he welcomed the respite. Whoever it was, he hoped for a swift return, as he had just retrieved an order for delivery. The mention of a brother? If they were family, would they not instantly recognize the difference? A silent prayer for fortune. Upon learning of his sister's sudden distress, Ban Zhibai, who had been inspecting a new development, swiftly turned his car around and hurried to her side. It was hardly worth the trouble for a mere pretty face, especially at the cost of injuring himself. Thinking of that face and his sister's affection for him fueled Ban Zhibai's irritation. After all, she was his sister, and he could not bear to see her in discomfort. Dressed in a tailored suit, he parked the car and tidied his hair in the rearview mirror before hastening towards Bai Wenwen. Chapter 3. Inexorable frustration at the entrance. Ban Zhibai rapped gently on the glass door. Inside, the girl with whom he had been messaging, Jiangyu, Ban Zhaoyu's close friend, initially greeted him with delight. However, upon realizing the inappropriateness of her exuberance, she suppressed her joy and helped Suin to his feet. Suin was truly reluctant to open his eyes. How could he manage to remain unnoticed while being assisted by Jiangyu? Her tender, delicate arms brushed against him. But he was devoid of any inclination to savor the sensation. He feigned discomfort, keeping his eyes shut, while stealing a glance at the brother beside him. With a high nose bridge and captivating phoenix eyes, he stood tall, exuding an aura of concern directed towards Suin, his gaze akin to that of a treasure hunter. Almost scorching in intensity. Surely, as someone who also had a sister, he did not possess such a gaze. It was unnecessary for him to be so diligent. He ought to prioritize rest. Teacher Bai handed Ban Zhaoyu her water cup, to which Ban Zhibai expressed gratitude as he accepted it. Indeed, Yu. Jiangyu entrusted Ban Zhaoyu to Ban Zhibai. Alas, the brother's focus was solely on his sister, oblivious to the admiration reflected in the girl's eyes. What troubles you, Yu? Suin, reluctant to engage in conversation, found it overwhelmingly awkward to be led by a man who appeared even more masculine than himself. Yet, the situation grew even more uncomfortable. As they turned the corner of the corridor, Ban Zhibai knelt on one knee, raising his head to align perfectly with his sister's lowered visage. Suin had initially felt relieved that Yu's hair was long enough to grant him a sense of security, akin to hiding one's ears while stealing a bell. But now, with the brother's gaze fixed upon him, there was no escaping their eye contact. Has he bullied you again? Do not hesitate to confide in your brother. Though his demeanor was typically aloof, at that moment he resembled a loyal dog seeking to comfort its owner. projecting an overall impression akin to a Czech wolf dog nuzzling against his palm. How am I to discern who is who? If this continues, he may faint directly. The penetrating gaze of the phoenix-eyed brother bore down upon him, his broad hands firmly grasping Su-En's shoulders. Trembling, Su-En managed to utter, "See, could you release me? I feel unwell." Ban Ji-bai immediately withdrew his hands as if scalded. "I will contact Shaolin at once." "Brother?" Just as he stood to turn away and make the call, Ban Ji-bai spun around. "What is the matter?" Ban Zhaoyu took a swift glance around, then focused intently on her shoulder and hands, biting her lower lip. "What brings you here?" Unsurprisingly, Ban Ji-bai answered every inquiry from his sister without hesitation. "It's fine. I'm all right now. You should head back, brother. I need a moment alone. Are you concealing something from me?" Before the situation was fully clarified, Ban Zhaoyu was unwilling to disclose details to her family, feigning irritation. "What could I possibly be hiding from you? If this continues, I shall ignore you." All right. I shall not intrude. Should anything arise, do let me know. Do not allow others to deceive you." "Very well, I understand. Hurry along. I am leaving, truly leaving. Be on your way. By the way, do you have sufficient funds on your card? If not, just let me know." "I know, now go." Ban Zhaoyu's recent feelings of trepidation, stemming from the body swap, dissipated instantaneously in the presence of her brother, who possessed an uncanny ability to uplift her spirits. "This time, I truly am leaving," she remarked with an expression of bemusement. Ban Ji-bai had undoubtedly departed for real this time. With a sigh, Ban Zhaoyu resolved not to return to her posture practice, opting instead to take a leisurely stroll downstairs, where she intended to withdraw from numerous classes she had enrolled in, such as ballet and piano. Unfamiliar with the pattern of their sporadic exchanges, she no longer held any expectations of acquiring new skills. As for the soul on the other side, they were hardly foolish, adept at feigning illness to evade detection. In a stark contrast, Su-En, having returned to his own body, gazed at his reflection in disbelief. The subtle pain radiating from his palms and arms, now swathed in bandages, served as a reminder of his recent ordeal. Perched on a bustling street, he found himself beside a battered electric scooter, the deposit on which was the least of his concerns. It was a stroke of luck that the owner had refrained from demanding compensation. The familiar stains on the ground caught his attention, and he soon realized they were remnants of the takeout he was meant to deliver. A bitter smile crept across Su-En's face as he attempted to locate his phone, only to discover it was likely thrown far away, and even if he found it, it was probably inoperable. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been better had he not reverted to his original form. As he attempted to assess the damage to the scooter, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, deepening his sense of despair. The fact that he had narrowly escaped being crushed by a passing dump truck was likely his only stroke of fortune. Without a phone, he found himself at a loss, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness in caring for his sister. Fortunately, he had a brother who would ensure he wasn't left to fend for himself in this predicament. After much effort, he borrowed a phone from a passerby and successfully reached his close friend. "Jinzi, I've encountered a bit of trouble at the entrance of that daily necessities store on XX Road. Yes, if you come, you'll find me here. Please come and pick me up." After hanging up, Su-En expressed his gratitude to the stranger and finally exhaled in relief. Lu Jun, Su-En's only long-standing friend throughout the years, had also not pursued higher education. Su-En had been unable to afford it, and in the final months, his focus had strayed from his studies. Lu Jun, on the other hand, had struggled academically, barely making it through high school before dropping out. Ultimately, he scored around 300 points, but fortunately, he managed to carve out a living without a degree. Inheriting his grandfather's old barbershop, he renovated it and established a salon where he exhibited considerable talent in hairstyling, rapidly mastering design and cutting techniques. Now, he had taken on apprentices and was flourishing in his business. Aware that his friend was in distress, he entrusted his shop to his apprentices and hurriedly rode his scooter to the location Su-En had mentioned. Lu Jun seldom asked for help, so he knew something significant must have occurred, even if Su-En hadn't explicitly stated it. Before long, Lu Jun spotted Su-En sitting by the roadside. "Did you get into an accident? What happened to you?" Lu Jun examined Su-En's injuries and, seeing that there were no serious issues, began to jest. "I thought you were in trouble. I noticed there are cameras around here. Perhaps we could claim some compensation." "Enough of your banter. Help me out. I've twisted my ankle," Su-En replied. Lu Jun, not daring to delay, said, "Had I known earlier, I would have driven here more swiftly." Once seated in his good friend's vehicle, Su-En glanced at the damaged electric scooter being assisted by passers-by. "Jinzi, Please take the battery off. I currently have no means to manage it, and my phone is gone. After removing the battery, he felt a sense of relief. Surely, no one would take just the shell of a scooter. He would deal with that after tending to his ankle. Take me to the clinic, he instructed. Sit tight. Truly, it was a stroke of ill fortune. How could he continue delivering takeout or maintain his daily earnings? How would he support his sister? Chapter 4, Back Again. Lu Zhen drove Sue into their frequently visited small clinic, which was rather modest in size. It featured only 2 beds, a small pharmacy, and a consultation desk. Typically, only local residents would come in for minor ailments or injuries. The clinic was staffed by an elderly doctor wearing reading glasses and a young girl. This constituted the entirety of the clinic's personnel. Lu Zhen assisted Sue into a bench, where they sat down. What happened here? The elderly doctor inquired, adjusting his glasses to get a clearer look at the newcomers. Lu Zhen briefly explained the situation, and the doctor, quick on the uptake, efficiently assessed the matter and prescribed some medication for Sue. Take your medicine regularly, avoid strenuous activities, and ensure you replenish your nutrients. You will recover swiftly. The doctor did not charge a consultation fee, only asking for payment for the medication. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Lu Zhen turned to Sue and asked about his plans. What are you thinking? Did you stay up late or something? How could you fall off an electric scooter? Sue found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only managing a nervous laugh while furrowing his brow. Such matters were not to be shared with his sister. She was already burdened with her studies, and he could not afford to distract her. But what was he to do next? For now, he needed to focus on the matter of compensating for the scooter rather than worrying about continuing to work. Let us go. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over to my place for a meal. Later tonight, once I close the shop, we can share a drink, Lu Zhen suggested. Jinzi, don't be formal with me. We're like brothers, let us go. Having a good friend by his side was truly comforting. Sue patted Lu Zhen on the shoulder and refrained from saying more. Lu Zhen's barber shop was located at a bustling intersection in the urban village. While he couldn't claim to be wealthy, business was indeed thriving. As Sue limped through the door, he settled onto a familiar waiting sofa, accustomed to this place where Lu Zhen typically cut his and his sister's hair. Nowadays, a haircut wasn't cheap, and Lu Zhen was keen on saving his good friend some expenses. The shop featured 4 mirrors and 4 chairs, 3 of which were occupied. Lu Zhen's apprentice was busy cutting hair and greeted Sue with a friendly, "Hello, Sugo." Lu Zhen served his brother a cup of hot water before ordering takeout. Su's troubles began with the first delivery of the morning, and by now, it was already noon. He had not eaten breakfast, and his hunger was intensifying. You eat first. I'll tidy up your car and look for your phone. I suspect it's beyond repair, he said. The simple meal was surprisingly delightful, and tears threatened to spill. The platform had naturally received complaints from customers, as the delivery person had vanished, and attempts to reach Sue had proven fruitless. Lu Zhen discovered the remnants of the phone, the motherboard completely shattered, yet miraculously, the SIM card remained intact. He returned the car and the battery to the rental place. Although he did not reclaim the deposit, he was relieved to have salvaged the battery, avoiding financial loss. He managed to return home briefly to retrieve a spare phone before heading back to the shop. Sue found himself at a loss for words as Lu Zhen handed him the SIM card. Your phone is truly beyond salvation. Use this for now. You should get back to work. I must begin mine as well. Despite the challenges, Sue had never considered borrowing money. Fully aware that Lu Zhen would undoubtedly lend it, refusing repayment. The student, who once frivolously skipped classes to play basketball, could now engage customers in friendly conversation and skillfully complete one hairstyle after another. Everyone was striving to live well, although Lu Zhen was not conventionally handsome. With small eyes that gave him a somewhat roguish look and a modest height, he was undeniably a good person, possessing a valuable skill in hairstyling. He was destined to create a small family in the future. Yet, Sue pondered his own uncertain future, feeling lost and bewildered by the strange soul exchange he had experienced. He hesitated to insert the SIM card, knowing it would reveal several missed calls. Ultimately, he had to confront his situation. He could not escape his own self-inflicted struggles. As he powered on the phone and logged into his account, a flood of missed calls and messages greeted him. As expected, there were negative reviews and fines, prompting a resigned sigh. Not only had he earned nothing today, but he also faced financial loss. Due to an ankle issue, he would likely be unable to run deliveries for several weeks, making daily earnings impossible. Turning off the phone, Sue closed his eyes and sighed, yearning to temporarily escape these hardships. How about you help wash customers' hair in my shop until you recover? You can just sit on a stool. Meals are on me. After a busy period, Lu Jun took a seat beside Suan. There were those round chairs with wheels, perfectly suited to Suan's height. Thank you. We're brothers, after all. Tell my sister to study hard. I'll cover her university tuition. Suan's sister was, in fact, Lu Jun's sister as well. Good friends rarely spoke much. As the evening approached, around 8 or 9 o'clock, after bidding farewell to the last customer and sending the apprentices home, Lu Jun decided to close up. Let us go grab a drink, he proposed. Sure. Such moments of frustration were best alleviated with skewers and a cold beer. On a sultry summer evening, after closing the shop, Lu Jun drove Sue into their usual haunt. The outdoor barbecue was a hallmark of summer nights in this locale, where patrons indulged in drink and lively banter beneath the glow of white lights. Boss, let us start with 2 crates of beer, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly, 6 chicken wings, and 4 skewers of kidneys, all extra spicy, please. And a plate of mixed snacks to start. Very well, Lu and Sue. Please take a seat. They found a table, and the proprietress soon brought over a plate of sunflower seeds. The two began to chat while cracking the seeds. Shortly thereafter, the beer arrived, accompanied by peanuts and edamame. With a clatter, Lu Jun placed 7 or 8 bottles of beer on the table, their caps cascading to the ground. Usually, Suan would not indulge in such excess, but feeling particularly despondent tonight, he accepted a bottle and took a swig. In truth, Suan was not fond of alcohol. Its bitter taste was unappealing. Yet, he found a semblance of relaxation in it, a welcome distraction from his thoughts. Soon, the meat skewers arrived, and the two began to eat and toast with their bottles. The chilled beer, frothy and refreshing, elevated their spirits. Jun, do you think it's possible for someone to exchange their life with another? Lu Jun, gnawing on a grilled kidney, had yet to experience a romantic relationship. But he relished this dish. He mumbled in response, exchange what? Are we swapping lives? No way. I couldn't endure your misery. We could swap faces, perhaps. If I looked like you, I'd have dated 7 or 8 girls by now. Suan, with his delicate features, had always attracted the affection of young girls during their school days, a point of envy for Lu Jun. When Suan mentioned exchange, it likely stemmed from a sense of hardship. Enough of that. We both understand. It's all in the drink. Let us toast. Indeed. Who would believe that he had exchanged souls with a girl named Yu? Suan fell silent at that moment. Quick, grab a pen and paper. Old Sue. Old Sue. Lu Jun noticed Suan with his head bowed in silence and waved his hand in front of him. Ban Zhaoyu had long awaited this moment. Reaching into her pocket, she fumbled for her phone, attempting to unlock it with her fingerprint. However, the device was too outdated, and she struggled to gain access. Uncertain of the person before her, Ban Zhaoyu chose to trust nonetheless. What is the password? Didn't you change it? Ban Zhaoyu furrowed her brow. She had no idea what the password was. Here come your skewers, and the watermelon is complimentary, the proprietress announced, bringing over the last batch of meat and a plate of watermelon, a customary summer treat for customers. Quick, grab a pen and paper. Hurry. Suan rose and grasped the proprietress's wrist, his eyes and tone filled with urgency. He was unaware of when he might need to revert to his original state, so he had to act swiftly. The proprietress, in her 30s and of average appearance, bore the signs of sleepless nights with her dull, yellowing skin. She was startled when a youthful and delicate boy like Suan seized her wrist. Then it was rather useful. Suan was someone she recognized. An honest and earnest child, likely intoxicated. At the moment, there was no need to dwell on it. All right, I will get it for you. Just let go. Ban Zhaoyu finally released her grip, her expression earnest. Lu Jun glanced at the few remaining bottles of liquor on the floor, puzzled at how quickly Suan had succumbed to drunkenness today. The proprietress retrieved a paper menu, flipping it over to reveal a blank side, and handed over a ballpoint pen. Ban Zhaoyu, seizing the opportunity, stood and hurriedly scribbled down some notes before finally sitting down with a sigh of relief. What is this? Let me see. Lu Jun leaned in to glimpse the writing. Instinctively, Ban Zhaoyu recoiled, nearly toppling over from her small stool. Lu Jun genuinely believed Suan was intoxicated, reaching out to grasp his good friend, only to be met with fierce resistance. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have received a slap. Ban Zhaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine at the sudden touch of a man, an instinctive response. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Remember to remind me to check the note later. Lu Jun, somewhat confused, wondered if she had experienced some psychological trauma. Then, Ban Zhaoyu and Lu Jun exchanged intense glances. Lacking Suan's memories, She was at a loss for words. Why hadn't she returned to normal? Dining with a stranger was undeniably awkward. When had she, Ban Xiaoyu, ever faced such a situation? Lu Zhan, with his rustic, curly hair and round face adorned with small eyes, had just consumed a hearty meal, leaving his round nose gleaming with grease, quite unappealing to Ban Xiaoyu's aesthetic sensibilities. Having just taken a swig of cold beer, Suan opened his eyes to find himself in a room, seemingly a bedroom, one that could rival the size of the 4 rental rooms he shared with his sister. Perhaps it was even larger. This might be the most spacious room Suan had ever encountered. The solid wooden bed was soft and comfortable, and a half-open wardrobe revealed an array of garments. In the large mirror, Suan once again beheld Yu. The urgency of their previous encounters had prevented a thorough observation until now. The girl was clad in a beige summer dress, elegantly tailored to accentuate her slender waist, while her exposed ankles were delicately fair. The unusual feel of her sandals compelled Suan to glance down, and he noticed her toes were charmingly shaped, with glossy pink nails resembling sculpted perfection. Unconsciously, he wiggled his big toe, the 2 digits nodding in unison. Suan pondered whether he was experiencing some psychological anomaly. In the midst of such bizarre circumstances, why was his attention so captivated by her feet? His gaze was drawn to a family portrait on the desk. He immediately picked it up for inspection. Aside from Yu and the brother he had previously met, there were 2 middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, both exuding an air of affluence at first glance. This must be the parents of Yu. If by chance we encounter them, I could certainly put on an act. Then I noticed an open notebook on the desk. Pay attention. The words, inscribed with 3 markers, captivated Suan, detailing contact information and an address. Do not touch my things, stay in your room, and do not move around, and absolutely do not go to the bathroom or take a shower. Suan slapped his forehead, realizing that he could indeed leave a message, thus avoiding ignorance about the other party. Setting the pen neatly aside, Suan began to write down his contact information. His handwriting may not have been the most aesthetically pleasing, yet through this body, it appeared charming and delicate, as if encoded into a program. After penning down his phone number and address, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He then took the opportunity to explore further. The girl's room was predominantly adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, vastly different from the romanticized dream room described by his sister. The items on the desk suggested she was still a student, with a transparent pencil case for exams and various exercise books lining the shelves. A floor-to-ceiling window graced the bedroom, partially concealed by soft, milk-white curtains, while the matching desk and chair were also white, adorned with a bouquet of pink roses. Suan, being quite obedient, refrained from wandering about, not daring even to sit on the bed. A knock on the door caused him to hold his breath, feigning the absence of another occupant in the room. Outside stood Ban Xiaoyu's mother, who had learned from her son that her daughter seemed emotionally unwell lately and wished to have a conversation. However, after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no reply. It was clear that she had just entered. Surely, she couldn't have fallen asleep already. Yu, are you asleep? Just as Ban's mother was about to turn away, the door creaked open. Mom, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? I've been calling for ages, and you didn't respond. No, I'm just a bit tired lately. I want to rest at home. If there's nothing urgent, please don't call for me, all right? Finally managing to send her mother away, Ban Xiaoyu eagerly lifted the notebook from the desk, where familiar yet strange handwriting conveyed the other's information. I am Suan, residing in Qingzhen, Lanheng City, Qing Province. Phone, 15x times x times x times x times x. Ensuring the door was securely closed, Ban Xiaoyu retrieved her phone from the drawer, unlocking it to input the new contact with unprecedented speed, her slender fingers moving swiftly. This erratic exchange truly left Ban Xiaoyu feeling constrained, making her ponder the consequences of each subsequent action, even causing her anxiety when needing to use the restroom. She then strolled to the balcony and dialed the number. The ringtone of Lu Zhan's backup phone startled Suan, who had just regained his composure. He hurriedly silenced the sound. Chapter 6. The call. Suan also discovered the note left for him here, slipping it into his pocket as he prepared to answer the phone. Who could it be? Surely it's not my sister calling? Lu Zhan inquired, and Suan shook his head, offering no further explanation. He soon found a narrow alley and connected the call. Hello? As the familiar yet strange voice emerged, Ban Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The two lapsed into silence until Ban Xiaoyu finally spoke, pursing her lips. Hello, I am Ban Jiaoyu. Suin, let's meet. I wish to discuss this matter with you in depth. However, I am currently unable to leave. One resided in a small northern town, while the other was in a bustling southern city. Moreover, with her sister's impending vacation, travel was simply unfeasible. Although Ban Jiaoyu had only just reached adulthood, she was fully capable of adult conversation, and they swiftly reached a mutual understanding. The exchange of souls and bodies had profoundly impacted both their lives. After a brief silence, the call was disconnected. Ban Jiaoyu then began to research Qing Town in Lanheng City. It was an ordinary northern town, lacking any particular distinction. Lanheng City even lacked an airport, necessitating a transfer via high-speed rail. Informing her parents? That seemed unwise. As for her brother, should he learn of it, others would undoubtedly follow suit, which would be quite bothersome. After much contemplation, realizing no one could accompany her, she resolved to go alone. She had already booked her flight on her phone and added Su in as a friend. Given their situation, they needed to maintain constant communication. The profile picture of her new acquaintance was quite simple, featuring a little dog wearing a hat against a white background, and her social media feed was remarkably clean, containing only a few promotional messages. Ban Jiaoyu mused that she might be a decent person. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she found herself lying down, lost in contemplation. Having watched numerous dramas, she entertained many fantastical possibilities. Perhaps someone had cursed her, or there was some malevolent soul-swapping ritual at play. Yet, those notions seemed overly dramatic. Time was of the essence. She planned to depart the following day, which settled her mind somewhat, and sleep overtook her. Oblivious to the realization that meeting in person would not alter their current predicament. Meanwhile, on Su-in's side, after confirming the meeting time, he lost interest in drinking. He had a light meal of skewers and chatted with Lu Zhen while eating watermelon. Lu Zhen, already intoxicated, paid no mind to the earlier oddities. Drink up, boss lady. Bring us 40 more skewers. Are you still drinking? Aren't you getting a haircut tomorrow? No worries, my apprentice is skilled now. Today is for celebrating. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I won't drink anymore. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and you should drink less too, Suin insisted, waving his hands. Ban Jiaoyu felt a sense of urgency. Having already booked her flight, she would likely arrive in Qing Town by 4 or 5 the next morning. She knew herself well enough to realize that if she drank too much, she would likely sleep through until the next day. Lu Zhen then shared his recent troubles with Suin. At 24, he appeared youthful, but for those in the early stages of their careers, it felt quite burdensome. It is no small matter. Many peers around me are already marrying and having children, some of whom are on the verge of starting elementary school. Consequently, the pressure from my family to marry is relentless, with various matchmaking attempts and introductions never ceasing. I, Lu Zhen, may not be handsome, yet I possess a stable income and a sense of responsibility. Suin observed his friend's flushed face, realizing he had become quite engrossed in the topic, and nodded in agreement. You know whom they introduced me to. Suin shook his head in compliance. Divorced individuals, those with children. While I could overlook that if they were decent people, their demands were insufferably high, and they often regarded me with disdain, as if they were doing me a favor. I own both a car and a house, yet I cannot tolerate the feeling that they are merely seeking employment. Suin patted his good friend's shoulder. Recognizing that the pool of eligible women in this small town was limited, especially after excluding students, there truly weren't many left. Am I really that undesirable? I haven't even been in a relationship yet, Lu Zhen lamented, his voice quivering with emotion. His parents, too, were eager for a grandchild, introducing him to anyone and everyone. Each one prancing about with an air of superiority, their romantic histories far more intricate than Lu Zhen's hairstyle. Although Lu Zhen often appeared indifferent, he was, in truth, quite sentimental and romantic at heart. All right. You will eventually meet the right partner. There's no need to rush, Suin reassured him. Suin had first become aware of Lu Zhen's sentiments back in their freshman year when Lu Zhen was moved to tears by Dream of the Red Chamber. As they were desk mates, only Suin knew of his emotional vulnerability. This was also the moment they formally acquainted themselves, as Lu Zhen leaned against Suin, seeking solace. Well, Anzi is also wonderful. I still have you, Lu Zhen added, though Suin, bemused, understood that Lu Zhen did not mean it in that way. Lu Zhen had always yearned for sweet love. One could see his excitement when encountering female characters in video games and speaking to them through the microphone. Due to his rather ordinary, even unattractive appearance, his interactions remained limited to online chats. However, An awkward situation soon unfolded. After their meal, Lu Jun, thoroughly inebriated, was unable to settle the bill. Suin, with only 200 yuan across various payment apps, found himself short of cash. Ultimately, he had to resort to borrowing a bit from a friend. Though it pained him, there was no alternative. Most of his money was allocated to fixed savings each month, with the remainder going towards his sister. Lu Jun, inebriated beyond measure, was certainly unfit to drive, so they left his car parked near the barbecue restaurant. After all, this small town had fewer constraints. They declined the owner's south offer to drive them home. Although it was past midnight, the barbecue restaurant remained bustling, and Suin didn't want to impede the owner's business. Under the night sky, Suin supported Lu Jun as they walked, their shadows elongated beneath the streetlights. And the summer midnight seemed to possess a unique enchantment, instilling a sense of tranquility. The two swayed slightly as they made their way back to the barber shop, grateful for its proximity. Otherwise, they would not have both indulged in alcohol. On the second floor of the barber shop, there lay a bed where Lu Jun was placed. The small fan by the headboard was switched on, and his shoes were removed. Suin let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not exchanged souls with Ban Zhaoyu during this period, or he would have surely been unable to return. Due to the infrequency of the transformations, Suin could not discern any pattern. The first transformation had been swift and abrupt, followed by a second exchange early this morning, and then just moments ago, the third. There was no discernible rhythm. Had things been as they were before, he would likely be lying next to Lu Jun now. However, that could no longer be the case. If Ban Zhaoyu were to switch over, it would indeed be quite awkward. Descending the stairs, he sought a couch to make do for the night. Glancing at his phone, it was already past 1 o'clock. He hoped there might be some change by tomorrow. Chapter 7. Who is searching for whom? Exhaustion, coupled with the soporific effects of alcohol, soon enveloped Suin as he quickly succumbed to slumber, even on the couch. It hardly seemed worth it to turn on the air conditioning for just himself. Instead, he opted for a standing fan, for the heat was too oppressive for restful sleep. Drowsily, he felt increasingly comfortable and cooler as he dozed. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu was stirred awake by the heat. Upon opening her eyes, she realized they had indeed exchanged once more. In her life, such fans were non-existent, and the couch was uncomfortably rigid. How could one sleep in such conditions? As dawn broke, she immediately grabbed her phone. Fortunately, Suin had not set a password, allowing her access. She quickly sent herself a message, anxiously watching for a response while staring at her familiar profile picture. Hurry and reply. The torment of waiting had never felt so acute. On the other side, Suin was blissfully asleep on a large, soft wooden bed, the air conditioning maintaining a comfortable temperature in the room. There was no more suitable place for slumber. He nuzzled into the soft pillow, undoubtedly reveling in comfort. Ban Zhaoyu had made arrangements for her flight and devised an excuse. Thankfully, Suin, accustomed to late nights and early mornings, did not sleep until noon. He woke around 9. Their numerous transformations had instilled some experience in them. And Suin remained calm as he picked up his phone from the nightstand, adorned with a pink case, unlocking it with his fingerprint. A long string of messages awaited him, all from himself. And Huan, hurry to the airport. Don't sleep any longer. Suin sat up, bewildered. Long Yiyu, I know nothing. What flight, what schedule? Please don't put me in a difficult position. His mind was a blank. He feared he would get lost once he stepped outside, having never flown before. Ban Zhaoyu was anxious, and Suin was even more so. She began to guide him step by step, and fortunately, Suin was of sound mind and quickly grasped the essentials. And Huan, we're heading out now? Taking a taxi to the airport, waiting for the noon flight, then about 2 hours to the train station. You should know the rest. Long Yiyu, I can't possibly go out like this, in my pajamas. Even with a certain level of vigilance, and despite not donning her favorite camisole pajamas, Ban Zhaoyu still adhered to the habit of wearing sleepwear, opting for a stylish jumpsuit. The fabric felt exquisitely smooth to the touch. In the past, Suin would have found it perplexing that one would wear pajamas merely to sleep. Now, however, he recognized the comfort it afforded and contemplated purchasing a set for his sister, uncertain of the cost. Before their coming of age, the siblings had lived in an orphanage, barely managing to scrape by. The moment Suin turned 18, he promptly departed from the orphanage, determined to provide a better life for his sister, even if it meant enduring hardship himself. Although he lacked understanding of feminine preferences, he felt that his sister should possess what others did, such as dresses and hair accessories. And Huan, in the cabinet by the window, you may find everyday clothes. Do not open anything else. From now on, follow my instructions, she declared. Following Ban Zhaoyu's directive, Suan opened the wardrobe, momentarily dazzled by the myriad of garments within. His own wardrobe consisted solely of work attire, with merely 3 short-sleeve shirts and 4 pairs of shorts for the summer. Naturally, he would not gravitate towards the youthful, effervescent clothing options. After much deliberation, he finally selected a short-sleeved shirt to pair with denim jeans. Given that his own clothing was monochromatic, either black or white, he felt ill-equipped to coordinate outfits. After placing the clothes on the bed, he instinctively began to unbutton his shirt. His fingers grazed his chest before he hesitated, feeling it was ultimately impolite. "And Juan, you have special permission to change clothes. Do not touch or think about anything else," she commanded. At her urging, Suan removed his pajamas and donned a short-sleeved shirt, swiftly changing into the jeans. The silk pajamas left little to the imagination beneath, revealing a graceful figure. Even someone like Suan, who seldom interacted with females, could discern the exquisite form before him. He found himself pondering whether the body or the soul was the true master. Yet in that fleeting moment of exhilaration, it seemed as though the soul was asserting its dominance. "Are you ready? Do not attract attention. Speak little and follow my lead," and Juan instructed. "Ready," Suan replied. And thus began a novel experience as Ban Zhaoyu remotely guided Su in maneuvering his own body. descend the stairs, and speak not a word," she instructed. As Suan cautiously pushed open the door for the first time, he felt as though he were a thief in the night. Those familiar with Ban Zhaoyu would undoubtedly recognize the vast disparity between the two. They resided in a stately duplex adorned with elegant decor, the floor immaculate enough to reflect one's silhouette. The ambience was warm, spacious yet inviting. Gripping the banister, Suan carefully peered down to the first floor. Spotting a middle-aged man reading the newspaper on the sofa, he felt a surge of relief, grateful for having seen the family portrait, which prevented him from failing to recognize the man. His palms were slightly damp, unsure if it was due to perspiration. "Yo-yo." Just as Suan was deep in thought about how to descend, he was startled by a woman's voice. Whirling around, his eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively raised his hand, inadvertently alarming the newcomer. It was a woman with a familiar face, though not Ban Zhaoyu's mother, currently holding a cleaning cloth. What to do? He did not recognize her. Suan's mind raced as he managed to smile and nodded in acknowledgement. "Waking up so early, you. I have yet to prepare breakfast. What would you like to eat?" Indeed, a girl ought to have her breakfast for the sake of her health. Suan quickly ascertained the identity of this woman. She must be the housekeeper. Thankfully, nothing seemed amiss, and Suan began to compose herself. Meanwhile, Aunt, who was heading downstairs to prepare breakfast, clucking in surprise, as Ban Zhaoyu rarely rose early. She usually had breakfast at 8:30. On occasions of poor mood or tardiness, she sometimes skipped it altogether. Now, it was 9 in the morning. Perhaps it was due to not having dinner the previous night. Was it merely an illusion, or had Miss Ban become rather jumpy, resembling a startled cat? Had she suffered a heartbreak? Never mind, it was of no consequence to him. On the first floor, Ban Yin, reclining on the sofa, also noticed the commotion upstairs. He knew little of his daughter and failed to perceive anything unusual. Suan descended with her head bowed. "Yu." "Yes," she was called, and Suan stood at attention, feeling as though Ban Yin exuded an air of authority akin to that of a former superior. He instinctively adopted a formal demeanor. "Come here." Suan turned, forcing a smile. "Sit." "All right." At that moment, the father and daughter seemed to embody a superior-subordinate dynamic. Suan sat upright, hands neatly resting on her thighs. Ban Yin was quite satisfied. Had his rebellious daughter suddenly changed her demeanor? In the past, such compliance would have been inconceivable. She wouldn't even respond. Ban Yin's attitude towards his children was quite clear. As the parent, he expected obedience. His son had always been compliant, but his daughter was a constant source of opposition, having even led her brother astray. This feeling of losing control over such a child displeased Ban Yin immensely. To him, children were akin to a company. Only under his firm guidance could they avoid errant paths. Chapter 8. A benevolent father and a respectful daughter. Suan was unfamiliar with the dynamics between Ban Zhaoyu and her father, thus opting for a minimalist approach. Ban Yin believed that this was the daughter he had always envisioned. Indeed, quite commendable. He then began to impart his thoughts to his daughter. Suan, having lost her parents at a young age, nodded in agreement. The father of this household was evidently a capable man. Learn to interact with others. Our family's daughter must be presentable. Yes, refrain from frivolity, and conduct yourself with propriety. Those friends of yours, limit your engagement with the unworthy. Understood. As for the Shun family matters, do not appear too vulnerable. Otherwise, you shall be the subject of ridicule. It is never advantageous for the woman to take the initiative. Aunt Hu, having prepared breakfast, came to summon the father and daughter to the table. The typically aloof Miss Ban, who often either fell silent or retorted, was now surprisingly obedient. For a moment, Aunt Hu wondered if she were dreaming. However, it is certainly a good thing. The conflict between the father and daughter escalated to the point where Ban Yin even cut off Ban Zhaoyu's allowance. Nonetheless, with her brother Ban Ji by around, her expenses would not be compromised. Miss Ban, breakfast is ready. Suin's gaze shifted between Aunt Hu and Ban Yin, who naturally understood the implication. It was rare for his daughter to align with his wishes, so everything seemed favorable. Let us dine. Suin felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Following Aunt Hu to the dining table, a pot of sweet red date and millet congee was prepared, its golden hue and pleasing viscosity inviting one to indulge. A small bowl had already been ladled out, with a layer of congee oil forming atop. Alongside was a plate of delicate soup dumplings and a perfectly fried egg, accompanied by a special sauce. Aunt Hu, aside from tidying the villa, was responsible for the family's meals, personally selecting ingredients and preparing them with care. Miss Ban Zhaoyu typically maintained a slender figure by eating sparingly, hence her meals were designed to be small yet satisfying. Each dumpling could fill one's mouth completely, boasting a luscious meat filling infused with savory broth, with 6 beautifully presented dumplings on the plate. Suin swallowed, savoring the enticing aroma of breakfast. Aunt Hu graciously pulled out a chair for her, leaving Suin flabbergasted. She was unaccustomed to such attentive care. Thank you. Not at all. As long as you enjoy your meal, Aunt Hu replied. Though this job was demanding, the compensation was substantial. Where could a middle-aged woman find such generous remuneration? Of course, this income was well earned, as Aunt Hu excelled in furniture maintenance and her culinary skills were highly praised. After waiting a while, Suin realized she could not return to her previous state and reluctantly began her breakfast. Meanwhile, Aunt Hu busied herself in the kitchen. The millet congee was delightful, smooth and fragrant, a perfect complement to the savory dumplings. The meat-filled dumplings were particularly appetizing, crafted with solid ingredients. Suin nodded in approval as she ate, then suddenly took a large sip of congee, producing slurping sounds. Aunt Hu turned to her. Is Miss Ban extremely hungry? It is the first time I have seen someone make such a commotion while eating. Suin smiled awkwardly. It's delicious. Indeed, I made quite a few last time. And they are all frozen here. Suin then moderated her pace, savoring the congee spoonful by spoonful. The fried egg paired with the sauce was exquisite. The sauce had a unique flavor, with Suin only identifying the taste of ketchup. Soon, all 6 dumplings had been devoured, leaving Suin in a dilemma. Her body felt nearly satiated, having consumed more than usual, even finishing a pot of congee. Yet, her soul felt unfulfilled. The pot was akin to a toy kitchen in size, and 6 dumplings were simply insufficient. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu was incessantly urging from the other end of her phone. Suin no longer hesitated, rising to leave. As he passed through the living room, he was once again called back by Ban Yin. Yu, come here for a moment. Ban Yin handed his daughter a card. Buy something you like. Upon seeing his daughter's stunned expression, Ban Yin felt a twinge of curiosity. After departing from the villa, Suin felt an immediate relief from his burdens. The duration of this exchange was rather excessive, and there was still no indication of a resolution. Following the instructions, he prepared to take a taxi to the airport. Naturally, this situation was not something he could divulge to others. A taxi was swift and convenient. Nowadays, the destination is displayed, eliminating the need for conversation. Once the order was confirmed, the driver simply commenced the journey. Along the way, Suin was captivated. Having never left Qing Town throughout his life, the vibrancy of this metropolis was striking. The villa district where the Ban family resided was situated in an exquisite location, mere moments from the central area. From the Jiang River Bridge, the city's most upscale districts and their architectural marvels struck Suin's gaze. The meticulously designed commercial streets, towering skyscrapers, iconic television towers, and river cruises mesmerized him, igniting a sense of longing tinged with melancholy. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Each individual has their own path in life, and while he had witnessed the vastness of the world, it was futile to wallow in self-pity. Though he might not venture out himself, his sister must see the world. Once a solution to this predicament emerged, he would earnestly work to save money, all the while wishing for his sister to find a worthy companion. As an older brother, that would grant him peace of mind. Contemplating this, Suin crossed his arms and wore a contented smile. Ban Zhaoyu's animated expression was far more captivating than her usual demeanor. Huazhan boasted 2 airports. Without Ban Zhaoyu's remote guidance, Suin likely would have ended up in the wrong location. It was his first time flying, and he had perused numerous guides, anxious about potential misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu sat uneasily on the sofa. In truth, if they both calmed their minds, a face-to-face meeting would not yield significant results. If a mere encounter could resolve everything, it would be too simplistic. They already had each other's contact information, allowing for a patient approach. Yet, from Ban Zhaoyu's perspective, urgency prevailed. At 18, she was on the brink of studying abroad. The sporadic soul exchanges raised concerns about unforeseen complications. The last incident involved an electric bike losing control on a busy street. What if the next occurrence were more perilous, jeopardizing her very life? What would become of them if a soul were lost forever? Thus, it was imperative for Ban Zhaoyu to meet Suin immediately and swiftly devise a solution. Good morning, Brother Su. Lu Zhen's 2 apprentices opened the shop door, startling Ban Zhaoyu. Both remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. Caught in a state of psychological tension, it was only natural to be startled by such trivial matters. At 8 in the morning, the shop doors swung open, presenting an opportunity not only to earn a wage, but also to hone one's professional skills. Once the time was ripe, one could establish a quaint barber shop, which, after all, is a legitimate means of livelihood. Everyone was industriously engaged, diligently cleaning and performing their respective duties. Chapter 9. Explosive Revelations. Lu Zhen did not sleep until noon. Supporting his forehead, he rose and descended the stairs. Anzi, there are some skewers packed on the table. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I need to wake my taste buds. Ban Zhaoyu offered no response, utterly fatigued and lacking the energy to engage with others. Due to the soul exchange, she found herself in a state of deep despondency. Catching sight of a filthy plastic bag on the table, with greasy, wilted enoki mushrooms entwined with meat skewers, her fleeting appetite was swiftly quelled. She pressed her abdomen, praying for a swift return to her original self. The duration of this exchange had stretched too long. Ban Zhaoyu checked her phone multiple times, urging Suin's progress on the other end. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation washed over her. Life experience told Ban Zhaoyu that she needed to relieve herself. However, the sensation emanating from the additional organ instilled an unprecedented sense of shame within her. Although she was not a naive flower unaware of the world, the reality of being in a strange man's body was quite disconcerting. Logically, a male's bladder capacity is generally larger than that of a female's, compounded by physiological differences that allow men to endure longer. Yet, holding in urine is invariably uncomfortable and detrimental to health, and one should avoid it as much as possible. As time wore on, Ban Zhaoyu felt the urgency from that organ intensifying, creating an illusion of impending explosion. Trembling, she stood up and parted her cracked lips, asking, "Is there a restroom here?" The apprentice, who had just finished mopping the floor, casually replied, "There's a restroom 50 meters east of here. There shouldn't be many people at this hour." Due to limited conditions, the barber shop lacked a public restroom, compelling customers to use a public toilet about 50 meters away. Ban Zhaoyu visibly shuddered. Very well then. She began to regret having waited until this critical point to voice her need. Now, moving was a daunting task. After grabbing some tissues, she pushed open the glass door and started to shuffle toward the public restroom. She dared not run. The embarrassment of an adult wetting their pants would be monumental, even if it was not her own body. The 50 meters felt akin to a marathon. Ban Zhaoyu was consumed by the urgency, and upon finally arriving at her destination, she instinctively entered the women's restroom. This was undoubtedly the most deplorable restroom she had ever encountered, her expression contorting in disgust. It was the kind of 2-row pit latrine, relying on a water pipe for flushing. Thankfully, it was lined with white tiles, rendering it somewhat less appalling. The unmentionable filth within was best left undescribed to spare the reader's appetite. Ban Zhaoyu, having been raised in a gilded nest, was accustomed to layering several sheets of paper even in a hotel restroom. She had never encountered such a grimy establishment. However, one cannot allow themselves to perish from the pressure of a full bladder. After emerging from the restroom, Ban Zhaoyu, having mentally prepared herself, took a deep breath and returned to the ladies' room. As she unsealed her restraint and squatted down, she soon realized, neglecting the anatomical differences, that she had not properly controlled her situation. In a flurry of confusion, she was caught in a dilemma, unable to act or refrain from action. Thus, she resorted to an awkward position to minimize the chaos. Meanwhile, Suwon, who had just successfully boarded the plane and sighed with relief, suddenly found himself in a whirlwind of change upon opening his eyes. His pupils constricted abruptly. This was the restroom, and it was a complete disaster. On the other side, after Ban Zhaoyou's soul returned to her body, she trembled and gasped, instinctively attempting to stand up. The gazes of those around her turned towards this suddenly agitated beauty. This was a transformation. Ban Zhaoyou wiped away non-existent cold sweat, breathing heavily as if she had just been pulled from boiling water. Suwon, however, was far less fortunate. After finally managing to compose himself and exiting the restroom, he encountered an elderly lady also seeking to use the facilities. The moment the lady furrowed her brow and noticed that this young man had just emerged from the women's restroom, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. Without hesitation, she seized Suwon, as if donning a red armband, to chastise this perverted male for entering the ladies' room. Suwon found himself in an unwarranted predicament. Surely, Ban Zhaoyou did not intend for this to happen. Was she setting him up? No, ma'am, please let me explain. Hear me out. What is there to explain? Sneaking out of the ladies' room early in the morning. Confess what you were doing in there. I was just desperate to relieve myself and didn't pay attention. If a reasonable explanation was not provided, he would be taken to the police station. No matter how urgent the need, one should not enter the wrong restroom. Men's rooms are for men, and women's rooms are for women. Suwon felt helpless and harbored a slight resentment towards Ban Zhaoyou. If every exchange left him with such a mess, how could he continue living? It was Lu Jun who, after sobering up, decided to use the restroom and stumbled upon the entangled duo at the door. Recognizing Suwon, who was being apprehended by the elderly lady he knew from the neighborhood committee, Lu Jun quickly intervened. With Lu Jun's assurance, Suwon was finally freed from the lady's grasp. On their way back to the shop, Lu Jun struggled to suppress his laughter. Suwon's disheveled appearance, as if ravaged by a snowstorm, was a rare sight, especially after mistakenly entering the wrong restroom and being caught. Not to mention the distinct layers evident on his trousers. Lu Jun dared not laugh aloud, instead replaying all the unfortunate events in his mind. They were both in their 20s. Who would believe such a tale? As for the specifics of what transpired, it is better left unsaid. Lu Jun ascended the stairs with Suwon, offering him a pair of his own shorts to wear. Lu Jun pouted, employing this tactic to effectively suppress his mirth. He resolved that in the future, he must refrain from allowing Anzi to indulge excessively in alcohol. Suwon remained in a state of utter shock, unable to process the explosive events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyou, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, gently patted her chest, experiencing a twinge of guilt towards Suwon. Just the thought of Suwon's reaction upon returning to his own attire made her blush with embarrassment. She acknowledged that this time, she had wronged him. When they next met, she would offer him a sum of money as recompense. For it was not her intention to cause such a predicament. After years of ingrained habits, who could seamlessly adapt to unexpected changes? Unbeknownst to her, Ban Zhaoyou had begun to cultivate the ability to empathize with others. The flight from Huan to Qingxing took nearly 2 hours, and upon landing, she would need to board a high-speed train. With her eyes narrowed, Ban Zhaoyou began to rest. The fullness in her stomach indicated that Suwon had indeed had breakfast. Her thoughts were a whirlwind. At 18, she was in pursuit of romance and whimsical fantasies. If she were to inhabit Suwon's body, could she indulge in gluttony without the fear of gaining weight? After all, it was not her flesh that would bear the burden. Yet, she was plagued by a nightmare. One where she and Suwon could never revert to their original selves. The complexity of her emotions jolted her awake. Chapter 10. Your Name Awakened. Ban Zhaoyou found herself beset by doubt. What if they could never switch back? Upon disembarking the plane, her anxiety deepened, and she suddenly realized that even if they met, what could possibly change? Brother, where have you gone? You seem upset. In the airport terminal, Ban Zhaoyou bowed her head to respond. Her bond with her brother was the strongest. Changyi, nothing much, just hanging out with friends out of town. I'll be back in a few days. Brother, don't shortchange yourself. Don't hesitate to spend the card I gave you. Whenever joy cannot be bought with money, do tell your brother. Changyi. Okay. The names of Ban Zhibai and Ban Zhaoyou were derived from the Chu Ci, to leave the bright day behind, and embrace the endless night. It was a name bestowed by the family patriarch. In that moment, Ban Xiaoyu yearned to confide in her brother, yet she lacked the courage. She was uncertain about the right course of action or what would prove beneficial. Upon exiting the airport, she immediately hailed a taxi. "Madam, is your destination the high-speed train station?" Just to confirm. Yes, life must progress forward. First, she would meet Suan, and at the very least, they should exchange information to prevent a recurrence of such a situation. This time, the fault lay with her. Should Suan encounter trouble while assuming her identity in the future, it would be she who bore the brunt of the misfortune. As she switched to the high-speed train, she decided to contact Su and Changyi. "I have arrived in Qingxing and will reach Lanheng in about 2 hours." This time, Suan did not respond, and after a considerable wait, there was still no reply. Could it be that my actions have led Suan into trouble? And Huan, all right, I'll come to pick you up. Changyi, you, don't drive yourself. It could be dangerous if there's a switch again. And Huan, okay, just say I'm your sister's former classmate. Changyi, you, mem. After their conversation, Suan reluctantly turned to Lu Jun for assistance. Although he could drive, losing focus on the road could lead to dire consequences, and that would be irresponsible not just to himself and Ban Xiaoyu, but also to others on the road. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun immediately responded, "Your sister's former classmate? We must pick her up today. Let us go. I need to tidy myself up." Lu Jun dashed off to arrange his hairstyle. His vehicle, a Volkswagen purchased by his family for the purpose of finding a wife, was ready to take Suan to fetch Ban Xiaoyu. Along the way, Lu Jun could not help but bombard Suan with questions, for he was one to speak endlessly whenever the topic of girls arose, as if some serendipitous encounter were imminent. In reality, it was quite a feat for Lu Jun to even strike up a conversation with a girl. "Your sister's classmate? Aren't they in class right now? They must be a few years ahead and have moved away. This visit is just a chance to see Huan. Unfortunately, the timing seems off. A few years, huh? Brother, is there any hope?" The chances seemed slim. Even without Ban Xiaoyu's privileged background, Lu Jun doubted his prospects based solely on looks. It wasn't that Suan aimed to dishearten his good friend. Is she pretty or not? Is she a delicate girl or a tomboy? Can she play video games? Focus on driving and don't get distracted. Since the last electric bike accident, Suan had developed a slight aversion to distractions while driving, acutely aware of his friend's preoccupation with thoughts of girls. "Come on, Suan, you know my driving skills." The distance from Qingtown to the city was considerable, but the highway would expedite their journey. Once on the expressway, Suan's gaze drifted into the distance as he began to zone out. "Shouldn't we buy some gifts for the young lady? Speak up, Suan. Let us just pick her up first." Soon, they arrived at the Lanheng City high-speed rail station. After parking, Lu Jun eagerly pulled his friend along to meet her. Meanwhile, Suan was informing Ban Xiaoyu of their location, even snapping a few photos to prevent any miscommunication. Ban Xiaoyu would not arrive for another half hour. She was quite active on social media, frequently sharing her travel experiences, but had not posted anything for several days due to recent events. This time, she had prepared a few photos to create the illusion of a leisurely getaway, which provided her with a modicum of comfort. Looking up at the digital display indicating the next stop, an announcement echoed through the carriage. "Attention passengers, we will soon arrive at Lanheng City. Passengers disembarking, please prepare to exit and ensure you have your belongings." As the announcement echoed, Ban Xiaoyu prepared to disembark, having thoroughly verified the photographs sent by Suan. The train arrived at the station, gradually coming to a halt. Ban Xiaoyu flowed with the crowd, and upon surveying her surroundings, she was the first to spot Suan, who had come to greet her. Lu Jun, on the other hand, was utterly unprepared for the beauty of the sister they were to meet, his eyes darting around in astonishment. Suan and Ban Xiaoyu exchanged glances from a distance. Though only a few days had passed, they felt like the most familiar strangers. An inexplicable sense of soul connection seemed to weave between them amidst the throng of people. Suan took a step forward, and Ban Xiaoyu mirrored his movement. "Anzi, where are you going?" Lu Jun quickly realized that the graceful girl approaching was indeed the one they were here to meet, her striking features accentuated by flowing hair and a delicate visage. Stammering, Lu Jun took several steps back, rendered speechless. He watched as Suan and Ban Xiaoyu traversed the crowd, drawing ever closer. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he sensed that the bond between Suan and this girl transcended mere sibling or classmate ties. It felt as though they were characters in a film, an unexplainable current coursing between them. It struck him then, it was reminiscent of your name. As the distance between them diminished, words eluded him. It was as if the dialogue was trapped on the tip of his tongue. Ban Jiayu wore the outfit that Suin had chosen for her that morning, and Suin's trousers were different from those Ban Jiayu had seen earlier. They came to a standstill. Hello. Hello. Despite this being their first meeting, the inexplicable chemistry left them with naught but a simple greeting. Lu Zhan, feeling out of place beside such beauty, dared not approach, while Suin, with a touch of charm, appeared less awkward. Lu Zhan harbored deep suspicions that there was something more between Suin and this girl, and he resolved to interrogate his friend upon their return. What about Wang Yu? She was still waiting for Suin. Their initial encounter concluded with a handshake, and in that fleeting moment, their souls seemed to exchange once more. They shifted perspectives, both revealing expressions of surprise. Could mere contact facilitate such an exchange? If they could decipher this phenomenon, perhaps their lives could return to normalcy. Let us head back, Ban Jiayu suggested, and Suin nodded in agreement. Lu Zhan felt like a clown. These two undoubtedly had something brewing. Chapter 11. The inability to empathize on the return journey. Ban Jiayu naturally took the front passenger seat. Lu Zhan gestured expressively at Suin, unable to contain his excitement. This was the first time a female had occupied the passenger seat beside him, making it difficult for him to concentrate on driving. Suin, feeling somewhat shy, settled into the back seat as the trio made their way back to Qingzhen. In contrast to their earlier trip, Lu Zhan appeared utterly deflated. He dared not even steal a glance. Unable to fathom how fragrant such a beautiful girl beside him must be, Suin and Ban Jiayu clearly shared a desire for silence, and thus they traversed the distance in quietude. It is worth mentioning that Ban Jiayu was quite audacious to venture this far alone to meet Suin. However, with their identities exchanged, if the other party harbored ill intentions, they would not need to wait until now to act. Furthermore, Suin's countenance was rather agreeable, evoking no discomfort. Ban Jiayu admitted to being a member of the Aesthetics Association. If she were to exchange places with the driver, she would rather meet her demise. Lu Zhan, oblivious to Ban Jiayu's musings, only dared to steal fleeting glances at the girl's profile in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. Ban Jiayu's appearance was indeed striking. Her long, straight black hair aligned with many men's fantasies of beauty, and her facial contours were gentle and flawless, devoid of any imperfections even from such proximity. Her naturally long and curled eyelashes were in effect unattainable through makeup. Clad in a simple short-sleeve shirt and jeans, she exuded an effortless charm. While it is said that attire can enhance one's appearance, beauty transcends mere clothing. If he could wed such a girl, it would be more than enough, even if he had to play the role of a mere companion. Lu Zhan was transported back to his middle school days when he sat beside girls, his heart bubbling with youthful optimism. Though he did not possess striking looks, his imagination soared. Suin observed Lu Zhan's subtle movements, noting that with Ban Jiayu's presence, his brother was clearly on edge. Upon arriving in the small town, they disembarked at a barber shop. So, you are a classmate of Huan, right? How should I address you? Lu Zhan finally broke the silence after a long period of contemplation. The surreal nature of introducing oneself was palpable, and Ban Jiayu dared not speak, casting a glance at Suin for guidance. You can just call me Xiaoban. Xiaoban. What a peculiar moniker. Ban Jiayu clearly disapproved of this self-introduction. Lu Zhan, being somewhat of a simpleton, replied, Xiaoban, like Bambi, I get it. Just call me Lu Zhan. Shall we go inside for a bit? Then, Lu Zhan witnessed his good friend Suin move behind Ban Jiayu, only for her to decline his invitation. No, I'll sit with Su Ge for a while, and then I'll go check on Huan. Very well, if you need anything, make sure to let me know. Lu Zhan watched the beauty depart, convinced there was something amiss between them. That silhouette of Xiaoban seemed eerily familiar. It was not that Lu Zhan was being overly sensitive. He and Suin had shared a brotherly bond for many years, often walking shoulder to shoulder. When Suin walked with others, he instinctively placed a hand on his waist, seeking comfort. Soon, Suin and Ban Jiayu vanished around the corner. Once they were out of sight, Suin halted his steps. We need to talk. This isn't the right place. Let us go inside. Although it felt somewhat odd, Ban Jiayu did not dwell on it too much. In a quaint, disordered rental district within the city, a strikingly beautiful woman, Ban Jiayu, led a young man through a labyrinth of narrow alleys with remarkable ease, deftly identifying their destination amidst a sea of nearly identical small houses. The man behind her appeared noticeably uncomfortable, as though he were encountering such an environment for the first time. It was just past noon, and the area was largely deserted. Upon opening the iron door, Ban Jiayu gestured for Su and to take a seat. The stark glow of the fluorescent light illuminated the otherwise dim space. As she surveyed her surroundings, memories of their initial exchange flooded back. Soon, she articulated her intentions. She wished to swiftly clarify the situation between them, which had already begun to adversely affect their normal lives. Suan nodded in agreement. Ban Zhaoyu extended her hand, and Suan hesitated. Perhaps a handshake could facilitate their exchange. The discomfort of having his body occupied by another man was undeniable. Oh, very well. Her delicate hand rested upon Suan's palm, a stark contrast in both size and texture, allowing Suan to acutely feel the calluses on his own hand. It was Ban Zhaoyu's first experience of how smooth her own skin felt, akin to the finest silk, an exquisite sensation. All her efforts in self-care had not been intended for Suan's benefit, however. For a while, the two exchanged glances, neither showing any inclination to proceed with the exchange. Was their handshake improper? Eager, Ban Zhaoyu attempted to envelop his hand fully, then intertwined their fingers, leaving Suan utterly astonished. Was this the sensation of a girl being taken advantage of? From initial anticipation to a sense of disillusionment, Ban Zhaoyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. If the exchange remained uncontrollable, what would her future hold? Feeling defeated, she slumped onto the chair, her hands cradling her forehead, her brows furrowed in worry. Suan, meanwhile, wished to convey that he had not desired this situation either. It was unlikely he had resorted to ancient sorcery merely to swap souls for the sake of Ban Zhaoyu's beauty and lifestyle. He understood that the impact of this body swap would undoubtedly be more pronounced for her. Yet, he found himself teetering on the brink of disaster or facing the risk of being labeled a pervert. If given a choice, he would prefer a quieter, more mundane existence. Being somewhat older and more composed, Suan decided to pour water for Ban Zhaoyu. As he moved about, she suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I have a plan. Just as Suan turned to face her, awkwardly adjusting his long hair, she interjected. Don't pour the water just yet. Listen to me. You should move in with me, and I will pay you a salary. You won't have to do anything. When we are not exchanging, you can simply stay indoors. Before Suan could respond, Ban Zhaoyu continued, then you will adopt my lifestyle. I will lay down the rules, and everything will proceed according to these regulations, ensuring that the exchange occurs without any mishaps. The implication was clear. Was she suggesting he act as both a vessel and a substitute? Suan's expression was somewhat frosty. Ban Zhaoyu noticed the evident displeasure on his face. Name your price. I will transfer money to you every month. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. If that's insufficient, I shall increase it. In Ban Zhaoyu's view, Suan's financial gain would inherently diminish the impact on her, leading to a mutually beneficial situation. Given his living conditions, he must be in dire need of funds. It was certainly not superior to delivering takeout. If, over the course of a month, a year, or even 3 to 5 years, Suan were to earn this sum, both he and his sister could secure a bright future. But what if it were a lifetime? Was he destined to be a mere vessel for eternity? Chapter 12. A desperate solution. Suan found himself in a quandary. If he were to acquire this money, perhaps he and his sister could indeed turn their fortunes around. The initial displeasure had been swept away by the harshness of reality. Suan opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter, Does anyone else in your family know about this matter? Ban Zhaoyu, sensing the potential, immediately elevated her tone. No. But you need not worry about my ability to pay your salary. No one will probe too deeply. Please, consider it. Suan naturally did not doubt Ban Zhaoyu's financial capabilities. Money, after all, can multiply. Once it reaches a certain threshold, as long as one avoids calamities, it tends to grow with expenditure. Suan lifted his gaze to survey the rented room and pressed his lips together. Give me some time. Ban Zhaoyu nodded repeatedly. It would be ideal if Suan could agree. This was a desperate measure, yet Ban Zhaoyu had a good platform and was well connected. The notion of a soul exchange was inherently impossible for mere mortals to resolve. There was no thought of informing family members or rushing to the hospital. She merely hoped that, with time, they could gradually return to normalcy. The lives of the two individuals, once separate, now intertwined in such a peculiar manner. Ban Zhaoyu instinctively reached for her bag to retrieve her card, only to remember that she was currently inhabiting Suan's body. Suan had emerged without a bag. His phone and ID were tucked into the pockets of his jeans. Ban Zhaoyu frowned at this. Such a poor habit. The pocket of the jeans was bulging with an unmistakable square shape. She had been too preoccupied during the flight to notice this detail. How long do you think it will take? Ban Zhaoyu's excuse could not extend indefinitely, as her brother would inquire every few days. Let's wait until my sister's vacation. I must make some arrangements. Suin spoke as if he were handling a posthumous matter, an air of melancholy surrounding him. Ban Jiayu felt like a villain, forcing another's family apart. All right, let me briefly outline my requirements. Suin sat quietly on the stool, listening to Ban Jiayu speak. At that moment, the sounds emanating from his body felt incredibly foreign. You are undoubtedly aware of our predicament, and there seems to be no viable solution at hand. Moreover, even if a solution were to arise, it would fall upon me to seek it out. Until then, we can only hope that a glitch has occurred in Earth Online. If you move in with me, I shall arrange for your accommodation. It would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily. I shall cover all expenses, and you may order takeout or hire help at your leisure. If the situation becomes unbearable, a brief stroll around the vicinity is also an option. Suin, at this moment, was preoccupied with contemplating how he should navigate his future, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement as he kept his gaze lowered, indicating his attentiveness. The long hair of Ban Jiayu once again provided him with a sense of security. He began to adopt some of my habits, striving to avoid any mishaps, although, from the current perspective, the time spent in exchange was still rather limited. Yes, if you perform well, I shall reward you with a bonus. Should you be overly concerned about your sister, consider transferring immediately. I will address all related issues. Suin declined this suggestion, primarily due to the lack of supervision for his sister should she relocate, and secondly, because it was a crucial time for her studies, with the uncertainties surrounding a transfer proving too great. With financial resources, many problems could be alleviated, and he could also entrust her care to Lu Jun. Furthermore, he could purchase a mobile phone for his sister, ensuring they remain in regular contact. Suin was remarkably easygoing, and he found these conditions acceptable. Well, for now, this shall suffice. Should I think of more, I will add to it later. First, please hand me your phone and card. Ban Jiayu received her phone along with the card that her father had given to Suin. When does your sister have a holiday? This Saturday. She will return to school early on Sunday. Ban Jiayu glanced at her phone. It was currently Thursday, so the wait would not be prolonged. Very well. I shall seek a hotel nearby to stay in, and you should accompany me. Ban Jiayu stood up to find accommodation. It was clearly unfeasible for her to reside in this rented space. Qingjin was notoriously underdeveloped within the entirety of Lanheng City, so it was unlikely that any upscale hotels would be nearby. After searching for quite some time on her phone, she found no satisfactory options. Which school does your sister attend? Lanheng number 18 Middle School. Since there are no appealing lodgings available, let us rent near the school. Agreed. Once the two reached a decision, the exchange finally came to a close. Upon returning to their own bodies, Ban Jiayu felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Due to his foot injury not having fully healed, Suin walked with a slight limp, but fortunately, it did not greatly impede him. He contacted Lu Jun to arrange to borrow a vehicle once more, but unfortunately, Lu Jun had prior engagements that evening and had gone to a neighboring town. In truth, it was not a significant matter. He was merely fishing with a few middle school classmates. Thus, they opted for a taxi, which was certainly a financial strain for Suin. Thankfully, he did not have to bear the cost. They found a reasonably nice hotel near Lanheng number 18 Middle School, and the two prepared to book a room. The young man at the front desk was engrossed in watching videos. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight of such an attractive couple, and could not help but feel envy towards Suin for having such a vibrant girlfriend. Hello, could we please have 2 rooms? Ban Jiayu presented her identification card, and the front desk attendant, upon glancing at it, noted that her photo with a bun hairstyle was remarkably beautiful. In his extensive tenure at the hotel, he had never encountered anyone as striking. With an expression that any man would comprehend, he exchanged knowing glances with Suin. It seemed unreasonable to reserve 2 rooms for such a lovely companion. Men understand. A little cooperation would suffice, and he could easily claim that the rooms were fully booked, pocketing a pack of cigarettes later as a reward. However, the attendant quickly realized that Suin was rather oblivious, failing to pick up on his obvious hints. Could you hurry, please? Ban Jiayo's dissatisfied voice broke through, prompting the front desk attendant to proceed with the check-in. It was perplexing how such an exquisite woman had chosen him. It felt like a waste. Nevertheless, his professionalism prevailed, and he swiftly allocated 2 rooms. It was indeed a rarity to witness such a male-female pairing opting to stay in separate accommodations at an economy hotel. Observing their retreating figures up the staircase, the attendant shook his head in disbelief. Surely, he couldn't be any D, could he? This hotel, renowned for its high ratings and popularity among couples, had its reasons. The bedding was freshly changed on-site, and if guests were still dissatisfied, they could purchase new linens. Given Ban Zhaoyu's meticulous nature, she certainly opted for new bedding. In this day and age, even five-star hotels did not instill her with confidence, let alone a standard establishment like this. The single room was simple, furnished with a bed, a television stand, and a bathroom. Its cleanliness barely met her standards, allowing her to relax somewhat. For the next few days, she would have to make do. As she sat on the edge of the bed, she began contemplating her expectations of Suin. Having paid for the trip, he ought to fulfill his duties to perfection. "Brother, Yo-Yo, how's the fun?" The message from her brother, Ban Zhibai, sent a wave of anxiety through Ban Zhaoyu once more. "Long night, Yo-Yo. Having a great time. I'll probably stay a few more days before returning. No need to worry. Brother, aren't you with Jianyu?" Ban Zhaoyu pondered briefly before replying. "Long night, Yo-Yo. No, I'm visiting a classmate in the north." "Brother, which classmate? Where do they live?" While Ban Zhibai was a good brother, his overprotectiveness sometimes felt overwhelming. He was familiar with nearly all of Ban Zhaoyu's classmates, making it challenging to deceive him. Nevertheless, she remained composed. Whenever she expressed anger or feigned a pout, he would invariably acquiesce. "Long night, Yo-Yo. Brother, can you just not pry so much?" "Brother, all right. Stay in touch." Ban Zhaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating how her brother would react if he were to discover her connection with Suin. Ban Zhibai, being a decade older, held a significant regard for his sister. Growing up, everything had gone smoothly for Ban Zhaoyu, with her brother resolving all her dilemmas. Whenever faced with a problem, her first instinct was not to seek out her mother, but rather her brother. This is also the reason why Ban Zhaoyu occasionally acts in a manner that is somewhat inappropriate and juvenile. Lying in bed, Ban Zhaoyu picked up her phone and began to articulate her demands regarding Suin. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she ventured out to knock on the door of the neighboring Suin. "I've thought of some matters," he said. "Then come in," she invited. Ban Zhaoyu handed her phone to Suin, and just as the device was exchanged, their souls switched bodies once more. They had to revert the phone back, allowing Suin to finally peruse the contents displayed on the screen. The notes contained several thousand words, encompassing various aspects of life. However, since Ban Zhaoyu had already allocated a sum of 50,000 yuan in advance, it was a substantial amount that would require countless deliveries and daily earnings to accumulate. True to her status, she paid without a flicker of hesitation. With the arrangement in place, Suin was determined to fulfill her requests. Given their soul exchange, it was inevitable that they had to familiarize themselves with each other's physical forms. After all, they couldn't neglect hygiene or personal needs due to this peculiar situation. A plethora of overlapping and redundant tasks were listed, revealing the multitude of thoughts and concerns that plagued the young girl. 1. During the exchange, no peculiar actions may be performed on the body. Suin lacks the authority over his own form. 2. Activities such as using the restroom and bathing must be conducted without any physical involvement, maintaining a clear mind and avoiding indecency. 3. Suin is not permitted to make any decisions on behalf of Ban Zhaoyu unless instructed. 10. He must strive to fulfill her daily life requirements, which include, but are not limited to, practicing dance, maintaining her physique, studying, and engaging socially. 11. Unauthorized departures from the designated area are forbidden, regardless of circumstances. Ban Zhaoyu's interests must take precedence. 12. Suin is prohibited from consuming any food not included in the planned diet. 23. Following the exchange, he is to thoroughly review and report all observations, encounters, and reflections to Ban Zhaoyu in written form. 24. During non-exchange periods, he must conceal his identity, minimize his presence, ensure an absolutely secure environment for the exchange, and actively learn Ban Zhaoyu's lifestyle habits, behaving in a manner that is both natural and appropriate, avoiding any actions that would compromise his identity. It can only be said that such funds are not easily acquired. The demands and stipulations are indeed numerous, treating Suin almost like an automaton. The ideal may be alluring, yet the reality is stark. Suin pursed his lips, lacking the confidence to meet all these expectations. Upon noticing the evident worry etched on his attractive features, Ban Zhaoyu promptly increased her offer. "I will add more money. All my disposable assets are at your disposal. I will send you this. You must examine it carefully." After all, considering the limited duration of their exchange, they would primarily rely on their own bodies. If Suin cooperated, Ban Zhaoyu felt that they could at least live somewhat normally, alleviating concerns over what the other might be doing during the switch, thereby significantly reducing the risk of injury. Suin silently scrutinized the extensive list of demands, and from these stipulations alone, he could discern that Ban Zhaoyu's life must be extraordinarily vibrant. After approximately half an hour, the souls of the two individuals exchanged once more. After numerous exchanges over the past few days, both had grown somewhat numb to the experience. Upon regaining her original body, Ban Zhaoyu immediately tossed her phone to Suin, then proceeded to take a shower and retire for the night. This marked the first time Ban Zhaoyu had placed such trust in a man, albeit under coercion. Distrust was futile. There was little left to conceal when one's body had been exchanged. By the time Ban Zhaoyu finished her shower and fell asleep, Suin finally stretched and perused the demands laid out by the clients. His impression was one of annoyance at the complications and inequities involved. Seizing the opportunity, he also took a shower before heading to bed. The clock had already passed midnight, and it seemed this night would be free of exchanges at last. Lying on the bed, which was undeniably larger and more comfortable than his rented room, Suin found himself unable to sleep. From the requirements, he discerned that Ban Zhaoyu had someone she cherished, and he was instructed not to tarnish her image in that person's eyes. This thought added to his already burgeoning concerns, and he couldn't help but feel pity for Ban Zhaoyu. As for himself, he was indifferent, lacking a home, a car, or savings. His earnings were allocated to support his sister. The notions of romance, marriage, or children seemed far-fetched to him. If the girl was not deterred by his circumstances, he felt he was merely a hindrance to her. Ban Zhaoyu, however, was a different story. Coming from a prosperous family, possessing striking looks, and boasting various talents, along with an admirer, she should have been enjoying a youth enviable to others. Yet, with their exchange, the prospect of romance was rendered moot. Holding hands was feasible, but anything beyond that risked an abrupt interruption. Even if Ban Zhaoyu was unfazed, he would certainly be concerned. The thought of that young man knowing the intimate reality of his situation was troubling, while he could strive to fulfill the other demands for the sake of financial recompense. This particular stipulation warranted a gentle conversation with the young lady come morning. It was unthinkable that they could all coexist harmoniously. Exhaustion, fatigue, and weariness consumed him, and Suin promptly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Friday arrived. While brushing his teeth by the water's edge, Suin gazed into the distance as a gentle drizzle began to fall outside. It was a morning devoid of exchanges. In the midst of such ordinary mornings, he pondered how many more lay ahead. In the distance stood the school, his alma mater. He imagined that his sister was likely engaged in her early studies. A fleeting sound seemed to echo in his mind, perhaps a trick of the imagination, or perhaps not. He perceived the bell signaling the end of the early study period. Lanheng 18 Middle School required students to be in their classrooms by 6 in the morning for study and breakfast at 7. It was now breakfast time. The distance to the school, the sounds, and the sight of students pouring out of the teaching building were all beyond his reach. Perhaps he had grown more sensitive to everything as the departure approached. Suin turned to rinse his mouth. Chapter 14. Siblings suddenly feeling such a void of leisure. Suin found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He was always busy, like a spinning top, wishing he could multiply himself into several duplicates. Perhaps it was because he was about to leave. Suin's mind began to flash with numerous memories. His first job as a laborer. The first time he received his daily wage, which he promptly used to buy hamburgers and fries for his sister that very night. He recalled his inaugural experience with food delivery, navigating through the challenges posed by the GPS, which led him astray, resulting in fines for exceeding the time limit. Earning only a few dozen yuan that day. All these memories felt vivid yet distant, as if they were just within reach yet had transpired long ago. Though his current job appeared less strenuous and brought in considerably more income, who could truly discern whether fortune was a blessing or a curse? Suin refrained from disturbing Ban Zhaoyu, assuming the girl was still asleep. He made his way downstairs where the hotel provided breakfast: steamed purple sweet potatoes, sweet corn, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pickled vegetables. Being accustomed to caring for others, he instinctively brought a portion for Ban Zhaoyu as well. Ban Zhaoyu awoke around 8, and shortly after, Suin delivered her breakfast. "Thank you," she said. "It's nothing. Breakfast is essential," he replied. Ban Zhaoyu saw a reflection of her brother, Ban Zhibai, in Suin, recognizing him as a kind and gentle individual. Just as she was about to eat, the customary exchange for the day commenced. Having just consumed 5 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk, Suin gazed at the food before him, once more caught in a conflict between soul and body. Despite having eaten moments ago, the taste of the dough sticks lingered on his palate. Yet, he reasoned, He couldn't allow Ban Zhaoyu to go hungry, so he indulged in another meal, effectively having 2 breakfasts that morning. This disarray made Suan feel as though he were traversing dimensions. His appetite was guided by Ban Zhaoyu, who maintained a slender waist and proportionate figure, emphasizing the importance of diet. She was prone to gaining weight easily and found it challenging to shed pounds. Though he found her fuller figure attractive, he personally favored a more slender and balanced physique. After breakfast, Suan deemed it prudent to introduce his sister to Ban Zhaoyu, sharing details about their sibling dynamic. Ban Zhaoyu listened attentively, preparing for the possibility of a soul exchange that evening, ensuring she wouldn't be left in ignorance. Su Huan, 16 years old, celebrated her birthday on September 16th, attending the second year of high school at Lanheng No. 18. They referred to each other as brother and sister. Su Huan's academic performance was average, placing her in the middle tier of her class. She had a penchant for fries, insisting on them without ketchup, preferring only salt and pepper. Considerate and independent, she was relatively easygoing. Ban Zhaoyu observed a photo of Su Huan. The girl donned a school uniform, her round face lighting up with a smile that revealed her upper teeth, her hair tied back in a ponytail with a scrunchie, embodying the essence of a sweet girl. After Su Huan's introduction, Ban Zhaoyu began to share about her own brother. Ban Zhibai, 28 years old, was the CEO of a publicly listed company, accomplished and still single. Ban Zhaoyu is excessively cherished by her elder brother, Suan, who upon listening, realizes that this affection is not merely a figment of exaggeration. He considers himself quite indulgent towards his sister. In contrast to Ban Zhibai, he must humbly concede defeat. Ban Zhibai affectionately refers to his sister as Yu, seldom calling her sister, reserving that term only for introductions to others. When it comes to my brother, one must adopt a firmer stance and exhibit audacity to avoid revealing any flaws. As she introduces her brother, Ban Zhaoyu imparts her wisdom to Suan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment in the process. This semblance of firmness and audacity merely masks an inherent sense of entitlement and a tendency to throw tantrums, though she would never admit it, opting instead for more palatable descriptors. Compared to Su and straightforward social interactions, the dynamics surrounding Ban Zhaoyu are far more intricate, a reality that cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Ban Zhibai alone occupied an entire afternoon with his tales. What does your brother enjoy? Suan's sudden inquiry momentarily stuns Ban Zhaoyu, prompting her to ponder briefly. I'm not certain. Perhaps it's ties. You were the one I bought him last time. Suan begins to grasp the situation and refrains from probing further. Ban Zhaoyu shares all that comes to mind, ultimately adding a significant detail. Her close friend Jiang Yu harbors feelings for her brother Ban Zhibai. This revelation introduces Ban Zhaoyu's circle of close friends, complicating matters for Suan, who rarely engages with women and understands that the intimacy implied suggests an even deeper bond. Would he inadvertently expose himself? Girls are often more attuned to subtle changes in those around them. Ban Zhaoyu expresses her concerns as well. The ensuing training focuses primarily on her close friends, setting aside classmates for now, as Ban Zhaoyu has already commenced preparations for studying abroad following her high school graduation. Suan need not worry about the TOEFL. Ban Zhaoyu has it well in hand. She assures him that the arrangements for the institution and visa are complete, with everything scheduled for early August to depart for country A. The thought of possibly navigating a study abroad environment stirs a flicker of anticipation in Suan, though it is largely overshadowed by anxiety. The daunting challenges of IELTS and TOEFL loom large. He has long since returned the English he once learned to his teacher, questioning whether he can even recall 100 words. Is there any way I can avoid studying abroad? I fear I won't manage it well. Ban Zhaoyu shakes her head resolutely. That won't do. Most of our time is not spent together. I must achieve my own goals. If you encounter difficulties, I can provide financial assistance. Suan remains silent. Ban Zhaoyu continues her introduction, revealing that she has only 2 close friends, one being the aforementioned Jiang Yu, and the other Wu Minhan. Suan has seen photos of both, who are undoubtedly attractive young women. When you exchange with them, speak less. If you're unsure or unfamiliar, it's best not to attempt it. Just grasp the general idea. May I ask, do you have someone you like? Suan inquires, broaching a question that had crossed his mind the previous night. Ban Zhaoyu's gaze falters, evading the question. Can we just put this aside, given our circumstances? Ban Zhaoyu immediately shook her head. No, that's not possible. I really like him. Everything else is negotiable, but this is absolutely non-negotiable. You don't understand the significance he holds in my heart. All right then, Aside from that, everything else is negotiable. What about not studying abroad? Observing Ban Jiao's resolute stance, Suan opted for a compromise. He still wished to remain in the country, as it would allow him to reach his sister more swiftly in case of any emergencies. That's not an option either. I am going abroad primarily for him. Suan winced slightly. You haven't considered that this may not be suitable for us right now. I can increase the budget. Suan had lost count of how many times he had heard that phrase. It was grating and somewhat irritating. Chapter 15, Sister. I can increase the budget. Feel free to raise the price. When people engage in negotiations and exchange information, they often become oblivious to the passage of time. Before they knew it, it was past 4 in the afternoon. Lanhang's 18th middle school dismissed students at 5:40 p.m. on Fridays, with evening study starting at 7 p.m. Enough of this. I need to pick up Su Huan. Suan stood up and headed downstairs, securing a room for his sister as well. Here, the rules were less stringent. With a single identification card, one could book multiple rooms after explaining the situation. Ban Jiaoyu took a moment to regain her composure. She truly cherished him. Her affection had persisted since childhood, and her efforts to improve herself were driven by the hope of earning his affection one day. This had almost become an obsession. She needed a resolution to feel at ease. Ban Jiaoyu clenched her hands tightly. After school, this area was always bustling with students. The school could only stagger the dismissal times to minimize congestion for parents picking up their children. Students seized this opportunity to return home with bedding and linens from the dormitory. The bi-weekly break was a rare treasure for high school students. The children's faces radiated joy, some sprinting with their rolling suitcases, while others chatted and laughed, bidding farewell to classmates. Suan positioned himself in the waiting area at the school gate, scanning the crowd for that familiar figure. All the students donned identical uniforms, making it difficult to distinguish them apart aside from their height and build. Suan momentarily lost his focus, his expression shifting. He found it hard to believe that this exchange was beyond her control, as it had occurred several times at critical moments. Ban Jiaoyu began to strain her eyes, trying to identify Su and sister. We'll see each other the day after tomorrow. Su Huan took her time packing, bidding farewell to the last of her departing roommates. The corridor echoed with the sound of suitcase wheels. Her simple silver suitcase contained only a few clothes. There was little else to organize. As she approached the school gate, her heart grew heavy with thoughts. Spotting her brother's figure at the entrance, Su Huan steadied her emotions. However, it seemed her brother had not noticed her. Brother. Suan finally realized what was amiss. Tugging at the corner of his mouth, Su Huan sensed that her brother was acting somewhat strangely today, markedly different from his usual self. As he would typically take her suitcase and backpack. Having grown accustomed to this routine, Su Huan noticed these subtleties but did not dwell on them, perhaps attributing it to a fleeting mood. You're not going back today, come with me. Su Huan followed her brother, pulling her suitcase, trusting him unconditionally. The hotel was not far. Walking was actually quicker than taking a vehicle. Brother, is something the matter? And what happened to your foot? Oh, it's nothing. Just a sprain from a while back. It's not a big deal now. Suan, the genuine Suan, naturally did not reveal himself. Aware that too much exposure could lead to inconsistencies, he could only remain in the room, messaging Ban Jiaoyu. From the window, he spotted Ban Jiaoyu walking ahead, focused, while his sister huffed along behind, occasionally stopped by passers-by. Ban Jiaoyu felt her phone vibrating incessantly before finally retrieving it. You should take her suitcase. I always do when I pick her up, came the reminder from her own account, prompting Ban Jiaoyu to turn and take the suitcase from Su Huan. Due to her habitual exertion, she inadvertently applied too much strength while navigating a height differential by the roadside, causing her to momentarily lose her balance. Su Huan found this odd. It was unlikely that such a significant change could occur in just 2 weeks. Once they returned to the hotel and settled Su Huan, she found a boxed meal on the table to tide her over. I'll be over shortly. Okay. Ban Jiaoyu feigned calmness as she exited and quickly made her way to her own room. Open the door. I'm here, Suan called out, and Ban Jiaoyu dashed inside. How is it? I feel like your sister has noticed something. I dare not meet her gaze. Is it so difficult to pretend to be someone else? Indeed. I lack the confidence to impersonate you in front of those who know you, especially since I am a male. This time, Ban Jiaoyu refrained from demanding additional compensation, falling into silence. As a newly adult young woman, she inevitably began to feel despondent upon this realization. She sat silently at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. I will do my best. Suddenly, Ban Jiaoyu lifted her head, and Suan's silhouette appeared significantly taller. Thank you. Before long, the body was finally returned, and Suin eagerly approached his sister for a conversation. Soo-hwan had finished her dinner, the boxed meal of spicy chicken, stir-fried mung bean sprouts, and celery with meat was quite palatable, and the portion of rice was suitable for a girl. Despite having some homework from high school, she had already begun to tackle it. The door to her room was ajar. Suin stood at the threshold, observing Soo-hwan diligently working. "Brother, is there something you need?" "Yes, I have something to discuss with you." Suin closed the door and sat down beside his sister. "I am heading south for work, and it may be quite some time before we meet again." Soo-hwan had been looking down, but upon hearing this, she immediately lifted her head. "Yes, it means I will be away for a while, but the salary is quite high." Soo-hwan had never been apart from her brother since childhood, and naturally, she felt reluctant upon receiving this news. However, as a girl in her teenage years, she also cared about her pride. "Brother, you're not going to be tricked into some dubious job abroad, are you?" Suin smiled slightly. His sister's cheerful disposition reassured him that she would adapt, which was part of the reason he could make this decision. "No, we will keep in touch. The pay is substantial, and the work is relatively easy. It's a good opportunity introduced by one of my close friends. I might be able to return after a while. Aside from Lu Jun, do you have any other good friends? Don't deceive me. I hope you're not selling yourself short for a pittance." Suin could not hide the truth from her. It was indeed a job abroad. Fortunately, Suin was aware that his sister would not be easily swayed by such vague reassurances. Going abroad? Yes, brother is going out to earn big money, which is better than delivering takeout in the town. You're not really going to do anything dangerous, right? There's no need for that. After much persuasion, Soo-hwan reluctantly accepted the general situation. Due to her own circumstances, Suin could hardly earn anything solely from daily takeaway deliveries, which would hinder his future prospects of marriage. Earning more would allow her to share the burden once she entered university, making things much easier for them both. "I will go earn money, while you focus on your studies. If anything comes up, just contact Lu Jun, or reach out to me directly. We can buy you a phone shortly." The young girl brightened up at the mention of a new phone. Her smile was genuinely adorable, her eyes squinting with joy as she tilted her head, revealing a row of even upper teeth that elevated her round face to new heights. Suin couldn't resist ruffling Soo-hwan's hair affectionately. Chapter 16, Arrangements Before Departure. "Yes, I'll buy you a phone. And we'll also arrange for your schooling. But won't that cost a lot?" "No worries, brother is going to earn big money. There's no need to be frugal. Just focus on your studies." "So when will we go?" The anticipation was clearly written across her face. With the generous sponsorship of 50,000 from Banjiao, they had ample funds to procure what they needed. Suin led his sister to a nearby flagship phone store, and along the way, Soo-hwan kept asking her brother about the nature of the job that could yield such a high salary. Suin simply described it as hard labor, requiring him to leave home, which justified the pay. "Brother, don't overexert yourself. Your health is important." Seeing how considerate his sister was filled Suin with gratitude. For Soo-hwan, Suin was not only a brother but also a father figure. Having lost their parents at birth, he was her sole support. Upon arriving at the phone store, it was quite quiet due to the off-peak season. There were hardly any customers, and the sales staff warmly approached the pair. "Welcome. Feel free to browse. Let me know which model you like, and I can assist you." Soo-hwan was somewhat bashful, her gaze flitting nervously from one display to another. A small mobile phone, priced at several thousand yuan, was something she had previously never dared to consider. This particular model was newly launched this summer, perfectly catering to the younger generation. As the siblings appeared indecisive, the sales assistant stepped in enthusiastically, demonstrating the device and allowing them to test it. Soo-hwan was primarily concerned with the price. The models presented by the assistant ranged from 4 to 5,000, with some even reaching 6 or 7,000. She found them excessively priced, yet undeniably attractive, with a pleasing tactile quality. The assistant's descriptions of the phone's features were genuinely enticing. Soo-hwan believed that a device priced around 2,000 would suffice. Observing the young woman's focus on pricing, the assistant promptly began to highlight the most cost-effective models available. Suin confidently approached the counter, surveying the selection. "Please bring that one for me to examine," he requested. "Certainly, sir," the assistant replied, hastening to retrieve the phone. The display showcased the latest model, with the most affordable variant priced at 4,999 yuan. "Here you are, sir. I have powered it on for you." Suin took the phone. Leaning elegantly against the counter, his demeanor shifting, he adeptly tested the device's performance and posed several inquiries. Recognizing his expertise, the assistant was keen to provide thorough answers. After assessing the phone, Suin still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He glanced around the store and slightly shook his head, stating, "Very well. I will take 2 of these for direct use." "Understood. Please hold on a moment," the assistant said, eager to finalize the sale. Su Huan thought her brother was being rather domineering today, purchasing 2 phones for over 10,000 yuan without batting an eye. The contrast was stark compared to her own frugal tendencies of splitting a single yuan in 2. Yet, he looked undeniably handsome. "Brother," she tugged at his sleeve. "Ah, sister. It's all right. Just buy and use them. What girl wouldn't want something of quality?" Su Huan felt a surge of joy within. No longer opposed to her brother working outside, the sales assistant skillfully completed the transaction, applying protective film to the devices. Meanwhile, Suin proceeded to make the payment and then took an interest in a smartwatch. "At your school, they surely don't allow phones in class," he remarked. Lanheng No. 18 High School was a key institution in the city, known for its strict management. Dyeing hair, wearing makeup, and carrying phones were all prohibited. At least, no one openly brought phones to school, though privately it was another story. This was where a smartwatch proved useful, as it could receive messages and calls along with various other functions. "Let us choose a watch then," he suggested. The prices of the watches varied from hundreds to thousands, and Su Huan felt it entirely unnecessary, as some of the watch's costs could easily purchase another phone. "Just take what your brother buys for you. After shopping, we still have other matters to attend to." With that, she was guided by the assistant to select a watch. "Thank you for visiting. Feel free to return for any issues regarding usage or film replacement. Our services are complimentary." The assistant cheerfully bid farewell to the customers. On the road, Su Huan, somewhat dazed while holding a bag containing her phone, felt the stark contrast of her current situation. Indeed, since stepping into the store, Ban Zhaoyu had completely taken over Suin's body. To her, the concepts of frugality and value for money were non-existent. Anything she fancied was immediately acquired. If it weren't for the hassle of frequently changing phones, Ban Zhaoyu would certainly indulge in a new one every few days. Perhaps wealth had altered her demeanor. As Su Huan gazed at her brother with a hint of admiration, he had become increasingly charming. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu was reporting the situation to Suin, who was waiting in the hotel. Trust had begun to blossom between them, alleviating concerns about each other's capabilities. Particularly in matters of shopping, Ban Zhaoyu excelled. As the cherished younger sister, she had been pampered by her brother since childhood, cultivating a nurturing instinct towards others. Both her friends and classmates had experienced her caring nature. Suin's sister was genuinely delightful. Under different circumstances, she would have made an excellent confidant. Suddenly inspired, Ban Zhaoyu exclaimed, "Sister, come. Let me take you shopping for clothes." Su Huan, still calculating the expenses from their previous purchases, hesitated, thinking their expenditures were quite substantial. "Isn't it unnecessary? I mostly wear my school uniform." "Nonsense. We must go," Ban Zhaoyu insisted, pulling her sister along as she checked nearby malls. She sent a quick message to the anxious Suin waiting in the hotel room. "We're buying some things. We'll return later." Upon arriving at the mall, Ban Zhaoyu's shopping prowess flourished. Due to their body exchange, she had not indulged in retail therapy for quite some time, though it had only been a few days. Each time she left with a plethora of items, her spirits soared. Shopping offline brought her unparalleled joy compared to online purchases. She eagerly dragged Su Huan around, exploring the stores. Even though Lanheng City lacked her usual haunts and brands, the thrill of spending was invigorating. Su Huan, taken aback by her brother's exuberance, felt her earlier doubts resurface. Had he won the lottery or robbed a bank? There was an overwhelming sense of impending financial ruin in his sparkling eyes. "Brother, you really haven't done anything illicit, have you?" "Oh please, not at all. It's just that our employer was aware of our situation and prepaid a portion of our compensation. Plus they covered your tuition fees," Ban Zhaoyu confidently explained, her voice growing louder with each word, convincing even herself. Surprisingly, being an older brother felt rather pleasant, especially when one had money to spend. She purchased 7 or 8 outfits for Su Huan, coordinating several ensembles. Even the store staff recognized her discerning eye, surely a testament to her seasoned shopping experience. Su Huan became a mere mannequin, trying on various outfits. When had her brother developed such an interest in fashion? She found herself stepping into the fitting room with an armful of clothes once again. Chapter 17. Appropriately, Ban Zhaoyu found herself quite pleased with this experience. Her spirits inexplicably lifted, and Huan remarked, "I have purchased some clothing for your sister. Should she change back later, do not be taken aback." Chang Yoyu replied, "Thank you. Just don't return too late." And Huan continued, You can handle things on your own. I still wish to take my sister out for a while. Chang Yoyu teased. You seem to be rather indulgent as a brother. And Huan conceded. Indeed, it feels rather delightful. However, Ban Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, sensing that her sister would soon part ways with her brother. After much back and forth, Su Huan ultimately acquired 4 outfits. One was anxious that her brother might spend too much, draining his advanced salary, leaving him with nothing for future expenses. The other had no concept of excessive spending. Good sir, here for payment. Sir, are you listening? Upon reaching the payment counter, Suin found himself momentarily frozen, just as he was about to finalize the payment. He had been caught off guard by a pressing need to use the restroom. Sir, the total amounts to 1,600 yuan. What do you say? Ah, yes. Suin quickly regained his composure and opened his mobile app to transfer the funds. In just a few hours, over 10,000 yuan had slipped away, a sum that would have seemed unfathomable in the past. Turning back to see his sister's radiant smile, his own lips curled into a grin. The average price of these summer garments hovered around 300 to 400 yuan, which certainly qualified as branded items in Qingxin. Let us return, he suggested. All right. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Huan eagerly dashed to her room, while Suin followed behind, offering reminders. Tomorrow, I will find you a place nearby for your studies. You shall commute, all right? Su Huan, holding up a pink t-shirt to gauge its fit, nodded cheerfully. The dormitory at Lanheng No. 18 High School housed 8 students per room, with a shared restroom, lacking any private bathing facilities. The prospect of commuting was indeed much more comfortable. Suin found himself rambling. The more he contemplated how he would not be able to accompany his sister in the future, the more he felt compelled to impart advice. He felt it was prudent to be overly cautious. Meanwhile, Su Huan was bubbling with joy from the delightful day, readily agreeing to everything he said. All right, rest early, and do not linger on your phone too late. Noticing that his sister had no further words to share, Suin discreetly exited the room. After a quick shower and drying off, he donned his undergarments and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Excitement coursed through Su Huan, who had just received her new phone, making sleep elusive. Her classmates had owned phones since middle or even elementary school. As they gossiped about celebrities and discussed films, she often felt a sense of isolation, unable to engage fully. It was no exaggeration. Living in a cramped, run-down place had limited her means of connection. The phone, which required no instruction to operate, had already been set up in the store. Aside from the missing SIM card, she could access the internet. The hotel's internet speed was quite satisfactory. Everything felt so novel. Su Huan's eyes sparkled with reluctance to succumb to slumber. The direct consequence was that she remained asleep well past 10 the following morning. As her sister had grown older, Suin found it inappropriate to intrude upon her slumber. So he ventured out alone to search for suitable accommodation for Su Huan. The number of rental properties surrounding the school was limited. Commuting students needed to secure a place nearby, lest their efforts be rendered futile. There were 2 primary options available. The first was the affiliated residential complex of Lanheng No. 18 Middle School, a cluster of aging buildings constructed in the previous century. Its advantage lay in its proximity. Entering through the side gate offered seamless access to the campus, and numerous teachers resided there, contributing to a pleasant atmosphere and ensuring safety. However, the drawbacks included outdated facilities and poor sound insulation. The second option was a nearby school district property, albeit at a significantly higher cost. The merits included a pleasant environment and enhanced comfort, with a mere 200 meters to walk. Securing a spot in the residential complex required connections, as it was ostensibly a place for teachers and their families. Most units had already been rented out at the beginning of the semester, typically for the entire term. Negotiating a lease on short notice could prove challenging. Conversely, the school district properties were more readily available, with vacancies still existing. The reason for these vacancies stemmed from parents who had preemptively purchased homes for their children, still in kindergarten, to secure their future education. Renting out these properties provided a welcome return on investment. Ban Xiaoyu, in a hurry to leave, directly informed Su in that finances were not an issue. Expedience was paramount. At around noon, Su Huan finally awoke. The young girl naturally opted for the school district property, a nearly new building, far more comfortable than the antiquated alternatives. Additionally, she wished to avoid living in a space surrounded by teachers. Given the urgency, negotiation on price was not feasible. After first assisting her sister in acquiring a mobile phone plan, Suin contacted the property owner. Upon reaching the owner, who was willing to accept a high rental price, She promptly took leave from her job to handle the rental arrangements. The owner was a woman in her 30s, employed at a bank in the city. Her child was currently cared for by the grandparents while her husband traveled for work, thus leaving the house vacant. Soo-in attended the negotiations alone, deeming it unnecessary for his sister to be present. Ultimately, they agreed on a 1-year lease, with the option to renew based on circumstances and utilities to be billed separately. Soo-in paid the entire year's rent up front, which significantly alleviated the owner's financial burdens, leaving her exceedingly pleased and allowing for a swift conclusion to the discussions. Since the young girl would be living alone, the owner assured that she would not intrude unless absolutely necessary. Thus, they embarked on a mutually beneficial arrangement. I will hand over the keys to you now. I shall keep a spare for myself. The apartment just requires a little tidying up before you can move in, she said. Thank you for your assistance. The owner had already exchanged contact details with Soo-hwan to coordinate utility payments. That afternoon, Soo-in busied himself procuring various essentials for his sister, ensuring she was well equipped with food, drinks, and other necessities. Soo-hwan observed her brother as he stuffed frozen dumplings into the refrigerator. Brother, when will you return? She inquired, her voice tinged with longing. Soo-in paused, momentarily taken aback. He himself could not ascertain. Everything ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps by the year's end, if circumstances permitted, he would return. Soo-in closed the refrigerator and seated himself on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Noticing his sister's melancholic demeanor, he shifted the conversation. The upper shelf housed fruits, bread, and some milk. There were eggs in the kitchen that he reminded her to boil each morning, and if hunger struck, takeout could be ordered. The freezer contained dumplings. Brother, his sister exclaimed, leaping into Soo-in's embrace, interrupting his admonitions. This holiday brought Soo-hwan genuine joy, the most happiness she had experienced in years. A new phone, new clothes, a new room. Everything was a stark contrast to her previous life. Yet, the thought of parting after such a prolonged companionship was not easily uttered. The last matter to attend to was the formalities of day schooling. Early Sunday morning, Soo-in escorted his sister to school and subsequently sought out her homeroom teacher, who happened to be Soo-in's instructor from years past. After candidly explaining the situation, the teacher readily offered assistance. Well, it's not an easy task, but I will handle it. You need not worry. Thank you, teacher, Soo-in replied gratefully. Let us keep in touch. I will reach out if anything arises. Soo-in's teacher expressed a sense of regret over the departure of such a diligent student. Chapter 18. Departing Ban Zhaoyu had already booked 2 tickets back to Huan for the following day. Once the matter was resolved, she began urging Soo-in to leave. Soo-in proceeded to reclaim the deposit for the rented room, closing the blue iron door behind him. The door creaked painfully as it shut slowly. He had scarcely tidied up the interior, leaving behind a few faded garments and unfinished flatbreads under the bed, taking only the cherished photograph of him and his sister. Let us go? All right. In the taxi en route to the airport, Soo-in pondered deeply and decided to send a message to Lu Jun. Leaving without a word felt inappropriate. After all, they had been good friends for many years. However, he was aware that Lu Jun would undoubtedly cancel his arranged blind date to see him off. Not wishing to disrupt his friend's significant life event, he sent the message at what he estimated to be the right moment. At a barbecue restaurant on the 2nd floor of a commercial street in Lanheng City, Lu Jun sprang from his seat upon receiving the message. This was far too sudden. Just days prior, they had shared a meal together. And now he was leaving without any prior discussion. Was he already at the airport? What is wrong with you? His date, already impatient, displayed a hint of disdain. Lu Jun's abrupt movement drew the attention of those around him. It was somewhat embarrassing for someone of his appearance to be perceived in such a manner. Don't mind me. Please continue your meal. With his head lowered, Lu Jun hastily began responding to Soo-in, neglecting the woman seated across from him. She discreetly rolled her eyes in exasperation. The 2 men, engrossed in their phones, began to play their own games, each lost in their respective worlds. Upon boarding the aircraft, Soo-in and Ban Zhaoyu found themselves seated in close proximity. Throughout the entirety of the previous day, the 2 had exchanged their bodies only once. Perhaps due to their nearness? If mere closeness could sustain their current condition, Ban Zhaoyu would not hesitate to lavishly hire Soo-in as her bodyguard or steward. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. Since their initial body swap, the gravest situation had arisen. The souls of the 2 began to interchange incessantly aboard the plane, akin to the incessant flickering of lights within a sealed chamber. Perspectives shifted continuously, alternating between illumination and darkness. The sounds surrounding them became ensnared in a peculiar distortion. Ban Jiao's body, being somewhat more fragile, succumbed first, experiencing a wave of chest tightness and nausea, akin to motion sickness, causing her to retch uncontrollably. Suan, too, kept his eyes tightly shut, his brows quivering in distress. Alarmed, the flight attendants crouched beside Ban Jiao, patting her back. "Madam, please relax and take deep breaths." Clearly, the stewardess assumed she was merely experiencing motion sickness. Yet, the extent of their discomfort was a truth known solely to the two involved. From the moment they departed from Lanhong, both had simultaneously begun to suffer, their souls tugging back and forth between their respective bodies, as if an unseen force were preventing them from leaving together. Ban Jiao's eyes reddened from distress, her petite face pale as she hunched over. Since childhood, she had reveled in exploration, impervious to the ailments of motion sickness. She could not shake the notion that their soul exchange was the root of their predicament. Politely declining the motion sickness medication and the suggestion to change seats, she leaned against her seatback, questioning whether her choice had been misguided. It felt as though it would have been safer to be apart. The situation began to improve once the plane soared beyond Qing province, allowing both Su In and Ban Jiayu to exhale in relief. "Madam, are you truly all right? Do you require assistance?" "Thank you, but no." Ban Jiayu waved away the flight attendant. She turned her head to regard Su In, who was resting with his eyes closed, surmising that he too was not faring well. His profile was more refined, and despite his skin's poor condition, he could easily be described as handsome. Perhaps it was the shared suffering that deepened her sense of connection to him, a vague yet novel sensation. Ban Jiayu gently shook her head, chastising herself for contemplating such matters at this juncture. Their souls merely exchanged. They were not merging into one. As the aircraft continued its journey southward, both individuals began to feel increasingly better. The 2 hours of torment gave way swiftly to a tranquil respite. Suan and Ban Jiayu finally touched down once more. Observing the throng of people at the arrivals area, Ban Jiayu felt a pang of longing for her brother. Had it been any other time, Ban Jibai would have been there to greet her. Alas, she had not informed anyone of her departure. Glancing at her broad, rough hands, she could not help but smile wryly. Upon landing, the soul exchange occurred once more, devoid of any signs of alleviation or change. "Let us go, follow me, and we shall find a place to settle down." Neither of them had brought much luggage, allowing for a swift and efficient departure. In a coastal area of Huan, Ban Jiayu temporarily discovered a suitable dwelling, knowing that her previous residences were out of the question. How could she explain if discovered that she was maintaining a young beau? She had a romantic interest, and such a situation was simply unacceptable. Huan, a premier coastal city in the south, boasts an extensive coastline with an astonishing number of ocean view properties. Consequently, when one mentions ocean view residences, Huan is the foremost thought. As they had yet to revert to their original forms, their renting appeared akin to that of a couple. Particularly, Suan, displaying a sense of wonder at everything, complimented Ban Jiao's delicate features. The landlord was perceptive. Such an innocent young lady was easily deceived, and Mr. Su exhibited remarkable prowess, ensuring the female party bore the rental expenses. He even took the initiative to snatch her phone, unlocking it to facilitate payment, a true master of living off others. Impressive indeed. The landlord would never have imagined that the reality diverged drastically from his assumptions. After Ban Jiaoyu completed the payment, she informed Su and that the vicinity offered great convenience for takeout or market excursions. The rented fourth-floor apartment boasted a balcony with a distant view of the sea, ranking it among the more upscale residential areas of the bay. Subsequently, Ban Jiaoyu ordered a courier to deliver some frozen food. Then they found themselves exchanging glances, waiting for the moment to revert back, longing for home. However, the duration of this exchange was noticeably prolonged. From the moment they disembarked the plane until dinner time, they had yet to revert. Ban Jiayu began to feel hunger pangs. Suan's physique ignited an unprecedented appetite within her. She felt capable of consuming an entire cow. Instinctively, Suan ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal, prompting Ban Jiayu to cease her attempts at ordering takeout. Observing her own busy self in the kitchen filled Ban Jiayu with a sense of absurdity. Yet, she refrained from speaking much, perhaps eager to sample the fruits of her own labor. Suan was not merely adept at instant noodles. However, with a lack of ingredients, he intended to simply boil some dumplings. Ban Jiayu, with her delicate physique, was clearly not one to cook, so he decided against complicating matters. After all, it was the body of a benefactor. Careful maintenance was prudent. Chapter 19. Do men like this? Ban Xiaoyu stood at the kitchen doorway, observing her industrious self. This perspective of herself, unlike any captured in photographs, mirrors, or videos, revealed something distinct. She discerned a unique charm inherent to Su An's version of herself. The strands of hair cascading over her forehead bestowed an air of languid ease. Even the simple act of unwrapping a package captivated the eye. How to describe it? Virtuous. Indeed, virtuous. Ban Xiaoyu could scarcely fathom that one day this term would be used to characterize her. Upon reflection, it seems that perhaps all young men are fond of this particular style. It certainly appears comfortable. The beauty that lies beneath the veneer of modesty is indeed more profound. Su An opened a package of pork and corn dumplings, waiting for the water to boil before adding them in. Since it was difficult to gauge the appetite of both individuals, she decided to throw in the entire bag, reasoning that any leftovers could be pan-fried the following day. With a moment's pause, Ban Xiaoyu, not feeling rushed, turned and headed to the living room. Meanwhile, Su An skillfully selected a dumpling, using her chopsticks to pinch it open and inspect the filling before plating it up for their meal. In total, there were 4 plates of dumplings. Ordinarily, Su An would comfortably consume 2 plates, and even 3 would not pose a challenge. However, as she lifted the plate, her hands, typically accustomed to rough tasks, found the heat quite unbearable. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her hands as those of a cold-hearted iron worker. Yet, now they felt delicate and vulnerable, nearly causing her to drop the plate. The sharp pain in her nerves surpassed her mental reactions. Su An let out a delicate gasp in the kitchen, her fair fingertips now a deep crimson. What's wrong? Ban Xiaoyu, hearing the sound, hurried into the kitchen. I'm sorry, I forgot, Su An said apologetically. I forgot this was your body. Having exchanged bodies for an extended period, she had somewhat forgotten that she was inhabiting the form of her benefactor, unconsciously acting according to her own habits. It's fine, you can just wait. I want to initiate these tasks at home, so please be mindful. Ban Xiaoyu replied in a calm tone as she reached for the dumplings. Su An stood still until Ban Xiaoyu had served all the dumplings onto the table. Dinner is ready. Ah, okay. Thus, the two sat at the table together, with Ban Xiaoyu pouring a small dish of rice vinegar. I particularly enjoy sour flavors, Ban Xiaoyu stated. Su An listened attentively, noting these details of daily life. Even if she herself did not favor vinegar, she would need to acclimate to this taste. The two then lowered their heads to eat. The frozen dumplings were rather bland, with the absence of any peculiar taste. Thin skins and generous fillings were the highest praise one could offer. Su An picked up a dumpling and lightly tapped it in the vinegar dish. She genuinely disliked sourness, yet found herself forcing it down out of respect for her benefactor's generosity. I really love sour flavors, Ban Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at Su An's actions. As she spoke, she picked up a dumpling and took a small bite, allowing it to soak in another dish of vinegar. It seemed there was enough vinegar in the dumpling for a sip. Su An pursed her lips, watching Ban Xiaoyu consume the dumpling. Though it was Ban Xiaoyu who was eating, the sourness felt as if it were directly transmitted to Su An's mind. I absolutely adore sour flavors, Ban Xiaoyu said earnestly, gazing into Su An's eyes, where reflections of one another danced. I understand now, Su An replied, mimicking Ban Xiaoyu's habits. Realizing that when one attempts something they dislike, the pace of their actions reflects their reluctance. Rather than being merely a dumpling, it is more akin to a packet of vinegar. As it bursts in her mouth, Su An shudders involuntarily. There are many adjustments she must become accustomed to in the future. Ban Xiaoyu's remarks are remarkably mature, especially contrasted with Su An's countenance. Su An feels somewhat disoriented, momentarily sensing that her connection with Ban Xiaoyu transcends a mere exchange of souls. In the end, their meal is characterized by Su An having barely finished her plate, while Ban Xiaoyu devours 1.5. Both exhibit an uncharacteristic appetite. Yet, upon completing their meal, there are no signs of any further exchange. Anxiously, Ban Xiaoyu paces back and forth in the living room. It is around 7 in the evening when they finally revert to their original states, with Ban Xiaoyu appearing as though she has narrowly escaped a calamity. After offering Su An a few hurried words of advice, she departs in haste, fearing she may never return to her original self. Thankfully, Su An is left alone in the empty room, feeling lost about her future. With time on her hands, Su An begins to watch the videos Ban Xiaoyu had sent her, diligently striving to learn her daily habits. Ban Xiaoyu is in a rush to return home, eager because he has finally come back. She must prepare herself well, As for the body-swapping incident, that must be postponed. Returning home around 8 still keeps her within the safety parameters set by her brother, Ban Jibai. Any later, and he would start calling to inquire about her whereabouts. Even later, he might drive around searching for her. Although Ban Jiayu finds this somewhat bothersome, the advantage is her safety, should any danger arise. Her brother would be the first to come to her aid. This has been the case since childhood. Ban Jiayu is accustomed to reporting to her brother after 9 and initiating video calls after 11. Staying out overnight? That would likely mean forfeiting her allowance. Upon arriving home, the first person she encounters is Aunt Hu. "You're back, Yiyo. Have you eaten?" "Hello, Aunt Hu." "Yes, I have. Where's my brother?" The young master has been extremely busy lately and hasn't he returned for several days. "He didn't he mention me?" Aunt Hu ponders for a moment. "Only the sir and madam mentioned you briefly, but they did not inquire further." "That is good. I'll head upstairs now." After gathering this information, Ban Jiayu ascends to her room to sleep. Glancing at the time, she realizes he will be returning in 2 days. Regardless of whether it is due to familial pressure, he is specifically coming back to see her, is he not? Having grown up together and not seen each other for many years, in Ban Jiayu's heart, he has become the most perfect man in the world. She has long anticipated this reunion, and over the years, she has continually strived to better herself in order to match him. Dance practice, studies, posture, violin, nothing has been neglected. Looking back, she has risen to the pinnacle of the prestigious Huajing socialite circle, and with her beauty and affluent background, she is the most suitable person to stand by his side. However, the erratic soul-swapping still leaves Ban Jiayu with an unsettling feeling deep within her heart, especially since the time spent in this exchange has been so lengthy. She cannot bear to give it up. Her splendid life is just beginning. Ban Jiayu resentfully hammered her pillow, burying her face in it. Recently, Ban Jibai has been troubled by numerous worries. That insignificant boy she looks down upon is returning from abroad. After finally sending him away 3 years ago, he is now back to stir trouble with his sister. Everything is quite displeasing. Furthermore, Ban Jibai glanced at the photograph in his hand, furrowing his brow. He is not due back until the day after tomorrow. Chapter 20. Ban Jibai. The following morning, at 5:30, Ban Jiayu awoke comfortably. Oblivious to whether there had been any exchange the previous night, she cautiously opened her room door just a crack. Feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought of confronting Ban Jibai, especially with her numerous hidden secrets. With a sense of determination, she stepped out of her room and peered into the living room below. To her dismay, Ban Jibai lay on the sofa, his head rising as if sensing her presence, his perspective revealing her evident shock. He straightened his head and composed his expression. Ban Jiayu dared not retreat into her room like an ostrich, as that would only backfire. Silently, she descended the stairs and poured a cup of tea for Ban Jibai, handing it to him with a soft, "Brother, have some water." Take a seat," he replied, unfazed and calmly sipping his tea. Ban Jiayu sat beside him, planning to charm her way out of trouble. In the past, her brother had always been the most understanding. In truth, Ban Jibai felt even more anxious and restless than his sister. "Now tell me, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you mention returning last night?" "I just went up north for a few days. There was nothing significant." "Brother, you work so hard. Let me give you a massage," Ban Jiayu offered, rising to knead his shoulders. This was around the time she turned 15, coinciding with when that boy began to attract attention, marking the beginning of her secrets from him. Her obedient sister, who once idolized him, was now a mere memory. It had to be that boy who led her sister astray. What was so special about him? Regardless of his devotion or thoughtfulness, how could he possibly compare to Ban Jibai? Moreover, if he truly cared for her sister, Ban Jibai might tolerate it. But the ambiguous feelings he harbored only fueled his irritation. Why should his precious sister be overlooked by someone so undeserving? If he went abroad, he should stay there. Why return to continue his flirtation? As Ban Jiayu tirelessly kneaded her brother's shoulders, she remained blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. A smile gracing his lips. Ban Jibai could tolerate much and was infinitely forgiving in many matters. Yet there was one thing he would never accept: self-deprecation. Coming from a privileged background, he was surrounded by individuals who enjoyed abundant material wealth. This abundance often led them to seek out alternative thrills, with reckless driving and extreme sports being relatively tame pursuits. He had even witnessed instances of reckless behavior like eye praying or leaf flying. Ban Jibai genuinely wished to shield his sister from too much knowledge. For instance, her phone was equipped with a location tracker, revealing her whereabouts in Qingzhen. A seemingly mundane place, so ordinary that no one would ever consider it a tourist destination. Yet, astonishingly, his sister had lingered there for several days, posting a plethora of incongruous photos on her social media, attempting to conceal her actions. Ban Ji-bai did not wish to impose excessive restrictions on his sister. Perhaps she had classmates in the area, or was simply following a whim. Allowing her to remain undisturbed in Qingjin was already a significant concession. When the location data returned, Ban Ji-bai could no longer resist having someone wait at the airport to capture photographs of her. Ban Xiaoyu disembarked alongside a completely unfamiliar man, sharing a taxi and heading to a residential area, only parting ways late into the evening. To ensure Ban Xiaoyu remained oblivious, the photographs were taken from a distance, rendering the man's face indistinct. All he could ascertain was that this stranger was not the boy he had been concerned about. If it had been that boy, at least he would have had some understanding of who he was. The appearance of this unfamiliar man only served to heighten Ban Ji-bai's agitation. As the captain of a corporate ship, he possessed a meticulous mind, often overthinking matters. This overthinking led to a cascade of conjectures and possibilities that destabilized his inner peace. The current calm was merely a facade to maintain his image in his sister's eyes. Yo-yo, what's wrong? Speak to me truthfully, he urged. Ban Xiaoyu began to sweat, her hands slowing in their ministrations as she sensed her brother knew something. His tone, cool and detached, was reminiscent of his dealings with business rivals, unmistakably accusatory. She withdrew her hands, clasping them behind her back, retreating a few steps. What could I possibly hide from you? I saw it. Saw what? He pressed. The airport. Did you investigate me? There were 2 airports in Huan, and Ban Xiaoyu had disclosed neither the time nor location of her return to anyone. This was a matter of principle. Ban Ji-bai held the photograph between 2 fingers of his right hand, extending it behind him. Ban Xiaoyu did not take it, her anger now palpable. Brother, I reported my whereabouts too. I didn't go where you forbade me to go. There was no need for an investigation. Ban Ji-bai rose, and Ban Xiaoyu faltered in her tone. This was a natural aura he typically concealed from his sister. He advanced toward her, holding the photograph in one hand while pointing at the figure within with the index finger of the other. This isn't an investigation. This is absolutely an investigation. This is a matter of principle. Yo-yo, tell me, who is this man? The photograph is indeed one of her and Su Ongong emerging from the airport. Rather than an investigation, it resembles surveillance. Why is my brother reacting so strongly? Ban Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sense of estrangement from her brother. Ban Ji-bai also felt a sense of unfamiliarity, but the hotel location left him with no pretense. He had to seek clarity. Ban Ji-bai continued forward, gazing intently into his sister's eyes. The reason he refrained from directly asking was his belief that his sister was not so indiscreet. Ban Xiaoyu's expression shifted from panic to confusion. Then, she furrowed her brows and retreated frantically until her back pressed against the wall. Su Ongong was still asleep inside. And suddenly, a formidable man was advancing towards her. Her heart nearly leaped from her chest. This man was no stranger. He was her brother. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you angry? Suan adopted a daughterly demeanor, adhering to Ban Xiaoyu's method of charming her brother, hoping to inflict considerable emotional damage on Ban Ji-bai. Yet, it seemed her tactics were ineffective. What? The information is false. Suan's mind raced as she caught sight of the photograph in Ban Ji-bai's hand, which looked strikingly familiar. Was that her? Ban Ji-bai, sensing his sister's sudden change, grew suspicious but did not dwell on it. He had to uncover the identity of this unfamiliar man. In truth, this stranger was standing right across from him. Who is he? A friend. Yo-yo, don't force me to investigate. You said many misunderstandings could be resolved. At this moment, Suan simply wished to return to normalcy. What? Investigation? Absolutely not. Who knows how this person will investigate? I'm fine, but I cannot let it affect my sister. Chapter 21. The Substitute? Suan also yearned to conjure an impeccable explanation. However, his imagination was limited. He had not consumed much media or literature and could not even formulate a far-fetched excuse. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Ban Ji-bai felt as if he had struck cotton with his fist. This was not what he had envisioned. Given his sister's temperament, she should have bolted by now. How could she remain so composed? Had he truly lost his senses and misjudged her? In recent days, Suan had learned a few things from Ban Xiaoyu, and amidst the overwhelming tension, his blood surged to his head. If he were to open his eyes, it would likely burst forth like a 3-story building. Ban Ji-bai noticed his sister's face flush, prompting him to ease his approach. Perhaps a moment of clarity struck Sue after the ample blood flow to his brain, leading him to concoct a somewhat melodramatic yet entirely plausible explanation. He is someone I hired to provoke Shin Yu. Shin Yu was the young man Banji had mentioned, who would be returning from abroad tomorrow. It must be said, when it comes to crafting excuses for cherished things, one can be remarkably inventive. With this revelation, everything suddenly fell into place. It seemed entirely reasonable. Sue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly a genius at thinking on his feet and immediately unleashed his acting prowess, nearly moved to tears. Although he had never experienced romance himself, he had witnessed countless lovesick individuals, and regardless of their childishness, he only needed to capture the essence of their emotions. Banji Bai's expression softened considerably. There's no need. Do not seek him out again. As for whether seeking out a stranger was thrilling or not, Shin Yu remained oblivious. However, her brother was undeniably affected. All right, I want to seek him out. Sue naturally went along with her words. And why did you go to the hotel? Surely you had to let him stay, didn't you? He should return from whence he came. Sue did indeed wish for him to return to his origins, but the reality of the situation rendered that impractical. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the siblings fell into a temporary silence. Banji Bai's voice was low. Are you going to pick him up tomorrow? Shin Yu. Oh, I suppose so. Banji Bai found his sister's reaction somewhat peculiar. Having spent so long together, he was naturally more attuned to her nuances. You must go. Of course, you have to. Sue quickly changed his tune, feigning contemplation. I'll take you. All right, I'm tired, brother, let us discuss this later. As the saying goes, too many words lead to loss, and Sue swiftly departed the scene, eager to report his spontaneous performance to Ban Yu, believing it to be a minor issue that only gained more credibility the more he pondered it. Banji Bai gazed at his sister's retreating figure, his expression profound. His striking features were etched with melancholy, resembling a marble sculpture. After closing the door, Sue assessed his surroundings, approached Ban Yu's desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down to communicate with her. Ban Yu held her phone, her eyes nearly glued to the screen. Long Yu, what is going on between you and your brother? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. And Huan, he is the type who is very strict with me. How did you handle him? Ban Yu was still seething. Her brother's behavior had crossed a line, no longer resembling a brother's concern for his sister. Long Yu, I mentioned that I was the one who provoked Shin Yu, and your brother didn't say anything. He must have believed me. Ban Yu tilted her head, straightening up, provoking Shin Yu? As if that is something I could do. And Huan, you truly seem like a genius. Long Yu, right? I also think I performed exceptionally well. As Sue and Ban Yu engaged in conversation, their negative emotions began to dissipate. And Huan, this exchange couldn't have come at a worse time. However, I must go pick him up tomorrow. Long Yu, Shin Yu, and Huan, yes. Long Yu, if he isn't returned, will I have to go pick him up? And Huan, yes. Long Yu, do you really like him? And Huan, I like him immensely. Through the screen, Sue seemed to perceive the earnest expression on Ban Yu's face. Feeling utterly helpless, she found herself at a loss for words, her slender fingers tapping restlessly on the table. The promised reward was indeed not so easily attained. Before Sue could respond, Ban Yu had already sent a flurry of information regarding Shin Yu. There's a photo of him in the album. I permit you to see it. If you happen to be the one picking him up tomorrow, I implore you to assist me. I beg you, she sent, accompanied by a pleading cat emoji. Long Night responded, all right, I shall do my utmost. Sue began to sift through the photos on Ban Yu's phone, which contained a dedicated album for Shin Yu. The cover featured a snapshot of the two together. Ban Yu, clad in her school uniform, appeared significantly more innocent than she does now. Her figure was still slender, her cheeks bearing the softness of youth. With one arm around Shin Yu and the other forming a peace sign, her head nestled against the boy's arm. She radiated pure joy. Shin Yu, too, was the epitome of youthful charm, his handsome features marked by an air of aloofness. His head tilted slightly away from Ban Yu, revealing a striking jawline, his complexion even more pristine than hers. Dressed simply in athletic wear, his physique appeared long and well-proportioned. They truly were a match made in heaven. Upon delving deeper, Sue discovered that the album contained a collection of precious moments shared between Ban Yu and Shin Yu, with a 3-year age difference. Their paths rarely crossed. As Ban Yu entered high school, just as Shun Xiuyu departed abroad for university. Aside from their elementary school years, they had not spent much time together. Suan was indifferent to how Ban Xiaoyu developed feelings for Shun Xiuyu. Her thoughts were consumed with how to navigate the situation in a manner that fulfilled the benefactor's wishes without leading her to question her own sexual orientation. The photos were few, limited to a handful from their school days and a few from family gatherings. The only group shot was the one on the cover, indicating a genuine case of unrequited love. As Ban Xiaoyu opened her heart, Suan realized it was not merely a simple infatuation. During his time in the country, Shun Xiuyu had been involved with several girlfriends, all of whom were equally attractive and came from affluent backgrounds, inevitably attracting attention. Each of his former partners had their unique charm. One was a graceful dancer, prompting Ban Xiaoyu to study dance in various forms, including ballet and folk dance. Another embodied the elegant, literary spirit, leading Ban Xiaoyu to learn the violin and submit articles to literary magazines. Yet another was enthusiastic and assertive, which inspired Ban Xiaoyu to embrace a more vibrant and bold persona, even resulting in her developing a toned physique during that period. The third girlfriend was the one with whom Shun Xiuyu shared the longest and most intimate relationship, and Ban Xiaoyu's personality and actions now leaned more towards this type. Despite 3 years having passed, it was clear that she had evolved since the time captured in that group photo. He's drawn to proactive individuals. He has dated several like this abroad, so you mustn't appear dull, Suan remarked, feeling a twinge of pity for Ban Xiaoyu, who seemed to be living for someone else. Chapter 22. Let us momentarily set aside Ban Xiaoyu's romantic musings. Suan found his thoughts drifting away from the news. His gaze fixated on a recent photo of Shun Xiuyu on his phone, the image gradually blurring before his eyes. The notion of him having to play the role of an infatuated girl stirred a subtle melancholy within him. After all, he had never even experienced love. In the photograph, the young man donned a trench coat, with a backdrop of rocky coastline where the sun cast its golden rays upon the vast sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Leaning against the railing, strands of hair danced in the wind, his complexion radiant, and his delicate hands juxtaposed with the wooden railing formed a captivating tableau. The atmosphere was intoxicating, yet Suan found it utterly unappreciable. And Huan implored, "Please, I beg you, help me. If there is any progress, I will double your salary." Chang Youyu replied, "This is not a matter that can be resolved simply with money. What if I mess it up?" And Huan reassured, "It's all right. It's only natural that I have changed a bit since we last met. I'm pleading with you." Chang Youyu conceded, "Fine. But I cannot guarantee what will happen later. I can only do my best." "Thank you. Thank you." And Huan expressed her gratitude. For Ban Xiaoyu, experiencing such a jarring shift of souls while maintaining a relatively stable mental state was no small feat in terms of their exchanged lives. She had undoubtedly benefited. Without any hope, Ban Xiaoyu would likely fall into despair, Suan mused. Well, for now, there was nothing pressing to attend to. Whenever Shun Xiuyu was mentioned, Ban Xiaoyu seemed to have an endless stream of words, an unquenchable affection to share. Throughout the morning, she regaled Suan with various details and habits, and by the time they had exchanged back around noon, they were both oblivious to the passage of time. All right then, let's first tackle lunch, Suan thought, digesting the information while frying the leftover dumplings from yesterday in a skillet. It was clear that Ban Xiaoyu was utterly captivated, painting a portrait of Shun Xiuyu as the epitome of the perfect man. As an outsider, Suan found it all rather far-fetched. It was likely that the illusion would dissipate upon their actual meeting. During lunch, Suan chatted with his sister for a while, discussing her studies and how she was adjusting to his absence. With substantial financial support, many concerns had lessened significantly. And Huan inquired, "Isn't studying math quite challenging for you? Should we consider hiring a tutor for one-on-one sessions? We can afford it now." His sister replied, "No need, brother. There's no point in wasting money. Instead, how about you send me more photos and find me a sister-in-law?" Su Huan's academic performance fell in the lower middle range, barely hovering around the threshold for undergraduate studies. Mathematics was his weakest subject, having struggled with it since childhood. He could only manage a score of about 100 on simpler problems, and more difficult ones left him among the failing ranks. And Huan suggested, "Perhaps you should catch up a bit. I can afford it now." His sister replied, all right. Let us wait for the summer break, and I'll enroll in a class then. You needn't worry about me." And Huan, "That's good. Have you eaten?" Younger sister, "I have. I'm resting in bed now." Younger sister, "I won't talk much longer, brother. I'm going to take a nap." And Huan, "Make sure to rest well." The fried dumplings boasted a layer of crisp, golden brown perfection. When bitten into, they released a succulent broth, offering a distinctly different flavor compared to boiled dumplings. Shin, who had completed his studies at Penn State, was well prepared to return home. His software company, in collaboration with friends, was on the rise, yet his grandfather's wishes remained paramount. The thought of Ban Jiayu soon coming to study abroad filled him with dread. He had always found her overly childish and clingy, leading him to perceive her as an annoyance since childhood. Despite their mere 3-year age difference, her maturity seemed akin to that of someone a decade younger. In essence, he found her foolish. Even her beauty could not redeem her in his eyes. What was supposed to be a trivial childhood engagement had been taken seriously by her, and their relationship was well known among domestic friends, making Shin Xiuyu increasingly uncomfortable. His grandfather, rather than supporting his grandson, adopted a demeanor suggesting that they would inevitably become engaged. For heaven's sake, she was merely his sister. Do you really have to return? Yes, it's about family matters. Then I wish you luck, brother. Conversing with Shin Xiuyu was Viao, a classmate and business partner, the quintessential golden-haired, blue-eyed, sunny Western lad. Shin Xiuyu couldn't help but recall Ban Jiayu's face. From elementary school through high school, wherever he went to study, she would follow, even if they didn't meet. He had chosen to study abroad, hoping that after 3 years of independence, she would finally understand. Yet, it appeared she intended to follow him here and continue their childhood connection. How many truly understand each other deeply enough to fall in love, having grown up together? People have flaws, and the longer they spend together, the more evident those flaws become. Those who can truly connect must be two exceptionally compatible souls, guided by fate since birth. Yet, he knew that would never be the case for him and Ban Jiayu. As he settled into his flight back home, Shin Xiuyu began to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, Miss Ban was meticulously counting down the moments until her beloved's landing. She scrolled through her phone's photo album, delicately tracing the image of the person within. 3 years had passed, and her affection had not waned in the slightest. Instead, it had only intensified. There's little to discuss. Let us go. It's almost time. Ban Jibai knocked on her sister's door. The Ban and Shin families shared a close bond, as their elders had been friends for many years. It was entirely normal for her to go to the airport to meet him. You're here. To meet Shin Xiuyu, Ban Jiayu had dressed with care, donning black shorts and a white short-sleeve shirt, with her narrow waist subtly visible. She had even applied some lip gloss. Ban Jibai was rather displeased, for only Shin Xiuyu could inspire such meticulous preparation from his sister. Let us go? All right. Ban Jiayu obediently followed her brother, remaining silent until the car's ignition. Through the rearview mirror, Ban Jibai observed his sister's expression, which was fairly neutral. In the back seat, Ban Jiayu began to answer a phone call. Yes, Auntie. I understand. Thank you, Auntie. I must go now. We're almost there. All right. Ban Jibai did not need to guess that it was Shin Xiuyu's mother on the line. The airport appeared just as it did when he returned. Now, his soul belonged to Suin, though when this change occurred was a matter of personal interpretation. After parking the car, Ban Jibai led his sister to the arrival area. The VIP passage for greeting arrivals was indeed convenient, and soon enough, the figure from the photograph appeared before the siblings. Suin was currently gathering her emotions. The staff opened the barriers, and Shin Xiuyu emerged, pulling a suitcase behind him. Having been notified in advance, he instantly spotted the waiting siblings. Compared to 3 years ago, Ban Jibai had not changed much, but Ban Jiayu had transformed in notable ways. Chapter 23. Family gathering finally prepared. Suin called out brightly, Brother Xiuyu. Her tone and pace were just right, with the joy of youth radiating from her, leaving no room for criticism. Her practice the previous night had not been in vain. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shin Xiuyu merely nodded slightly. Compared to 3 years prior, Ban Jiayu's figure had improved significantly, her attire shedding its youthful innocence. Yet, Shin Xiuyu remained indifferent. At that moment, Suin recalled Ban Jiayu's request and reached out to take the suitcase from Shin Xiuyu. However, Shin Xiuyu subtly withdrew, preventing her from grasping it. Suin maintained her outward smile, but inwardly began to lament. Love-struck brains can be quite troublesome. Even when delivering takeout, customers express gratitude. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Shin Xiuyu's voice remained cold and detached, devoid of emotion. Well, at least he was still somewhat polite. Ban Jibai furrowed his brow, hesitant to say anything, especially since his sister harbored feelings for him. After picking up Shin Xiuyu, they headed directly to the hotel where a family gathering was scheduled, with both sets of parents and elders present. What could Suen do but brace herself and fulfill the requirements set forth by her benefactor? The promised bonus was quite substantial, which motivated her diligence. For who would turn down a little money? Initially intending to sit in the front passenger seat, Shen Xiaoyu was insistently pulled into the back seat by Suen. The latter then bombarded Shen Xiaoyu with inquiries about his well-being, though her words felt somewhat stiff, as if recited from a script. The oddity of the situation did not escape Shen Xiaoyu, who frequently cast sidelong glances, sensing something amiss. In Ban Zhaoyou's eyes, there was a certain absence, a subtle difference from the memories she once held, despite her hand still clasping his arm. If he doubts you, fix your gaze upon his eyes, echoed Ban Zhaoyou's last piece of advice in Suan's ears. Suen blinked, staring intently into Shen Xiaoyu's eyes, feeling a familiar sensation resurface. Yet he refrained from pursuing the fleeting gaze. Suen continued reciting his memorized lines, infusing them with increasing emotion as time passed, gradually reaching an impressive crescendo. Meanwhile, Ban Zhibai, driving the car, wore an expression of displeasure, exuding an icy demeanor. The three of them traversed this peculiar atmosphere en route to their destination. Upon arrival, as per Ban Zhaoyou's instructions, Suen was to link arms with Shen Xiaoyu. However, he found this quite torturous, considering Shen Xiaoyu was, in age, akin to a younger brother. The thought of having to act cutesy towards this younger sibling was irksome, and he mused on the futility of clinging to this man. If this continued, Suen felt he might lose his sanity before they noticed anything amiss. Thus, he decided to adapt, recognizing that sometimes a little distance could yield better results. Although Suen had never encountered a pig, he had certainly witnessed them in motion. Having made up his mind, he commenced his plan. Unlike before, Shen Xiaoyu alighted from the opposite car door, neither inching closer nor forcibly linking arms with him. Instead, he trailed behind Ban Zhibai, silent, with a gentle expression gracing his features. Had 3 years truly altered him? Thoughts raced as they proceeded, and soon they arrived at their destination. The hotel had already set the table. The most prominent figures at the table were the grandfathers of both families. Grandmother Shen exuded warmth, while grandfather Shen appeared somewhat fatigued. In contrast, Ban's grandfather seemed more vigorous, his silver hair and neatly groomed goatee presenting the image of a distinguished elder. What could the older generation converse about, other than their grandchildren? Their cheerful demeanor was palpable in the air. "Good day, grandfather." "Good day, grandmother Shen." "Ah, it's you. Come, take a seat." To be honest, it was Suen's first encounter with such a multitude of elders. Fortunately, there were no distant relatives to complicate matters, and after Ban Zhaoyou's prior introductions, he could distinguish between them. Grandmother Shen took a liking to the girl, grasping her hand and drawing her close, her warm palm gently caressing Suan's. The elderly figures were familiar, thus Suen, enveloped in the affectionate care of strangers, found himself at ease, allowing him to continue with the unfolding narrative. Shen Xiaoyu and Ban Zhibai seemed like outsiders, left to find their own seats. This time, Xiaoyu has returned to prepare well. Yu will soon join us for her studies, so please take care of her, grandfather Shen declared. Despite any dissatisfaction, Shen Xiaoyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Shen's parents nodded in agreement, content with the predetermined daughter-in-law, feeling she was certainly a more reliable choice than their own son. This arrangement would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. At ordinary times, Ban Zhaoyu would nearly always flaunt her status, grasping Grandpa Shen's hand while showcasing her achievements to capture Shen Xiaoyu's attention. In response, Shen Xiaoyu would typically adopt a detached demeanor, choosing not to engage in petty squabbles. However, the situation has begun to shift. Shen Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at Ban Zhaoyu's reaction. The latter maintained her smile, exhibiting no signs of emotional fluctuation. She even pretended not to notice Shen Xiaoyu's gaze, busily serving dishes to her grandparents. "Ah, my precious granddaughter will undoubtedly lead your grandson astray one day," Grandpa Ban mused, shaking his head with a tone of melancholy resignation, yet his face bore a smile. As he took a bite of food, his beard quivered with delight. While he could not concern himself with the affairs of others, his granddaughter was his utmost treasure. Given the amicable ties between their families, he was certain that Yu would not suffer if she married into their household. The crux of the matter was that his granddaughter was fond of that insufferable boy, which left him at a loss. In the rented apartment, Ban Zhaoyu paced anxiously, glancing at her phone intermittently. Time slipped away with each passing moment, showing no signs of altering, and indeed she had guessed correctly. The duration of the exchange felt as though it possessed a sentient awareness, coincidentally occurring at the most critical juncture. For 3 years, she had secretly observed Shin Qiuyu. Yet Shin Qiuyu showed little inclination to share moments on social media, leaving her with only a solitary photograph over the span of 3 years. Unbeknownst to others, Ban Zhaoyu had longed for this reunion day more than she could articulate. The potent combination of childhood companionship and unrequited affection weighed heavily upon her heart. Reflecting upon her current predicament, Ban Zhaoyu clenched her fists tightly. Her relationship with Shin Qiuyu had always been tentative, akin to a severed kite string. Yet, the familial bonds had allowed her to grasp that elusive thread, placing it firmly in her hands. Had their families not been so closely intertwined, there would be no doubt that Shin Qiuyu could easily evade her for a lifetime. Her mind was awash with thoughts of Su-in and the myriad of conjectures crashing through her consciousness. The more she pondered, the more infuriated and restless she became. A profound sense of imbalance took hold of her psyche. If she did not release her pent-up emotions, Ban Zhaoyu feared she might lose her sanity. Seizing a cushion from the sofa, she hurled it with all her might. Suddenly, the light shifted, and the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. What she had thrown was not a cushion, but rather a pair of chopsticks intended for serving food. The restaurant's table was quite expansive. The chopsticks traced a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for Shin Qiuyu, who was bowed over sipping soup. As fate would have it, akin to a game of skill, one chopstick struck true, splashing chicken broth all over Shin Qiuyu's face. Ban Zhaoyu locked eyes with her beloved's astonished, complex expression, raising her hands in a flustered gesture. Chapter 24. Ban Zhaoyu exhibits a tinge of nervousness. It is not to say that either family is particularly sophisticated. Yet, they possess a fundamental level of refinement and table manners. In the wake of such a chaotic scene, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. A myriad of expressions adorned the faces of the onlookers. The 3 elderly individuals appeared still in a state of disbelief. Ban Zhibai covered his mouth with a tissue and lowered his head. Mother Shin immediately took a tissue to wipe her son's face. Ban Ma looked at her daughter with an expression of disbelief. Ban Zhaoyu was on the verge of tears, her hands moving faster than a hummingbird. The first to break the tension was Mother Shan, who, after wiping the chicken soup off her son's face, instructed the waiter to take him to change his clothes. "It's all right, continue eating. You must be too excited." Though her words were somewhat feeble, they were better than silence. "Is Yu feeling unwell?" Grandmother Shin placed her hand directly on Ban Zhaoyu's forehead. At that moment, Ban Zhaoyu had no desire to continue. She simply nodded in agreement. She had never anticipated that after 3 long years of longing, their first meeting would unfold in such a manner. Perhaps there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. Ban Zhaoyu felt utterly speechless. "I'll take you back to rest," Ban Zhibai said seriously, wiping his mouth. Ban Dad appeared somewhat displeased. Just a few days ago, this girl had left a favorable impression on him. "All right, take your time on the way." It was still Mother who, wishing to prevent the gathering from falling flat, initiated the conversation. Ban Zhaoyu followed closely behind her brother, clutching the hem of her clothing tightly. Although Ban Zhibai was also worried about his sister's state, the smile on his lips lingered. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt so joyful. Upon exiting the private room, Ban Zhaoyu felt a slight sense of relief. Yet her expression remained burdened with worry. "Yu, what has been troubling you lately?" Ban Zhibai turned to regard his sister with concern. "I'm fine. Is it fine to throw your chopsticks like that? With such force and perfect form, your claim of being fine lacks credibility." Ban Zhaoyu pressed her lips together. "This isn't like you. Every word from her brother felt like an interrogation, intensifying her sense of helplessness, a feeling she was too afraid to articulate. "I really am fine. Please take me home, brother." "Very well. Rest well." Ban Zhaoyu climbed into the car and returned home, retreating into her room without even bothering to close the door. Burying her head in the pillow, the sensation of restricted breathing allowed her to momentarily forget the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Meanwhile, Ban Zhibai entered the kitchen, inquiring about the distribution of ingredients from Aunt Hu, donning an apron as he began to cook. His sister, who had hardly eaten anything, would surely be hungry soon. "Young master, do you need my assistance?" "No, I can manage." Ban Zhibai's tall frame rendered Aunt Hu's apron insufficient, barely covering his upper body and awkwardly revealing a portion of the hem, reminiscent of a very short skirt. On the bed, Ban Zhaoyu flipped over, finally easing the furrow in her brow. She had drifted into a light sleep. Before long, The aroma wafted through the air, rousing her, and her hunger heightened her sense of smell. Ban Bai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of omelette rice, still in his apron. "Brother, are you hungry?" Ban Bai placed the meal upon Ban Zhaoyu's dressing table and began to untie her apron. However, it seemed to be tied rather tightly. Such invisible knots are the most tormenting. "Let me help you, dear brother." Ban Bai straightened his back to facilitate Ban Zhaoyu's actions. "Let us eat." Ban Zhaoyu took a seat and commenced her meal, the fragrant aroma of eggs mingling with the rich scent of curry, making it nearly irresistible to savor. Ban Bai stood nearby, watching with satisfaction. "Brother?" "Yes, I wish to tell you something." "Go ahead. If I were to change my appearance, would you still like me?" "No matter how you change, I will always cherish you. You are my sister." "But what if I became a boy? I mean, if I were not a girl, but your younger brother?" To lift his sister's spirits, Ban Bai pondered seriously for a moment. "As a younger brother, there would be no meals prepared by me for you, and if you were mischievous, you'd have to endure a beating from me. So, being a sister is far better." His half-joking remark caused Ban Zhaoyu to slow her eating. She began to contemplate whether everything she possessed still truly belonged to her. If she and Su-in genuinely swapped places in the future, would the daughter of the Ban family be her soul or that of the vessel? Deep down, she knew the answer, but had been numbing herself. Yet, as the duration of their exchange prolonged, Ban Zhaoyu could no longer overlook this matter, especially after today. This charade, with Su-in performing her role, resembled a clown's theater, and the clown in question was herself. "Are you eating? Is it not to your taste?" "Not at all." The more she thought, the more overwhelmed she felt. Her head bowed as she shoveled rice into her mouth. "What's wrong?" Ban Bai gently turned his sister's shoulders, only to find her face streaked with tears. "Brother." Ban Zhaoyu clung to her brother's waist, sobbing aloud. It was difficult to empathize, but Ban Zhaoyu was utterly unable to maintain her composure at that moment. Ban Bai patted her back, feeling the warmth of her tears on her small face, his heart aching for her. "What's the matter? Take your time. I'm here." Suddenly, Ban Zhaoyu halted her actions, released her grip on Ban Bai's waist, and began to survey her surroundings. Su-in touched the tears on his face, realizing. Is she crying? Ban Zhaoyu was quite something. Why did she always leave him with such challenging tasks? Even the Hua Ingnan opera could not transition into character so swiftly. He could only pretend to wipe his tears. It was perplexing. At the dining table, he felt he had done quite well, especially as that person named Shin Xiaoyu had cast several glances his way. As he pondered his next move, Su-in caught sight of Ban Bai's concerned expression. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Speak to your brother. Something on my mind? With the limited information available, Su-in deduced that aside from the complexities involving their soul exchange, there seemed to be nothing else weighing on her. What troubles could a wealthy young lady possibly have? Due to the recent exchange, Ban Zhaoyu had lost her desire to communicate, leaving Su-in completely oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter. Could it be that my brother thinks poorly of me? Does Shin Xiaoyu harbor feelings of disdain towards me? Su-in felt that this was most likely the case. However, the expression on Ban Bai's face, teetering on the brink of speechlessness, indicated that Su-in's assumptions were perhaps misguided. It was no secret that Shin Xiaoyu did not harbor affection for Ban Zhaoyu. This revelation fell significantly short of the truth. With her sister weeping so profusely, it was clear that she had endured a grave injustice. Yet, in light of her current state, Ban Bai began to question whether his sister was grappling with psychological issues. Such a pronounced sense of disconnection was rarely observed in an ordinary person. You may simply be fatigued. Why not rest after your meal? Try not to dwell on it too much. All right, brother. Owing to the urgency of the situation, Su-in was unable to speak with a voice choked by tears. After Ban Bai closed the door, he descended the stairs to make a phone call. Chapter 25. The psychologist. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu was engulfed in tears, her vision blurred. In front of her, her brother had transformed into a mobile device, displaying the ebooks Su-in was perusing, the actor's self-cultivation and female psychology. Ban Zhaoyu felt a wave of disbelief and dabbed at her non-existent tears. She had come to the realization that having Su-in play her part was futile. She would explain the situation to him once they reverted back. She was weary. Once Ban Bai had made the necessary arrangements, he returned to Ban Zhaoyu's room. Come. I shall take you to a place. Where to? Your recent behavior has been quite concerning. Su-in obediently followed Ban Bai into the car, wondering where they were headed. We are going to see a doctor. I am not ill. What doctor should I see? A psychologist. Su-in's heart sank. Could it be that his secret had been uncovered? What did the psychologists signify? In Suin's mind, psychologists were remarkable individuals who could discern micro-expressions and even employed hypnosis, effortlessly unraveling the complexities of a person's psyche. He began to feel a sense of panic and hastily reached out to Ban Xiaoyu before they arrived at their destination. Long night, what should I do? Your brother is taking you to see a psychologist. Just do not speak recklessly, replied An Huan. What constitutes reckless speech? Better to remain silent if you are unaware. Even less should be said if you are. Will they employ hypnosis? What if I cannot conceal anything? The trepidation in Suin's messages was palpable. Then there is no need for concealment. I have come to terms with it. What? Suin felt as though he had been deceived. She was simply giving up? Yo-yo, we have arrived. Ban Zhibai exited the vehicle and opened the door for his sister, prompting Suin to reluctantly pocket his phone. The financier had already resigned himself, but in order to protect the peculiar exchange from exposure, Suin resolved to maintain his facade. They arrived at a private hospital situated in the heart of the city, its expansive premises exuding an air of sophistication and professionalism. Ban Zhibai led his sister directly to the third floor, where he knocked on the door at the end of the corridor. The sign on the door, indicating a psychological counseling room, caused a flutter of anxiety in Suin's heart. Even without any issues, she felt as if she were afflicted. Calm down, it's nothing serious. As the door swung open, a man clad in a white coat emerged, roughly the same age as Ban Zhibai. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of eyes sparkled with warmth. His name, Hua Feng, was inscribed on the name tag adorning his chest. Let your sister in, Ban Zhibai. You can wait outside for a moment. Suin, maintaining silence and observing her surroundings, followed him into the consultation room. Inside, the immaculate wooden floor gleamed, and a teapot exuded steam atop a coffee table, accompanied by a verdant plant. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow that naturally eased the tension in the air, dispelling any wariness. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea, Hua Feng said. Although Ban Xiaoyu had seldom mentioned him, he seemed to possess an air of familiarity with her, which left Suin perplexed. She quietly settled onto the sofa, finding herself in a situation where Hua Feng and Ban Xiaoyu had minimal interaction, merely knowing each other as acquaintances through her brother. The ease with which Hua Feng engaged with her was purely a reflection of his charm. Having met Ban Xiaoyu only a few times, Hua Feng sensed that the young woman appeared to be in good health, unlikely to harbor any psychological issues. However, this time, he astutely perceived that Ban Xiaoyu bore a hidden burden. Considering Ban Zhibai's call, he tentatively activated the music player in the room, keenly observing her reaction. The tea on the table was of exquisite quality, its refreshing flavor gradually putting Suin at ease. This psychologist was not as formidable as portrayed in films, at least. He refrained from employing any hypnotic techniques. Hua Feng stood by the music player, occasionally switching songs. Within a mere minute, he had cycled through 8 distinct pieces of instrumental music. This did not align with someone who seemed troubled. He observed Ban Xiaoyu, who remained composed while savoring her tea. Though he was aware of her demeanor from Ban Zhibai's accounts, seeing her in person felt like encountering a different individual altogether. Yo-yo? What is the matter? May I ask you a few simple questions? He inquired. Of course, she replied. The arrangement of the sofa and coffee table was somewhat snug, bringing them close together. Hua Feng's eyes, peeking from behind his glasses, radiated an inviting warmth. What did you have for your last meal? Egg and rice. How has your sleep quality been lately? Quite good. Did you travel anywhere during the summer vacation? Yes, I went to the north. How was the experience of your travels? It was pleasant. Have you encountered any emotional issues recently? Suin almost blurted out a response, but quickly retracted her words. Just a little. Let us enjoy some tea first. We will continue shortly. This left Suin momentarily speechless, as he had meticulously prepared his remarks. Suin could distinctly sense Hua Feng's gaze upon him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him, prompting Suin to make a discreet escape. May I inquire where the restroom is? I need to relieve myself. It's on the other side of the corridor. Suin rose and opened the door, finding Ban Zhihai seated on a chair outside. Yo, I'm just stepping out for a moment. Suin walked slowly to the other end of the corridor, confirming the restroom sign repeatedly before slipping into the ladies' room. Upon locating a stall, he let out a sigh of relief. A few scattered questions lingered in his mind, leaving him uncertain about what Hua Feng truly wished to ask. What of a psychologist? Is this what they refer to as talk therapy? Meanwhile, Hua Feng emerged from the room, leaning against the doorframe. Ban Zihai began speaking. Yuyo has recently exhibited quite a complex state. Indeed, there is a significant disparity from the way you depicted her, as well as a stark contrast to my recollections. Have you discovered anything? I have. I redirected her attention with a few questions, then posed my inquiry. Her reaction was rather unusual. Oh, as far as I know, it is no secret that Banjiao Yuyo has feelings for that young man from the Shin family. Upon mentioning Shin Xiuyu, Ban Zihai's expression soured once more. Moreover, she has harbored these feelings since childhood, yet she did not display this when I inquired. I am contemplating a possibility. Perhaps your sister no longer holds such affection for that young man. Although Ban Zihai yearned to support Huafeng's theory, he shook his head. Based on his understanding of his sister, he then succinctly recounted the events of the family gathering. Huafeng could not help but smirk slightly. Especially, it is rather extraordinary. Indeed, quite eccentric. Will you continue to inquire later? When she has formulated her thoughts subconsciously, I interjected. The answers I obtain are often premeditated. Are you suggesting that? Ask, of course. Sometimes, carefully woven words reveal the true essence of the issue. Chapter 26. Suddenly, Ban Zihai and Huafeng exchanged a few inconsequential remarks. However, compared to Yuyo, I believe you are in greater need of psychological guidance. Ban Zihai scrutinized Huafeng's expression. What do I need guidance for? All right, you need not. You are the healthiest of us all. By the way, what did Yuyo eat last time? Omelette rice. I see. Well then, Yuyo has returned. Banjiao Yuyo emerged from the restroom, interrupting the conversation between the two men as Huafeng turned back into the room. Upon returning to her brother, Banjiao Yuyo appeared considerably more composed. She entered the consultation room, observed her surroundings briefly, and then settled onto the sofa. So, Yuyo, let us continue. Are you feeling lost in matters of the heart, or do you have a goal but find yourself lacking results? Banjiao Yuyo did not respond, remaining silent for a moment before standing and leaving. Huafeng watched her retreating figure. It seems that this is truly Banjiao Yu, showing no regard for others' feelings. Has she suddenly transformed into a different person? Brother, let's go home. I do not require psychological counseling. Ban Zhibai was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his sister emerge. Very well, let us depart. MHM. With that, Ban Jiayu turned and descended the stairs, while Ban Zhibai hurriedly followed, glancing back before they left. Huafeng crossed his arms and shook his head, as Ban Zhibai hastened to catch up with his sister. He wished to inquire further, but was at a loss for words. If Huafeng could not muster the courage to ask, he certainly could not. He too was perplexed by Huafeng's question, which left his mind in disarray. After driving Ban Jiayu, he prepared to return home. Brother, I wish to move out. What is the matter? Is there something wrong at home? Not at all. I simply do not wish to live at home anymore. Ban Zhibai fell into a brief silence. Very well, I shall take you to view some apartments. Thank you, brother. Ban Zhibai owned several properties in Huan, located in various districts, and soon Ban Jiayu found one she liked. The entrance featured a smart lock with a passcode. The place was regularly cleaned, making it suitable for immediate occupancy. Ban Jiayu surveyed her surroundings and confirmed this was indeed the right choice. Brother, you may leave for now. I wish to be alone for a bit. Ban Zhibai was gently pushed out the door by his sister, who then locked it behind him. The sound of beeping indicating she was resetting the passcode and recording her fingerprint. There were certainly issues at play, yet his sister refused to disclose them. And Ban Zhibai could not force the matter. Standing at the door, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and pressed his lips together. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolved to return to the car and drive away. Ban Jiayu, observing her brother's departure from the second floor, took out her phone to contact Su and Chang Yiyu. Where are you? And Huan. I am certainly in my room. I haven't gone anywhere. Chang Yiyu. Wait for me. I shall come find you, and we can discuss things anew. And Huan. Whatever you wish. However, why has there been so much commotion lately? If this continues, I cannot perform. Could you please try to control your emotions? Chang Yiyu. It matters not. And Huan. What? It matters not. You cannot be serious. Inside, Suan, idling away time, did not receive a response from Ban Jiayu. Time was of the essence. Ban Jiayu reconfirmed that there was nothing amiss in her surroundings, grabbed her bag, locked the door, and called for a taxi, waiting for quite a while before someone accepted the request. Driver, to Jinghai Huayuan. As for Ban Zhibai, he had not left. After parking, he summoned another vehicle. Driver, follow the car ahead. The driver frowned, shifting his gaze between the newly boarded Ban Jiayu and Ban Zhibai. Was this a film shoot, or was he a stalker? This young man, tall and imposing, entering an upscale community. Could he truly be following someone? No. What are you up to, trailing that young girl? The vehicle of Ban Zhaoyu had already started, and Ban Ji anxiously tapped on the hood of the driver's car. No, I will pay you extra. It's not about the money. Your demeanor is quite alarming. If anything happens, I will not be responsible. Ban Ji did not anticipate that hailing a cab would lead to encountering such obstinacy. I am her brother. Hurry up, there is something urgent. It was only when Ban Ji produced a group photo from her phone that the driver began to believe her, albeit reluctantly, with a mix of doubt and trust. The driver started the vehicle, and fortunately, the car in front was not speeding. Thus, they followed intermittently, perhaps as fate would have it. The traffic lights along the way turned green at just the right moments. Ban Ji's car was merely 10 meters away from her sister's. So, is that really your sister? Indeed. Then when you get out of the car, let me take a picture. All right, whatever you say, the light is green, hurry up. If it weren't for the time constraint, he wouldn't have been in this vehicle at all. Ban Ji opened the map application on her phone. Focusing on the direction of travel, her sights set on Jinghai Community, the very place where that unfamiliar man, the supposed stand-in, had met her sister after arriving. Initially, she thought her sister had merely gone out for a breath of fresh air or to meet Shin Xiaoyu. As it turned out, she had indeed followed her to this location. Hadn't they agreed to cease all contact? Eventually, Ban Zhaoyu's car stopped by the roadside, and after hastily exiting, she rushed into the community. The driver halted at the curb. In order to catch up quickly, Ban Ji opted for cash payment. A handful of bills that would certainly cover the fare. She opened the car door to pursue her sister. Hey, turn back. As Ban Ji ran while glancing back, the driver managed to snap a photo. Ban Ji felt utterly speechless. The driver sighed in relief. Should the other party harbor any ill intentions, having him as a witness might deter them. To prevent any cunning tactics from the suspect, the driver decided to wait and observe the situation. With her long legs, Ban Ji found it relatively easy to keep up with her sister. Ban Zhaoyu, unaware of any potential following, reported to the guard and entered the premises. Such tenants had their identification information recorded and were therefore permitted inside. Ban Ji, however, was barred from entry. Please, I need to go in to find someone. I'm sorry, sir, but you must be escorted inside by someone or have someone come to receive you. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed in unless you have registered information. Ban Ji felt helpless. However, fortune smiled upon her as other residents returned home shortly thereafter. Ban Ji jogged forward. Excuse me. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the community. Could you please escort me in? I will be very grateful. Unexpectedly, the resident wearing sunglasses ignored her entirely, dismissing her with a curt, "Are you out of your mind?" In that instant, Ban Ji felt that the setbacks she had faced throughout her life paled in comparison to the humiliation of this day. The younger sister had nearly vanished from sight and was about to turn a corner. Ah, is that not Mr. Ban? What could be the matter? A familiar voice rejuvenated Ban Ji. Quick, take me inside. Though the reason for his urgency remained unclear, the Ban family was essential for business, and thus, the request was promptly accommodated. After a brief registration, Ban Ji was granted his wish. Why is Mr. Ban in such a hurry? As the barrier was lifted, Ban Ji dashed inside. Jinghai Huayuan was a community that had been delivered for over 5 years, with a rather simple layout devoid of any extravagance. Ban Ji struggled to keep pace with his sister and soon spotted the entrance of the building. The positioning could only indicate the location, making it impractical to discern which unit it was. Naturally, this was not something he could allow his sister to discover, so he crouched low and stealthily made his way. On the 4th-floor balcony of a certain building, a small child, helping their mother gather laundry, noticed Ban Ji crouched against the wall below and tugged at her mother's pants. "Mom, look, there's a troublemaker." The child's mother adjusted her glasses. Why are such peculiar individuals allowed in the community? Probably a door-to-door insurance salesman, judging by his suit. "Mom, what's an insurance salesman?" "Just someone annoying." "And what does annoying mean?" Ban Ji slipped into the building as the elevator displayed the floor numbers. To avoid alarming anyone, he hurried up the stairs, ultimately pausing at the corner of the staircase on the floor above. Ban Ji had never exerted himself so vigorously. His pace up the stairs surpassed that of the elevator. He witnessed his sister unlocking the door, confirming that she was indeed seeking that man. Given Huafeng's suggestion that his sister might not be as fond of Shen Xiaoyu as believed, Ban Ji grew increasingly convinced. However, recalling the last time he attempted to install a tracker had resulted in a tantrum from his sister. He chose to endure and wait until she left to confront that pretty boy. With no suitable place to hide, he sat on the steps to wait. Inside, Suin opened the door, allowing Ban Jiayu to enter. Upon seeing the lifeless expression of her benefactor, Suin remained silent, afraid to speak. I came to talk to you. You need not play my role anymore. What do you mean? It means you no longer have to pretend to be me to deal with everyone. Observing Ban Jiayu's resigned demeanor, Suin quietly took a seat opposite her. Words of comfort eluded him, as he was uncertain of his position in offering solace. They sat in silence for 3 to 4 minutes until Ban Jiayu broke the quiet. Do you have someone you like? The sudden inquiry cast Suin into reflection. Since their exchange began, they had never sat down for a meaningful conversation. In many ways, they had become indistinguishable from one another. Yes, I have. Could you tell me about it? In truth, it cannot be considered otherwise. It was merely the youthful tendency to overthink. A naive affection does not necessarily lack the essence of love. Let us discuss it. Rarely devoid of exchange. Suin can articulate the inner tumult of her adolescent years through her own experiences. She is Wang Yu, a classmate from my high school days. Ban Jiayu, with her legs neatly folded and leaning forward, assumed an attentive demeanor. She is an ordinary girl, not particularly more attractive than you, standing just at my chest level. She served as the academic representative, a role typically held by diligent and unpretentious students, and she also represented us in English class. During my school years, I performed admirably, especially in mathematics, although I struggled significantly with English. The emotions that surface when reminiscing about one's school days are often the most genuine. Ban Jiayu observed a sense of pride and nostalgia on Suin's face. As you know, students with commendable academic records often find common ground through discussions about exam papers and problem solving. To be candid, I was quite introverted during high school, and she, in many ways, transformed me. She would bring me snacks, sometimes chips, other times chocolate, and if I refused, she would slyly place them on my desk. I still recall her words. This is the reward for your inquiries. Young girls are particularly fond of such sentimental tales, and Ban Jiayu listened with rapt attention, momentarily setting aside her own worries. It was perhaps in the second year of high school when she gifted me a birthday present, despite the fact that I had never truly celebrated my birthday. Later, she asked me for a birthday gift in return, but I had no spare funds, only what I had saved from my meal allowance. As Suin shared her memories, Ban Jiayu murmured, "Is this what affection is? A mutual fondness?" Suin shook her head with a sense of resignation. It is all in the past. She must have graduated from university by now, while I am still delivering takeout, living in entirely different worlds. But your grades were quite commendable, weren't they? Why? I have a younger sister, and in our small town, there were few options for support. The only person willing to adopt her was someone she adamantly refused. So, you left school to work? Indeed. I wish to provide her with a better life. Do you have any regrets? Regrets serve no purpose. I suppose I am somewhat well off now, yet given our circumstances, who can say what tomorrow may bring? It is best not to burden others. Ban Jiayu softly concurred. Indeed, let us not be a burden to others. I have finished my tale. What about you? Do you truly harbor affection for Shinshiryu? I do, immensely. I have liked him since childhood. He is diligent, talented, and exceptionally kind, often assisting me when we were younger. Outside, in the stairwell, Ban Jiayu was growing anxious, glancing at her watch intermittently. It has been nearly an hour since they entered. During this time, all work-related calls have been pushed aside, and I am left anxiously waiting outside. Overall, among all the men I have encountered thus far, none can compare to him. My brother is a distant second, and after getting to know you, I believe you could be considered half of that, remarked Ban Jiayu thoughtfully after a moment of reflection. Suin felt that Ban Jiayu's description resembled more of a fan's adoration than genuine affection, reminiscent of his sister's fleeting infatuation with a male idol during her middle school years. It seemed that Ban Jiayu's feelings for Shun Qiuyu might indeed stem from a pure form of admiration rather than love. Perhaps given another decade, her sentiments might evolve. Much like his sister now scoffs at her past obsession, wishing she could return to that time and chastise her younger self. Yet, in the throes of one's emotions, clarity often eludes us. He too had once believed he could forge a lasting connection with Wang Yu during his high school days. But who can truly predict the future? It was akin to the soul exchange he experienced with Ban Jiayu. Even 50 years hence, he might remain perplexed. Thank you. I haven't expressed so much in a long while. and I feel considerably lighter. From now on, let us keep an eye on each other and adapt to any changes during our exchanges. You need not strive to imitate me any longer, Ban Zhaoyu declared as she stood to leave. After their heart-to-heart, she felt considerably more open-minded. Take care on your way back, Suan replied. Yes, once you get used to it, you can return home. You need not linger here. Spend more time with your sister. Both you and my brother are good people, and I am certain she misses you dearly. All right, thank you. However, with this unknown debuff lurking around, I can no longer take on delivery jobs or any physically demanding work. My avenues for earning are now severely restricted, Suan lamented. Ban Zhaoyu chuckled lightly. Your salary will remain unchanged. After bidding farewell to Ban Zhaoyu, Suan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He no longer had to ponder how to mimic her mannerisms more closely. The tasks ahead would be significantly lighter, allowing him to prepare for his return home. The exchange duration spanned merely 4 to 5 hours each day, and with time, perhaps the impact would diminish, akin to playing virtual reality games for several hours daily. Outside the door, Ban Zhibai waited anxiously, and upon hearing a sound, he instinctively concealed himself, observing his sister as she exited the room. Her demeanor appeared normal, her attire neat. It seemed there were no major issues, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Once she entered the elevator, he dashed to the door, suppressing the urge to knock directly. He was unfamiliar with that young man, and if he didn't open the door, there was little he could do. Having descended, Ban Zhaoyu intended to return to her solitary residence, fortuitously spotting a taxi parked outside the community. What a stroke of luck. Everything seemed to be unfolding positively. Driver, are we ready to go? She inquired of the cab driver, who had been waiting outside for a suspect but instead found a potential victim. However, it mattered little now. Where to? Once they had arrived at the designated location and boarded the vehicle, the driver casually inquired, How many siblings do you have, young lady? With her spirits considerably lifted, Ban Zhaoyu was more than willing to respond, naturally mentioning she had an older brother. This reassured the driver, who then hummed a tune as he drove. Ban Zhibai quickly resolved that his tailored suit would not suffice for masquerading as a delivery person or a utility inspector. Posing as a property management representative seemed a reasonable ruse. After all, he had waited long enough today, aside from his sister. No one else had ever kept him waiting this long. He arrived at the entrance and pressed the doorbell. Inside, Suan was about to retreat for a rest when the sound of the doorbell interrupted him. No one had visited in days. And though Ban Zhaoyu possessed a key, it was the first time anyone had rung the bell. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Suan approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he was startled to see Ban Zhibai's smiling face. How on earth did her brother find him? Surely, wasn't he stalking her? Should he open the door or not? To avoid revealing his unease, Suan decided to proceed. Good day, sir. I am from Jinghai Property Management. There have been reports from downstairs regarding a potential issue with your bathroom drain. Would it be convenient for us to conduct an inspection? Ban Zhibai beamed, feeling confident in his performance. No one would suspect anything amiss at first glance. However, having encountered Ban Zhibai before, Suan found the scenario somewhat comical. There was undoubtedly something fishy about this charade. Thank you, but I can manage a check myself, he said, opting to close the door and regain his composure. Before Suan could fully shut the door, Ban Zhibai abruptly surged into the room. Pushing Suan aside and swiftly executing the series of actions required to close the door behind him. Tell me, what is your relationship with my sister? What does she seek from you? It seemed Ban Zhaoyu truly had been followed, and now the truth was unraveling. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Did she not inform you that I am merely a stand-in? She approached me to discuss this matter. State your name, where you reside, when you met you, and the details of your dealings. I advise you not to deceive me. If I choose to investigate, it will take but a moment. The distinction between approaching Ban Zhibai as himself versus viewing the situation through Ban Zhaoyu's lens was stark. His tone was icy, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. It's truly a misunderstanding. My relationship with Ban Zhaoyu is purely platonic. I am here to assist her. Regardless of Suan's earnest explanations, Ban Zhibai remained impassive, his expression suggesting skepticism. Ban Zhibai scrutinized Suan, noting his unremarkable attire, a drab ensemble of black, and his mediocre features. How could his beloved sister be interested in such a person? He could accept Shin Xiaoyu, but this stranger emerging from nowhere was simply unacceptable. Speak, he commanded. Brother? Who is your brother? Ban Zhibai was taken aback by this audacious fellow, who had the audacity to address him as brother. Fortunately, he wasn't sporting yellow hair. Otherwise, he would have pounced on Su-in without hesitation. The man before him, wearing a cold expression, was indeed her brother. Yet the visage of Su-in only evoked feelings of estrangement and chill in Ban Zhaoyu. The disdain and disgust reflected in her biological brother's gaze were unmistakably palpable, an experience entirely foreign to Ban Zhaoyu. She swallowed hard, her throat parched. Indeed, after her soul had switched into Su-in's body, no one could recognize her. Not even her own brother. She wished he would swiftly clarify his intentions, explain how he had come to know Yu, and preferably, return from whence he came. Our family, and you are not for you to covet. Ban Zhibai was equally perplexed. He was acutely aware of his sister's acquaintances and connections, so how had she come to know this individual? No one could fathom the sense of injustice she felt in that moment. In recent days, the strain had rendered Ban Zhaoyu emotionally fragile, and upon feeling wronged, she could no longer suppress her tears. The girl who had been sweetened by the candy jar could not bear the weight of injustice, especially when it came from her brother. Silent sobs escaped her, hands clenched tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Ban Zhibai couldn't believe his eyes. A grown man was now gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, looking pitiful. In that instant, he felt an electric shock reverberate through his body. Repulsion, confusion, and disbelief engulfed him, his brow furrowed like a cluster of stars in the cosmos. Ban Zhibai blurted out, disgusting. If he had 100 brains, he could never have imagined that the person he was reprimanding was his most cherished sister. There was little room for telepathy. People are more inclined to trust their own eyes. Brother, I am Yu. Ban Zhaoyu, weary and unwilling to hide any longer, longed for the support of her brother, who had always been her fortress. Whenever she faced injustice, he could always resolve it with just a word. As she choked on her words, she looked at her brother with hopeful eyes. What kind of trick is this? You, a grown man, how disgusting can you be? Get as far away from me as possible. I do not wish to see you in our sight again. Brother, I truly am Yu. I have been exchanging consciousness with this person named Su, and since last week. Please help me, brother. Ban Zhibai was both amused and outraged. He could almost accept other excuses, but it seemed this person was not only thick-skinned but also rather dim-witted. Get lost. I am calling him back. My body is currently inhabited by Su-in's soul. Ban Zhaoyu felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Chapter 29. Even if I do not believe. I must believe. He had initially intended to keep his sister in the dark. Yet, it had become inevitable. He had activated the recording upon entering, intending for his sister to hear the unreliability of this man. Instead, he inadvertently recorded something far more explosive. Regardless of this person's nature, it was evident his intellect was lacking. Meanwhile, on the other end, Su-in received the news, thumping the cushion of his seat, instructing the driver, turn around. Driver, back to Jinghai Huayuan. What is the matter? There's an urgent matter. I'll pay extra. Su-in was unaware that, at some point, resolving issues would come with the phrase I'll pay more, yet indeed, money proved effective. The driver briefly speculated, oh no, could something truly have gone awry? Miss, do not fret, we shall return promptly. Should we notify the authorities? No, please hurry. While life hung in the balance, a storm raged nearby. Ban Zhaoyu began to gather various pieces of evidence to affirm her identity as Ban Zhaoyu. When one is compelled to substantiate their own existence, it becomes an arduous endeavor. Ban Zhaoyu started enumerating facts about her brother, his lack of romantic relationships, his birthday, his culinary preferences, and so forth. Ban Zhibai suspected that his sister had divulged this information to the young man in advance, deeming it untrustworthy. However, the fact that he had never been in love seemed to elevate Su-in's standing in his sister's eyes. Brother, why do you refuse to believe me? As Su-in's details grew increasingly specific and genuine, Ban Zhibai's expression grew more solemn. Yet, gazing at Su-in's earnest demeanor, he remained skeptical. The sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted their exchange. The two within the room turned their gazes toward the door, each bearing distinct expressions. Su-in rushed back with utmost urgency. Upon entering, he found Ban Zhibai seated on the sofa, alongside a tear-streaked version of himself, likely having just wept. Su-in, speak up. I have no intention of concealing anything. Hello, I am Su-in, and this is Ban Zhaoyu. We find ourselves in a peculiar predicament, an irregular soul exchange. No matter how implausible it may seem, it has indeed transpired. Ban Zhibai scrutinized his approaching sister, as if attempting to pierce through her. Su-in, embodying Ban Zhaoyu, seamlessly recited her identification number. Given her nature, It was improbable that she would memorize such details, if this were merely a prank. The stakes were excessively high. Even considering an alternate scenario, it bore little significance. Ban Zhibai's tone grew neutral, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Let us sit and converse. Ban Zhaoyu and Su-wen took their seats, embarking on a mutual verification of their identities. Ban Zhaoyu recounted the initial exchanges between herself and Su-wen, prompting Ban Zhibai to reflect on the oddities of those moments. The bizarre and fantastical had seemingly morphed into reality. His beloved sister had indeed exchanged bodies with a stranger, who, in truth, was his sister. It was all too convoluted. Ban Zhibai's jaw began to tremble uncontrollably. If there had been no prior collusion, the situation could only be genuine. Leaning back against the sofa, he exhaled deeply. Before arriving, he had contemplated several possibilities, each preferable to the current predicament. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Ban Zhibai declared, "I consent to your relationship. There is no need to deceive me any longer. This is no longer amusing." Ban Zhibai and Su-wen were momentarily stunned, observing the change in their expressions. The last glimmer of hope faded away. Ban Zhibai's mind was in turmoil, buzzing incessantly. How would they navigate their interactions from now on? "I need to step out for a moment," he declared, rising and exiting to seek a temporary solace. This left Su-wen and Ban Zhaoyu exchanging a glance of helplessness. As Ban Zhibai reached the corner of the staircase, he gazed at the cheerful faces adorning the advertisements on the wall. Yet, he felt a profound sense of frustration within, prompting him to retrieve his phone and make a call. On the other end was Hua Feng. "Hello? What prompts this call? I think I might be experiencing some mental health issues." "Ah, so you've acknowledged it. You should come over. I can help you untangle your thoughts. It's best to address these knots early. Prolonging it only brings you discomfort." "No, it's not that I genuinely have mental health issues. Rather, I've encountered something surreal. And it might be real." As he spoke on the phone, his gaze drifted towards the ajar door. If only it were a mental health issue. He was at a loss on how to confront his sister. One was her soul, the other her corporeal form. One was tangible and visible, while the other could only be felt. How surreal was this? Was it more fantastical than the dreams of a patient? Ban Zhibai and Hua Feng had been childhood friends. He was the person Ban Zhibai trusted most. In this situation, if he had to confide in someone, it would not be their parents, but rather Hua Feng. It was preferable for as few people as possible to be aware of such matters, minimizing harm to his sister. "What I'm about to share is undeniably occurring right before me. I have no reason to convince myself it is false." "Oh, intriguing. Do share. It's not often something stirs such strong emotions in you. Are you familiar with soul swapping?" "What swapping?" "Soul. You must have watched some movie or read a novel. Or perhaps stumbled upon some dubious news in a tabloid." As a renowned psychologist, Hua Feng possessed a deep understanding of human psyche, often deeming many bizarre phenomena as mere self-deception. "No, it's real. It happened to you." From the tone alone, Hua Feng discerned the certainty in Ban Zhibai's voice. He was not one to engage in frivolity, indicating there was at least some semblance of truth to the situation. "So, what is your intention in telling me this? Do you have time?" "All right, I understand. Can you meet tonight?" "Yes. Please come to Jinghai Huayuan to pick us up." "Okay, I'm on my way." After ending the call, Ban Zhibai returned to the room in silence. You, brother." This time, it was the body of his sister that spoke. "Please tidy up. We're going somewhere to see if there's a solution." "Brother, who have you told?" "I confided in no one but Hua Feng." The mention of Hua Feng's name eased Ban Zhaoyu's worries slightly. He was an old friend of her brother and quite reliable, albeit somewhat boastful. Su-wen found himself compelled to comply with whatever others asked of him. Ideally, there would be a means to resolve their predicament. Rather than embracing a life of privilege, he yearned to return to his hometown and live authentically, rather than feigning another's existence, struggling with each step. Before long, the group found themselves seated in Hua Feng's vehicle at the entrance of the community. Ban Zhaoyu noticed that the driver had been waiting at the door. Only after they departed did he leave. Chapter 30. A series of analyses, questioning existence from the moment they arrived. Hua Feng had been keenly observing Ban Zhaoyu and the unfamiliar man. Rather than believing in the concept of soul swapping, he was more inclined to consider that one party might be grappling with psychological issues. However, such matters required further examination. Superficially, nothing was discernible. Both Su-wen and Ban Zhaoyu had been here before, thus their emotions remained relatively stable. In stark contrast, it was Ban Zhibai whose emotional state was the most precarious. If we are to entertain the notion of soul exchange, may I inquire which one of you is currently Yu? As Huafeng unlocked the consultation room door, he posed the question. Ban Xiaoyu raised her hand. Yu, please enter. The rest of you may wait outside. Huafeng tentatively concluded that if there were psychological concerns, it was likely on Yu's side. Suan appeared more akin to an actor playing a role for remuneration. The symptoms of mental illness are often chaotic. Despite his brief tenure in the profession, Huafeng had encountered numerous manifestations. He invited Ban Xiaoyu to take a seat while he opened the file cabinet, casually sifting through documents. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on a possible diagnosis: diminished sense of identity. When identity awareness wanes, the patient fails to recognize themselves as a continuous entity across different time periods, resulting in alternating personalities or personality shifts. Symptoms of alternating personality include displaying distinct personality traits at various times, accompanied by changes in tone, inflection, and behavior. Some illustrative examples might include possession, prophetic dreams, or dissociative identity disorder, which bears some resemblance to the symptoms of being overtaken by another entity. Of course, there was also the possibility of feigned illness, a type of psychological issue that can be easily masqueraded. You mentioned that you experience soul exchanges daily? Ban Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Is there a particular pattern to this? None that I can discern. Huafeng engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, analyzing the symptoms, which often co-occur with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and can sometimes be accompanied by other psychological ailments. However, the primary cause of such afflictions, abuse, seemed wholly unrelated to Ban Xiaoyu, who had never encountered adversity. Could it be that Ban Zhibai had engaged in some unspeakable act that triggered an alternate persona in Ban Xiaoyu as a means of evasion and self-protection? Oh, dear Ban, it is not that I have an overly bleak perception of you as a brother. As a practitioner in this field, it is quite normal to harbor such a myriad of thoughts, even those that tread into the realm of the bizarre, which ordinary minds might scarcely contemplate. Therein lies the crux of the matter. Ban Xiaoyu, of course, remained oblivious to the musings swirling in Huafeng's mind, her attention solely captivated by the vivid expressions that danced across his face. The night had fully enveloped the sky, and Huafeng leisurely drew the curtains, extinguishing the light in the room. An enveloping darkness descended, creating an atmosphere of serene emptiness that stirred an unbidden sense of alertness. He flicked on the standing lamp beside the sofa, its dim glow barely illuminating the space, evidently a deliberately crafted fixture. Yu, how does your brother treat you? Huafeng mimicked Ban Zhibai's tone, gently inquiring under the soft, muted light. Ban Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, her faith in Huafeng's professional acumen wavering, and she rose to turn the previously extinguished light back on, flooding the room with brightness. Huafeng clicked his tongue, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Thankfully, he refrained from pressing further. Ban Xiaoyu's response was remarkably composed, devoid of any hint of peculiarity, so much so that Huafeng speculated she might be feigning illness, indulging in some theatricality. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing transformation unfolded before the keenly observant eyes of Huafeng. Before him, Ban Xiaoyu's aura and countenance began to subtly shift. His previous oversight stemmed from the infrequency of their encounters, as he was in the midst of reconstructing his impressions. But now, in this face-to-face interaction, he could distinctly perceive the change. Mr. Su? Huafeng tentatively called out. Yes, it is I, she replied, the exchange flowing seamlessly. Please, let us seek the doctor's assistance, just as unexpectedly as this. The transition was so fluid and natural. The shift in personality from the formidable Ban Xiaoyu to the gentler, more accommodating version of Su was starkly evident. Her tone softened considerably, her posture adopting a more vulnerable stance, morphing from the imperious heiress into an amiable gentleman. One must concede, Huafeng found Ban Xiaoyu's current demeanor far more pleasant to engage with. So, is it solely you, Mr. Su, or is it also Yu? Rest assured, it is only I. The same applies to Miss Ban. We have truly exchanged our essences. Very well then. Huafeng stood to open the door, inviting the Ban Xiaoyu incarnation of Su into the room. The two sat side by side, their eager gazes fixed upon Huafeng, an odd yet harmonious sight. In that moment, a peculiar illusion seized Huafeng's mind, envisioning Su's ethereal spirit hovering behind Ban Xiaoyu, while Ban Xiaoyu's essence shadowed Suan. For pairs of eyes bore into him, prompting a profound doubt about his knowledge and understanding. If this continued, he might find himself afflicted with madness. In a desperate bid for clarity, Huafeng summoned all his resources, exerting every ounce of his skill. After a series of psychological suggestions and content guidance, coupled with several probing inquiries, the conclusion was ultimately reached that the two individuals had indeed exchanged identities. This was neither a manifestation of mental illness nor mere performance. It had undeniably transpired before his very eyes. Reflecting on his recent ridicule of Ban Zhibai, Huafeng felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. "Please take a seat. I shall be with you shortly," he instructed. Stepping outside, he closed the door behind him and made eye contact with the anxious Ban Zhibai waiting outside. Without uttering a word, they communicated effortlessly. "How did it go?" "Not well. Otherwise, why would I have rushed out?" The prospect of an alternate personality transformation seemed even more improbable. An alternating persona is wholly immersed in another's character, while a personality shift merely involves the belief that one has become someone else, without full immersion. "This time, I am convinced such bizarre occurrences do exist," Huafeng admitted, his expression tinged with resignation. "But why must this happen to my sister? It is beyond explanation. Is there any chance for change?" A thought crossed his mind. He could not simply surrender after a few inquiries. The knowledge amassed by his predecessors, derived from a myriad of strange and unexplainable phenomena, was not meant for their descendants to abandon in the face of uncertainty. What if this was a new psychological dilemma? If he could rectify it, it could very well warrant a place in textbooks. "I require more time. This is an exceptionally unique case. If I can resolve this matter, anything I possess is at your disposal. Who are we to each other? Furthermore, this is for my sake as well." Chapter 31. Naming the phenomenon. As Huafeng turned to re-enter the room, Ban Zhibai grasped his arm. "Is there truly a way to resolve this?" Huafeng could not offer a definitive promise. He shook his head initially, then nodded, stating, "I shall do my utmost." At present, there were no better alternatives. They could only place their trust in Huafeng's capabilities. Upon entering the room, Suan rose to greet him, while Ban Zhaoyu lifted her gaze. "Ahem, I have temporarily grasped your situation. Further observation is required before I can draw a conclusion. If possible, could you cooperate with me in exploring this matter during the forthcoming period? So, there is a possibility of recovery?" A glimmer of hope sparked in Ban Zhaoyu's eyes. After so many days, she finally received uplifting news. If she could return to her former self, her life would once again belong to her. Everything would remain unchanged. "Yes, theoretically, there exists a possibility. I will conduct research on this subject, and we shall maintain contact at all times." Huafeng firmly believed this was a psychological issue, and he was prepared to provide his insights. Suan nodded in agreement, relieved to have found a reliable individual. Both parties who had exchanged souls seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. A promising future lay before them. Huafeng retrieved his tablet and began typing a few lines in the document. He provisionally designated the phenomenon experienced by Ban Zhaoyu and Suan as personality exchange. For reasons unknown, two patients have experienced a swap of their souls, with no clear provocations, necessitating further investigation. Huafeng, engrossed in research, neglected to escort Ban Zhibai and the others. It is now past 10 in the evening, and any matters must be deferred until tomorrow. Ever since learning about the exchange between his sister and Suan, Ban Zhibai finds himself scrutinizing his sister whenever he looks at her. Fortunately, the differences are stark. When Suan is not attempting to disguise himself, it remains quite easy to discern the truth. To claim that it doesn't feel unsettling would be disingenuous. His beloved sister occasionally transforms into another man. To facilitate matters, Ban Zhaoyu suggested that Suan move into the residence she has recently occupied, as there is no longer a need to hide from her brother. Thus, the previous residence, Jinghai Hua Yuan, is rendered unnecessary. No matter how much Ban Zhibai is unwilling, it is futile. Living together might lead to more than just casual glimpses. Driving with a stern countenance, Ban Zhibai contemplated how to address this situation upon their return to their original forms. Should he offer a hush money payment? Or perhaps deliver a thorough beating along with medical expenses and a non-disclosure fee? The two occupants in the back seat were in good spirits. Oblivious to Ban Zhibai's inner turmoil, for human emotions are not universally shared, Suan sent a message to his sister. By this hour, she should have completed her evening classes and returned home. It was merely a message of reassurance, inquiring about her studies and whether she had adapted to living alone. When his sister asked when she could come back to visit, he boasted that once he finished this busy period, he would return. Ban Zhaoyu, reignited with hope, felt the previous sense of insecurity diminish significantly. Upon arriving at their destination, Ban Ji-bai and Soo-in exited the vehicle. Ban Ji-bai rolled down the window. You both should be more attentive and remember to cooperate well with Huafeng's treatment. Got it, brother, Ban Jiayu replied, playfully using Soo-in's body to act coyly towards him. Ban Ji-bai promptly rolled up the window, concealing the tremor in his hands on the steering wheel and the quiver of his lips. This was truly a nightmare. Although he knew he was speaking to his sister, his body instinctively recoiled. Ban Ji-bai did not return home or to the office. Instead, he drove along the coastal avenue of Huan, traversing it repeatedly through the early hours of the morning. When hope arises in life, a person's mental state can markedly improve. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, Ban Jiayu awakened early, even earlier than Soo-in, who was accustomed to early rising. As she brushed her teeth, gazing into the mirror at her somewhat haggard reflection due to recent events, her long, slightly curled hair framed her delicate features. The faint shadows around her eyes, though dark circles, appeared like an artistic eyeshadow on her exquisite face. Since the exchange, Ban Jiayu has become increasingly aware of the exceptional qualities of her current form, while simultaneously fearing the prospect of losing it. Recently, due to these circumstances, she has declined all training courses and rejected her friends' invitations, leading to widespread knowledge in her circle that Ban Jiayu had undergone a transformation. In truth, it could indeed be considered a transformation. Previously, she lacked the mood, but now Ban Jiayu yearns to return to her ordinary life. It is impossible to confine her within the four walls all day long. No way. Today, I shall venture out to meet friends. If the situation requires it, I will concoct an excuse to return. You must remain indoors and refrain from wandering about. Soo-in is indifferent, for he possesses ample wealth and lacks for nothing. Whatever the benefactor dictates, he complies. Ban Jiayu now resembles a lively kitten, freshly recovered from a serious illness, exuberant and disheveled. With her worries dissipated, the world appears radiant. She slung her bag over her shoulder and hailed a cab to meet her best friend. On ordinary days, Ban Jiayu and her friends frequently gathered at a club in the city center, for she relished the vibrancy and emotional release that such places offered, and she had an insatiable curiosity for new experiences. However, Ban Ji-bai forbade her from visiting dubious establishments, even bars owned by acquaintances. He feared that his sister might fall prey to unsavory characters or become embroiled in unsavory affairs, especially since there were those who sought to compromise the family's reputation. Thus, Ban Ji-bai established a private club for his sister, complete with film screenings, dancing, singing, and a plethora of activities. Renowned singers and bands often performed there. In short, wealth brings convenience. The last gathering occurred after the college entrance examination, and although Ban Jiayu intended to study abroad, it did not exempt her from taking the exam. Though her grades were average, her path in the arts made the prospect of studying abroad relatively effortless. It had been some time since she had seen Jiang Yu, who awaited her at the club's entrance, filled with youthful anticipation. However, upon spotting Ban Jiayu emerging from the taxi, her excitement dimmed slightly, yet she still raised her delicate hand and waved. Yu. Over here. Jiang Yu discerned Ban Jiayu's state, likely due to the matters concerning Shin Xiuyu, which were known throughout their circle. Though Ban Jiayu had a basic understanding of makeup, her natural beauty rendered her efforts unnecessary. However, her dark circles remained unmasked. She jogged to her best friend, and together they ascended the stairs, encountering many familiar faces along the way. Ban Jiayu rediscovered a long-lost sense of belonging. Miss Ban has arrived. Where have you been these days? The room was dimly lit, with high-quality speakers blaring popular music. The dance floor was alive with men and women swaying to the rhythm, while Ban Ji-bai had arranged for security personnel to discreetly monitor the young lady's situation. Jiang Yu pulled Ban Jiayu to a cozy booth. Yu, why haven't you been out lately? In response to her friend's inquiry, Ban Jiayu struggled to conjure an appropriate excuse. Taking a sip of red wine, she replied, I've been feeling a bit down. Oh, then you certainly need some rest. Perhaps you should postpone those dance and vocal classes. The volume of the music compelled Jiang Yu to raise her voice. She didn't particularly enjoy such raucous environments, and she and Ban Jiayu didn't always share the same interests. But for the sake of a man, she became the closest friend of Ban Jiayu. It has been 5 or 6 years in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it is due to Shin Xiuyu that she feels she can share anything with me. Jiang Yu continues to play the role of a confidant. She is somewhat similar to Ban Jiayu, as she has affections for Ban Ji-bai. while Ban Xiaoyu harbors feelings for Shin Xiaoyu. Their frequent heart-to-heart conversations may stem from this shared sentiment. No, there's nothing for me to feel upset about. I'm just going out to have some fun. Regardless of the circumstances, dancing to the music indeed serves as a delightful release. And Ban Xiaoyu desperately needs such an outlet. It is also due to some arrangements made by a certain brother that a designated area in the dance floor is exclusively for women. This is not a matter of gender discrimination. Rather, it is simply the private domain of Miss Ban. This club, in name, still belongs to Ban Jibai. Yet any losses are attributed to him, while profits are credited to Ban Xiaoyu. Women can enter for free after identity verification, enjoying discounted beverages and considerate services to escort them home. And where does the income derive from? Naturally, it comes from the gentlemen nearby. After all, the women who frequent this place boast exceptional qualities in terms of appearance, physique, family background, and education, making it a unique gathering spot in Huan, particularly given its distinctive environment and safety. Hey Yu, it's been ages. Come on, come on. The dance floor already boasts a few familiar faces, including office workers with bosoms nearly rivaling the size of Ban Xiaoyu's head, television hosts, and renowned leg models, whose long limbs are captivating. Several local stars and models from Hua and are present. Their beauty requires no further elaboration, for here they can escape the clutches of rumors and paparazzi. There are also other ladies from Ban Xiaoyu's circle, some who come to unwind after marriage and divorce, searching for potential sugar babies. Some simply enjoy the company of beautiful women, while others are young flowers, kept under strict parental control, who, lacking a brother to open a club for them, tag along with Ban Xiaoyu for a delightful outing. The spectrum of women here is vast, from the delicate and graceful to the robust and slender. Essentially, one can find various types of women here. Those seeking mere amusement and relaxation gather in Ban Xiaoyu's area, while those with different intentions can venture into the mixed zone. The flower field attracts both bees and flies. Yet those who gain entry are far from the dregs of society, at the very least. They are not the refuse of existence, but rather the remnants of something once coveted. Indeed, dancing is a most effective form of stress relief, requiring little in terms of learning. It is merely an exercise in playful abandon, experimenting with energetic music. One need not focus on the precision of movements, but can instead attempt to inscribe the word tired in the air with their head. Ban Xiaoyu, having not visited in quite some time, joins the throng of women, swaying to the music. With a foundation in dance, even her carefree movements exude rhythm and grace. Here, she need not concern herself with the gazes of others. This eclectic group of women, each facing their own challenges and life journeys, can come together and revel in joyous abandon, much like children. Do not fret about the consequences of inebriation or the lurking dangers. This has cultivated an environment where many women, previously hesitant to venture into such places for these reasons, now feel at ease. Within the dimly lit interior, ambient lights flicker, devoid of an overly dramatic DJ, while the music resonates at an ideal volume, neither excessively cacophonous nor utterly mundane. Ban Xiaoyu forgets her worries and the ever-looming possibility of exchanging places, reveling joyously among the floral arrangements, as though striving to fling herself from the confines of the earth. Casting aside all cares, her long hair dances in synchrony with her movements, yet as time passes, her actions gradually become stiffer. Suin, who had been leisurely watching a drama indoors, believed himself prepared for an imminent exchange. After all, it was merely a meeting with a close friend, just a little girl, easily manageable. However, he did not anticipate the multitude of friends in attendance. Suin had never encountered so many beautiful women in his life, disregarding those across the boundary. He estimated at least 40 to 50 in his immediate vicinity. The music, far from his personal taste, filled the air as someone grasped his waist, prompting an instinctive reaction from Suin. A hand playfully smacked his rear, though the sound was not loud. It struck Suin's mind like a bolt of lightning, followed by a teasing remark. Yu has some new moves, quite impressive. Perhaps due to a childhood devoid of maternal affection, Suin found himself defenseless against such assertive, dominant, or detail-oriented women, his ears flushing with embarrassment. Various scents, no fewer than a dozen, wafted through the air, tantalizing Suin's senses. The life of the affluent was beyond his imagination. He had thought he understood Ban Xiaoyu's existence, yet it proved to be far more exhilarating than anticipated. Suin, a male, at least in the present, at least in his mind, with a penchant for women, had remained single for 24 years. having experienced a naive romance where he had not even held hands, suddenly thrust into a throng of women, each deserving of the title stunning beauty, including those types Soo-in particularly favored, long legs and undeniable pride, was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, he inhabited Ban Xiaoyu's body. Otherwise, he would have had to regain his composure immediately. Soo-in silently recited to himself, "I am a respectable person. I am a respectable person. Do not gaze upon indecency. Do not gaze upon indecency." He pondered urgently about what to do online, as several hands had already begun to explore his form, akin to Tang Xing falling into the spider spirit's lair, or a small insect ensnared in a pitcher plant. The experience was a simultaneous taste of heaven and hell. Yet, it was the vibration of his phone in his pocket that kept Soo-in's mind clear. He knew he was, after all, made of flesh. But he must still adhere to fundamental principles of propriety and decency. He resolved that once he returned to his rightful self, he could not retain these undesirable elements. Without the biological hormonal stress indicators, others remained oblivious to Soo-in's inner turmoil. Finally emerging from the thicket of delicate hands, he glanced at his phone, and indeed, it was a message from Ban Xiaoyu. "And Huan, do not take advantage of them, but I still believe in your character." Ban Xiaoyu experienced a fleeting moment of joy, only to be abruptly interrupted. She had yet to complete the intricate strokes of her artwork. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of elderly gentlemen performing on television. It was Su Anjing engrossed in the Ming Dynasty 1566. Chang Yiyu remarked, "That is only natural. But must it be in such a manner? I nearly lost my composure just now. What kind of friends do you have?" The youth from the small town had never encountered such a spectacle, and presently, someone was incessantly hounding her with queries. Ban Xiaoyu offered an apologetic smile in response. And Huan interjected, all right, I admit I did not consider your feelings. However, given your commendable character, I shall be more mindful." Chang Yiyu inquired, "Should I leave directly, or should I take a moment to bid farewell first?" Soo-in's attention was entirely absorbed by her mobile device, oblivious to the fact that someone had already approached her from the dance floor. As they frequently socialized, the newcomer simply reached out and snatched away her phone. Startled, Soo-in jolted and hurried to reclaim it, but the tall figure easily evaded her grasp. "You haven't been around lately. Do you not miss your sister?" The words barely escaped Soo-in's lips, her mind racing with thoughts of, "Who are you? Please do not put me in an awkward position." Fortunately, Wu Minhan had no intention of perusing Soo-in's messages. Otherwise, she might suspect that Ban Xiaoyu and the individual with the username and Huan were involved in something more than mere friendship. Wu Minhan was a prominent figure at Huan television station, known for her exceptional skills and striking appearance, which helped her stand out among competitors. She typically had no particular hobbies, save for traveling and unwinding in this exclusive club. Being part of the elite circle of women, she naturally grew closer to Ban Xiaoyu, often engaging in playful banter and sharing personal thoughts. Although Wu Minhan was 6 years Ban Xiaoyu's senior, they were the same age as Soo-in. Her graceful demeanor radiated confidence, a quality that wielded considerable influence, especially since the current Ban Xiaoyu was perceived as female. Clad in a vibrant red halter top that accentuated her figure, Wu Minhan effortlessly draped her arm around Soo-in and could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from her. The intimate contact sending a peculiar sensation coursing through her. It was not Soo-in's intention to take advantage. Was this truly how young women interacted? The close proximity, especially with Wu Minhan's figure, compelled Soo-in to shut her eyes tightly, as if the contact was fraught with peril rather than mere flesh. In that moment, Soo-in realized that Wu Minhan had likely indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. Her elevated body temperature and the scent of liquor were unmistakable. Wu Minhan babbled on about topics Soo-in could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had been scrolling through her phone at the booth, waiting for Ban Xiaoyu and observing her with an expression of deep immersion, unaware of whom she might be conversing with. It was only now that Soo-in realized Ban Xiaoyu had emerged from the dance floor, constrained by Wu Minhan on the sofa, her little head peeking out from under Wu Minhan's armpit, resembling a kitten cautiously poking its head out from a burrow. She responded to the message on her phone. She is perfectly fine now, spending time with Sister Wu. Satisfied, she set off to reunite with Ban Xiaoyu. Soo-in spotted Zhang Yu, a familiar face, and though she opened her mouth to speak, no sound escaped her lips. Nevertheless, Yuzi understood Ban Xiaoyu's intent and rescued Soo-in from Wu Minhan's oppressive warmth. One must admit, Wu Minhan's underarm management was impeccable. as pristine and smooth as any other skin. Even now, Suwon's head remained foggy. Perhaps this was the true test of soul exchange. The previous physical trials of separating from an electric bike or being cramped in a restroom were mere corporeal challenges, while this was a torment of the soul. Suwon was aware that this life did not belong to him. Yu, I heard your him has returned. Any progress? What progress could there be? Suwon was already aware of Ban Zhaoyu's precise aim that struck Shinshouyu with a chopstick. A part of Ban Zhaoyu's stylistic transformation was indeed guided by Wu Minhan, embodying the essence of a high-quality urban beauty. Wu Minhan undoubtedly understood men better than Ban Zhaoyu, and Suwon had already been somewhat grasped. Fortunately, the time for their exchange was drawing near. Upon seeing a familiar television drama, Suwon let out a long sigh of relief. Instinctively, he touched the back of his neck. It was truly terrifying. He could no longer distinguish between soul and body, and the warmth lingered on the nape of his neck. Meanwhile, Hua Feng was conducting an intensive search for all relevant information, scouring the globe for any incidents of soul exchange, whether they were reports, oral accounts, or even traces found in ancient texts. For instance, there was a curious tale recorded only in a tabloid from Jidong City. A woman surnamed who accidentally fell from a high building, coincidentally landing on a passing woman surnamed One, causing both to faint on the spot. After rescue efforts, the woman surnamed One was confirmed dead, having lost all vital signs. The woman surnamed who gradually regained consciousness, yet astonishingly insisted that she was One, claiming to have been knocked unconscious when passing beneath the building, and upon waking, found herself in this new state. Moreover, she could accurately recount all basic information regarding the woman surnamed One, with no discrepancies. Her lifestyle and manner of speaking were verified by One's family. In truth, it was the body of the woman surnamed Hu, but the soul of the woman surnamed One. Subsequently, she continued to live a normal life under the identity of the woman surnamed One, until she eventually fell ill and passed away. Due to a lack of precise time and location, it remained, at best, a mere anecdote. Numerous ancient records of strange occurrences also featured several instances of soul swapping, such as between the rich and the poor, the talented and the unattractive, the top scholar and the maid. On this particular day, Hua Feng engaged in nothing but consuming a plethora of similar stories, relishing them with great interest. The deeper he delved into the investigation, the more he sensed an incongruity. Was he searching for a pathology or merely indulging in fiction? Meanwhile, Ban Zhibai pressed him relentlessly, stating plainly that resources and personnel should not be spared, urging him to swiftly uncover a solution. Since the exchange, Ban Zhibai's control over his sister had tightened considerably, to the extent that he wished to install a surveillance camera atop Ban Zhaoyu's head to chronicle her every move. 3 days later, having largely completed the collection of information regarding similar incidents, Hua Feng and Ban Zhibai convened in a psychological counseling room to discuss feasible options. Through the process of extracting the universal from the particular, and vice versa, Hua Feng indeed formulated several treatment plans, though they seemed rather dubious. Only the final hypothesis emerged as both cruel and strikingly reasonable. In the event of a soul exchange, what would transpire if one of the bodies perished? In other words, if Ban Zhaoyu and Suwon were to be in their respective bodies and one were to die, would the consciousness still be exchanged? Would severing the consciousness halt this absurd soul-swapping farce? Much like the case of the women surnamed Hu and One. If Suwon were to meet an untimely demise, would this exchange cease? While such a possibility existed, Hua Feng was reluctant to endorse it. His research and suggestions were one matter, but when life and death were at stake, clarity was paramount. Ban Zhibai, however, held a different perspective. For him, his sister was always of utmost importance. Chapter 34. Regarding the elimination of Su, and Hua Feng was busily organizing the materials in his hands when he caught a glimpse of his friend. Startled by the intensity of Ban Zhibai's gaze, could he truly be contemplating such an idea? A chill ran down his spine. It was indeed a possibility. Zhibai, think it over. The risks are too great, and it would not bode well for you to know. Hua Feng had not anticipated that his efforts to meticulously outline every potential outcome would genuinely sway Ban Zhibai. After all, this was a matter of life. Suwon remained blissfully unaware of the looming threats to his health, resting comfortably in his room. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu had found a new one-on-one tutor, and regardless of its efficacy, it was a source of reassurance for Suwon. If the tutor could elevate her mathematics scores by 10 or 20 points, Achieving a stable score in the low hundreds, it would enhance her prospects for the impending college entrance examination. Ban Xiaoyu's spirits were lifting, ideally. This body exchange would conclude before her departure abroad, allowing her to embark on a new beginning with Shin Xiaoyu. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. A new life awaited her. That night was destined to be sleepless. Huafeng's counsel had proven ineffective. His sister's significance outweighed everything, surpassing even the value of another's life. More profoundly, he simply could not accept the notion of his sister occasionally transforming into a male. That was absolutely intolerable. Huafeng has not yet relinquished his resolve. Should he cause harm, he would undoubtedly bear a psychological burden. He pursued Ban Zhibai, urging him to reconsider. Ban Zhibai, lips pressed together, observed Huafeng, who had uninvitedly taken the passenger's seat. The car was shrouded in darkness, shadows obscuring their expressions. "Are you truly intending to accompany me home?" Ban Zhibai inquired. "Of course not, but I must speak candidly. Surely you do not wish to test the limits of the law in this society," Huafeng insisted, still unwavering in his intentions. His fear of Ban Zhibai's potential actions stemmed from the knowledge that Ban Zhibai, despite being a devoted brother, had indeed engaged in similar confrontations in the past. When Ban Xiaoyu was in kindergarten, she was bullied by some classmates. Several privileged children coerced her into playing house, demanding she assume the role of their wife, even attempting to force unwanted affection upon her until a teacher intervened. Ban Xiaoyu returned home to report the incident to her brother. At that time, Ban Zhibai, already a high school student, confronted the perpetrators with the ferocity of a street thug, nearly knocking out a baby tooth in the process, before transferring schools with his sister. Consider the absurdity of an almost adult resorting to violence without a prior negotiation, especially in situations where no tangible harm had been inflicted. Even if Ban Xiaoyu's parents were to intervene, it would merely involve a conversation with the offending children's guardians. The notion that Huafeng would act against Suen, a stranger, over this matter was entirely plausible to Ban Zhibai. Silence enveloped them as neither spoke nor initiated movement. They remained in the car, watching as the lights of distant buildings extinguished, leaving only the distant glow of neon signs. Xiaoyu was an exceedingly sensitive child. Had this situation been orchestrated by human hands, I would have uncovered the truth long ago. Alas, it was not. Suen bore no affiliations, nor did he exhibit any signs of involvement in such matters. Prior to their exchange, he and Xiaoyu existed in entirely different realms. I cannot fathom how. Over the next decades, Xiaoyu would repeatedly exchange lives with a man, leading to a chaotic existence that she might find unbearable. In truth, it is I who am struggling to cope. Ban Zhibai's tone was somewhat flat, and Huafeng found himself at a loss for words. Unable to alter Ban Zhibai's perspective, nor was he worthy of such an endeavor. He could only exit the vehicle quietly and stand before the hospital. Watching as Ban Zhibai drove away, resigned, he shook his head and sighed, pondering how such bizarre circumstances could befall Ban Xiaoyu specifically. In order to maintain communication, Huafeng still possesses Suen's contact information. On the way back to his room, he contemplated calling Suen multiple times, yet each time he hesitated just before pressing the call button. Upon returning to the lounge, he sat on the edge of the bed, leaving the light off. In the enveloping darkness, Huafeng raised his phone's black screen, uttering a cautionary note. "Lately, please be mindful of your personal safety. It is best to stay close to Yu. He casually set the phone on the bedside table and retired to bed, weary from the intense literature review he had undertaken. Recently, Suen's behavior had become rather peculiar. Ban Zhibai's attitude towards him had grown considerably more enthusiastic. He actively invited Suen out, claiming to arrange work for him to earn extra money. All he needed to do was to pay a little attention to Ban Xiaoyu. Naturally, the demands of a benefactor must be fully met. Ban Zhibai also requested Suen's account details, promising a fixed monthly payment. Despite Suen's repeated refusals, as the salary from Ban Xiaoyu was already extraordinarily generous, Ban Zhibai offered him an additional sum. With this, after saving for a while, Suen could afford a house upon returning to Qingzhen, and if such opportunities continued, a life of leisure would no longer be a distant dream. Finding a partner to enjoy life together was no longer a mere fantasy. His sister could easily pursue education for 50 years, and the grand promises he made to her could now be fulfilled. What merit had Suen to deserve such fortune? He felt compelled to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, to toil unceasingly in unwavering loyalty. Moreover, a leader is indeed a leader. Ban Bai's composed demeanor and eloquence made Suen feel an unexpected kinship. It was rumored that Ban's enterprise was a leader in the southern region. With such a capable and youthful leader, it was assuredly true. His strong brow and bright eyes exuded reliability. This weekend, you and Yu are required to accompany me to an event. Before we resolve the exchange issue, it is essential for you to adapt further to the process. Ban Bai stated, if all goes well, you may pursue your own activities. Even driving, which demands high concentration, is not out of the question. Ban Bai's words were indeed insightful. From the initial confusion during the exchange lasting a few seconds to now merely a second, greater adaptability would render seamless transitions a possibility. Then, they awaited the treatment plan, envisioning a return to a well-ordered life, everything appearing perfect. Ban Bai was genuinely trustworthy. Indeed, there was a significant disparity between their perspectives. Ban Bai rose to shake Suen's hand, a warm exchange. Of course, there is a treatment plan, he mused, contemplating Suen's unexpected demise as he observed Suen's departing silhouette, his warm smile dissipating like a breeze, revealing a chilling veneer beneath. Chapter 35. The invitation to dive before the plan could be executed. Ban Bai needed to discern the patterns of the exchange. While his sister's soul remained dutifully within her own body, he intended for Suen to quietly and naturally meet an untimely end, thus bringing this farce to an end. Gazing at the chaotic exchange timetable, Ban Bai appeared to be deciphering a complex Olympiad problem. He was deeply engrossed, yet could find no discernible pattern. The exchange times varied from morning to noon to evening, with only a few hours in the early morning devoid of any records. Should an exchange occur at the moment of action, it could spell disaster for the day. Ban Bai approached anything related to his sister with utmost caution. The situation was indeed quite challenging. On Friday, Ban Bai informed Suen about the arrangements for the following day. Huan, a coastal city with an extensive coastline, boasts numerous excellent ports and abundant tourism resources. There are over 100 islands inhabited by people, with thousands more reefs scattered about. The destination this time was a small, remote island, known for its low visitor traffic, typically attracting only seasoned snorkeling enthusiasts due to its splendid coral reefs. However, Suen was unfamiliar with the island's nuances. She simply agreed to follow along, enticed by the generous salary and the opportunity for a funded vacation, leaving little reason to decline, as it was unlikely they would be taken to some dubious location for nefarious purposes. Upon hearing the news, Ban was perplexed for quite some time. If it were a vacation, the Ban family owned resorts, possessing 3 islands with resources among the most prominent. Why, then, choose Nanhuang Island? What was the rationale behind a seemingly arbitrary snorkeling trip? While she had no qualms, having tried it before, Suen might not share the same enthusiasm. The day passed swiftly, with the optimal snorkeling time being from sunrise until 10 o'clock, when the light was favorable and the sun's intensity was mild, allowing for a clear view of the underwater splendor without risking sunburn. Today was particularly splendid, with high visibility in the water, a perfect day for the activity. A group set off early in a yacht towards Nanhuang Island. Suen, who had never been on a boat, felt queasy amidst the gentle waves. If the weather had been stormy, it would have likely resulted in a most distressing experience. Ban Xiaoyu, accustomed to yachting, couldn't help but comment on Suen's predicament. Brother, why must we go snorkeling? You look utterly miserable. Typically responsive to his sister's inquiries, Ban Bai remained silent this time. In the distance, the outline of Nanhuang Island emerged, its remote location evident, with its size easily discernible. The island featured slight elevations, with 7 or 8 structures on the highest ground. The rest was cloaked in vegetation, interspersed with sandy beaches and rocky areas. Alongside Ban Xiaoyu and Suen, Ban Bai was accompanied by 4 additional personnel, 2 diving instructors and 2 doctors trained in emergency response. Well-versed in dealing with drowning incidents and equipped with a medical kit containing potent medications capable of confronting even the direst of situations. On Nanhuang Island, 10 personnel were stationed, with a temporary hotel constructed from quickly assembled framework, all brand new and ready for short-term occupancy. Suen descended from the boat in a state of bewilderment, feeling disoriented. Ban Xiaoyu persistently emphasized to her brother that Suen, having just experienced seasickness, was not in a suitable condition for snorkeling, even with a professional instructor. A simple remedy of seasickness medication would suffice. What? Ban Xiaoyu's confusion was evident in her tone. This time, You shall remain in the room while the diving instructor takes Suin into the water, and medical personnel will be on standby here to ensure safety. What? Brother, are you serious? Indeed. Engaging in this diving activity will further assess your relationship and conveniently enhance your reaction abilities. Is it really necessary, brother? There's no rush. Just tell Hua Feng to take it slow. This is utterly perplexing. Ban Zhaoyu glanced at Suin, who was vomiting by a nearby coconut tree. The medical personnel offered medication and water. The oral administration of gastro-resistant tablets and vitamin B6 would provide swift relief. Ban Zhibai, employing a mixture of carefully chosen words and the authority of an older brother, insisted that Ban Zhaoyu wait at the hotel. This is essential for treatment. Brother, even if it's snorkeling, allow me to participate. At least I know how to. Ignoring his sister's continued protestations, Ban Zhibai signaled for the individuals who had descended from the temporary hotel to escort Ban Zhaoyu back. They had all been arranged accordingly. This was Ban Zhibai's devised plan, a stage meticulously constructed for this purpose, with only his trusted confidants allowed on the island. Yet even they remained unaware of the forthcoming events. When the time came, they would instinctively discern what was to be understood, what was to be forgotten, and what was to be remembered. In that moment, the scene before them was the theater crafted by Ban Zhibai, the director, with Suin as the sole guest. Poised for a breathtaking escape act in the crystal-clear depths of the sea, failure would serve as the most fitting conclusion. Should an accident befall Suin, Ban Zhibai could instantly ascertain via intercom whether his sister was in the hotel or if Suin had vanished into the ocean currents. After all, it was not an isolated incident. This coral area was notoriously known for its treacherous undercurrents amidst breathtaking views. Should Ban Zhaoyu's consciousness align with Suin's, the medical personnel could undoubtedly rescue him within the critical time frame for drowning, with a high probability of returning him unscathed. Even if there were neurological repercussions, it would ultimately concern Suin's body. Such a fate, if indeed so fortunate, could not be helped. Was there a more rational solution than this? At least within the span of 3 short days? Suin, if blame were to be assigned, should it not be directed at the circumstances of exchanging bodies with Yu, or perhaps the lack of alternative solutions? Of course, one could also lay blame upon me. Ban Zhibai, as an elder brother, I naturally empathize. Your sister shall thrive in health, endowed with the finest resources, never burdened by life's tribulations. The principle of decisiveness, when matters are left unresolved, chaos ensues. Is it ruthless? Ban Zhibai did not perceive it as cruel to act against strangers for the sake of family. Without such resolve, how could one maintain control? Suin was merely an individual devoid of any significance to Ban Zhibai's status and identity. Ban Zhibai exhibited remarkable patience, intending to await the precise moment the exchange concluded before commencing. Rapid, consecutive exchanges were non-existent within the schedule. Even the swiftest of transitions necessitated a temporal interval. The weather at sea today was splendidly clear, greatly benefiting Suin, who, having taken medication, felt considerably better. Having spent years in the northern hinterlands, he truly appreciated the coastal scenery. Indeed, residing on an island was delightful. Once his sister graduated and moved south for university, it would also be splendid. By then, he would have prospered enough to acquire a seaside residence. What a blissful thought. Chapter 36. Tension. Suin reclined on a beach chair, relishing the comfort. The diving instructor emphasized the need for further preparation, stressing the importance of ensuring one's safety. Suin sensed no malice. His spirits lifted as he basked in the sun's warmth. It is curious how one's perspective shifts during the drudgery of delivering packages and laboring under the sun. One yearns for shade, yet in leisure, the sun's embrace feels soothing. How peculiar it is that newfound wealth seems to soften one's resolve. He pondered whether he would adapt upon returning. Coming from a modest background, Suin had encountered few people and experiences, resulting in a rather simplistic worldview. He noticed nothing amiss. Ban Zhibai observed Suin from a short distance until Suin abruptly sat up, exhaling deeply as if steeling himself for something. Upon his sudden movement, he instinctively called out to his brother, only to recall the presence of others and amend his words, as at this juncture. Only his brother and Hua Feng were privy to the matter. As consciousness flowed back, Ban Zhibai took measured steps forward. Brother, what do you truly mean? I sense something is amiss. From the moment she set foot on the island, Ban Zhaoyu had felt an unsettling discord. The makeshift hotel was excessively rudimentary, and the individuals who accompanied her were peculiar, remaining close by yet offering no conversation. Fear not, simply await in peace. It would be best to take a nap, and upon awakening, all shall return to normal. Ban Zhaoyu was left in a fog of confusion. Had Huafeng genuinely discovered a means to conclude the exchange? Shouldn't she have been informed? The inexplicable invitation to dive, the remote island, her brother's strange demeanor, and the odd behavior of those around her all contributed to her growing unease. Were it not for the reality of the situation, Ban Zhaoyu might have believed she had unwittingly stepped into a bizarre tale, where everything felt surreal. Brother, speak the truth. What are your intentions? Yo-Yo, he replied. Just like when we were children, trust in your brother. The outcome will ultimately be favorable, and that is sufficient. Suin opened his eyes to the stark simplicity of the hotel environment, noticing several individuals at the entrance watching him intently. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart, as if his very soul were being tugged. The last time he felt such a sensation was upon leaving Qing province. The interior of the makeshift hotel could only be described as austere. He wondered how his highborn sister would tolerate it. The cabin revealed a steel framework, a hardboard bed, and a folding table topped with a kettle of tea, nothing more. Suin rose to leave, only to be intercepted by someone. This was indeed a first for her. Feeling in high spirits, Suin decided to indulge in a bit of playfulness, feigning the demeanor of Ban Zhaoyu. She admonished, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you interfere with me?" Remarkably, her words had an effect. Several guards exchanged glances, their resolve wavering. Who was unaware of the boss's fondness for this sister? Had it not been for the boss's orders, they would not have dared to act. "Miss, it would be best if you remained inside. We cannot proceed otherwise." "Indeed, miss. Please wait a moment." Perhaps due to Suin's upbringing, lacking the privilege to be spoiled and without parental support, she found the rebellious spirit she had just exhibited to be quite delightful, almost addictive. With hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "How long must I wait? You possess quite the audacity to restrict me." Suin felt an exhilarating satisfaction. She should have embraced such freedom long ago. For opportunities like this would be rare in the future. "No, miss, we cannot elaborate further." The guards fell silent thereafter, and Suin's attempts to stamp her feet in frustration proved futile. Thirsty and bored, she poured herself a cup of tea, which only added to her sense of peculiarity. Ban Zhaoyu was being restrained. The soul exchange had no bearing on whether they could meet. Distracted, and with the tea being quite hot, the porcelain cup slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor. Instinctively, she bent to gather the pieces but immediately straightened up. Strangely, the guards at the door remained unmoved. No one inquired if she had burned herself, nor did anyone come to clean up the shards. Was the sun rising from the west today? The exchange lasted for over an hour. Upon returning to her own body, Suin noted that the environment on the beach had become considerably disordered, which filled her with unease. "Is this Mr. Su?" "Ah, yes, it is I. Are you prepared? We may begin now." The diving instructor, having adjusted the equipment, spoke after receiving instructions from Ban Zhibai. "Suin, give it a try. You need not worry about safety." Ban Zhibai stood at the shore, arms crossed, observing the yacht from a distance, ready to inquire via radio at a moment's notice. Suin, equipped with her gear, oxygen tank, goggles, and tethered rope, felt a thrill at her first venture into the sea. 2 diving instructors were assigned, one to assist above water and the other to monitor underwater. Suin found herself reassured that all would proceed smoothly. With the weather exceptionally fine, the instructor patiently outlined the precautions. "Rest assured, everything is under control. Just hold on to me." Having swum in rivers during her childhood, Suin harbored little aversion to water. Coupled with the comforting proximity of her instructor's vigilant support, she accepted this as a novel experience, even if she did not quite grasp its connection to her treatment. Equipped with the necessary apparatus and under the guidance of the instructor, Suin descended into the water, feeling a distinct chill at first. After a brief period of acclimatization, he was gently urged downward. A flurry of bubbles surged around him. Beneath the surface lay a realm entirely different from his own. After a moment of adjustment, Suin opened his eyes to a splendid vista of vibrant fish and exquisite coral reefs. If it weren't for the exchange with Ban Zhaoyu, such an opportunity might never have graced his life. With his arms secured by the diving instructor, he was safeguarded against the currents. Descending nearly 10 meters, Suin's feet touched the sandy bottom. He pointed towards the coral ahead, receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the instructor. As they advanced cautiously, it was imperative to refrain from indiscriminate contact, for the underwater ecosystem was teeming with diverse species, some of which could react defensively if provoked. Furthermore, certain corals bore sharp edges capable of inflicting cuts. Given the multitude of potential dangers, an accident would not be entirely unexpected. The primary vocation of the two diving instructors was not diving itself, and captivated by the scene, Suin reached out to playfully disturb the nearby fish, momentarily loosening the instructor's grip. In a sudden turn, the instructor drew a pre-prepared knife, moving closer to Suin to sabotage the specialized oxygen tank. Suin, not lacking in awareness, abruptly grasped at the instructor in a frantic realization. He felt a tightening in his chest, his vision clouded with golden spots. The turmoil within him was as unfathomable as the deep-sea currents. As the moment approached, the instructor signaled to those waiting on the yacht. They began to pull the rope, and Suin was swiftly assisted to the surface. On the shore, Ban Jibai received the news. Activating his radio with palpable excitement. Chapter 37, The Fatal Kiss. Immediately report on UUS condition. Boss. The young lady is pointing at herself with a shard of porcelain. We dare not intervene, and she has run off. The urgency in his tone unmistakably indicated concern for his sister. She was not foolish. She must have understood her intentions. If it were Suin, he would not have exhibited such haste. Medical personnel on the shore, equipped with a first aid kit, were ready, while the two individuals on the yacht looked to Ban Jibai for direction. At his command, they prepared to either abandon the vessel to rescue or swiftly bring the boat to shore. Just as Ban Jibai was about to raise the signal, he heard his sister call out, Ban Jibai. The motion to signal changed abruptly to hastily bring the boat to shore. His sister had never called him in such a manner. Could Suin's life truly hold such significance? Ban Jibai's expression was a complex mixture of emotions as he observed Ban Zhaoyu racing towards him, the temporary hotel not far from the shore. Ban Zhaoyu sprinted down with remarkable speed. Indeed, she was Ban Zhaoyu, and Suin had succumbed to drowning, teetering on the brink of death. Ban Jibai. Her voice cracked under strain as she finally caught up, the boat nearing the shore. Ban Jibai stood in silence. Ban Zhaoyu stumbled onto the beach, nearly twisting her ankle. Quick, save him. Save him. Ban Jibai suddenly realized that the heart-wrenching voice calling his name belonged to his sister. Without the directive of their superior, they would not intervene. Their actions were dictated by unspoken agreements of the profession. Seeing the group with medical kits standing idle, Ban Zhaoyu grew increasingly anxious. She stumbled towards the yacht, shouting, Please, save him. I'll pay whatever it takes. Sand filled her shoes as she dashed into the sea and climbed aboard the yacht. You must save him. A life is at stake. Surrounded by warmth and kindness throughout her life, this was the first time Ban Zhaoyu encountered such harshness and cruelty in the world. The few individuals around her appeared utterly powerless. She could not bear the thought of Suin dying because of her, especially at the hands of her seemingly perfect older brother. This was more nightmarish than a body swap. Trembling, Ban Zhaoyu lifted the oxygen mask from Suin's face, revealing his ashen complexion. Her hand shook as it caressed his face. Please, I beg you, save him. Save him. Alas, on this desolate island, Ban Jibai was akin to a deity. For the first time, Ban Zhaoyu found herself pleading so desperately. Not even Shin Xiaoyu could reduce her to such a state of humility. Perhaps through repeated soul exchanges, they had come to understand each other more deeply. Suin was no longer a stranger to her. Resolute, Ban Zhaoyu decided to employ her rudimentary knowledge of drowning rescue techniques. When Ban Jibai grasped her intentions, he nearly lost his footing. His sister was about to perform artificial respiration on Suin. He immediately signaled for assistance. However, by the time he reacted, it was too late. Ban Zhaoyu's trembling lips met Suin's. Her anxiety and tremors rendered her breath futile. Ban Jibai rushed forward, desperate to pull his sister away, but Ban Zhaoyu wept uncontrollably, kneeling beside Suin, persistently giving him breath. One of the instructors performed chest compressions with utmost precision. From the moment of drowning to the rescue, the timing was impeccable. Suin coughed up seawater and slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Ban Zhaoyu's tear-streaked face. Seeing him awake, she collapsed against him, her lips pressed to his. At that moment, Suin's mind was a blank slate, as if he had died and returned. Had Ban Zhaoyu saved him? Had they shared a kiss? In his daze, he caught sight of Ban Jibai approaching, who then yanked Ban Zhaoyu away, his expression frantic. Did he wish to kill him? What had transpired? Suin felt too fatigued to move, his eyes closing as his mind clouded from oxygen deprivation, punctuated by a ringing in his ears. Ultimately, he was taken to the hospital, Fortunately, the emergency measures had been timely, and his condition was stable. However, he developed a high fever, which also afflicted Ban Jiaoyu. Now, the two found themselves in the same care room. Ban Jibai felt an unbearable anguish, one that seemed worse than death itself. Why? He only needed to wait a little longer for his sister to be free from the torment of exchange. Yet, she had kissed Suin. Ban Jibai rubbed his aching temples, feeling as though a drum was beating within. Each time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the image of his sister's tear-streaked face and her incessant kisses upon Suin Ban Jibai. Ban Jibai? Something was amiss. He was truly unwell, as his sister's cries morphed into mere echoes in his mind. Ban Jibai? Ban Jibai? Someone shook him, and upon raising his head, he found it was Hua Feng. What have you done? What happened? Ban Jibai was rendered speechless. You didn't actually harm Suin, did you? Ban Jibai remained silent. Hua Feng perceived the gravity of the situation and sighed deeply. How is Yu? She was frightened and is running a fever. And Suin? He was saved, but he too has a fever. Given Ban Jibai's temperament, it stood to reason that if he had already resorted to violence. The only conclusion was that it was Ban Jiaoyu who had rescued Suin. This was troubling. Ignoring medical advice could lead to dire consequences. I will go in and take a look. Hua Feng entered the hospital room, and although he was unaware of the specifics, Ban Jibai's expression, as if half the sky had fallen, indicated that the situation was far from simple. Upon entering, he beheld two beds, Suin and Ban Jiaoyu each occupying one, lying still in silence. Suin's complexion was pale, while Ban Jiaoyu appeared slightly better, her cheeks flushed. This scene held an eerie sense of harmony. It was evident that he had more to manage now. It required no guessing to understand that Ban Jibai's violent act had been witnessed by Yu, which would undoubtedly leave psychological scars. He could only strive to maintain the fragile bond between these two awkward siblings. Indeed, Ban Jibai's feelings towards Ban Jiaoyu transcended mere brotherly affection. It was a profound desire for control. Thus, one might begin to comprehend the convoluted nature of their relationship. In summary, Ban Jibai harbored a psychological affliction, yet thanks to the presence of his friend, a psychologist, he had been receiving guidance and relief, preventing him from crossing any lines. He could even accept that his sister had someone she liked, averting a descent into madness. They would have to wait for the two of them to awaken before further action could be taken. After all, he was acquainted with Ban Jibai, destined to bear this burden. Yet, the waiting dragged on for what felt like an eternity. Despite merely suffering from a fever, the two remained unresponsive. Ban Jibai sought consultations from various esteemed medical experts, yet none could discern the cause. There were no signs of awakening from either of them. Now, they relied on nutritional foredrips to sustain their lives. Gazing at his sister's tightly shut eyes, Ban Jibai felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. He had truly erred, one life for another. He pleaded for his sister's return, as Ban Jiaoyu had been missing for an extended period. It was inevitable that her parents would no longer be able to conceal the truth. Chapter 38. The coma since the last gathering with the Shin family. Ban Jiaoyu had not returned home. Let us momentarily set aside Ban Ba. His concern for his daughter is evidently lacking, while Ban Ma remains deeply troubled. Trusting in her son's assurances, she merely inquired a few times, allowing Ban Jibai to deflect her worries with vague responses. However, a week has passed without a word, with his phone turned off and messages unanswered. Anyone would suspect that Ban Jiaoyu might be in peril. Even if Ban Jibai insists all is well, no one is foolish enough to believe him blindly. Jiangyu, having received no replies to her messages, decided to visit the Ban household. It was then she discovered that Ban Jiaoyu had not been in contact with anyone for an entire week. As someone who typically communicated with her frequently, Jiangyu felt the weight of this silence. Should this charade continue, Ban Ma would soon resort to reporting her daughter missing. Only then did Ban Jibai reveal that his sister had encountered an accident, though the details were shrouded in secrecy. He could only say she had gone out for a leisure excursion, only to fall into the sea and succumb to fever-induced unconsciousness. At the Huan Province Lanbin District Hospital, in the inpatient department's premium ward, Ban Jibai, uncertain if the souls of the two unconscious individuals could still interchange, opted for equal treatment. Thus, they shared a room, separated only by a curtain. A week had elapsed, yet the panel of experts had been unable to propose a treatment plan. A myriad of professionals, both seasoned and youthful, had come and gone, all rendered powerless against this enigma. Vital signs were stable, yet the patients remained unresponsive to stimuli. they could only resort to conservative care, administering nourishment intravenously while caregivers occasionally turned them and tended to their hygiene, massaging their muscles to prevent atrophy. Accompanied by Jiangyu, Banma hurried to the hospital. Clad in somber attire, devoid of jewelry, she arrived in haste. Upon entering, she found a caregiver gently washing Ban Zhaoyu's face. Ban Zhibai lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, and the absence of any signs of recovery left him feeling increasingly despondent. Yo-yo? Ban Ma called softly, her daughter lying in serene repose, eyes firmly shut. The rosy hue of her cheeks suggested her physical condition was relatively stable, yet the foredrip indicated a grim reality. Allow me, Jiangyu offered, taking the towel from the caregiver's hand to tenderly wipe Yo-yo's face, her gestures imbued with utmost gentleness and grace. Though the specifics of Yo-yo's plight remained unknown, as an outsider, she felt it prudent to maintain composure, lest she provoke Ban Ma's distress or leave a negative impression on Ban Zhibai. Yo-yo? Yo-yo? Ban Ma gently grasped her daughter's hand, which was warm yet devoid of vitality, reminiscent of a piece of warm jade. She called out softly, her anxious gaze fixed on her daughter's face, hoping it was merely a jest or a sulk for something desired. How could such a vibrant person suddenly succumb to unconsciousness? Displaying remarkable restraint, Ban Ma's demeanor was not overly dramatic. Xiaoyu, please wait here. Auntie will step out to consult the doctor. Of course, Auntie. I will stay here. You and Brother Zhibai need not worry. Ban Ma rose and exited the room, beckoning her son, who promptly closed the ward door and followed her to a secluded area. What is the current situation with you? You were never this kind of child. How could you conceal such a significant matter from us? Have you consulted a doctor? If not, we should arrange for an overseas specialist. Please provide me with an explanation. If it comes to that, I will contact your uncle to take Yu abroad for treatment. Speak to me. Ban Ma did not wait for Ban Zhibai to respond. Her rapid speech indicated her anxiety. Her character was typically gentle and delicate, although age had mellowed her in her youth. Even a simple fever from Ban Zhibai would bring her to tears, leaving her eyes swollen. I have already sought out every expert within the country and have even engaged in costly telemedicine consultations. There must be a reason. She cannot simply be asleep. Mother, rest assured, aside from her lack of signs of awakening, Yu is otherwise in good health. Honestly, how long has Yu been asleep? Ban Zhibai had mentioned 3 days over the phone. However, if she continued to sleep, it would become meaningless whether it was a few days more or less. He averted his gaze. Yu has been asleep for 7 days. Ban Ma fell silent, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Mother, I will contact overseas specialists. Go. Do it immediately. We will spare no expense as long as it brings our Yu back to us. All right. Upon returning to the ward, Jiangyu was diligently massaging Ban Zhaoyu's legs, her concern genuine and not feigned. Auntie, please don't worry, with me and Zhibai here. Yu is fortunate and will surely awaken. Such a good child, let us call for the nurse. Auntie, please don't be formal with me. You know my bond with Yu. I'll take care of her. You should comfort Zhibai, as his emotions seem off. Ban Ma could hardly blame her son. Who could have predicted such an incident while on a yacht vacation? Continuously calling out her daughter's nickname, she hoped to rouse her. After about half an hour, Jiangyu had completed a massage. Ban Zhibai had also returned after making arrangements. Yet he remained at the doorway, the atmosphere chilly. Jiangyu approached him. Zhibai, you need not blame yourself. This is not your fault. I have some free time and will stay with Yu. Ban Zhibai quietly expressed his gratitude but offered no further response. He walked straight past Jiangyu into the room, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Mother, please return to rest. I have everything arranged. I will keep you informed about Yu. You are not well and cannot bear the strain. I will bring you back tomorrow. With much persuasion, aided by Jiangyu's support, Ban Zhibai finally relieved Ban Ma of her desire to stay and care for Yu. After giving birth to Ban Zhaoyu, Ban Ma had developed lingering health issues that had never improved, and she could not endure the fatigue. After sending off Ban Ma, Ban Zhibai expressed his gratitude once more to Jiangyu. You may return now. I have hired a caregiver. Thank you for your assistance. Zhibai go. Let me stay. Having me beside Yu is surely preferable to a caregiver. There should be a bed for companions here, right? As Jiangyu spoke, she drew back the curtain, revealing Suan lying on the other side. This startled Jiangyu. Zhibai go. Who is this? Why are they in the same ward as Yu? Given the financial resources and status of the Ban family, it seemed unlikely they would share a ward with anyone else. Ban Ji stepped forward to close the curtain again. He is the one who saved you. They are being treated together. I see. Then we must indeed thank him properly. Chapter 39. Treatment. Ultimately, Jiang Yu decided to stay. If you were to respond to the voice of a familiar person, it could make a difference. Although the environment of the Hua and Lanbin District Hospital was not particularly luxurious, it boasted top-tier medical capabilities in southern Huagua, making it the best option given the circumstances. Ban Ji received a phone call and stepped outside. It was the hospital director, informing him of a further plan devised by the panel of experts. They hoped to discuss it thoroughly with Mr. Ban, as Ji had been incurring significant expenses daily. They couldn't afford to remain idle. Inside the room, Jiang Yu was cautiously speaking to the unconscious Ban Jiaoyu, her voice subdued as if afraid to wake Suan on the other bed. Yu, why haven't you awakened? Ji Baigu is so worried about you. And I don't even know if you can hear me. I can't raise my voice. That person looks quite unsettling. Their complexion is so pale. Yet they must be a good person. I wonder if it's just my impression, but Ji Baigu seems to be much friendlier towards me lately. Please don't hold it against me. I'm not the type to forget my friends when I have a man. He. Jiang Yu rambled on, her usual restraint absent when Ban Jiaoyu was awake, as she was a serious individual who would not tolerate any frivolity. If she believed Jiang Yu's intentions were solely related to Ji Baigu, their friendship would certainly change. Nevertheless, if Ban Jiaoyu were to awaken because of this, it would be a positive outcome. In the conference room, a young doctor presented the preliminary ideas formulated by the team on the electronic screen. Due to the lack of relevant cases and after a week of observation, the team had proposed 3 treatment plans, ranging from conservative to urgent. Ban Ji listened in silence to the explanations of the various physicians, both young and old. The director observed Ban Ji's reactions closely. The symptoms were exceedingly peculiar, and they had indeed done their utmost. All instruments and experienced physicians were at a loss. The first plan was to wait for foreign experts, medical professors with in-depth research in this area, to attempt treatment using cutting-edge research findings. The second approach is rather unconventional, employing acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. While the efficacy of such gentle methods remains uncertain, their safety is undoubtedly assured. The third approach is the most radical, involving the stimulation of the patient's nerves. Serving as a last resort in dire circumstances, the Ban family is unlikely to permit their daughter to remain in this state of unconsciousness indefinitely. A phone call from Ban Ji interrupted the discussion of the third treatment plan, leaving a room full of doctors in silence. The call was from Ban's father, an inadequately attentive parent who had finally come to realize his daughter's illness. He informed his son that he was on his way. Upon arrival, Ban Yan's demeanor was notably cold. He showed little emotion towards his daughter lying in bed, merely inquiring about how long it would take for her to awaken. The lack of a definitive response caused him some concern, though it was limited to a slight furrow of his brow. As Ban Jiaoyu was unable to eat or even open her mouth, there was no opportunity to bring her meals. Ban's mother continued to visit for a few hours each day, only to be persuaded to return home for rest. During this time, several of Jiaoyu's close friends came to visit, yet she showed no signs of awakening. An international team of experts also arrived, determined not to neglect their responsibilities despite the substantial financial investment, bringing with them the latest equipment and research findings. After 3 grueling days of intensive efforts, they ultimately declared their attempts futile. The elderly Dr. Olin could only convey to Ban Ji, "I am deeply sorry. My team and I are unable to assist. This is exceedingly peculiar. The knowledge I possess seems ineffective. If someone has indeed induced Miss Ban's slumber, it would require divine intervention to explain." He added, "If we could be introduced to that gentleman, perhaps we could glean some insights. I believe many would be intrigued by such an extraordinary ailment." Naturally, Ban Ji immediately declined, deeming any negotiation unnecessary. Who knows if Suan's body might harbor his sister's soul? Thus, Olin and his team departed empty-handed. When even the most advanced medical facilities fail to provide a remedy, the next course of action would involve seeking out mystical and esoteric remedies. Should these also prove ineffective, one would have no choice but to implore various deities. Ultimately, despair would set in. Even vast wealth would be of little use, leaving Ban Jiaoyu to languish in this state for a lifetime. At the Huan Lanbin District Hospital, several esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were invited to gather. A rare occurrence indeed. The distinguished physicians exchanged pleasantries before, under the watchful eyes of family and hospital staff, they took Zhao Yu's pulse. The first among them was the venerable Wu Lao, a sprightly 90-year-old well-versed in the art of wellness, who faced quite the ordeal in making this visit. Upon hearing his disciple describe misband symptoms, Wu Lao's interest was piqued. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, observing the elder's brows furrow and relax in turn. It is often said that one fears the silent contemplation of a physician more than their jovial demeanor, and the observers' hearts raced in tandem with Wu Lao's snow-white eyebrows. The old mischief-maker pouted and shook his head, deep in thought. The condition of Miss Ban is remarkably stable. Her pulse is strong and steady, indicative of a healthy individual, even more so than many others present. The remaining few took turns, showcasing their expertise. Arriving at a unanimous conclusion, a person in perfect health requires no supplements, yet remains unresponsive, akin to a pot of water that cannot be poured. After some deliberation, the elders agreed to have Old Wu administer acupuncture in an attempt to stimulate the patient. Despite being over 90, Old Wu's hands remain remarkably steady, possessing a level of skill in acupuncture that is almost legendary within the country. Each needle inserted, whether addressing loss of consciousness or shock, holds potential for impact. With every insertion, the collective anticipation of those gathered heightened, each pair of eyes filled with hope, fixated on Ban Zhaoyu's face, yearning for even the slightest movement. However, even after a series of silver needles were applied, Ban Zhaoyu remained as unresponsive as a lifeless doll. Ban's mother, unable to bear the sight, covered her chest and was let out by Jiangyu for a moment of respite. After exerting every effort, Old Wu sighed softly, hands clasped behind his back as he exited the ward, muttering in bewilderment. If even Old Wu could not provide assistance, then it seemed all hope was lost. A pall of despair enveloped the room, and it was fortunate that Ban's mother had stepped out earlier. Otherwise, she might have fainted from the tension. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly bleak, a young nurse spoke up. I believe we could reach out to some of Miss Ban's closest acquaintances. Perhaps calling her name daily might make a difference. While this notion had merit, the existing circle of family and friends, including parents, siblings, and close confidants, already seemed sufficiently intimate. Ban Zhibai appeared to recall something and stepped out to make contact. Chapter 40. A misunderstanding. The matter of Ban Zhaoyu's unresponsiveness had not been widely disclosed. Aside from the Ban family, only her close friends were privy to the situation, as hospital personnel are prohibited from divulging patient information, especially concerning someone of Ban family stature. Ban Zhibai dialed Mr. Shin's number, reluctantly acknowledging that among those who care for Yu, one was indeed Shin Xiuyu. Should Yu be awakened, he intended to relinquish his own ambitions. Perhaps Shin Xiuyu truly is the destined partner for his sister. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Shin promptly contacted his son, confident that the bond between the two families would render any previous misunderstandings insignificant. With Mr. and Mrs. Shin's support and the familial ties that Ban Zhaoyu shared with Shin Xiuyu, it was only natural for him to come. The Shuns had long regarded Ban Zhaoyu as a potential daughter-in-law. No wonder she had fallen silent after their last meal together, not behaving as Shin Xiuyu had expected by pursuing him incessantly. Was she unwell? Since the failure of 2 proposals and the rejection of a third, the influx of medical staff into the ward had diminished significantly. Now, only the on-duty physician occasionally visited to monitor Ban Zhaoyu's vital signs. Jiangyu, Ban Ma, Wu Minhan, and others took turns caring for Yu, continuously whispering her name, hoping for a miracle to occur. When Shin Xiuyu arrived, Ban Ma's hopes were rekindled. Given Yu's fondness for Shin Xiuyu, there remained a possibility of awakening her. Upon entering the hospital room, Shin Xiuyu beheld Ban Zhaoyu, peacefully asleep, and upon closer inspection, he noted the remarkable changes in her. Her tranquility brought him a sense of comfort. Jiang Yu beckoned everyone outside to grant the two some privacy, allowing Shin Xiuyu the space to express himself freely, for under the scrutiny of so many, words became difficult to utter. The last to be escorted out was Ban Zhibai. As the door closed, he stood in contemplation, his head bowed. While Jiang Yu offered her usual words of solace to him, Ban and Shun's parents sat in silence, fixated on the door to the room. In the solitude, Shin Xiuyu stood beside the bed and took a deep breath. Yu, it's me, Yu. Open your eyes and look at me. Yet, Ban Zhaoyu remained unresponsive. Shin Xiuyu felt as though he were performing a solitary play, deprived of any response, and this sense of helplessness was indeed tormenting. Ban Zhaoyu, in her stillness, seemed to possess an alluring quality. Shun Qiuyu gazed at her serene visage. After a prolonged internal struggle, he gently lifted her hand and placed it in his palm. It was warm and soft, the nails of vibrant pink, reminiscent of her childhood. Yu, I am Shun Qiuyu. Please open your eyes. I promise to grant you a wish. He called out for several minutes. Yet Ban Zhaoyu's breathing remained unchanged, and an unsettling feeling of losing something significant enveloped him. Yu, please awaken. I will not hide from you anymore. Let us go together to the places you wish to visit. Although he harbored no romantic feelings for Ban Zhaoyu, as a brother, Shun Qiuyu chose to exert every effort. He recounted all the hopes she had shared with him. On the other side of the curtain, Suin, who had been neglected far too long, subtly curled his little finger. As Shun Qiuyu's voice grew louder, a tremor resonated, yet the curtain kept any further developments at bay. The hospital door swung open, and everyone gathered around Shun Qiuyu, inquiring about the situation. He shook his head, acknowledging that he had done his utmost. It seemed Ban Zhaoyu might truly never awaken. A wave of despondency washed over the group. Even those who had frequently mentioned Ban Zhaoyu were rendered powerless. Ban Ma wiped her tears once more, and Ban Ba revealed a rare display of genuine sorrow. The situation was dire. Ban Zhaoyu's inability to awaken would surely nullify the betrothal arranged with the Shin family. Otherwise, how could Shun Qiuyu spend a lifetime with someone who could be described unflatteringly as a living corpse? Such matters could not be left unaddressed. Ban Zhibai and Ban Ba went to discuss the situation with Shin Fu. As for the three elderly members of the previous generation, they were not even informed. As the shock could be too much for them, they were deceived into believing that Yu had accompanied Shun Qiuyu abroad. Now, as you can see, old Shin, the situation regarding Yu is not very optimistic. I believe we should let go of this childhood engagement between our families. It cannot be so easily altered, as it was arranged by our elders. Ban Ba understands that this is merely a formality. Shun Qiuyu's promising future cannot be compromised by the whim of our elders to arrange such a union. We cannot continue in this manner. Henceforth, let us treat it as if it never happened. This time, Shin Ba did not respond, evidently acquiescing to the decision. Both parties are wise and need not say more. Regarding the dissolution of the engagement, Ban Zhibai expressed his commitment to care for Yu for a lifetime. Upon receiving this news, Shun Qiuyu felt an inexplicable sense of loss, yet he quickly regained his composure. With the engagement no longer an issue, Shun Qiuyu could contemplate returning abroad, where the software company still required his expertise. To avoid appearing too heartless, he resolved to remain for a while longer. It is the mothers of both families who feel the greatest regret. What a fitting pair they would have made. Ban Ma wept, while Shun Ma gently comforted her. With no progress in sight, everyone returned to their respective lives. One must always look ahead. Ban Zhaoyu and Suin exited the hospital room, with Ban Zhaoyu directly taking her home, while Suin was settled into a property owned by Ban Zhibai, with a caregiver hired for assistance. As the days passed, Yu remained asleep. Suin's sister had been sending messages to her brother since last week, which were replied to by Ban Zhibai, ensuring that Su Huan received her monthly salary. Perhaps, in some inexplicable way, fate was at work. Just as Shun Qiuyu boarded a flight back abroad, Ban Zhibai received the news that Suin had awakened. The news, learned in the company, stirred complex emotions within Ban Zhibai. Upon receiving notification from the caregiver, he was elated, but the realization that it was Suin who had awakened and not his sister quickly dampened his spirits. However, the caregiver's subsequent words complicated matters further. Mr. Ban, Mr. Su's condition is rather peculiar. He insists on seeing you and cannot be dissuaded, though he is too weak to get out of bed. You must come quickly. A sense of foreboding washed over Ban Zhibai as he set aside all affairs and hurried back to the property where Suin was temporarily staying. The caregiver, visibly relieved, opened the door for him, and Ban Zhibai strode into the bedroom. Suin, having lain for an extended period, struggled to move, appearing to exert every effort to rise from the bed. Ban Zhibai instructed the caregiver to step outside and close the door behind him. Their eyes met, trembling with unspoken emotions. Suin's voice quivered like a broken drum. Brother. Chapter 41. Suin, why are you still not awake? Brother. The sound, akin to a broken drum, frayed Ban Zhibai's nerves as he parted his lips. Yu. Ban Zhaoyu's eyes reddened. Despite her brother's actions being hard for her to accept, the bond forged over many years could not simply be severed. Yu resides within Suin's body. No matter the circumstances, she has awakened, has she not? Ban Zhibai sat on the edge of the bed, embracing his sister tightly. Although Su-An's physique and broad shoulders made the scene seem somewhat absurd, it was indeed a rarity to see two men together, one weeping profusely like a delicate flower. If others were to witness this, they might deem their relationship unconventional, if not scandalous. Nevertheless, the fact that she had awakened was an immense relief. His actions had not been entirely justifiable. Ban Zhaoyu, with tearful eyes, inquired, "Brother, how long have I been asleep?" Ban Zhibai closed his eyes, reflecting on the duration, and resolved to speak the truth, albeit a somewhat alarming one. "You have been asleep for nearly a month." Ban Zhaoyu nestled closer into her brother's embrace. Ever since her middle school years, she had consciously avoided close contact with him, making this moment feel particularly novel after all these years. Ban Zhibai gently stroked her broad back, his emotions in turmoil. The allure of a man displaying vulnerability was formidable. Had he not known that this man was, in fact, his sister, he would have found it utterly unbearable. "Brother, I have been asleep for such a long time, and my dreams felt endless. I think I heard you, Dad, Mom, and Jianyu calling for me, but I simply could not awaken. I felt so exhausted." "Yes, you have just awoken. You must rest," he reassured her. Despite her long slumber, Ban Zhaoyu felt only a slight weakness, with no other issues to report. Ban Zhibai took it upon himself to prepare porridge. If she were to awaken, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir, given that the news of the Ban family's daughter in a coma had made headlines. There had even been several sensational stories, likening her to a sleeping beauty, marking a new chapter in the world's unsolved mysteries. Su-An's awakening had been rather subdued in comparison, though perhaps a tranquil recovery was preferable. Due to the extended period without nourishment, Ban Zhibai prepared a thin porridge, aiming to gradually restore her digestive capabilities. Seeing his sister consume the porridge brought him a profound sense of relief. He had nearly feared she would remain in slumber forever. This return had allowed Ban Zhibai to come to terms with the situation. He could accept the continued soul exchange with Su-An, as long as his sister remained healthy and safe. Ban Zhaoyu felt invigorated after consuming the thin, almost translucent porridge. "Brother, how is Su-An?" "He is still unconscious. But because it is your body, he is currently at home. Will you still take action against him, brother?" No, Ban Zhibai replied, shaking his head in resignation. He dared not. He now believed that his sister's life and Su-An's were inexorably linked. If a soul exchange were to occur, why should it not be himself? This was the only dilemma that troubled Ban Zhibai at present. To his astonishment, Ban Zhaoyu was able to rise shortly thereafter, her recovery speed astonishingly swift for someone who had lain in bed for so long. It was well known that prolonged immobility, even with care and massage, raised questions about muscle usage. Although it was Su-An's body, his sister was nevertheless using it. Consequently, he arranged for a doctor to come to their home for an examination, ensuring that Ban Zhaoyu remained resting as she should. The doctor arrived promptly, entering the room to find Ban Zhi by gazing anxiously at the man lying on the bed. The doctor and nurse exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a shared astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a wealthy man's hidden secret. The young nurse felt a pang of regret. Ban Zhibai, tall and handsome, was also affluent. How could he possibly be gay? Such splendid attributes seemed a waste. However, upon stealing a few glances at the man on the bed, she noted his fair features and quickly resumed her idle chatter. Her incessant gossiping only served to maintain her balanced nutrition, which explained why Ban Zhibai, nearing 30, had no romantic rumors swirling around him. This was the reason. They conducted a thorough examination, particularly assessing his physical capabilities. "Very well, Mr. Ban," they acknowledged, well aware of the affairs concerning the young lady of the Ban family, but the other comatose patient drew far less attention. After a series of tests, including knee reflex assessments, they concluded there were no apparent issues. "Mr. Ban, this gentleman's physical condition appears entirely normal. Both his neurological reflexes and muscle strength are within standard range. If you remain concerned, you are welcome to have him checked further at our facility." "That's sufficient. No need for that. I won't see you out," Ban Zhibai replied curtly. "Please ensure to prioritize rest and proper nutrition." With that, Mr. Ban began to usher them out. Although one should refrain from speculating about others' relationships, the connection between them was unmistakable. Their glances, the gentle tone, and the delicate gestures were all too telling. Yet, one must not indulge too frequently, as it could lead to complications. As the doctor and the accompanying nurse exited, they resumed their hushed conversations, with the doctor cautioning the nurse not to spread rumors. However, amidst the chaos of her duties. The nurse could not resist the allure of gossip, and the tale inevitably circulated within the Huan Lanbin District Hospital. If there were no significant issues, why had Suan not yet awakened? Time was of the essence. Ban Zibai hurried home to check on him. Ban Ma frequently kept company with her sister. And should Suan awaken, any potential instability in his emotions could prove challenging, especially knowing that Suan was aware of Ban Zibai's intentions to harm him. Ban Zibai, accompanied by Ban Zhaoyu, rushed home, with Ban Zhaoyu closely trailing behind. They encountered Aunt Hu, who had just finished giving Ban Zhaoyu a massage. Upon seeing the young master return home in haste with a man, Aunt Hu mused about the young master's acquaintances. She could recognize 9 out of 10 of them. Is this a new business partner? The two ascended the stairs with familiarity, each step echoing their ease within the environment. Particularly, the man Ban Zibai had brought along exhibited no signs of being a newcomer. The room's layout remained unchanged, meticulously maintained by Aunt Hu's diligent cleaning, preserving its youthful vitality. It would be even better if the sleeping beauty on the bed could awaken. Suan, please wake up. Why are you still sleeping? Several calls went unanswered, and Suan continued to breathe steadily. Ban Zhaoyu was so anxious that she began to cry. If Suan did not awaken, what would it mean for their souls to have exchanged? All right, Yu, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps he will awaken soon. What Ban Zibai was unaware of was that Suan's primary aversion to awakening stemmed from his disdain for the one who sought to claim his life. His subconscious resisting the return to consciousness. Due to certain irresistible forces, the sequence could not be altered, necessitating the addition of this segment as a brief summary and preview. Following the chaotic exchange of souls, Ban Zhaoyu and Suan, two individuals of starkly contrasting social standings, found their paths intertwined. Much like two parallel lines forcefully bent to intersect, they became entangled like strands of DNA, destined to remain intertwined. This outcome is beyond the reach of any scientific explanation within this world, and it is also irreplicable. As for how their story will unfold, that remains to be seen. In the first phase, Ban Zhaoyu and Suan gained a preliminary understanding of each other's lives, yet due to the disparity in their energies, neither Ban Zhaoyu nor Ban Zibai regarded Suan as an equal. Thus, the seemingly disrespectful treatment, including Ban Zibai's intentions to confront Suan, becomes comprehensible. Had it not been for Ban Zhaoyu's intervention, perhaps the plan would have succeeded, allowing her to carry on with her life burden-free. The second phase of the story is about to unfold, when both parties realize that the irregular soul exchanges have culminated in a complete body swap. They must contemplate how to navigate this new reality. It is evident who will crumble under the weight of this change and who will struggle to accept it. Owing to Ban Zhaoyu's life-saving grace and the unalterable circumstances, Suan chooses to embody Ban Zhaoyu, ready to face a series of challenges and uncertainties. But what of Ban Zhaoyu? Will she embrace the role of Suan, or will she be unable to accept this reality, spiraling into madness? The subsequent developments of the story remain to be discovered. Additionally, Ban Zhaoyu's feelings for Shun Xiuyu embody the quintessential blend of a cherished first love and childhood companion, the boy who captivated her youthful heart. The infatuation of young love often leads to lofty dreams, frequently appearing in those who harbor the most beautiful fantasies about the world. Their match, a harmonious union of talent and beauty, could be described as a fateful pairing. However, when affection is unreciprocated, the outcome is inevitably bleak. Yet, will Suan's version of Ban Zhaoyu yield a different result? What sparks might ignite between two individuals who are fated to meet? Aside from Ban Zibai and Hua Feng, who else, if anyone, is aware of the soul exchange between Ban Zhaoyu and Suan? What will be the outcome of their faux marriage? This is a tale that defies convention, perhaps even verging on the unconventional. Akin to a splash of ink carelessly thrown onto a canvas, with the potential to fade away. If anyone can derive pleasure from this, it might just be the two of us, regardless of the distance that separates us, as our frequencies align. If you find it appealing, then perhaps you should delve into this tale. The previous creation was shaped by the constraints of time and circumstance, featuring Lin Yan. This time, however, we encounter Suan and Ban Zhaoyu. Had it not been for an unintentional error that could not be rectified, this passage might never have existed. A stream of consciousness, interspersed with various thoughts, can indeed be quite amusing. After all, I feel that the mere act of producing this many words is a remarkable feat. As for whether there will be a third or fourth phase, I have yet to contemplate that. A story born of spontaneity may very well be chaotic and flawed. Yet it could also be genuinely astonishing. The mind may possess folds, but it might also contain voids. I humbly acknowledge that the quality of my voids is not high, and there are numerous issues with my narrative style. Thus, I am profoundly grateful to those who appreciate my work. In the second interlude, I find myself once again captivated by this peculiar order of publication. Much like the previous chapter, I wonder when an erroneous deletion might occur. Nevertheless, since we are at this juncture, let us discuss a brief introduction to the characters introduced thus far. Suin possesses a gentle disposition, often prioritizing others in his undertakings. This trait is significantly influenced by his upbringing and life experiences. A boy raised by a domineering father is likely to emulate this assertive nature in the future. In his struggle against his father, he simultaneously mimics him, ultimately becoming a reflection of that authority. Conversely, if a boy is raised by a more assertive mother, he may exhibit a tendency towards introversion, often hesitant to reveal his true self. Suin entered the welfare institution at an early age, maturing quickly and shouldering responsibilities prematurely, which has shaped his character. In stark contrast, Ban Jibai's character is distinctly different. Ban Yan, his father, embodies the archetype of a patriarch, possessing a strong desire for control. As Ban Jibai matures, he becomes increasingly dominant and controlling, often disregarding the needs of others, which is a driving force behind his actions. Ban Zhaoyu, on the other hand, is a straightforward individual with a simplistic mindset, having been nurtured in a sheltered environment, replete with the finest resources and cultivation. She is proud and harbors great expectations for her future. The soul exchange she undergoes has a far more profound impact on her than on Suin. Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is a relatively easy feat. Yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Ban Zhaoyu, blessed with exceptional beauty and a privileged lineage, finds herself in stark contrast to Suin, who has experienced a more mundane, even challenging beginning. Following their complete exchange, she is left with a home she cannot return to and relatives she cannot acknowledge. Her life is snatched away before her very eyes. Although Suin cannot be blamed, as he was unaware, one might ascribe the fault to a mind riddled with voids. This is a world destined to spiral into chaos. Regarding Huafeng, he harbors no romantic inclinations towards Ban Zhaoyu. Rather, he perceives her condition as a subject worthy of research. Yet, as he delves deeper into his studies, he risks entangling himself within them. Who knows what he might uncover? Lacking an understanding of the underlying principles, he can only speculate on the outcomes. Regarding Shinshouyu, he is neither a scoundrel nor has he ever made any promises. He views Ban Zhaoyu much like a sister, so familiar that he feels no romantic inclination and even finds her somewhat bothersome. Yet, how he would react to a transformed Ban Zhaoyu remains an enigma to all. As for Ban Jibai's attempts to erase Suin, the method he employed is decidedly radical and reckless. However, considering Ban Jibai's character and his capabilities, such a decision is not entirely unfathomable. Drowning is a method conceived by the box, one with the highest margin for error in eliminating Suin. According to the box's premise, had Ban Zhaoyu chosen not to save him, the soul exchange would indeed come to an end. Yet, would that not preclude the very existence of this story? The coherence or chaos of the narrative aside, a tale that provides a respite from time is a worthy one. Non-traditional it may be, but if you can resonate with the box's thoughts, that would be splendid. The box itself is uncertain whether today's thoughts align with tomorrow's. Yet this too constitutes a writing style, does it not? Some claim that as long as one accumulates words, substance can be forged from mere quantity. The box is uncertain how much is requisite. Within the confines of fleeting time, its initial aspiration was to leave something behind. If even a single word or phrase can linger in the memories of its readers, that would suffice. May there be no further missteps henceforth. Chapter 42. Playing Sue, an aunt who ascended the stairs once more midway through. At a glance, she spotted a stranger weeping inconsolably by Miss Ban's bedside. Such sorrow likely indicates he is one of the Mrs. Admirers. Best not to intrude, for with the young master present, there is little to worry about. Inside the room, Suin's anguished voice echoed. Suin, I implore you to awaken. I will give you an abundance of money. If you are angry, just strike my brother. Put him to death, please, awaken swiftly. Thus, he lamented throughout the afternoon, yet Suin remained steadfast, unmoved as a mountain. Ban Zhaoyu's voice grew hoarse from her shouting. Ban Jibai led his sister away, for their mother had concluded her therapy and was on her way home. It would be difficult to explain such a scene. They proceeded to Huafeng's side. With the task of discerning the soul exchange between Ban Su and Suan now dispensed with, Huafeng found himself considerably less occupied. Upon seeing Suan, his initial reaction was one of surprise, quickly followed by evident joy. "You are." "I am Ban Jiaoyu." "And Suan?" Ban Ji spoke first. "He is yet to awaken. There has been no further soul exchange thus far. Let us not rush. Please, take a seat and tell me how Yu came to awaken." Once everyone settled, Ban Jiaoyu began to recollect. After losing consciousness, she felt her spirit drifting beyond the corporeal realm, everything blurred, devoid of any sense of time. She could not ascertain how long she had been asleep. Gradually, her hearing returned, and she began to discern faint sounds. Eventually, she recognized the voices of her parents, brother, and friends. This prompted Ban Jiaoyu to strive to awaken. And most importantly, she heard Shun Qiuyu's voice. In that moment of unconsciousness, Ban Jiaoyu could clearly discern Shun Qiuyu's words. Observing her sister's joyful expression, Ban Ji hesitated to imagine the scene that would unfold if he were to inform her that Shun Qiuyu had already returned by plane, rendering their betrothal null and void. Gradually, Ban Jiaoyu began to regain her senses and ultimately awoke. Huafeng nodded continuously, acknowledging that despite the frailty of her condition, her hearing and awareness would, in due course, restore, albeit at a delayed pace. After hearing Huafeng's analysis, the group's spirits lifted, particularly Ban Jiaoyu, who felt a renewed hope for life. She no longer yearned to return to her previous existence. The mere ability to have time for herself each day was sufficient. If time permitted, she could still report to the school there. Otherwise, she would have to apply for a gap year. Huafeng noticed that Ban Jibai's demeanor was somewhat unusual, indicating he might be concealing something. Unexpectedly, however, there was still no news from Suan. Were it not for Suan's limited mobility, Ban Jiaoyu would certainly have spread a mat on the floor of her room. Eager to be the first to notice when Suan awakened. Presently, she frequently called her brother to inquire about Suan's condition, prompting Ban Ji to forego his work and take a forced leave for Aunt Hu, personally attending to his sister. In no time, the tale of Ban Jibai's deep affection for his sister circulated widely and persistently within the Huan circle, evoking admiration for the siblings' profound bond. While lamenting the misfortune that had befallen Miss Ban at such a tender age, the first day, the second, and the third passed without incident. But now a week had nearly elapsed. Ban Jiaoyu could no longer wait. She felt as if the heavens were mocking her. Was Suan never to awaken? The very people who wished her harm seemed to linger around her, subconsciously resisting the urge to wake. Ultimately, Huafeng pinpointed the underlying issue. Suan must have some reservations, evading something. Jibai, you wouldn't have truly resorted to violence, would you? It was indeed curious how both Suan and Ban Jiaoyu had coincidentally found themselves in a drowning incident. Had Ban Jibai been the instigator? If so, it was likely that Suan's prolonged slumber stemmed from this, as the subconscious exerted a powerful influence, and he could be giving himself the suggestion to remain asleep indefinitely. What could be done to rouse him? Ban Jibai was not one to shy away from responsibility. He recognized the folly of his actions, though his plan had almost succeeded. Did Suan have any family? He has a sister. They both exclaimed in unison. Where? Qing Province, Lanheng City. Qing Town. It was Ban Jiaoyu who provided the details. Engaging in conversation with a loved one could greatly benefit the patient's recovery. After all, neither Suan nor Yu bore any physical injuries. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in emotional turmoil. Certainly, I shall promptly send someone to retrieve his sister. Just as Ban Jibai was about to contact someone, he was stopped by his sister. Brother, wait. How are we going to explain if Su Huan arrives? It would be rather easy to discern any anomalies if it were just the two of us. Indeed, Ban Jibai had sensed something amiss with Suan's demeanor from the very beginning. After halting her brother, Ban Jiaoyu earnestly stated, as long as he can hear my voice, it will have an effect, won't it? Huafeng nodded in agreement. Moreover, the more we converse, the more it will stimulate Suan's desire to awaken. Very well. Ban Jiaoyu had devised a plan. She was, in essence, Suan at this moment. Her voice and appearance were indistinguishable. Previously, Suan had assumed her identity. Now, it was her turn to embody Suan. Brother, take me home. I will call Su Huan. Observing his sister's resolute determination, Ban Jibai silently nodded. He now felt a profound sense of indebtedness. Huafeng followed closely behind, bidding farewell to this extraordinary pair of siblings. Should there be any issues, please contact me. Ban Jiaoyu settled into a chair, positioned directly before Su in slumbering form. She intended to wait until Su Huan finished her classes, even in her haste. She was mindful of the detail that Su-in typically refrained from disturbing her during school hours. As the time approached, to prevent any interruptions, be it from their parents or Aunt Hu, Ban Ji retreated and closed the door, recognizing that his presence might also affect Su-in. Once all was in readiness, Ban Jiaoyu unlocked her phone with her fingerprint. The screen revealed an array of missed calls and unanswered messages, predominantly from her sister Su Huan, alongside a few from Lu Jun and some unfamiliar numbers, likely spam. Ban Jiaoyu patiently perused Su Huan's messages. "Brother, how are you over there? It's been ages since I heard from you. Are you very busy? I won't bother you. Brother, has your account been hacked? Brother, have you encountered something? Please respond. Brother, I've already informed Lu Jun about you. What on earth is happening? Brother, if you don't reply soon, I will have to report it. Brother, the police say you are fine, but please, just reply once. Brother, come back, we can manage with less. You don't need to go out." Each message reflected Su Huan's longing and concern for her brother. The matter involving the police required no further elaboration. It was undoubtedly arranged by Ban Ji, as a young girl could hardly conduct a more extensive investigation. Being a sister herself, Ban Jiaoyu found it difficult not to empathize. If her own brother had been out of contact for an extended period, she would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. As she noted the time, she clasped her phone, preparing to send a message to Su-in. "And Huan, are you there, sister?" Ban Jiaoyu endeavored to mimic Su-in's tone as closely as possible, her gaze fixed nervously upon the screen. Su Huan responded to messages with remarkable speed, almost instantly. His sister said, "Brother, is that you? I've been so worried about you." Su Huan replied, "Of course it's me. Otherwise, why would I be saying anything?" Subsequently, Ban Jiaoyu cautiously sent a few voice messages from her phone. Far away in Qingtown, Su Huan turned up the volume to the maximum, listening intently as his brother's voice echoed through the receiver. The long-standing worry dissipated. It was indeed his brother. Suddenly, Ban Jiaoyu's phone rang, and Su Huan initiated a video call. It had been quite a while since the siblings had last seen each other. Ban Jiaoyu glanced at the green answer button, then at herself lying on the bed, before answering the video call and adjusting the volume to the highest setting. She forced a warm smile, her delighted voice akin to musical notes transcending the screen. "Brother, what have you been up to all this time? You haven't contacted me at all. I've been busy working for my employer. We're not allowed to contact the outside world unless there's an emergency. But don't worry, it's not dangerous work. I've earned quite a bit. Just tell me what you want," he replied. "Brother, I have enough to spend. When will you come back to see me? Can it be during the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Ban Jiaoyu's heart raced as she looked at the screen. Seeing the girl adorably pouting at her brother, she began to stammer, "Well, maybe. It's not very likely. I still have lots of work here. And the holiday isn't long enough." Su Huan misinterpreted her hesitation as financial concern, assuming his brother was reluctant to spend on a plane ticket, which wouldn't be cheap flying from the south. The disappointment was palpable. Ban Jiaoyu struggled to maintain composure while observing the sleeping figure on the bed. She longed for Su-in to awaken. Having occupied Su-in's body for so long was becoming tiresome. She couldn't avoid basic needs like using the restroom or bathing. And while it was once only a few hours a day, now it was a full 24 hours. If this continued, she might as well get a card at Huafeng. After a moment of despondency, Su Huan suddenly appeared to notice something. "Brother, where are you right now?" Ban Jiaoyu quickly turned around, her room's wardrobe behind her, with one door slightly ajar, revealing feminine clothing inside. Panic set in. How could she explain this naturally? It's a room rented by my boss. The previous tenant left it like this." With his worries alleviated, Su Huan remained skeptical but swiftly changed the subject. In his memory, his brother rarely lied and indeed did not buy many clothes. The unused wardrobe seemed normal enough. "Brother, I have something to tell you." "Yes. What is it?" "Wang Yu is transferred to our school." Ban Jiaoyu felt a jolt of surprise. If her memory served her correctly, this Wang Yu was someone Su-in had once liked. "You mean Wang Yu?" "Indeed, my brother. She is the newly appointed Chinese teacher at our school. A graduate of Beijing Normal University, precisely the person you have in mind." Ban Jiaoyu was at a loss for how to respond, merely offering a few vague sounds of acknowledgement. "Hey, brother, are you even listening?" "I am listening," he replied. "What kind of expression is that? Shouldn't you be happy?" Su Huan had only a limited understanding of the relationship between her brother and sister Wang Yu, gleaned from brother Wang Jun, which suggested that she was her brother's first love. a truly wonderful woman. Due to familial circumstances, they were unable to be together. Happy, she insisted. Why do you seem so strange, brother? Huh? What is strange? Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Just as Ban Xiaoyu began to fervently explain, a soft feminine sigh shattered her composure. Su Huan distinctly heard a delicate female voice nearby, and it was right next to her brother. There was a woman beside him, acting coyly, even more so than herself. Brother, what is going on over there? Nothing much. I'm just watching television. All right. I'll hang up for now. We can talk later. Get some rest. Ban Xiaoyu swiftly ended the call. Suin, lying on the bed, had already awakened. Gazing intently at Ban Xiaoyu with half-lidded eyes. Flustered, she turned off her phone screen. There was no time to attend to Su Huan's subsequent barrage of messages. Thus, the two souls, inhabiting swapped bodies, exchanged glances within the confines of the room. Suin had indeed awakened. Huafeng's assumption was correct. Suin subconsciously resisted waking due to Ban Jibai. If not for his sister's voice, he would have preferred to remain asleep. After being traumatized by Ban Jibai, Suin had become a startled creature. Had it not been for Ban Xiaoyu's subsequent rescue, he would not have calmly regarded her. In his haze, he sensed Ban Xiaoyu's voice and her kiss. Ban Jibai likely wished to eliminate him, presumably to prevent the soul exchange from continuing. This plan was one that Ban Xiaoyu remained oblivious to. With trepidation, Ban Xiaoyu inquired, "You're awake, are you all right?" Suin took a deep breath. The suffocating sensation of drowning was something he never wished to endure again. He now harbored a profound fear of the sea and deep waters, a form of stress response. Noticing Suin's silence, she pleaded, "I'm sorry, I didn't know my brother would act that way. I'm so sorry." Suin remained unresponsive. "Suin, you can propose any condition, anything at all. I'm tired. I wish to return to Qingzhen. I hope we can adapt to each other's lives, more equally. If that is all right. All right, anything you desire, as long as it brings you joy." Suin was not naive enough to demand Ban Jibai's life, or to confine him. That would be utterly unrealistic. Setting aside Ban Jibai's identity and status, even the evidence-gathering process had been obstructed. It would be better to seize this opportunity to extricate himself and return home. He has truly seen through the situation. Initially, he bore the role of a mere tool, but now he is no longer regarded as a human being. Continuing to confront Ban Jibai, Suin, despite his willingness to bend for survival, still possesses a temper. However, Ban Xiaoyu remains innocent. Had she been aware of or involved in this matter, Suin would have refrained from uttering a single word. Ban Xiaoyu's selfless act of performing artificial respiration for Su and has left a space for their relationship to endure. Chapter 44. The Sleeping Beauty awakens. Ban Xiaoyu is acutely aware that their family has overstepped. The fact that Suin can still converse with her in a stable emotional state is already the most favorable outcome. Outside, Ban Jibai has contemplated entering numerous times, but has restrained himself. He is known for his ruthless demeanor, yet Suin has inexplicably squeezed out a glimmer of hope. Ban Jibai concedes that his thoughts at that moment were rather malevolent. He believed that his sister could not alter Suin's dire state, and that confronting reality would be for the best. To his astonishment, she made such a significant sacrifice for Suin. It is worth noting that this was the first time Ban Xiaoyu had kissed a male in such a manner. Even if it was artificial respiration, it was enough to send a shockwave through Ban Jibai's pupils. He had a strong premonition that if Suin were not saved, the psychological trauma left on his sister would be the least of their worries. Her life might not even be secure. As Ban Jibai pondered this, he suddenly heard voices coming from downstairs. Approaching the stair railing, he saw that their parents had returned. Ban Ma appeared much improved after her therapy session, followed closely by Shun's mother. Following their usual routine, they would come upstairs to accompany Yu. Ban Jibai, disregarding the potential distress it might cause Suin, swiftly opened the door and entered the room. He was greeted by the sight of his sister, who had already awakened. For a moment, he forgot what he intended to say. His sister was awake. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Ban Xiaoyu inquired nervously, glancing at Suin, whose expression was indeed as cold as ice. From the unfamiliar expression on his sister's face, Ban Jibai could tell that although she had awakened, her spirit had yet to fully return. "Our parents are back, and they are about to come upstairs." Upon hearing this, both Suin and Ban Xiaoyu understood that this was no trivial matter. Ban Xiaoyu anxiously scanned the room, while Suin nervously grasped the corner of the thin blanket. Not even Shinxiu had visited Ban Xiaoyu's room. The Ban family upheld strict decorum. making the presence of an unfamiliar male like Suan difficult to explain. Quick, hurry up, Ban Xiaoyu resolved, quickly removing her shoes and placing them under the bed before hiding herself in the wardrobe. Ban Bai hurried to close the door, doing his utmost to provide Suan with more time to compose himself. Please, Ban Bai pleaded, showing vulnerability. Suan was not a petulant child. He understood the gravity of the situation. To ensure they could interact normally in the future, this charade was unavoidable. Exhaling deeply, Suan feigned the appearance of just having awakened. The door creaked open, revealing the voice of Ban Ma, who gently urged, Bai, you should rest. I will stay for a while. During this period, Ban Bai had devoted himself tirelessly to his sister, remaining by her side day and night. Other than the more intimate task of bathing her, which required the occasional assistance of Aunt Hu, he took on every responsibility personally, leading to a notable loss of weight. Ban Bai had yet to devise a way to inform their parents of his sister's awakening. Although she had regained consciousness, she was not fully alert. This visit by Shun Ma was also a fortuitous occasion. Given the amicable relations between the two families, it was only natural that she would come to pay her respects. After the dissolution of their childhood engagement, Shun Ma felt a deep sympathy for Yu Yu, whom she had cherished as a daughter-in-law. Ban Ba, however, remained furrowed in thought. The title of Sleeping Beauty may sound enchanting, yet it merely referred to her state as a vegetative patient. Each time the topic arose in public, Ban Yin felt a pang of embarrassment. The news of this plight had also taken a toll on Ban Xiaoyu's grandfather, diminishing his spirits significantly. It was indeed a calamitous situation. Seated at her daughter's bedside, Ban Ma tenderly combed through her hair, in a bid to nurture even the slightest glimmer of hope. She made it a point to engage her daughter in conversation daily, and had even learned some massage techniques. Ban Bai felt at a loss, hoping that Suan could provide assistance to maintain their fragile connection. Suan felt his body tense, hearing Ban Ma's voice instructing, "All right, you may step outside now. The massage requires some clothing to be removed for better effectiveness." Ban Ba exited without uttering a word, while Ban Bai clenched his fists in anxiety, but ultimately closed the door behind him. Inside the room remained only Suan, Ban Ma, Shen Ma, and the figure of Ban Xiaoyu hidden within the wardrobe. Suan's body felt as rigid as a plank, acutely aware of the thin blanket being pulled back as hands began to remove his clothing. It was pure torment, an unrelenting ordeal. Despite being in her 40s, Ban Ma's hands were remarkably well maintained, exhibiting the dexterity of youth as she worked to relax Suan's muscles. Each touch sent shivers coursing through him. In this moment, Ban Ma was a complete stranger to Suan, and the thought of being undressed and massaged by an unfamiliar elder of the opposite sex was excruciatingly embarrassing. Concealed within the wardrobe, Ban Xiaoyu bore a complex expression, stifling her breath. Having already hidden, she could not risk exposure. There would be no way to explain it. Suan struggled to feign sleep, hoping to endure this wave of discomfort, planning to explain slowly afterward. "Help me turn Yu, Ban Ma called to Shun Ma, a task usually handled by Aunt Hu. Ban Xiaoyu's weight was light, and the two mothers managed to turn her with ease. However, as they did so, their hands inevitably brushed against her slender waist and the gentle contours of her form, causing Suan to visibly shudder. The two mothers froze, exchanging glances. Both realizing they had witnessed the same reaction, this was not a mere figment of imagination. Such movements had occurred before, but Yu had never reacted so intensely. "Is that Yu?" Ban Ma tentatively called out. "Yu?" Shen Ma echoed, holding on to even the faintest glimmer of hope that, perhaps, she might awaken. Suan still wished to resist stubbornly. After all, being in a coma was far easier to pretend than facing the myriad challenges that awaited upon awakening. The time spent in unconsciousness had left a heavy burden for Ban Xiaoyu to confront alone upon her return. Ban's mother was unwilling to relinquish hope. After such an extended period, this was the most pronounced response from her daughter yet. A pair of warm hands gently caressed Suan's slender waist, undeniably belonging to her. Despite the lengthy state of unconsciousness, that delicate waist and soft skin had shown little change. Suan seemed to sense that Ban Xiaoyu's body had become significantly more sensitive than before. He could distinctly feel the ring on the ring finger of that hand. Suan couldn't help but lament internally, wondering how this young lady's physique could be so fragile. If it were to be scratched, it would surely cause pain for several days. The peculiar sensations coursing through his waist were so intense that they caused Suan's cheeks to flush. Overwhelmed, He slowly opened his eyes and emitted a faint sound of acknowledgement. Ban's mother appeared incredulous at the sight before her. Her daughter had awakened. Only after confirming with Shin's mother did she believe that her Yuyo was indeed back. Don't move. Yuyo, I'll call the doctor immediately. Ban's mother's hand trembled as it rested on Su-in's navel. Shin's mother was equally overjoyed. Mom, I'm fine. There's no need to call the doctor. How can we not call the doctor? Xiaoman, please stay here and look after her. Ban's mother entrusted her daughter to Shin's care and rushed outside, so excited that she nearly stumbled. Shin's mother quickly took out her phone to share the joyous news. Chapter 45. A ripple through the circle. Ban's father came upstairs to see. Everyone seemed elated by Ban Zhaoyu's awakening, except for Su-in lying in bed and Ban Zhaoyu concealed within the wardrobe. The entire Huan circle was set abuzz. Anyone remotely connected was informed of Ban Zhaoyu's awakening at once. In no time, Ban Zhaoyu's close friends, the Ban family's business partners, local dignitaries from Huan, and the Shen family all came to visit. Besides these visitors, doctors also arrived to assess Ban Zhaoyu's condition. Ultimately, they concluded that she was in perfect health and could gradually resume her diet and exercise for a full recovery. In truth, the doctors were equally baffled. They had no understanding of how Ban Zhaoyu had fallen into a deep slumber, nor how she had awakened. Yet, they recognized their role was merely to provide reassurance to those gathered. Ban's mother, overwhelmed with joy, began to shed tears as she held her daughter's hand tightly. Su-in could only manage a feeble smile in response. All right, everyone, let us not crowd around. Yuyo has just awakened and needs some rest. Ban Zhibai proved to be reliable, swiftly ushering the crowd out of the room. Indeed, in their excitement, they had forgotten to let Yuyo recuperate. Shin's mother led the way, and soon only the immediate family of the Ban household remained. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu, hidden within the wardrobe, had her legs numbed from crouching due to Su-in's size, forced to curl herself up in confinement. Mother, you should also take some rest, allowing my sister to have a moment of respite. She has just awakened. You and father should go and rest. I will keep you company. My dear daughter has suffered so much. Mother Ban showed no intention of leaving, her hand gently caressing her daughter's face. Su-in could only close her eyes to escape Mother Ban's fervent gaze and excessive affection. Yes, do rest for a while, Father Ban nodded before stepping out. There was a crowd in the living room awaiting his attention. As he passed by Ban Zhibai, he patted his son's shoulder, aware of the deep bond between son and daughter. However, having recently set aside all work and social engagements to care for them at home, he felt it had perhaps gone a bit too far. Their eldest was not a child anymore. It was time to instill some discipline. Yet, Ban Zhibai, preoccupied with his own thoughts, either failed to grasp his father's intention or chose not to engage in conversation. He did not follow his father out, but instead closed the door behind him. Father Ban stood momentarily stunned before being roused by the congratulatory voices of guests in the living room. Ban Zhibai stood nervously before his mother and sister, while Mother Ban confided her thoughts to her daughter. Su-in could only pretend to comprehend, responding intermittently. Faced with this overwhelming and unfamiliar maternal affection, Su-in felt bewildered. Perhaps the notions of unfamiliarity and maternal love were at odds, yet Su-in genuinely experienced this conflict. Noticing Su-in's cooperation, Ban Zhibai's inner turmoil eased somewhat. As long as Su-in did not falter, he would be willing to go to great lengths. Meanwhile, in the wardrobe, Ban Zhaoyu clutched the clothes tightly. Her jaw clenched. Why had they not reverted back? The experiences of recent days made Ban Zhaoyu yearn to call out mother and seek solace in her embrace, to express concern for her mother's well-being. Yet, she could not. Revealing her presence would only frighten her mother. The thought deepened her sense of injustice. At just 18, she was a delicate girl forced to suppress her vulnerability, opting instead for a soul exchange. Only those who experienced it could truly understand. Moreover, the sudden urge to relieve herself exacerbated her distress. The dual torment of physiological and psychological strain caused veins to bulge on Ban Zhaoyu's forehead, her teeth grinding audibly. Hurry and change back. Hurry. In her desperation, the clothes she clutched slipped from the hanger, causing her to sway unsteadily and collide with the wardrobe door. In the now empty room, the noise was unmistakable, prompting Mother Ban to turn her gaze toward the wardrobe. Although Ban Zhaoyu quickly prostrated herself, Mother Ban had already sensed something amiss. What was that sound coming from the wardrobe? Mother, I'll handle it. Ban Zhibai nervously interjected, eager to defuse the situation. Su-in on the bed felt a wave of anxiety. Fortunately, Mother Ban trusted her son and did not pursue the matter further. Ban Jibai strode towards the wardrobe, positioning himself to shield his sister from view, locking eyes with her. They communicated silently. What's wrong? Just wait a moment. I'll have mother rest soon. Ban Jiaoyu, with a distorted expression, pointed downwards. Ban Jibai paused for half a second, then comprehended his sister's meaning. He discreetly glanced behind to check if their mother was paying attention, then turned back, indicating they should wait a moment. Ban Jiaoyu conveyed her intention to resolve the matter in the wardrobe. It seemed that nothing was going smoothly. All her worries surged forth. The memory of that previous exchange and the urgency of needing to relieve herself haunted her. If she were to have an accident in the wardrobe this time, she could hardly bear the thought. Ban Jibai closed the wardrobe and quickly approached their mother, helping her up. It's nothing, just a hanger fell from the closet. Look, Yu is tired too. Let us rest a bit and allow her some peace, he suggested. Suin, lying on the bed, nodded in agreement. Only then did Ban Ma give a slight nod, allowing her son to help her walk while instructing, have Aunt who prepare some nourishing porridge for Yu. She needs to take care of her health. Of course, don't worry, I'll take care of it. You should rest more after your therapy, he replied. Ban Jiaoyu watched as her brother and mother disappeared through the door. Unable to contain herself any longer, she finally emerged from the wardrobe, while Suin, still curious, was met with her silence. This time felt even more extreme than the last exchange. She hunched over like a shrimp and dashed out. Fortunately, the villa had several bathrooms, sparing her the need to go downstairs. Ban Jiaoyu felt a renewed aversion towards the male anatomy. The pressure she had held in made her discomfort acutely palpable, intensifying her embarrassment. Upon entering the bathroom, she immediately locked the door and began to relieve herself, standing this time. A moment's delay could have resulted in an unfortunate mess. Despite her frustration reaching its zenith, the release of tension brought forth an involuntary sound of relief. Standing to use the toilet indeed proved quicker and more convenient. The sound of water flowing echoed loudly, a testament to how long she had held on. Once she finished, Ban Jiaoyu felt utterly drained, teetering on the brink of drowsiness, and instinctively reached for a tissue. The sudden stimulus jolted her senses. She quickly donned her pants, disposed of the tissue in the toilet, and flushed. Turning to sit on the toilet, she felt her entire being slump. Each time she used Suin's body, whether for bathroom breaks or showers, felt like a challenge to her 18 years of limits. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her, leaving her eyes stinging. What was this all about? Chapter 46. Is it irretrievable? Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Ban Jiaoyu wrestled with her thoughts. On the other side, Suin was not much better off. Although the bed was indeed soft, he lay there restlessly. He had awakened, in part, due to his sister's voice. He vaguely caught snippets of what she was saying, yet he felt an aversion to confronting the uncertainties of his future, burdened by an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Suddenly, the door swung open, and as Suin looked up, he saw Ban Jibai enter. In an instant, his expression turned icy. How could one expect kindness from someone intent on taking their life? Ban Jibai felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, unsure of how to position his hands or mask his emotions appropriately. Despite his usual air of superiority, he contemplated kneeling in a bid for Suin's forgiveness, as intuition whispered that money could not resolve this matter, and perhaps even kneeling would prove futile. However, there was no alternative. His sister and Suin were bound for life, and he was inevitably entwined in that fate. Once more, Ban Jibai found himself at a loss for words, his eloquence and insight unable to support a facade of calm in addressing the situation. This time, Suin was unwilling to indulge him. Although he had not met his demise, the shadows of the past lingered palpably. Initially, Suin had been cordial, primarily out of respect for his financial backing. A cold snort escaped Suin's lips. The connection to Ban Jiaoyu amplified the potency of his disdain, rendering Ban Jibai defenseless against the onslaught of emotions. The usually composed luminary of the business world visibly wavered, his anxiety palpable. Reminiscent of the last time he had been interrogated by his sister regarding his investigation of her. "Greetings, Mr. Ban," he offered politely, yet the words dripped with sarcasm in Ban Jibai's ears. His sister's voice acted as a catalyst, igniting a storm of acrid bubbles within him. "It is my fault. Entirely mine. You may make any demands. I and Yu are separate entities, and the responsibility lies with me." He was acutely aware that Ban Jiaoyu was uninvolved in this incident. Had she been implicated, Suin would harbor no desire to continue discussions. He could either release Suin or risk mutual destruction. Yet, at present, Suin found himself swayed by Ban Jiaoyu's sincerity. Motivated not only by his affection for her, but also for his own sake. An additional option emerged, to unilaterally cooperate with Ban Zhaoyu while ensuring Ban Zhibai remained entirely uninvolved in their lives, ideally vanishing from Su and sight altogether. Suin began to engage Ban Zhibai as an equal, who readily acquiesced without proposing any conditions. Suin's willingness to negotiate on such terms was an unthinkable prospect for Ban Zhibai. To impose restrictions on Suin would be sheer folly. For the life of his sister now rested firmly in Suin's hands. Ban Zhibai's worst-case scenario involved Suin departing, compelling him to remain vigilant regarding the impending exchange, which promised to bring forth more uncertainties and perils. A preliminary understanding was reached between Suin and Ban Zhibai, easing the tension significantly. At the very least, the near-fatal incident was partially reconciled. Whereas their previous relationship had been one of employer and employee, with the Ban family funding Suin's cooperation, they now stood on equal ground, each relying on the other, neither indebted to the other. Ban Zhaoyu returned after resolving her immediate concerns and quickly sensed the charged atmosphere between Suin and her brother. Suin, this is my brother. A fool by nature, he has always been thoughtless in such matters. I do not seek your forgiveness, but we must continue to coexist, mustn't we? Very well, Mr. Ban and I have reached an understanding, and it is not your fault. You need not bear the weight of guilt. Ban Zhaoyu glanced at her brother, Ban Zhibai, who nodded with his brow furrowed. This was a rather vulnerable display from him. I want to go home. From now on, I refuse to be constrained in my personal freedom. I will strive to exchange time, and I hope you will do the same. All right, I will book your flight immediately, and the monthly allowance remains unchanged. Ban Zhaoyu quickly responded to Suin, forget about the salary. Given your and Yu's situation, feel free to use this card whenever necessary. Ban Zhibai produced a bank card, first offering it to Suin on the bed, then turning to hand it to his sister. The card was intended for Suin's body, who would return to Qingtown. Well, at least I didn't waste my time by the sea. Continuing to dwell on the entanglement would yield no benefit. And Suin felt a sense of relief as she observed Ban Zhibai's expression soften slightly. All right, I'll stay by myself for a while. Once we switch back, I'll prepare to return. Then you should rest. We won't disturb you. Ban Zhaoyu took her brother and dashed outside, closing the door behind Suin. She let out a long sigh, envisioning her life upon returning home. Although it might be a bit troublesome, she wouldn't have to leave her familiar people and places or search for part-time work, which was quite satisfactory. Such a lack of backbone. However, an increasingly alarming situation arose. Not a single soul exchange had occurred throughout the entire day, a phenomenon that had never transpired since the first exchange. Ban Zhaoyu, inhabiting Suin's body, fell into a deep anxiety, a foreboding feeling gathering like dark clouds above her, occasionally accompanied by distant thunder and flashes of lightning. A day had passed. Could it be that they would not switch back, much like that initial nightmare? Suin continued to enjoy a princess-like treatment at the Ban household. Yet it felt increasingly bizarre as the plan unraveled. Confined to bed by Ban Ma, Suin had ample time for wandering thoughts. If the exchange duration were to extend, it would be splendid, ideally a month or even a year. Why not be conservative and wish for a lifetime of just one exchange? But what if they could never return? 2 days passed, and Ban Zhaoyu scarcely slept, fearing she would miss even a minute of potential exchange. 3 days in, Ban Zhaoyu fell ill with a fever and was hospitalized, still awaiting the exchange. Meanwhile, Suin continued to be tenderly cared for by Ban Ma. Come, Yu, have some porridge. After 3 days, Suin began to instinctively respond to the name Yu, realizing it was directed at her. Could it be that they truly could not switch back this time? The reality loomed before her, yet she was reluctant to accept it. The few hours of exchange that day had become a torment for both parties. If this were to continue indefinitely, how could it even be described? Ban Zhibai, now aware of the situation, reached out to Hua Feng once more, who expressed his own uncertainty and considered abandoning psychology in favor of philosophy, if all else failed. Perhaps delving into metaphysics would suffice. After all, the peculiar occurrences of late have caused her resolve to wane. Moreover, these bizarre happenings have only become increasingly outrageous. It soon marked the 5th day of their complete exchange. Both individuals gradually began to grasp the reality of their situation. It seemed they truly could not revert to their former selves. Suin had been permitted to rise and walk about, while Ban Zhaoyu found herself once again bedridden, devoid of mobility. Chapter 47. Ice and Fire. In the ensuing days, it appeared that one had plunged into flames while the other had been cast into a frigid abyss. Suin encountered the highest number of strangers he had ever met in his 24 years of life. Each one bore a strangely familiar visage. Their visits, concern, blessings, and casual exchanges felt exceedingly foreign and distant to him, yet his soul remained ensconced within this body, trapped and unable to escape. He could only be escorted by Ban Ma, navigating one social encounter after another, perhaps due to the compassion directed towards someone recovering from a severe illness. Any deviation in Suin's behavior was met with unconditional acceptance and understanding. Some even remarked, Yu seems much more composed now that she has awakened. Indeed, there had been a notable transformation. The fact that she could recover was indeed a blessing. Whether the concern was genuine or merely an opportunity to socialize and make an appearance, guests filled the space, and the atmosphere was amicable. The parents of the Shin family, upon noticing Ban Xiaoyu's awakening, felt hesitant to convey the news that Shin Xiaoyu had already departed. Ban Xiaoyu assumed Shin Xiaoyu would likely be quite disheartened by his absence. However, now that she was awake, perhaps the betrothal could be revisited. They were still quite fond of this daughter-in-law, considering her far preferable to an unknown woman from outside. Families of prominence still held marriage in high regard. Ban Ma refrained from mentioning this matter to her daughter, and naturally, Suin had little interest in it. Thus, under the quiet scrutiny of both families, Ban Xiaoyu astonishingly never once brought up Shin Xiaoyu. Additionally, there was one person notably absent from the gathering, Ban Jibai. As Ban Xiaoyu's elder brother, he was mysteriously unaccounted for, especially after her arduous awakening. Ban Ba had attempted to reach him several times without success. The property under Ban Jibai's name was shrouded in darkness, with the curtains drawn, casting the room into a somber gloom. At this very moment, the true Ban Xiaoyu lay curled up in bed, as if the cacophony of the world had receded far away. All that accompanied her were the throbbing pain in her temples and the heavy rhythm of her heart, in addition to the cold sweat. A solitary tear lingered at the corner of her eye. The male form she occupied seemed to evoke an image of delicate sorrow. Though it was summer, Ban Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her entire being, particularly in her hands and feet, which were thoroughly frigid. Loneliness and despair filled this girl's heart. It had been nearly a week, and she remained trapped within this body, unable to flee. The recurrent fever plagued her, leaving her uncertain whether it stemmed from the aftereffects of Suin's near drowning or the emotional turmoil of Ban Xiaoyu's soul. In that moment, she could no longer perceive the passage of time. Her life had dimmed into obscurity. Suin's phone remained in her possession, while Suwan had made several calls and sent numerous messages. Yet, Ban Xiaoyu found herself devoid of any inclination to read or respond. The sound of the door to the living room opening and closing barely registered with her. She merely pressed her lips together, her head drooping in despondency. The visitor was none other than Ban Jibai, who had been absent. Upon realizing that the souls of his sister and Suin seemed to have exchanged permanently, Ban Jibai was no less affected than his sister. When his sister was hospitalized with a fever, he had been unable to leave. And by the time he managed to rush there, he learned that she had already returned home. Without delay, Ban Jibai searched every conceivable location where Ban Xiaoyu might be, not daring to waste a moment. For he understood that his sister desperately needed companionship at that time. The brief soul exchange had visibly deteriorated her mental state, and Ban Jibai feared for her emotional well-being. Hearing the commotion from the living room, Ban Xiaoyu curled herself tighter, feeling uncomfortable as Suin's body felt foreign to her. She hugged herself, her hands slipping down her shoulders from weakness. A sharp sound of the switch echoed, and the light in the bedroom flickered on. Ban Xiaoyu raised her eyes, only to confirm that it was indeed her brother. Ban Jibai gazed at his true sister lying on the bed, a mix of emotions flooding over him. Yu, brother is here. He did not allow the fact that Ban Xiaoyu bore Suin's face to create distance between them. He enveloped her in his arms, for his sister needed him. A gentle touch revealed her forehead to be alarmingly hot. He intended to lift her in a princess carry, but misjudged her weight, causing a momentary stumble. Fortunately, Ban Jibai was robust enough to manage, even lifting a man with ease, and he dashed toward the elevator without closing the door. Miss Chun, who was preparing to take her golden retriever for a walk, had just pressed the elevator's close button when this peculiar duo burst forth, startling her. A handsome man was carrying a flushed, delicate young man as they strode towards her and her dog. They made it into the elevator just before the doors shut. Ms. Chen held her breath, feeling as though she had stepped into a fantastical realm, while her golden retriever displayed a bewildered expression, unsure if it comprehended the scene. Upon reaching the first floor, the pair rushed out, leaving Ms. Chun and her dog in shock, momentarily forgetting to exit the elevator. She quickly grabbed her phone to share this astonishing encounter with her friends in their group chat. Banji successfully brought his sister to the hospital, where fortunately, her condition was not severe. However, it was unacceptable for an adult to remain feverish for an extended period, especially without having consumed food or water for nearly a day. After receiving an 4 drip, Ban Xiaoyu's condition improved significantly. Throughout this ordeal, Banji stayed by her side, ignoring several calls from their father and not responding to messages from their mother. Looking at the text from his mother, his emotions were tumultuous. Jibai, your sister has woken up. Where have you been? You should be here in such a situation. Banjibai's gaze drifted between the screen and the solitary figure on the bed. His true sister was alone in the hospital, abandoned in her time of need. But does that body still count as his sister? This question has remained unaddressed since the dawn of humanity, and naturally, no one can provide an answer. Which is of greater significance, the body or the soul? If given the choice, which would you select? In the absence of other family or friends' knowledge, how would you decide? Your thoughts likely mirror those faced by Banji at this moment. That night, he refrained from attending the gathering celebrating his sister Ban Xiaoyu's recovery, opting instead to turn off his phone to seek solace. His sister lay peacefully asleep on the bed, while Banji sat on an empty bed across the room. Fingers intertwined upon his forehead, lost in contemplation, pondering, and dreaming. As dawn broke, Banji descended to fetch breakfast for his sister. Ban Xiaoyu's condition had improved considerably, yet she still required further recuperation, as the time lost was rather substantial. A nurse who came to change the dressings casually inquired, "Who was that person you just left with? Could you introduce us?" Ban Xiaoyu, preoccupied, offered no response. The nurse pressed on, "Is he a friend? He seems like a very responsible man." However, seeing that the patient remained taciturn, the nurse refrained from prolonging the inquiry and hurriedly exited after completing her task, having hoped to obtain a means of contact. Chapter 48. The reluctant consensus. Ban Xiaoyu silently observed her brother, who had brought her breakfast. He appeared just as he always had, blowing on the steaming millet porridge, his expression earnest, as if the person before her was still the unaltered Ban Xiaoyu. A sense of confusion clouded her thoughts. Even if her brother were to comprehend the truth, could he truly accept it? Yet, there were also Grandpa, Dad and Mom, Aunt Shun, Uncle Shun, Shin Xiaoyu, and Zhang Yu among others. Would they be able to accept it? To take 1,000 steps back, could she even disclose it to them? How was she to navigate her existence? The porridge had cooled to the perfect temperature, ready to be consumed. To minimize the number of people aware of this matter, and thus lessen the potential harm to her sister, Banji undertook the task of running back and forth to procure breakfast alone, leaving him utterly exhausted. Having spent a sleepless night, he was now in a state of utter fatigue. Upon witnessing her brother's haggard appearance, Ban Xiaoyu finally spoke, gradually finishing the porridge from the plastic spoon. "Brother, I can manage. You should get some rest." As she accepted the millet porridge and sipped it delicately, Banji felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to lie down on the adjacent bed, fully clothed, and sleep. Before drifting off, he reminded her to call for him if she needed anything. The early morning ward was tranquil, with Ban Xiaoyu silently consuming her porridge. In contrast, Su An's situation was considerably more stable, as she received comprehensive care following her recent illness. Each day consisted of eating, drinking, sleeping, selecting new clothes from her wardrobe, and taking leisurely strolls in her yard. Essentially, she could engage in all activities except for vigorous exercise and running about. Truth be told, it was rather delightful. Yet, the thought that she might never return to her former life cast a shadow of worry over Suan. He has many matters to attend to upon his return. Suan also attempted to message Ban Xiaoyu, but received no response until this morning. Ban Xiaoyu finally replied, "What should I do? Are you there?" Suan's response was simply, "I don't know." It was as if replying was tantamount to silence. Suan placed the phone on the bedside table and lay back down. Fate truly enjoys toying with individuals. It seems that unless it stirs up some trouble, it does not relent. By midday, Banji finally made an appearance at home, naturally facing a reprimand from Ban Ma. The recovery of his sister was a joyous occasion, yet this son seemed to have changed entirely. He used to cherish his sister dearly. Banji return was not merely a casual visit to check on his sister. Regardless of how chaotic fate may be, akin to a cat tangling a ball of yarn, one must still forge ahead. The immense family fortune would not allow for even a moment's stagnation. Suan felt a blend of disdain for Banji demeanor and a desire to see him, for he at least would provide guidance on what to do next. After closing his sister's door, Banji turned his face even though he understood that the person seated on the bed was not his sister. He could not help but reveal a hint of tenderness upon seeing her face. "Mr. Su, I have important matters to discuss with you." Suan understood this well. "I, Ban Ji Bai, along with my sister Ban Jiaoyu, earnestly request that you continue to play the role of the eldest daughter of the Ban family. I will provide all necessary conveniences." Ban Ji Bai's attitude was genuinely earnest. Suan comprehended that if there were any means to revert their bodies, Ban Ji Bai would not present himself in this manner. He still recalled Ban Ji Bai's previously aloof demeanor. "I can play the part, but I have demands." Returning to Qingtown in this state would lead to a peculiar cycle similar to Ban Jiaoyu's. "I am still myself, yet not entirely. You may voice any requests, and I shall fulfill them. Please, Miss Ban, could you occasionally portray me as well? My sister and I have not been apart for long. I promised to visit her this mid-autumn." Ban Ji Bai agreed without hesitation, and Suan could have chosen to refuse. "I will discuss it with my sister." "That is good, and I would appreciate your assistance in finding solutions. Miss Ban and I cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Your connections and resources far surpass mine. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I desire this more than anyone else. Now, you may leave. I do not wish to see you." Understood. Even Ban Ji Bai, who could not be easily subdued by Ban Fu, was remarkably agreeable at this moment. The reason, of course, was to maintain the greater good. The exchange of souls between his sister and a stranger could not be revealed, as Ban Ma's frail constitution might not withstand such a shock. "My sister places immense importance on her reputation, and her already fragile mental state cannot withstand any disturbances. If such matters were to leak out and be distorted or exaggerated, Ban Jiaoyu might not be able to cope." Ban Ji Bai promptly returned to discuss this with his sister. In less than 10 minutes, he was back, leaving their mother perplexed. Were the siblings quarreling? In the hospital room, Ban Jiaoyu sat upright at the edge of the bed, her legs tightly closed, listening intently to her brother. Once he finished speaking, she pointed to herself, asking, "You want me to impersonate him and then return home?" Ban Ji Bai cautiously observed his sister's expression, wary of saying anything that might trigger her. Fortunately, she accepted the task. Perhaps adopting a different identity would ease the situation. Upon hearing from Ban Ji Bai that the situation between Ban Jiaoyu and Suan had spiraled further out of control, Huafeng found it beyond his comprehension. Had it not been for the unusual exchanges between the two prior, he might as well change his profession from psychology to abstraction. "Ji Bai, I'm beginning to believe in the existence of deities. This is utterly insane. I can conjure no explanation. It resembles a child recklessly drawing lines with a ruler. If even a professional feels this way, one can only imagine how others would react." Ban Ji Bai understood that his friend could not offer assistance this time. Coincidentally, Suan was also reluctant to see him, providing the perfect opportunity to leave and find that seemingly elusive possibility for his sister. "I can only entrust her to you. I'm deeply concerned about her mental state, and after much contemplation, you are the only one suitable for this." Huafeng, suddenly burdened with this responsibility, raised an eyebrow. "Is this a trust in me? You're truly a devoted brother." "Indeed, because of the previous incident, Suan has requested that I avoid appearing near him. This also gives me a chance to travel the world and explore. Even if there's only a faint possibility, I must pursue it myself." Huafeng sensed Ban Ji Bai's determination. "Very well, I will keep an eye on things here. Let us remain in contact, and I wish you success. I want to leave immediately. I'll stay until Xiaoyu is more stable. She only has me by her side right now." Huafeng patted Ban Ji Bai's shoulder. "Now you can count me as well, although I've never been called that. I'm a half-brother nonetheless." Ban Ji Bai nodded with his eyes closed. "Thank you." Chapter 49. Studying abroad? Really? Ban Ma had an odd feeling lately. Both her son and daughter were acting strangely. Leaving her daughter aside, her son had not been home for several consecutive days, which was unusual since he typically never strayed far from his sister. Ban Ma nudged her husband, who was lying on the bed engrossed in his phone. "Don't you think our children seem like different people lately, especially Xiaoyu?" Ban Ba immediately shook his head. He was oblivious to such matters. To him, the siblings maintaining some distance was a positive development. However, their failure to consult him about their activities did irk him. "Do you think Xiaoyu has learned about that child's attitude from the Shin family? Recently, I have become rather aloof, and despite my subtle hints, there has been no response. I shall not concern myself with these matters. Please ensure she remains composed and refrains from causing any embarrassment. It is not as if the young man from the Shun family is indispensable. A little coldness? Perhaps it is for the best. Very well, I shall inquire further later. You needn't worry too much. One is 18, and the other nearly 30. They ought to exhibit some maturity. Meanwhile, Banma rose from her bed, preparing to ascend the stairs to converse with her daughter. A mother's thoughts are invariably more delicate. Seeing her daughter so burdened with worries, how could she not feel anxious? Yet, her daughter, who appeared so troubled, lay on her spacious bed, idly scrolling through her phone. Ban Zhaoyu was unresponsive, and Ban Zhaoyu's account was also difficult to reach her sister. Thus, she could only browse videos to pass the time. Venturing outside would leave her lost and disoriented. Unable to accomplish anything, Suan felt as though she might burst from boredom. A sudden knock at the door startled Suan. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already midnight. Who could be knocking at such an hour? Slipping into her fluffy slippers, Suan cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing her mother's face, anxiety washed over her. It is daunting to play the part of someone else's daughter under the watchful gaze of their own mother. What brings you here at this hour? Suan chose to speak sparingly, her words lacking vigor, her expression as cold as frost. Banma took her daughter's hand and guided her into the room. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Yu, are you feeling better? Yes, much improved. Although the doctor had declared her fully recovered, Banma remained uneasy. The contrast between this homebody and her daughter's previous demeanor was stark. Is there something on your mind? You can share it with your mother. No, please go rest. There is no need to worry about me. Banma showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she held her daughter's hand within her own and continued, the time is approaching. Do you still wish to study abroad? Study abroad? Indeed, to country A. Did you not resolve to do so since middle school? If it were not for the superficial nature of studying abroad, a genuine effort would indeed be required, as the universities there operate on an application basis. Besides academic performance, interests, special skills, social practices, and awards are all significant evaluative criteria. Upon learning that Shin Xiuyu aspired to attend university in country A since middle school, Ban Zhaoyu had proactively expressed her desire to go as well, intending to gain admission through merit rather than financial means. Her motivation for studying abroad primarily stemmed from a wish to stand alongside Shin Xiuyu. Each winter and summer break was filled with various summer camps and study programs, along with countless certificates. This could be deemed the most painstaking endeavor of Ban Zhaoyu's 18 years of life. Now, the procedures for studying abroad were nearly complete, and the departure date was drawing near. Previously, due to her coma, she was on the verge of deferring her studies. However, now that she had awakened, the decision to study abroad must be prioritized. Her desire to study abroad was exceedingly strong. Ban Zhaoyu had never considered domestic universities, and changing her mind at this juncture would prove quite troublesome. At this moment, Suan hesitated, his mind consumed by the notion of studying abroad. Not long ago, these two words seemed utterly disconnected from him. In the eyes of the youth in this small town, studying abroad was synonymous with financial extravagance. Moreover, even if the opportunity arose, Suan felt utterly unprepared. He had long returned all the knowledge he had learned to his teachers. What if Ban Zhaoyu was studying economics, finance, or architecture? Would he not find himself utterly lost, unable to utter a single word, a torturous experience? Suan contemplated refusing the offer, but the words of rejection were lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. His greatest regret in life thus far was not having attended university, and the prospect of studying abroad felt like a feather tickling his heartstrings. Emotionally, he yearned to explore, yet rationality warned him that it was beyond his capabilities. Seeing her daughter remain indecisive, Ban Ma exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from pressuring her for an answer. Very well, take your time to think it over. I shall go rest now. With that, Ban Ma closed the door behind her, leaving Suan lost in thought as he gazed at the door. He subsequently retrieved his phone and sent 7 or 8 messages to Ban Zhaoyu, yet received no response, as if she had vanished without a trace. Turning to contact Ban Zhibai, he was fortunate to reach him this time. Ban Zhibai had been by his sister's side, guiding her with utmost care. The disparity in their circumstances was overwhelming and palpable. The reason Ban Zhaoyu had not replied was quite simple. Her phone was dead, and she had no inclination to recharge it. When Ban Zhibai answered the call, the familiar tone resonated through the device. Boss Ban, what should I do about studying abroad? Should I just let it go? Suddenly reminded of the matter at hand, Ban Zhibai glanced at his sister, then switched to speakerphone. Ban Zhaoyu remained curled up in a ball, staring vacantly ahead, her gaze fixated on something only she could perceive. Boss Ban, please respond. I am utterly at a loss. Upon hearing her own voice, Ban Zhaoyu's eyes flickered with a hint of life as she reached out toward her brother. Ban Zhibai, momentarily taken aback, handed the phone to her. Ban Jiayu pressed the device tightly against her ear, disregarding the speakerphone's volume. Suin, you must go, you must. Suin immediately recognized it was Ban Jiayu on the line. All right, tell me what I should do. Sometimes, one can gauge a person's state merely through their tone. Ban Jibai remained silent, his heart aching for his sister, whose emotions were so volatile, akin to a detonating bomb. You replace me. You? Ban Jiayu stammered, increasingly at a loss. What significance did it hold for Suin to take her place? All right, whatever you say, I will do it for you. Forget it. It seemed Ban Jiayu had come to a realization, helplessly lowering the phone from her ear. Since it was on speakerphone, both she and Ban Jibai could still hear Su and subsequent words. I will take care of you, and you will take care of me. Promise me you will visit my sister, and I promise you as well. Let us not lose hope, shall we? Yuyo Ban Jibai also wishes to say a few words. Chapter 50. Each to their own. Ban Jiayu remained silent. The delicate voice of a young girl on the other end of the phone continued. Let us consider it a favor to each other, shall we? I know you are struggling. My situation is dire, and the disparity is great for you. Ban Jiayu quietly listened to the conversation, her thoughts in disarray. On the other end, Suin could not perceive Ban Jiayu's state, and could only continue speaking. Losing support too early had caused him to act primarily for others, rarely considering himself. This had always been the case. Let us meet and talk. It's hard to articulate everything over the phone, okay? Ban Jibai truly felt like kneeling before Suin. He had not anticipated Suin's willingness to do this. The phone screen displayed the call interface, seconds ticking away. Ban Jiayu raised her phone. All right. The three of them felt a simultaneous release of tension. Under Ban Jibai's arrangement, this meeting proceeded smoothly. They returned to that club, which had temporarily closed due to Ban Jiayu's illness. Inside, it was eerily quiet. The once vibrant lights, the loud music, and the swaying bodies had vanished like Ban Jiayu's once joyous life. She gazed at the familiar surroundings, having laughed in that dance floor not long ago, but now found it impossible to smile. Ban Jiayu looked at her now somewhat rough hands and raised them to pat her face. She stood up and sought a bottle of alcohol at the bar, opening it and tilting her head back to drink deeply. The strong liquor made her cough, yet it alleviated her heartache a little. As she became slightly tipsy, she began to entertain herself. This Suin, despite being a man, could not hold his liquor as well as she could. How amusing. Burp. Having drunk like this before, she had never gotten tipsy so quickly. Had her brother not intervened back then, a few more sips would not have been impossible. In her hazy vision, she watched her brother ascend the stairs with her. Brother, don't mind me. I'm Suin now, sob. Ban Jibai, accompanying Suin upstairs, felt a pang of heartache and quickly took the bottle from his sister's hands. This was a distilled tequila that took effect swiftly, often used for cocktails. Drinking straight from the bottle was a bit too much. Slightly intoxicated, Ban Jiayu felt a sense of liberation as Ban Jibai supported her. Suin followed the siblings to their booth. This meeting was crucial, determining whether the tenuous relationship between Suin and Ban Jiayu could persist. Even if only the framework remained, it was preferable to complete ruin. They could patch things up. Miss Ban, your parents have begun preparing for your study abroad. Ban Jiayu had agreed to this meeting, considering her mother's health condition. Transforming into Suin had already brought her misfortune. If anything were to happen to her mother because of this, it would be a calamity. Attending this school was undoubtedly essential. In truth, Suin had been aware that Ban Jiayu would pursue her studies abroad. Previously, she could only manage 4 hours a day. But now she was faced with an entirely different challenge, as she was expected to commit to a full day. Mr. Su, my sister is following an artistic path, so you need not worry excessively about the difficulties. Her major is film and television at the Olympia University School of Film. At this moment, Ban Jiayu pressed her hand against her chest, frowning, prompting Ban Jibai to clarify the situation to Suin ever since the incident last time. Ban Jibai had approached Suin with utmost caution, employing respectful language at every turn. However, I cannot speak English. After so many years since graduation, I've forgotten everything. And even if I remembered, my English-speaking skills from that small-town high school would amount to nothing more than a complete lack of language foundation. Ban Jibai paused, momentarily taken aback, seemingly finding it hard to believe that Suin could be incapable of English. Terms like IELTS and TOEFL had only graced his eyes on pamphlets distributed on the street. He could substitute for Ban Jiayu, but if he couldn't speak English, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Please go ahead. I will arrange for matters to be taken care of. Once you arrive, there will be provisions made. I apologize for the trouble. Ban Jibai stepped in at the right moment to provide reassurance. realizing that he was essentially sending a child off into the world. The immediate priority was to facilitate Ban Jiao's departure abroad, settle things with their parents, and then find a solution for himself. Regardless of the financial and material sacrifices, he was determined to carve a path for his sister. At this juncture, it felt akin to wrapping fire in paper. Fully aware that the ultimate outcome could lead to a complete burn, yet compelled to layer on thickness in hopes of discovering asbestos paper. Even if it meant delaying the release of dark smoke by just a moment longer, it would still be a success. I will cooperate. But I also hope that this mid-autumn festival, Miss Ban can return to see my sister on my behalf. It would bring me some peace of mind. Ban Jibai refrained from answering for his sister this time, turning his gaze toward Ban Jiaoyu. With a flushed face, Ban Jiaoyu nodded. It was time to accept the situation, for the change in body could not be altered. Instead, she should live on for the other. I have a request. Will you grant it? Ban Jiaoyu's gaze sharpened with determination. Speak. Could you share with me the things you encounter and experience? I fear I may forget certain aspects. Certainly. After all, this was intrinsically Ban Jiaoyu's life. Agreed. Ban Jiaoyu managed a faint smile, and for the first time, Suan saw that expression on her face. After reaching a consensus, Ban Jiaoyu found a newfound sense of purpose, daily holding her phone and sharing more about herself with Suan. Their conversations often extended for hours without interruption. Ban Jiaoyu lay in bed, striving to recollect her past and habits, supplementing her thoughts as they came. Suan diligently recorded each detail, sometimes finding that Ban Jiaoyu would forget to mention certain things. Thus, some stories were recounted multiple times. Suan offered no reminders. One spoke while the other listened. It was a harmonious exchange. Ban Jiaoyu's favorite singer is Taylor Swift, and if given the chance, she yearns to witness one of her live performances in Country A, passionate about recording and screenwriting. She relishes the opportunity to craft stories that reflect her imagination, some of which are priceless, beyond the reach of monetary acquisition. In the future, she aspires to write, direct, and produce her own film, though the specifics of the narrative remain elusive for now. The person she cherishes most requires no introduction. It is still him. However, given the current circumstances, Ban Jiaoyu intentionally mentions that Suan need not cling to him, as it is a torment for both him and herself. She also possesses a profound affection for animals and the breathtaking beauty of nature. At this moment, the young woman confides, becoming increasingly vivid through Suan's perspective. No longer merely a lofty heiress, but a flesh-and-blood individual brimming with thoughts about the future. The present situation is undeniably harsh. All right, Suan responds softly, ensuring that each of Ban Jiaoyu's words is met with acknowledgement. They converse until midnight, when suddenly, silence envelopes Ban Jiaoyu's side, leading Suan to believe she has fallen asleep. Are you still there? Chapter 51. Suan considered. Are you still there? Suan speculates that Ban Jiaoyu has indeed tired herself and gently inquires. What about you? Caught off guard by the sudden concern, Suan takes a moment to respond. I was asking if there's anything you wish to tell me. I will be visiting your sister, so do you have anything to convey? Previously, Suan had been the one receiving instructions, but now, he finds himself considered. A warmth spreads through him unexpectedly. As for me, my conversations with my sister are few, and I do not impose too many restrictions on her. Suan struggles to articulate his thoughts amidst the unexpected inquiry. Don't indulge her too much. That girl spends freely, whether it be 10 or 100. Additionally, the main reason for returning during the Mid-Autumn Festival is not solely that. It coincides with my sister's birthday. Please note October 3rd. She has been looking forward to it for quite some time. Ban Jiaoyu diligently takes note, reminiscing about her own relationship with her brother, who has been tirelessly supportive. Also, please be mindful of Lu Zhan, the friend who accompanied me to the station when you arrived. He may invite you for drinks. If you prefer not to go, feel free to decline. He won't mind. Furthermore, I've heard that Wang Yu has transferred to Huanhuan's school, the same Wang Yu I mentioned to you. Please extend my gratitude to her. It has been quite a while since we last met, and both Huanhuan and I have benefited from her kindness during that time. Fearing that Ban Jiaoyu might misconstrue his relationship with Wang Yu, Suan hurriedly adds, our friendship is entirely platonic. You can interact with her normally. Thank you. Being considered by another feels remarkably gratifying, and Suan finds a sense of tranquility in his heart. After placing his phone on the bedside table, he closes his eyes to rest. In recent days, the frequency of phone calls has reached its zenith. Miss Ban has returned to her usual self, and the news of her impending studies in Country A has spread throughout the circles. As is customary, a graduation banquet is to be held. the significance of which is subject to personal interpretation. Suin, adhering to the principle of speaking less and doing less, has managed to avoid revealing any signs. Ban's father is quite pleased with his daughter's newfound composure, while her mother, driven by maternal affection, assumes that her daughter is simply startled. Heartfelt exchanges between mother and daughter are inevitable, though they can largely be attributed to Ban Zhaoyu's guidance from the sidelines. On the day of Ban Zhaoyu's graduation, a multitude of distinguished individuals from the Huan business and political spheres, as well as Ban's commercial partners, are expected to attend. Suin has been clearly instructed regarding the arrangements, and various styles of dresses have introduced him to the allure of women's attire. Ban's mother and Shun's mother accompany Suin to select a gown. In the past, Ban Zhaoyu delighted in such opulent garments, trying on many without needing prompting, often selecting 7 or 8. However, Suin remains a man and cannot feign an appreciation for such beautiful clothing. The dresses are all designed with skirts as the foundation, leaving Suin somewhat perplexed amidst the dazzling array of styles, while a nearby attendant diligently follows the young lady. Are you dissatisfied with these selections, Miss Ban? If so, we have designer catalogs available for you to choose from. It is not that he looks down upon them. Each piece is splendid and appears quite expensive. Yet, he feels a sense of embarrassment, for he lacks an affinity for women's clothing. If only there were simpler designs, he muses. All right, show them to me. The attendant nimbly brings forth all the store's catalogs, and Suin opens them with a glimmer of hope. There are styles such as spaghetti straps, deep V-necks, one shoulder, halter necks, strapless, and off the shoulder, in colors like burgundy, plum, peach, fuchsia, sky blue, gray, white, and black. Yet, without exception, they all feature skirts. The models in the illustrations vividly showcase the advantages of each gown, and to Suin's perspective, the catalog seems to radiate light. Miss Ban, do you see anything you like? I can provide recommendations. Let me take another look. You may go about your business for now. The attendant observes Miss Ban's hesitant demeanor, which seems reminiscent of someone selecting a gown for the first time, a stark contrast to the well-known client they are accustomed to. However, the customer is king, and the patron reigns supreme. Suin feigns earnestness in his selection, but understands that he cannot prolong this process indefinitely. Have you made your selection, Yu? Suin looks up to see Ban's mother and Shun's mother approaching. Oh, that's good. Suin promptly contacts Ban Zhaoyu, as he finds himself unable to decide. Initiating a video call, he allows Ban Zhaoyu to make the selections. Upon viewing the dresses in the catalog, Ban Zhaoyu's expression reveals a mix of emotions as she spots several new styles, yet she ultimately chooses a few outfits that she favors. Suin, naturally agreeable, thinks to himself, they're just dresses. I can wear them. They are merely clothing. Why be so finicky? He calls for the attendant and confidently points out several sets. The attendant clarified that it was not her intention to eavesdrop. She had clearly witnessed the young lady from the Ban family engaged in a video call with a man not far away, requesting him to make a selection for her. Very well, Miss Ban, please hold on for a moment. The pursuit of wealth ignited the highest enthusiasm, and Ban Zhaoyu was a frequent patron here, with sizes readily available for her. She could swiftly try on any outfit that caught her eye. Ban Zhaoyu possessed a figure that was the epitome of an ideal mannequin, capable of effortlessly donning a variety of styles, with a slender waist and long legs. Her alluring curves surpassed even those of the models in the catalog, particularly her face, which was universally acknowledged as stunning. Allow me to briefly introduce these ensembles. Firstly, this one is named Firefly Fairy. The flowing white gown is adorned with a sheer overlay that accentuates your figure while adding depth. The bodice features a burgundy double-strap design, embellished with roses and firefly motifs. Suin exhibited little interest in the inspirations behind these designs, merely responding with a few hurried affirmations. All right, I will take these few pieces. Certainly, the attendant replied. From Suin's choice of attire after his soul exchange, it was evident that he retained a rather traditional masculine style, his clothing devoid of embellishments or patterns. All right, Miss Ban, please come this way for a fitting. Oh, very well. Ban Zhibai, feeling somewhat apprehensive, followed the attendant to the dressing area, where the Firefly Fairy gown caught the eye, though it was quite fitted despite being a dress. The attendant courteously closed the door behind Suin and waited outside. Inside the fitting room, Suin stood with his hands on his hips, unsure of how to proceed. With a sigh, he lamented his predicament. He removed his top and attempted to force the dress on, having never encountered anything like it before. It seemed he could only manage to pull it on from below. One could not say it was incorrect. It was merely an explosive attempt. Once dressed, Suin approached the mirror. The charm of a little dress lies in its poised elegance, contrasting the sultriness of evening gowns. While evening dresses exude the intoxicating allure of ripened fruit, the little dress embodies the delicate, crisp fragrance of a green apple. Chapter 52. Radiance. The meticulously styled bun had been disheveled by his rough dressing method, with a few rebellious strands of hair playfully escaping, resembling a prickly cactus. This rendered the girl both cute and eccentric. Standing before a full-length mirror, Suin rested his chin on one hand, leaning forward to scrutinize his reflection. The burgundy gown accentuated Ban Zhaoyu's fair complexion, and the strap design elegantly highlighted her rounded shoulders and exquisite collarbone. At her feet were a pair of low-heeled white shoes. Suin vowed that she was the most radiant girl he had ever seen. The closer he stood to the mirror, the more surreal the experience became. He felt as though he had become the person reflected within it. Unbeknownst to him, he leaned closer, his breath fogging up a portion of the mirror. Shaking his head, he prepared to exit. The attendant had been waiting patiently at the door, and upon seeing the emerging young lady, she could not help but be astounded, stealing glances in awe. Miss Ban, even without makeup, radiates a beauty that rivals the effects of cosmetics and filters. However, she appears somewhat lacking in intellect. As she arrives to select a gown without the foresight of bringing a strapless bra, the pink straps of her lingerie crisscross with the delicate straps of the dress. Just as the attendant is about to offer a gentle reminder, Miss Ban dashes out, her bun precariously wobbling, transforming from a pristine updo to a wilting cactus. She resembles a little girl who has just enjoyed a wild playtime. Indeed, possessing a striking appearance instills immense confidence. Ban Zhaoyu's visage is so dazzling that even Suin, who has just admired her beauty, seems to walk with an air of grace. Finally, Ban Mama, Shin Mama, awaits the arrival of Ban Zhaoyu, who bursts in after changing her attire. You didn't switch to that strapless bra? Ban Mama observes the asymmetrical pink straps on her daughter's shoulders, clearly disapproving. Oh, I forgot in my haste, she replies. The graduation banquet is scheduled for the evening, providing ample time. Ban Mama immediately begins to adjust her daughter's straps, concerned about how it would appear if others were to see her in such a state. Indeed, it lacks elegance. While adjusting the straps, Ban Mama scrutinizes her daughter. This awakened Zhaoyu, while not entirely transformed, certainly possesses an unusual charm. Temporarily covering the bra straps with the dress straps, Ban Mama's gaze shifts to her daughter's left ear, where a vivid crimson dot glimmers like a jewel set into pristine jade. Her daughter remains her daughter. As for Suin, she strives to relax her demeanor, presenting herself as more compliant. Shin Mama, meanwhile, retrieves her phone to capture Suin's beauty, exclaiming in delight at her photogenic charm. I must show this to my son. He's clearly blind to overlook such a stunning young lady. I doubt any girl could rival Ban Zhaoyu. Is it done yet? Suin inquires, sensing Ban Mama has ceased her adjustments. Ban Mama snaps back to reality. All set, yes? Good. You've made your choice. Your brother will pick you up, change into your shoes, and swap your lingerie, then head straight to the venue with him. Shinai and I have some matters to attend to. All right. Oh, and have Aunt who redo your hair. It's quite messy. After bidding farewell to Ban Mama, Suin waits downstairs for the arrival of Ban Zhibai's vehicle. When he emerges from the car, his expression remains complex as he opens the door for her. His sister still possesses an enchanting beauty that sparkles. The two share no words during the journey. In public, they must maintain the facade of sibling affection, while in private, they remain distant. Ban Zhibai harbors a knot of frustration in his chest. Had it not been for this soul exchange, his sister would undoubtedly shine even brighter today. Rather than being confined to her room, rendered powerless, there is nothing he can do about it. After days of acclimatization, Suin has grown somewhat familiar with the Ban household. As Ban Zhibai goes to park the car, Suin takes the initiative to return to her room. Once the door closes behind her, she begins to sift through her wardrobe. In her room, Ban Zhaoyu cherished a variety of clothing styles, including her favorite lingerie and sleepwear, all neatly arranged in her wardrobe, while her ever-changing outfits were housed in a dedicated dressing room. Suin opened the closet, searching among the numerous feminine undergarments for the strapless bra that Ban Ma had mentioned. The array of women's intimates was truly astonishing. There were countless styles of lingerie alone. Previously, Suin had only been acquainted with boxer shorts, concerned solely with their fit and comfort, and had little regard for aesthetics. Who among good men would ponder such trivialities? Having seen Ban Zhaoyu's figure, Suin found no hesitation in locating a beige strapless bra. shedding her petite dress to change undergarments. Unfamiliar with this new body, Suan often found herself straining her wrists to unfasten the clasps. Releasing a long breath as though shedding some invisible constraint, pausing briefly before proceeding to the next step. With prior experiences to draw upon, Suan had learned to maintain an outward composure, for familiarity breeds indifference. It was, after all, her own body now, which rendered her thoughts less complicated. Free from the confines of a bra, Suan found her breath to flow more freely, yet she lamented the inability to remain in such a state, yearning for the liberating days of her male form, where a bare torso or a simple tank top sufficed for comfort. Swiftly donning the strapless bra, she slipped back into her dress, the absence of cumbersome straps allowing her shoulders to flow gracefully, revealing the dress in its true form. Descending the stairs, she found Aunt Hu busy with her chores and requested a quick hairstyle change before hastily setting out to meet Ban Jibai, for he was the protagonist of the evening, and it was prudent to arrive early. In the past, Ban Jibai would have eagerly awaited at home, anticipating the moment he would see his sister. However, due to certain widely known reasons, he had lost interest. He remained in the car, choosing not to alight, indifferent to the absence of onlookers. Even too lethargic to open the door for Suan. Once inside the vehicle, Ban Jibai silently started the engine, unchanged from their arrival. Suan felt a flutter of nerves regarding the upcoming graduation banquet. She had never celebrated such an occasion before, let alone a birthday. "I will need your assistance shortly. Has Yu informed you?" she inquired. As they neared their destination, Ban Jibai asked, "This graduation banquet has been long anticipated by Ban Jiaoyu. Had it not been for a series of unforeseen events, all those significant to her would have been present." During their numerous phone conversations, plans for the banquet had occupied a substantial portion of their discussions. The venue was a renowned hotel in Huan, offering a breathtaking view of the bay, where, by nightfall, the lights would illuminate the surroundings in a splendid display. The ambience and atmosphere were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Booking an entire floor was no small expense. Once again, Suan found herself awestruck by the financial prowess of the Ban family. Chapter 53. Graduation banquet surrounded by no other towering edifices. This prime location in the heart of the city, particularly in the Bay Area, is undeniably a pinnacle of sophistication. Even Suan is acutely aware that this locale epitomizes the zenith of opulence. Curiosity peaks within Suan regarding the expenditure of this graduation banquet. Yet embarrassment restrains the inquiry. The hotel lobby is adorned with a sign, Ban Family Graduation Celebration. The atmosphere buzzes with waitstaff scurrying about, intermittently punctuated by the sound of a manager's radio, as today marks the hosting of a significant event, engaging the entire staff in its orchestration. The establishment appears to be thriving. This is Suan's inaugural experience in such a lavish setting. "Stay close to me," Ban Jibai instructs as they ascend the elevator to the 6th floor, where the celebration is to take place. As it is still early, guests have yet to arrive, leaving the staff to prepare the venue, with no fewer than 40 to 50 individuals diligently at work. Suan counts the personnel, astonished, as one's understanding often seeks to rationalize observed phenomena. With Suan's rudimentary experience, it seems reasonable to estimate at least 100 per person, amounting to several thousand in total. In reality, at such an event, the service charges alone far exceed that estimate. The graduation banquet eschews a buffet format in favor of assigned tables, catering to the Ban family's patriarch, who relishes a lively atmosphere. Suan's astonishment deepens as a new group arrives, setting up a stage that starkly contrasts the modern decor of the hall, appearing rather jarring. Perhaps sensing Suan's confusion, Ban Jibai elucidates, "It's a stage for opera. Grandfather enjoys it." "Ah, that clarifies everything." The elder Ban, youthful at heart, delights in such festive spectacles, and thus, a troupe has been specially engaged for his enjoyment. Due to the striking presence of Ban Jibai and her brother, the manager overseeing the banquet swiftly approaches them with utmost respect. "Are you Mr. Ban and Miss Ban? I am the coordinator for our venue. You may call me Xiaohe. The preparations are nearly complete. Please let me know if there are any adjustments you would like to suggest. Please, continue with your duties. I will reach out if needed." "Of course, take your time," the manager replies, before departing. Ban Jibai then guides Suan around the venue, imparting various instructions. Suan attentively follows, absorbing every detail as time swiftly passes. The first wave of attendees consists of other members of the Ban family, grandfather, father, and mother, along with several prominent relatives, including an uncle by marriage, and a younger aunt. having previously experienced a period of unconsciousness during which various relatives visited. Suin can recognize many of them and navigate the customary small talk among kin. The familial atmosphere within the Ban household is warm and inviting, devoid of any dramatic tendencies or undercurrents of rivalry. The uncle, the youngest son of the Ban patriarch, is an artist devoted to painting, remaining unmarried, and spending his days mingling with so-called artists. Were it not for the Ban family's substantial wealth, such a lifestyle would be untenable. Indifferent to family wealth and possessions, and fully aware of his own limitations, he finds himself overshadowed not only by his elder brother, but even more so by his nephew Banji Bai. He epitomizes a carefree existence, yet his laid-back approach since birth has not hindered his life's smooth trajectory. The man with a braid and black, lensless glasses is none other than Uncle Ban Ming. Upon seeing Suin, he exuberantly proclaims, "Ah, my dear niece, you look absolutely stunning today. What gift would you like? Uncle will buy it for you." Suin's uncle and aunt, who are Ban Ma's brother and sister respectively, have both established families. Particularly, the uncle's 3 sons have also joined this gathering. The aunt's daughter is of a similar age to Ban Zhaoyu and is preparing for her college entrance examination next year. The youngest son of Suin's uncle is 13 and engrossed in his mobile game. His 2 older brothers, however, are captivated by their cousin, as Ban Zhaoyu's striking appearance today is akin to the enchantment of a sprite amid fireworks, aptly reflecting the name of her gown. Suin, feeling overwhelmed, navigates through the crowd, and thanks to Ban Ji Bai's support, she is spared from incessant conversations. As the elders reminisce, Suin seizes the opportunity to slip away. The next wave of guests consists of Ban Zhaoyu's friends, including Jiang Yu and her companions. Their numbers are few, and those worthy of invitation number less than 10. Upon meeting, they exchange warm embraces, and Suin finds herself awkwardly pressed against these lovely ladies, particularly under Ban Ji Bai's watchful gaze. The third wave comprises the elders of the Shin family. Shin Xiuyu, having returned briefly from abroad, soon departs again, much to the ire of Shin Grandpa. He advises Suin not to take it to heart and threatens to reprimand Shin Xiuyu. The fourth wave brings the main assembly of the banquet, comprising close associates of the Ban family and local dignitaries from Huan. The once empty 6th floor is suddenly bustling with people. As the protagonist of the day, Suin naturally becomes the center of attention, receiving compliments and praises that far exceed those accumulated over her previous 24 years. The more she is praised, the more embarrassed she becomes, feeling as though she is stealing someone else's spotlight while standing beside Ban Zhaoyu. Throughout the evening, Ban Zibai remains by Suin's side, speaking little. In contrast, the real Ban Zhaoyu sits alone on her bedroom bed, having turned off most lights, save for a single warm yellow lamp by her bedside. It is only 8 in the evening. The graduation banquet must have commenced by now, she muses. What could the scene be like? Growing up in the limelight, surrounded by admiration and applause, the little princess now finds solace only in her imagination, attempting to soften the pangs of discontent. Unbeknownst to her, tears well up in her eyes as she gazes at the shimmering light source. Ban Zhaoyu has never yearned for family as she does now. Even her carefree and unorthodox Uncle Ban Ming is someone she longs to see. She hopes to drift into slumber to escape the chill of her thoughts. In a dream, Ban Zhaoyu found herself seemingly transported to a graduation banquet, where her grandfather's hearty laughter resonated. On stage, a female performer dressed as a royal consort sang, adorned in the ceremonial robes of a top scholar. A vibrant red flower pinned to her attire. The melodious strains echoed, to rescue Li Lang from his home. Who would have thought the imperial decree named him the top scholar? Draped in crimson robes, with a hat adorned with palace flowers, how exquisite. I too have attended the Chonlin banquet. I too have galloped before the imperial street. Everyone praises my resemblance to Panin. Yet the silk hat obscures the beauty of the moon. Indeed, what a lively scene. Every now and then, Ban Ji Bai sent messages to his sister, concerned she might feel lonely. Yet, Ban Zhaoyu had already drifted into slumber, oblivious to his caring words. Yo-yo, are you asleep? I will come to see you as soon as the banquet concludes. The graduation banquet proceeded rather smoothly. In the aftermath, as they tallied the congratulatory gifts, Suin was once again taken aback. The cash alone appeared to him as a substantial fortune, not to mention the meticulously prepared jewelry, bags, and various other gifts. Chapter 54. Treading toward the unknown. As the banquet neared its conclusion, guests began to depart in succession. The gifts filled an entire cart, already dispatched back to the Ban family. What was the matter with Zibai today? Seemingly displeased? at the table shared by the Ban and Shin families. As they savored their meal and engaged in conversation, the uncle noticed that his nephew beside him bore an unusual demeanor. "Uncle, not at all, I am quite happy." Ban Jibai lifted his glass in a toast to his uncle. At that moment, the patriarch of the Ban family spoke up, his voice booming with evident joy. "Ha ha, everyone, allow this old man a few words. Our Yo-Yo is now a grown child, ready to venture into the world, and I wholeheartedly approve." All eyes, some overtly and some discreetly, turned toward Suin. He offered an appropriate smile, realizing that the e-books he had recently perused had indeed served their purpose. Among the table's attendees were Shin family elders, who reassured him, "Old Ban, rest assured, Chiyu will be looking after her over there. She won't be neglected, no matter what. Indeed, Yo-Yo, if Chiyu bullies you, do tell Grandma." Ban Zhaoyu's fervent desire to study abroad stemmed from her connection to Shin Chiyu, a fact well known to both the Ban and Shin families, having been arranged long ago and unlikely to change without extraordinary circumstances. Now, Suin's intention to go abroad was more about seeking refuge, providing both Ban Zhaoyu and himself with time and space to process and adapt. The crux of the matter lay in the unavoidable daily interactions with his parents if he remained in the country, while manageable in the short term. Prolonged exposure would inevitably reveal inconsistencies. He had yet to devise a solution to those complications. Suin personally yearned to escape, as Ban Ma had begun to subtly probe him, leaving Suin in a constant state of anxiety, fearing his true feelings would be discerned. The act of deception had become exhausting. However, once abroad, he would no longer need to pander to Shin Chiyu, and with no one recognizing Ban Zhaoyu, life would surely be less burdensome. Suin continued to smile politely, while over there, Grandpa was joyfully chatting with an old friend about the illustrious ancestors of the Ban family, Ban Gu, Ban Xiao, and the like. He spoke of Ban Zhaoyu with an air of pride, likening her to the reincarnation of the talented Ban Zhao and Ban Jiu. Every mention of his granddaughter brought a look of immense satisfaction to his face. On the other hand, Grandpa Shun felt a twinge of envy, unlike his own grandson, who rarely made the effort to visit him, especially during the new year. The warmth and affection of a girl was wholly absent. It was disheartening, particularly since a fine young lady like Yu was so amiable, and both families had given their consent, yet the situation remained awkwardly stagnant. Ban Jibai glanced at the time and approached his grandfather, whispering a few words in his ear. Grandpa Ban, still in high spirits, waved his hand, signaling his grandson to step back, and continued to extol the virtues of Ban Zhaoyu to the assembled guests, occasionally casting a look of great satisfaction towards his granddaughter. Suin, on the other hand, felt a peculiar unease, as if the praises directed at her were somehow undeserved. She found it difficult to remain still. Gatherings of such familial magnitude were truly taxing. It is worth noting that in her previous life, Suin would typically spend the New Year solely with her sister. With Ban Jibai excusing himself, he naturally sought out his real sister. As he descended the elevator, he coincidentally encountered manager Xiao He, having secured the position of manager. Xiao was well-versed in social niceties, and, despite only having met earlier that day, he immediately recognized Ban Jibai as the eldest son of the Ban family. "Mr. Ban, is everything to your satisfaction?" Ban Jibai appeared preoccupied, merely nodding slightly, his impatience evident as he glanced at his watch. His demeanor was frosty, prompting Xiao He to suspect that something was amiss with Ban Jibai's mood, and he chose to remain silent. As the elevator doors opened, Ban Jibai hurriedly made his way to his car, eager to see his sister. It was somewhat tragic, was it not? Surrounded by friends and family, not a single person seemed to notice the discord. The blessings and compliments directed at Ban Zhaoyu were no longer meant for the person she used to be. The fewer who were aware of this secret, the better. Yet, for the select few who knew, the complexity of their feelings was beyond mere words. On the winding boulevard, a sleek black car sped along, leaving the streetlights far behind. Ban Zhaoyu, having dozed off for a while, leaned against the headboard, her mind in disarray. Despite her brief rest, she felt increasingly fatigued. Upon awakening, the sense of loneliness intensified. She pressed her dry lips together and ventured out of her room in search of water. The living room was dimly lit, and as Ban Zhaoyu navigated the darkened space, the sound of her heart pounding became distinctly audible. Suddenly, with a thud, her knee collided with the corner of the coffee table, causing her to crouch down and whimper softly. After a moment, she limped to the light switch in the living room, squinting as she turned on the lights and poured herself a glass of water. The cool liquid slid down her throat, momentarily alleviating the discomfort in her chest. Living alone was indeed a challenging endeavor. The sound of a key turning in the lock at the front door broke the silence, and Ban Zhaoyu remained seated, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. A familiar tall figure stepped through the doorway, striding forward with urgency. Sister, brother. Ban Zhibai glanced at the pristine table, feeling a pang of hunger. He mused for a moment, recalling that they had celebrated a graduation banquet, leaving his sister undoubtedly still famished. With purpose, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved several simple ingredients to prepare a meal. Ban Zhaoyu settled onto the sofa, her restless heart gradually calming. She still had her brother by her side. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, stirring her appetite. The dish he presented was the ever-familiar omelette rice, a specialty of Ban Zhibai and a comfort for Ban Zhaoyu. Dig in, he urged, as he went to fetch her a glass of water, while she eagerly seized the chopsticks and began to devour her meal. This was the most satisfying feast since their complete exchange of bodies. Given her previous appetite, this portion was just right, perhaps even slightly excessive, yet in the body of Suan, her daily consumption prompted Ban Zhaoyu to indulge even more. Brother, I want more, she exclaimed. All right, but take your time, he replied. Fortunately, this residence was stocked with eggs and other ingredients that Ban Zhibai had bought in advance. And with his sister's hearty appetite, he was more than willing to cook. Ban Zhaoyu consumed 3 plates in one go before finally feeling full. Having exchanged bodies, she was determined to experience everything she had previously shied away from. With her hunger satiated, her mood lifted, allowing Ban Zhibai to steer clear of any unpleasant topics. The atmosphere shifted from desolate to warm. During this period, Huafeng had been visiting regularly to provide psychological support for his sister. Initially, the effects were minimal, but gradually, improvements became evident. Before succumbing to despair, Ban Zhaoyu opted to explore an alternative life, far better than isolating herself in sorrow. Brother, how is Suan? Has mother noticed anything amiss? She inquired. Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine. Mother is also behaving normally. That's good to hear. Take it easy. I shall be on my way. Seeing his sister well-fed and content, Ban Zhibai instinctively prepared to leave. Brother, don't go. Stay with me a little longer, please. No one recognizes me as Ban Zhaoyu anymore. Her pleading voice halted him in his tracks. I'll sleep on the sofa. Just call me if you need anything. Okay. Chapter 55. What must come will come. Ban Zhibai had intended to spend more time with his sister during this period and thus decided to remain. Although his sister now inhabited Suan's body, he still regarded her as a complete young woman, and their interactions remained unchanged. Ban Zhaoyu also began to harbor the illusion that she was still the same Ban Zhaoyu. Only when she needed to use the restroom did she realize that everything had irrevocably transformed. Ban Zhaoyu was a person who cherished cleanliness. Yet the forced changes upon her post-exchange disrupted her habits. The experience of bathing in the body of a strange male was less than pleasant. However, one cannot forego bathing entirely. Thus, she resolved to take a shower that evening. Even in an air-conditioned room, one cannot avoid such necessities during the sweltering summer months. Carrying a change of clothes, Ban Zhaoyu entered the bathroom and began to run the water, quickly enveloping the space in a veil of steam. At this moment, Ban Zhaoyu removed her clothing, feeling a slight alleviation of her psychological burden, as the reflections in the bathroom mirror became less distinct. Suan possessed a tall and slender physique, devoid of excess flesh, yet lacking pronounced musculature. He was the epitome of an ordinary male. His body adorned with a moderate amount of hair, including underarm and leg hair, which Ban Zhaoyu contemplated removing at an opportune time. However, she remained unable to confront a particularly sensitive area directly, having never truly gazed upon it despite the passage of time, fearing that a thorough examination might reveal unsightly blemishes. Thus, she resorted to squinting as she directed the shower head towards herself, avoiding any direct contact, as she had yet to fully embrace that step, being a girl after all. In this regard, Suan seemed to hold the closest relationship with Ban Zhaoyu, even on various levels, regardless of whether it was passive or not. The showering process involved rinsing directly under the water. After a while, she wiped herself down with a towel, which sufficed for cleanliness. However, due to her miscalculation of the water temperature, she encountered a scalding sensation, causing her to half kneel on the floor, momentarily stunned. Ban Zhibai, lounging on the living room sofa, heard his sister's voice and promptly rose to approach the bathroom door. After contemplating for a moment, he refrained from entering and merely knocked. Inquiring, are you alright? Ban Zhaoyu, her face flushed with embarrassment, responded, "I'm fine." Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. Was she being boiled like an egg? Through these repeated encounters, Ban Jiayu gradually acclimated to the male form. There was no room for discomfort, as it was an irreversible situation. After finishing her shower, she donned a fresh outfit, ensuring she was properly dressed before exiting the bathroom, aware that her brother was outside, despite the fact that being bare-chested was not an issue. During this bathing experience, Ban Jiayu suddenly realized an impending matter as the days were swiftly approaching. It pertained to something that all normal girls would encounter, her impending visitor from afar. She had not yet informed Suen, fearing that an accidental revelation in front of others would render her situation untenable. Without delay, Ban Jiayu took out her phone to inform Suen of the approximate time frame of her visitor's arrival. Upon returning home from a banquet, Suen received the message, and in a state of disbelief, he nervously inquired about what precautions Ban Jiayu should take. Recalling that his sister Su Huan had had a female instructor to assist her in similar circumstances, Suen was still oblivious to the nuances of the situation. His response alleviated some of Ban Jiayu's prolonged frustration, and she reasoned that after her transformation, she would no longer endure the monthly cycle of life's ebb and flow. Finding solace in that thought, Ban Jiayu attempted to find humor in her predicament as a means of self-comfort. She initiated a video call to guide Suen on where to find her belongings and how to utilize them. The instruction extended well into the early hours, primarily due to Suen's apparent bewilderment. It wasn't merely his lack of understanding. The notion of using Ban Jiayu's body while learning such matters through video was enough to make one squirm. Ultimately, both parties found themselves in an awkward situation, as Ban Jiayu elaborated on various tasks, while Suen could only respond with a perplexed, "Huh." After some effort, she managed to teach him the basics, but by then, it was already quite late. "All right, let us take a break. I shall inform you of the remaining details tomorrow. Do not exhaust my body by staying up late." The latter part of Ban Jiayu's statement remained unuttered, merely providing self-comfort. Suen, feeling a sense of relief, turned off her phone and fell into a deep slumber. She felt she was studying with more diligence than in any course she had taken during her school days, to the extent that she continued her studies even in her dreams. In the bedroom of Ban Jiayu's parents, Ban Ma turned off the bedside lamp and lay beside her husband, who was also putting away his phone in preparation for sleep. "Have you noticed how much Yu has changed?" Ban Ma inquired of her husband. "Yes, indeed, she has become significantly more sensible," he replied. Ban Ma hesitated, then said, "Well, let's rest." Aside from that, Suen had indeed purchased certain necessities for her sister. With little effort, she had mastered the purchasing channels for the brand that Ban Jiayu typically used. Task 1: drive to the store frequently visited by Ban Jiayu and purchase a number of large band-aids for both day and night use. Task time limit: none. Task reward: increased resilience and enhanced female identity recognition. Following the navigation, Suen drove to the designated location, encountered the task NPC, and obtained the required items as per the usual protocol. After this endeavor, Suen felt she could competently manage her daily life. However, upon returning to Ban's residence, she received a new task. If the previous task was but a light drizzle, this one was akin to a hailstorm. Task 2: acquire a certain vocabulary in English to facilitate daily communication. Task time limit: before departing for studying abroad. Task reward: reduced likelihood of social embarrassment in a foreign land. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suen began to intensively review basic English, though she had not spoken the language for many years. The challenge of reacquiring it was formidable, especially since Ban Jiayu's English proficiency was commendable. If anyone discovered her lack of skill while abroad, she would undoubtedly reveal her shortcomings. To make matters worse, relatives had unexpectedly arrived. Suen clutched her abdomen, silently experiencing this strange yet authentic sensation. She could genuinely feel something flowing out. Each time she dealt with the band-aids that valiantly sacrificed themselves in battle against her relatives, Suen truly understood the challenges faced by women. Fortunately, Ban Jiayu was in excellent health and did not suffer from dysmenorrhea, as long as she refrained from creating issues for herself. Thus, the relatives could be seen off without incident. Consequently, Suen, burdened by negative buffs, continued her intensive English study, for her time was limited. Occasionally, she would memorize commonly used words and phrases: abandon, abandon, goose help catch, goose help catch. At times, she would video chat with Ban Jiayu to simulate everyday conversations. Suen was not unintelligent, otherwise, she would not have excelled in high school. coupled with Ban Zhaoyu's muscle memory for speaking English. Suin made rapid and remarkable progress. At least for now, creating an illusion is entirely feasible, as the date on the calendar draws ever closer. Suin finds himself increasingly anxious. Chapter 56. Studying abroad. Suin has never felt time pass so swiftly. The days leading up to his study abroad experience are approaching rapidly, and the anticipation mixed with trepidation gnaws at him like beads rolling down an incline. The notion of studying abroad has surfaced for the first time in the life of this young man from a small town. Suin has perused a wealth of information regarding Country A and the prestigious Ban Zhaoyu Academy. He is inherently studious. Had it not been for familial circumstances, he would have undoubtedly advanced further in his academic pursuits. In contrast, Ban Zhaoyu, with his idle days, has ample opportunity to learn and absorb knowledge. This is certainly preferable to being dragged out for social engagements by Ban Ma or attending various training sessions. Krumpian University is a venerable institution in Country A, renowned both domestically and internationally, boasting a rich history of 274 years and an alumni roster that includes numerous distinguished figures, including 8 presidents of Country A. Additionally, various political dignitaries have graced its halls, making it a veritable hub for influential gatherings. The film academy that Ban Zhaoyu is set to attend is no less prestigious. It has made significant contributions to the film industry in Country A, producing a plethora of outstanding directors and screenwriters. Overall, Ban Zhaoyu is not only striving for excellence within his family context, but he is also an exceptional individual in his own right. This stark comparison only amplifies Suin's pressure. Next Monday marks the day Ban Zhaoyu will board the plane to Country A. Ban Zhi is meticulously preparing everything for his younger sister, while Ban Ma continually reminds her to take good care of herself upon arrival and to communicate with the family if she finds herself short on funds. There are also individuals in Country A looking out for her, including Shun Xiuyu and Ban Zhaoyu's maternal uncle. With such support, the Ban family feels somewhat reassured. However, Suin remains tense, as he is unfamiliar with both Shun Xiuyu and the maternal uncle. The list of items to bring is minimal. Money can be readily acquired upon arrival, and aside from a few materials, there is little of significance to mention. Before departing, Suin and Ban Zhaoyu share a final meeting, akin to a transfer of responsibilities. Given his current circumstances, Suin knows he cannot return to see his sister, and when he might be able to return is uncertain. The sense of longing is palpable, and he can only entrust Ban Zhaoyu with the task of checking in on her. Ban Zhaoyu appears much steadier, expressing hope that Suin will also fare well during his time abroad. Thus, they embark on a formal exchange of their respective lives, unaware of the origins, the future, the beginning, or the conclusion. It is a bewildering situation, yet one that must be accepted. At Huan International Airport, the direct flight to Krumpian is set to depart imminently, marking the commencement of a lengthy 15-hour journey. Suin dons a cap, allowing his long hair to cascade freely, complemented by a mask and sunglasses, ensuring his face is thoroughly concealed. He resembles an insect encased in its exoskeleton. While the analogy may not be entirely fitting, Suin finds considerable comfort in this sense of security. As he glances toward the end of the terminal where Ban Zhaoyu's family awaits, he waves goodbye before turning to board the plane. Drawing from his experience flying from Qing province to Huan, he remains composed and unhurried. The lengthy flight, lasting over 10 hours, was indeed an unprecedented experience for Suin. A direct flight, uninterrupted along the way, skillfully circumventing any potentially hazardous airspace. Initially, Suin felt a twinge of anxiety, but as the smooth journey progressed, a wave of fatigue washed over him, leading him to close his eyes and doze off. On the other side of the ocean, Shun Xiuyu had been urged multiple times by her relatives to go meet her younger sister, Ban Zhaoyu. Faced with an array of photographs of Ban Zhaoyu sent by her mother, Shun Xiuyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. Nevertheless, she had a close bond with her sister. It was not that she disliked her, merely that she found her somewhat tiresome. Ultimately, she agreed to take Ban Zhaoyu on a tour of the school and to look after her in daily life. As for Ban Zhaoyu's uncle, he was naturally more attentive than Shun Xiuyu, having prepared well in advance for the arrival of his niece. An accomplished physician, he had established a happy family in this land. His wife was American, and their daughter, Isabella Lin, a beautiful mixed-race child, accompanied her parents to welcome her sister from the eastern half of their ancestral homeland. At the arrival terminal, young Isabella held up a hand-drawn picture adorned with welcoming words, her curious gaze fixed eagerly on the entrance. Being petite, she often stood on tiptoe, making an effort to catch a glimpse. Her father had shown her a photograph of this sister, and she found her quite lovely. As for Suin, although his slumber on the plane was far from comfortable, he managed to sleep for 7 to 8 hours, awakening just in time for the descent, having traversed an entire ocean to land in a foreign land. His emotions were a whirlwind. He had once believed his life would be uncomplicated. Even occasional trips beyond Qing province felt like a glimpse into the world. Now, surrounded by strangers with diverse hair colors and skin tones, he felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of languages. So many foreigners. His uncle, impeccably dressed, did not immediately spot Suin, while his aunt scrutinized each passerby against the photograph. Little Isabella waved her handmade sign like a cheerleader, bouncing with excitement akin to a sunflower in Plants vs. Zombies. She was quite enamored with pretty sisters. As Suin flowed with the crowd towards the arrivals area, he produced the photograph of his uncle to compare. It felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, causing him to feel dizzy. Thankfully, little Isabella stood out remarkably, prompting many fellow countrymen to take photographs. Following her mother's golden locks, Isabella's striking hair was unmistakable, while her features blended the best traits of both parents, making her exquisitely adorable. Naturally, she caught Suin's attention, especially with the handmade sign that clearly read Ban Jiaoyu, accompanied by a little drawing. After confirming the identity of the adults beside the little girl, he realized it was indeed his aunt's family. Yet even with this assurance, Suin felt as rooted to the ground as a tree, hesitant to approach. The sensation of seeking refuge among strangers in a foreign land left him feeling uneasy. Little Isha, weary from holding up her sign, lowered it in boredom, feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it was a special fate that led her to spot Suin standing motionless amidst the crowd. Even with her features obscured, she exuded an air of beauty. She tugged at her father's sleeve and inquired, "Father, is that Sister Ban? May I go and see her?" "Dear, just wait a moment while I make a phone call. Your uncle has Ban Jiaoyu's contact information." As Suin's phone vibrated, the family's certainty grew that the visitor was indeed Ban Jiaoyu. Isha, clutching her sign in one hand, dashed towards Suin with open arms. Suin, preoccupied with how to respond after the call, looked up just in time to see the little girl leap towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Her uncle and aunt soon followed. "Welcome to a country, Yu," her uncle announced, while her aunt presented a bouquet of flowers. "Sister, may I remove your mask?" The innocent inquiry from the little girl clarified Suin's understanding of their relationship. In Chapter 57, her uncle's family welcomed her. "Sister, can I take off your mask?" The girl, around 8 or 9 years old, was strikingly beautiful, her large eyes sparkling, making it difficult to refuse her request. The full weight of Isha rested upon Suin, a clear testament to her trust. Drawing on his experience caring for his sister, he instinctively supported Isha's waist. "Isha, you mustn't be too mischievous. Your sister may not be able to handle your temperament," her aunt commented, holding a belief that Eastern girls were reserved and graceful. "It's all right. The child is lovely." Suin thought he might struggle with their English, but luckily, the family spoke Chinese, though Isha's grasp of the language was still developing. Leading to occasional missteps, communication remained unaffected. Joyfully, Isha reached out, removing Suin's mask and sunglasses, revealing his stunning visage. "So beautiful, even better than in the pictures," Isha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld her sister's true appearance, her heart lifted by the sight. "Come, we have prepared a welcome ceremony for you, and then you can rest and adjust to the time difference." Her uncle was delighted to witness such a harmonious first meeting between his niece and daughter. "Let us go, dear," her aunt said, gently linking her arm with Suin's. He felt a bit stiff, realizing he was indeed beside a foreigner, an unusual sight in their small town. "Relax, dear," she encouraged. Suin, unsure of himself, could only follow his uncle's family dutifully. Their vehicle, a Ford, aligned perfectly with Suin's aesthetic preferences, stirring a yearning within him. What man does not love cars? Previously, he had lacked the means, but had circumstances been different, he could have saved enough to explore such vehicles himself. In the vehicle, little Isha began to sing a children's song from Country A, then engaged in conversation with her mother in English. Suin couldn't help but marvel at the child's proficiency in the language. He could only comprehend a few words and short phrases such as sleep, room, dinner, classmate, sister, and interesting. The experience of live conversation was distinctly different from listening to recordings. It seemed that genuine communication was more challenging than he had anticipated. His cousin, an ophthalmologist with a modest fortune, owned a property in the urban area of Carinthia. His cousin's wife not only worked at a securities firm, but had also inherited a farm on the outskirts from her father. Upon meeting the beautiful sister, the reaction was rather subdued, prompting little Isha to switch to Chinese and chat with Suan. She inquired about various aspects of life back home, allowing Suan to contribute a few sentences. Having lived in country A since birth, the little girl naturally felt a curiosity about her father's homeland. Sister, will you be living with us? I can give you a room. Hom. Sister, you are so beautiful. At school, I have Asian friends, but none are as pretty as you. Little Isha had a sweet tongue, showering compliments of beauty upon Suan, who felt both bashful and secretly delighted. The boost in attractiveness was indeed notable. Unconsciously, Suan took out his phone to capture his reflection. After removing his hat, his long hair cascaded down, and a few unruly strands at his forehead did not detract from his overall allure. He certainly had the right to indulge in a bit of self-admiration. In Suan's suitcase lay gifts for his cousin's family. If Ban Xiaoyu were present, there would likely be a gift for Shin Xiaoyu as well. But for now, who is Shin Xiaoyu? Suan truly did not know him well. It would be prudent to meet and clarify things, drawing a line to ensure mutual well-being. After all, Ban Xiaoyu was no longer the person he used to be. Before reverting, it was inconceivable for him to pursue another man, or for Ban Xiaoyu to involve himself physically. That was utterly out of the question. Hey, Shun, you seem a bit off today. Is something bothering you? Vio observed Shin Xiaoyu's unusual demeanor and inquired during a work break, offering a cup of coffee. Indeed, Shin Xiaoyu was preoccupied, as his mother frequently updated him with information indicating that Ban Xiaoyu had arrived. When Ban Xiaoyu was still in the homeland, he would send messages almost daily. Yet recently, this familiar pattern had abruptly changed, a disconcerting shift for anyone. It's nothing. Your expression is worse than when my grandmother's knitting goes awry. What is really going on? Shin Xiaoyu clearly preferred not to discuss the matter with Vio. Vio, how did I come to notice you were so chatty? He recalled their first encounter. Drawn to each other's aura and decisive demeanor, Vio had been a cool, blonde figure back then. Vio shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. With Vio's incessant chatter momentarily silenced, Shin Xiaoyu sipped his coffee, striving to calm his slightly agitated spirit. As the phone rang, Shin Xiaoyu glanced at the caller ID, her expression unchanged as she answered the call. All right, I understand. She hasn't reached out to me yet. Yes, I will make time to assist her in finding a place. I will take full responsibility for everything. There's no need to dwell on this now. I prefer not to think about it. It's not due to any sentimental musings. Rather, I feel that as an adult, I should make my own decisions. So, please refrain from probing further into this matter, both you and grandfather. For now, that will suffice. It was her mother's call urging her along. The family had been trying to pair her with Ban Xiaoyu. Yet, reality seldom unfolds as smoothly as a programmed sequence. Even within a program, errors can occur, potentially causing it to stall at any given step, particularly with someone like Suan, a bug that cannot be rectified. Throughout this journey, Suan resembled an infant, marveling at everything around her. Every passerby along the road seemed foreign, and indeed, it was Suan who was now the foreigner. The various billboards and shop signs bore English letters, creating the impression of an entirely different world through Suan's eyes. Upon arriving at her uncle's residence, little Isha eagerly led her sister around, showcasing a quintessential American home complete with a small yard and garage. Due to its location, the yard was modest, at best a small patch of grass. Inside, balloons and streamers adorned the space, some of which were not yet properly secured, likely the handiwork of the little girl. The decorations were simple, yet heartfelt, and the interior design starkly contrasted what Suan had encountered back in her homeland, evoking a sense of stepping into a television drama. Isha pulled Suan into her room, while her uncle placed Suan's suitcase in the guest room, and her aunt busied herself with preparations for the evening's welcome gathering. Unable to extricate herself for the moment, Suan entertained the excited Isha. The fare for the welcome party was rather uncomplicated, featuring a buffet style with all main dishes, desserts, and beverages laid out on the table for guests to serve themselves. The advanced preparations had made the task quite effortless. Influenced by her Chinese husband, Suan's aunt had also adopted some small habits. Chapter 58. It's better to rent a place myself. Let us celebrate the arrival of Yu. Her uncle's family exclaimed, raising their drinks in a simple, welcoming ceremony. Suan retrieved gifts prepared by the genuine Ban Xiaoyu from her suitcase, ensuring each family member had a share. Everything was pleasant enough. save for the lingering effects of jet lag from her recent arrival. At the dining table, her uncle inquired about Sue and academic pursuits. Lacking substantive knowledge, she could only respond with the rehearsed lines she had gleaned from Ban Jiaoyu. Fortunately, she had chosen a major in film studies, a field her uncle and aunt were not well versed in, thus preventing further probing. Otherwise, her facade would surely crumble. Sue felt as though she were merely a thin layer, with nothing but straw inside. Little Isha continuously urged Sue to stay with them, but Sue found it difficult to outright refuse. Nevertheless, adhering to her plans, she believed it would be more prudent to secure her own accommodation at her uncle's abode. Sue Yu has indeed mastered spoken English, making daily communication a breeze. Renting her own apartment would grant her the autonomy she craves, alleviating the burden of pretense she feels each day. After all, in this foreign land, who truly knows one another? I still wish to find a place closer to the school for convenience, she declared. Little Isa, sensing her sister's reluctance, urgently tugged at their father's sleeve. Sister, I'll ask father to take you. It is true that her uncle's home is somewhat distant from Columbia University. No, sometimes I have friends visiting, so I wouldn't want to impose, Sue replied. Nonsense, having friends over is even better. Her uncle effortlessly dismantled her carefully crafted excuse. In that fleeting moment, Sue contemplated yielding, yet for the sake of a more relaxed and enjoyable life ahead, she felt compelled to prioritize her own desires. I apologize, little Isa. It is not that you are unlovable, but rather the allure of independent living and ample financial support is simply too great. She invoked her universal shield, Shenqiuyu, known widely as the object of affection for Sue Yu. The long-standing friendship between the Ban and Shun families would leave no room for doubt as long as the topic of Shenqiuyu was introduced. He is indeed a most useful ally. I have already asked Shenqiuyu to find me a suitable apartment, and I am quite pleased with the arrangements. She informed her uncle, who was well aware of Shenqiuyu. Very well, I trust little Shun. Since everything is settled, we shall not impose further. However, do visit often. And should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to contact your uncle. Her aunt chimed in, warmly inviting Sue to return whenever she wished, suggesting that having relatives to look out for one another across the ocean is a comforting notion. Little Isa, however, pouted in displeasure. You've only just arrived, and now you plan to leave. Sue could only comfort her as they dined together, reminding her that, as of now, they were still quite unfamiliar with each other. They were essentially strangers. Who knows, if their bond deepened, she might indeed feel reluctant to depart. After much coaxing, along with a promise to return frequently, Isa finally relented to Sue's departure. However, it was too late for her to leave that day, and the apartment search had not yet concluded. After dinner, little Isa continued to cling to Sue until her uncle gently sent her off to bathe, while her aunt took the opportunity to brief Sue on the local situation and precautions. For instance, certain streets in the city are best avoided due to the presence of many homeless individuals. A lovely girl like you should exercise caution, she advised. Additionally, the occasional bayou incidents do occur, but they are not as frequent. As long as one remains in the main urban area, safety is relatively assured, though one cannot roam freely at night as one might in their homeland. Her aunt escorted Sue into the guest room, which had been prepared in advance. Finally, Sue could rest, adjust to the time difference, and restore her energy. Before retiring for the night, she exchanged messages online with Ban Jiaoyu back home. Sue, everything is going well. Your uncle's family is very kind. I am about to rest now. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening for Sue, while it was just past noon for Ban Jiaoyu. Ban Jiaoyu, make sure to rest well. Sue, how about you? Have you been up to anything lately? Aside from her brother Ban Ji Bai and Hua Feng, who would occasionally converse with her, Sue was the only one with whom Ban Jiaoyu could share her complex emotions during their conversations. Ban Jiaoyu, well, not much really. I've chatted with your sister a few times, but I still need to prepare before visiting her. Sue, there's no rush. I genuinely appreciate your efforts. Ban Jiaoyu, and I hope that if we ever return, everything will be as it was. Sue, yes, let's face the upcoming days with optimism. Whether we're happy or not, a day passes all the same. Ban Jiaoyu, that's true. You don't mind if I enjoy myself in your body, do you? Ban Jiaoyu had always been playful, but during this time, she hadn't gone anywhere, which felt unlike her true self. Sue had gone abroad for studies, so why should she confine herself indoors feeling despondent? Tonight, she was determined to go out and have fun. As Sue read the messages from Ban Jiaoyu on the screen, An unsettling premonition washed over her. Suin, of course, that's fine, but don't overdo it. We can't have you returning with missing kidneys or limbs. During their conversations, both held an unspoken hope of eventually returning to their original bodies, which lightened the atmosphere and brought them closer together. Ban Zhaoyu, who are you to dictate? I'm rich and in a male body. I can do whatever I please. Staying in a bar is fine by me. Suin, just don't go too far. Enjoy yourself. Due to the monotony of recent life, Ban Zhaoyu felt playful. And despite the body swap, her nature remained unchanged. Ban Zhaoyu, then I shall indulge without reservation. Small drinks daily, large gatherings every 3 days, and a party each week. Embracing all the charms around me. I want to see why men are so fickle. After sending that message, Ban Zhaoyu's long-lost smile reappeared, as if her words could soar across the ocean and land squarely on Suin's head. In truth, Suin took it to heart, envisioning herself in her own body. Surrounded by company, drinks flowing freely. Suin, no? Ban Zhaoyu was pleased with Suin's reaction, yet a sense of melancholy lingered. She still couldn't let go of Shin Qiuyu. Shin Qiuyu struggled with Ban Zhaoyu's sudden disappearance, and likewise, Ban Zhaoyu found it difficult not being able to message Shin Qiuyu. It felt as if something essential was missing, a piece of her was absent. However, using her account to communicate in this state would only complicate matters further. For now, she decided to let it be. Ban Zhaoyu, look at you, so anxious. Remember who the primary party is. You're living off my resources now, so just behave like the good girl you are. Chapter 59. Ban Zhaoyu's Nightlife. Ban Zhaoyu, look at you, so anxious. You must understand who holds the power here. You're enjoying my hospitality and spending my family's money, so just obediently play the good girl. Suin, while your words hold merit, I believe if Miss Ban wishes to pursue romance, changing partners every 3 days would not pose much of a challenge. It would be prudent for both of us to remain within our limits. Both individuals recognized the playful banter in their exchange, which fostered a pleasant rapport. Ban Zhaoyu, do you dare? Let us not even discuss it. If you can win over Shin Qiuyu, then I shall heed your every word. Suin, all right. All right, I wouldn't dare. Ban Zhaoyu, even when given the chance, you prove to be rather ineffective. Well then, let us take a break and keep in touch. Suin, sounds good. After concluding their conversation, both felt their spirits lifted. One was ready to rest while the other decided to venture out for a leisurely stroll to unwind. Since Miss Ban's departure for overseas study, the family club had temporarily closed. Nonetheless, those with a penchant for nightlife found ample alternatives, with 7 nights slightly intoxicated being one of them. Tonight appeared particularly vibrant, as a newcomer displayed extravagant spending. Little was known about this handsome young man surnamed Su, except that he reportedly hailed from a wealthy family in the north. He was adept at drinking and dancing, his cheeks flushed as if he had long been restrained. Many young ladies, intrigued, were keen to attract his attention, and the supervising team was instructed to ensure he received grand hospitality. Ban Zhaoyu was completely immersed in the revelry, sprawled on the couch in a carefree manner, surrounded by a variety of girls either standing or seated nearby. Drink. Keep drinking. Suin felt the effects of intoxication creeping in, yet he was still able to handle his liquor, reveling in a state of blissful inebriation. Ban Zhaoyu, on the other hand, oscillated between clarity and drunkenness. Order this, and mix these drinks for me. Unbeknownst to Ban Zhibai, her indulgence in this unrestrained environment intensified, until suddenly, she felt numerous hands exploring her. Eyes wide in surprise, she turned to see a striking young lady with an exquisite appearance. After careful grooming and fashioning, she could be regarded as beautiful, albeit not quite comparable to Ban Zhaoyu, who was effortlessly attractive even without embellishment. Good evening, sir. May I sit here? Such a direct approach amused Ban Zhaoyu, who smirked at the notion of being pursued by a woman. Was this how men felt? Quite delightful indeed. Come, have a seat. Of course you can. You've come all this way. Ban Zhaoyu truly embraced the company, oblivious to the expenses piling up, though in the grand scheme of things, it mattered little. What mattered most was her happiness. Spend. Enjoy. Su Deshao is magnificent. Su Deshao is generous. However, Ban Zhaoyu remained aware of her limits, refraining from recklessness. After all, this was not her own body, and deep down, she retained the essence of a girl unprepared for such encounters. Under the watchful and resentful gazes of numerous young women, not a single contact was exchanged, as one waved goodbye, without taking a string of phone numbers. Only the legend of young Master Su remained, declaring that he would cover the entire bill for the evening. With a throbbing headache, Ban Jiayu staggered along the road. Her forehead cradled in her hand. The night air was frigid, occasionally disrupted by the whoosh of speeding cars. Her phone was devoid of power, leaving many messages from her brother unread. Unable to bear it any longer, Ban Jiayu plopped down by the roadside. Feeling dazed, she had never indulged so recklessly in alcohol before. As a man now, she mused, surely no one would harbor ill intentions towards her. Being male had its perks. She thought, muttering to herself. If she were still a woman in such a state of inebriation, the dangers would be all too apparent, and she would never have found herself in such a predicament. However, being male did not guarantee absolute safety. A seemingly robust man emerged from the bar, trailing behind Ban Jiayu while maintaining a prudent distance. In her drunken haze, she remained oblivious to the lurking threat. The man, having overheard her mutterings, found himself drawn closer by the faint sounds of her incoherence. He had noticed Ban Jiayu from within the bar. Her delicate features were notably attractive, appealing to certain types, and he happened to fall into that category. Confirming that she had succumbed to slumber, the man lifted her chin with his hand. Her fair complexion was a rare find, exceedingly gratifying. Surveying the surroundings, he pondered that if he did not take this homeless man in, the chill of the night could prove perilous. He was about to hoist the inebriated Ban Jiayu onto his back. If left unattended, she would likely awaken the next day to the harsh realities of the world, regretting her transformation into a man. Ban Jibai had noticed his sister was missing shortly after dusk. Logically, given that his sister was now an adult male, he shouldn't be overly concerned. After all, how could a grown man simply vanish? However, Ban Jiao's spending account was still linked to Ban Jibai's, and he could deduce her whereabouts through her expenditure patterns. The frequency of transactions, particularly those ending in 888 and 666, indicated a bar without a doubt. Thus, Ban Jibai drove around various prominent locations in search of her. Fortunately, he finally caught sight of Ban Jiayu being carried by that man. Her striking outfit made her easily recognizable. He parked, flung open the door, and rushed forward. The man, anticipating a delightful evening, was taken aback. He was already quite formidable. However, Ban Jibai towered over him, exuding a pressure with his broad shoulders and slender waist. Put him down. Who are you? What is wrong with me carrying my friend home? I'll say it once more, put him down. The man, still reluctant to concede, was overwhelmed by Ban Jibai's commanding presence and tone. Faced with the certainty of Ban Jibai's impending aggression, he sheepishly set down Ban Jiayu and scurried away. Muttering, "There, are you satisfied now? You even had to resort to force." Ban Jibai observed the inebriated young man sprawled on the ground and effortlessly scooped him up into a princess carry, striding towards the vehicle. Not far off, another man, still assessing the situation, suddenly felt that such a formidable presence might be worth a fleeting indulgence. Ban Jibai placed the young man in the back seat and started the car, preparing to return to their residence. Everything would have to wait until Ban Jiayu awoke. This escapade was perilously close to concluding in embarrassment. In the back seat, Ban Jiayu emitted a few soft hums, stirred slightly, and chuckled to himself. Though his appearance was less than dignified, it was a far cry from the sullen state he had been confined to recently. Ban Jibai's irritation had abated considerably. Chapter 60. The drama queen. The slumber following a night of excess is invariably profound. Ban Jibai removed the young man's shoes and carefully laid Ban Jiayu down. He then sat beside him, fingers weaving through his tousled hair, a chaotic mess born from the recent turmoil that had left him feeling stifled. Were he prone to smoking, the floor would be littered with cigarette butts by now. After a moment of resignation, Ban Jibai composed himself, standing silently by the bed, gazing at Suen, who was blissfully asleep. In this serene moment, a glimpse of the young man's features could still be discerned in his slumbering visage. He resolved to remain vigilant. In the depths of night, dawn broke on the other side. Suen welcomed his first morning in country A. All things considered, he had rested quite well. Having traveled abroad, he checked his social media accounts, noting that his location had updated to country A. Suen was the earliest to awaken in the household. To avoid any awkwardness, he refrained from venturing out, waiting for his cousin's wife to knock on his door before he finally tidied his hair. Although Suen possessed the skill to braid hair, he had only ever done so for his sister and had never attempted it on himself, especially with his short hair. His long locks cascaded down naturally, and his exquisite hair and features made it seem as though he had meticulously prepared himself. His cousin's wife, dressed in formal attire, contrasted with his cousin's more casual homeware. The breakfast table was adorned with a quintessential Western spread, cereal with milk, salad, and sandwiches. So, Yiyo, are you enjoying the food? His cousin's wife inquired after Soo-in finished a sandwich. He had no particular preference. As long as it was edible, he was content. It's quite good, he replied. His cousin was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, capable of frying an egg or toasting bread at best, while his wife could whip up a salad or bake a cake. Soo-in contemplated preparing himself a bowl of noodles and cracking an egg, but he refrained from overstepping. Little Isha had classes to attend today, starting around 8 o'clock and concluding in the early afternoon, followed by club activities. Listening to little Isha recount her school schedule, Soo-in felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, a life of affluence appeared to be quite splendid, filled with vibrant experiences. Both he and his sister attended boarding schools, having begun their residence at a young age, and their childhood had been marked by severe deprivation. Now, even though his sister still pursued her studies, her aspirations for hobbies remained stifled by limitations. Yuyo, if that young Shun finds it inconvenient to look at houses, just inform uncle. Banjiao Yuyo had already been briefed on the general circumstances by her mother, including her recent discontent in her interactions with Shun's family. Thank you, uncle. I have already spoken with Shin Xiuyu, so there is no need to trouble you further. Soo-in smiled outwardly, though internally he thought that had it not been for Banjiao Yuyo's insistence to clarify matters with Shin Xiuyu, he would not have sought out that cold individual again. However, clarifying was beneficial. It would fulfill a wish for Banjiao Yuyo. How could one easily relinquish feelings for someone cherished over the years? Yet Soo-in was willing to let go, which was all that mattered. After bidding farewell to his uncle and little Isha, Soo-in returned to his room to rehearse how he would explain the situation to Shin Xiuyu. When alone, one either descends into madness or succumbs to silence. Soo-in was currently caught in the latter state of quiet insanity. Embracing his inner thespian, he began his performance. Shin Xiuyu, I won't be contacting you unless it's something important from now on. Thank you for taking me to look at houses. Well, that's it. Goodbye. Was that too blunt? Xiuyu, I appreciate your care. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused during these days. Let us just wish each other well from here on. No, that was too sentimental, reminiscent of the youthful prose found in high school magazines. After trying out a dozen variations, Soo-in ultimately discovered that the first option was the most convenient to articulate. All right, let us go with that. Once prepared, Soo-in opened Shin Xiuyu's chat window, typed a message, then tossed his phone onto the bed, disregarding it momentarily. In the office building, Shin Xiuyu glanced at the message once more, his expression shifting subtly at the familiar notification. Closing his laptop, he stood to leave. Hey, where are you off to? I mentioned my sister earlier. I'm just taking her around to get familiar with the area. Sister? I'm quite interested. I wonder if it's possible for me to join. Given Banjiao Yuyo's relentless barrage of messages, Wei Ao, a friend of Shin Xiuyu, had long been privy to tales of this domestic sister, the girl Shin Xiuyu described with a hint of exasperation. Wei Ao, have you been waiting for this day? Since Shin Xiuyu's return, Wei Ao had been observing his close friend with the fervor of someone privy to insider information. Come on, don't say that. Just indulge my curiosity. If you're looking for a place, I have connections to top-notch listings. Wei Ao's image in Shin Xiuyu's mind underwent yet another transformation. Were it not for his fair complexion and golden hair, Shin Xiuyu would have suspected that Wei Ao was merely a remnant of his high school days, a follower who had been swayed by Banjiao Yuyo. Shin Xiuyu did not respond and proceeded to the elevator, with Viao hastily following suit. Curiosity serves as the foremost driving force. Shun, I'll drive. Let me leave a good impression on your sister. Why do you seem even more excited than I am? Not at all. She's just my sister, and I want to keep things light and quiet. The friends I know are all rather wild. Viao's family background is impressive. His grandfather once served as the president of Country A, and their family possesses a globally renowned enterprise. To encourage his entrepreneurial endeavors, they provided him with a startup capital of $10 million. Currently, Shin Xiuyu is preoccupied with the tasks organized by Viao. Viao enjoys leisure pursuits and, considering himself lacking in entrepreneurial skills, prefers to entrust the responsibilities to a financial manager. However, his family insists on his independence, leaving him no choice. Fortunately, he encountered the reliable Shin Xiuyu, who immediately offered initial shares to rally support, thereby strengthening their bond. As they traveled, Viao rolled down the window, singing cheerfully, his golden hair dancing in the breeze, creating a stark contrast with Shin Xiuyu in the passenger seat. Uncertainty lingered regarding who was sent to pick up his sister. Soo-in originally thought he would have to wait a while for Shin Xiuyu to arrive, but was surprised to receive a message shortly thereafter. Such swift speed? With little to prepare, he grabbed his suitcase, descended the stairs, and bid farewell to his uncle, who stood to see him off. Observing Ban Zhaoyu hastily rushing to meet her love interest, his uncle shook his head. Although he had met this niece only a few times, the thought of her impending marriage stirred something within him. He then recalled his own daughter, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Suin burst through the door and immediately spotted the luxury car parked by the roadside. He was not only greeted by Shen Qiuyu, but also by a golden-haired gentleman, who waved enthusiastically in his direction. Chapter 61. The overzealous foreigner. The golden-haired gentleman waved at Suin, who then glanced at Shen Qiuyu. This is Viao, my friend. Sister, meet Ban Zhaoyu. Shen Qiuyu introduced them, and to everyone's surprise, Ban Zhaoyu accepted the title of sister without displaying any displeasure. Viao began conversing in English, though Suin could only catch fragments. Hello, I'm Viao. I have never seen such a beautiful Asian girl before. Since Shun and I are good friends, may I also befriend you? Viao had not studied Chinese extensively, but with Ban Zhaoyu's proficiency in English, they could communicate without any issues. However, Suin was sweating profusely and wished he could knock some sense into Ban Zhaoyu to extract clearer memories. Hello, of course you can. Oh, there's no need to be nervous, just be casual. Your speech feels rather formal. Suin cast a nervous glance at Shen Qiuyu, whose expression also seemed off. Shen Qiuyu began to doubt his own memory. Ban Zhaoyu's current English demeanor felt oddly misplaced, as if her skills had regressed since middle school. Having lived in an English-speaking environment for so long, his sensitivity to such nuances remained keen. Is it the prolonged absence that has led to a muddled memory? From fluency to vocabulary and pronunciation, there is a noticeable change. You all seem to prefer communicating in Chinese. Grant me a moment. I may need to visit a bookstore to purchase a dictionary. Shun, do you have any recommendations? Suin, in a state of mild panic, has begun to fidget, masking his embarrassment with a smile. Stop standing in the breeze. Let us go. Aren't we supposed to view some properties? I have connections. Viao, the gentleman, graciously opened the car door for Suin, a few strands of golden hair falling across his forehead, exuding an air of Western nobility. Suin felt a sense of gratitude towards this amiable fellow and nodded appreciatively as he settled into the luxurious back seat. Let us be on our way. I'll drive, Viao said with eagerness, taking the driver's seat and beckoning Shen Qiuyu. Shen Qiuyu sensed that Viao was overly attentive. He was already engaged in lively conversation with Ban Zhaoyu in the back seat. To accommodate them, Viao patiently slowed his speech. Suin found this golden-haired young man exceedingly considerate, making him feel as if he were basking in the warmth of spring. This was true refinement. This was what it meant to be a friend. Shen Qiuyu sat silently in the passenger's seat, murmuring, "Let us go," interrupting Viao's increasingly animated chatter. Why did it seem that Ban Zhaoyu and Viao were growing closer? The transformation felt rather drastic. Now, shall we depart for the university town? Let us go. Go. Viao resumed singing a local country ballad, his cheerful voice and the peculiar melody of the English language replacing the car's music. If he weren't driving, he might have already begun to dance. In stark contrast to Viao's radiant Florida sunshine, Shen Qiuyu, arms crossed, occasionally glanced at Suin in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his demeanor rather subdued. Suin, meanwhile, dared not speak, pretending to be engrossed in his phone, believing that if he could just endure this unfamiliar phase, he would no longer have to confront these bothersome matters. Suin's behavior only deepened Shen Qiuyu's bewilderment. Was this still the same Ban Zhaoyu, or had someone else taken her place? Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the car sped into the city where Arthur was enforcing the law, and the road conditions and surroundings had markedly improved. Suin, with his head lowered, felt a bit nauseous from the motion. The girl tucked her phone away and leaned against the car window, occasionally brushing aside the strands of hair that fell over her eyes, taking slow, deep breaths. It was a tranquil and beautiful moment, particularly in the eyes of an observer. The back window was cracked open slightly, allowing a breath of fresh air to significantly improve Suin's condition. She lowered the window all the way down. Her long hair danced in the wind, providing great relief from her earlier discomfort. Contrary to her expectations of searching for properties, Viao indeed proved to be affluent, guiding Suin and Shen Qiuyu through affluent residential areas, where he engaged with others in a fluent and elegant manner. Suin merely needed to follow quietly behind, which was truly reassuring. Ultimately, they selected an apartment that required only a 20-minute commute to Olympia University, with friendly neighbors, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. As for the rent, Miss Ban is not short of money. Were it not for the lack of necessity, acquiring several properties would pose no challenge for her. Miss Ban, shall we celebrate with a banquet? After managing her affairs, Vio suggested this, hoping to introduce a few friends to Ban Zhaoyu. An increase in social interactions would aid in adapting to life in a foreign land. Given Vio's assistance, it would be impolite to decline. And this occasion also provided a chance to apologize to Shun Qiuyu for the previous incident involving the soup and the pot. An unfortunate embarrassment indeed. It is likely that Shun Qiuyu has never experienced such humiliation before. What do you think about gathering for a meeting? Just ensure that no peculiar individuals are invited. She is ill-suited for the local customs. Of course, Miss Ban should familiarize herself with the environment. I shall come to fetch you in the evening. With that, Vio departed to gather people, while Shun Qiuyu lingered, observing Ban Zhaoyu. Hurry along, why are you still standing there? This was what Suan thought. It's getting late. Shall we meet in the evening? Shun Qiuyu, not perceiving the expected response from Ban Zhaoyu, nodded with a complex mix of emotions. Suan escorted Shun Qiuyu to the door, and once it was closed, he placed his hands on his hips, yearning to shout. Finally, there was no one watching. The oppressive atmosphere had been overwhelming, and Suan, like a newly liberated monkey king, dashed around the spacious and well-furnished apartment, reveling in the exhilarating release of pressure. Outside, Shun Qiuyu remained perplexed by her own unusual reactions. Even when Vio called, she failed to respond. Previously, Ban Zhaoyu was warm, and now Shun Qiuyu felt warm too. But Ban Zhaoyu had grown cold. The contrast was stark, leading Shun Qiuyu to believe that her relationship with Ban Zhaoyu had become so distant that Vio seemed more familiar with her. It felt as though she could no longer be considered a sister. Perhaps stranger would be a fitting label. Though it was still summer, Shun Qiuyu felt a chill creeping down her back. Glancing back at the apartment, she couldn't shake the eerie sensation that something had been lost. Go on, Shun. I will fetch your sister in the evening and introduce her to some reliable friends. What else with you? Have you eaten something odd? Shun Qiuyu shook her head, attempting to dismiss these thoughts. Inside, Suan, after releasing his pent-up energy, lay on the sofa staring at the ceiling, contemplating contacting Ban Zhaoyu. However, considering the time difference, he needed to calculate the current hour back home. It was nearing midnight there, so he decided to wait for Ban Zhaoyu to reach out to him. Next on his agenda was to acclimate to the surroundings and register at school. The more challenging aspects lay ahead, so he couldn't afford to relax. Let us memorize a few more words, Suan, even as a wealthy heiress. One must not succumb to complacency. Chapter 62. The gathering he had anticipated Vio would come to collect him, but to his surprise, it was Shun Qiuyu herself who arrived. Suan glanced around, curious if there were others present. It felt rather awkward to be alone with this Shun fellow. No one else, he concluded. Nothing to forget, right? No. Then let's go. Suan locked the door behind him and followed Shun Qiuyu. In his previous demeanor, Suan was neither tall nor short, but now, standing next to Ban Zhaoyu, who barely surpassed 1.60 meters, he found himself compelled to look up at her. This shift in perspective inexplicably rendered him more vulnerable. And given Suan's naturally gentle disposition, he appeared even more docile in her presence. Shun Qiuyu maintained a calm facade as he entered the car, which smoothly pulled away. A stark contrast to the bumpy ride earlier with Wei Ao. Suan closed his eyes, seeking solace in the back seat. Throughout the journey, Shun Qiuyu anticipated Ban Zhaoyu would eventually speak, but contrary to his expectations, Suan remained silent, feeling no obligation to sustain a connection with Shun Qiuyu. If Shun Qiuyu proved to be a decent person, a friendship could certainly blossom. The venue was not far. Situated not in a restaurant or hotel, but rather in a sprawling estate owned by Wei Ao. The wealth of the land was evident, with vast grounds surrounding the mansion. A grand swimming pool adorned the estate, complete with a diving board, while tables were laden with champagne and various libations. The barbecue was already prepared, with an array of succulent meats sizzling and releasing tantalizing aromas. It was a scene unlike anything Suan had ever witnessed. Wei Ao, clad only in shorts and sporting sunglasses, displayed a notably muscular physique and fair skin that gleamed under the night lights, dancing to the music while casually holding a bottle of wine. Alongside Wei Ao were approximately 8 others, 7 women and 1 man. The girls were dressed boldly. One with flowing golden locks lounged in the pool in a bikini. Her voluptuous form, firm curves, and powerful thighs emerged from the water, sending ripples that danced in the night air as she cast a flirtatious glance towards Suan and the others, shaking her body playfully. Such unabashed openness left Suen feeling immensely uncomfortable, while the remaining girls each possessed their unique charm, leaving Suen to wonder where Wei Ao had found them. Besides Shen Xiuyu and Wei Ao, the only other male was tending to the grill, a curly-haired mixed-race young man exuding the allure of a Hollywood star. Waving at Suen and the others. Everyone's here. Come over, Shun. I'll introduce you to a few people. Upon spotting the newcomers, Wei Ao ambled over casually in his flip-flops, a sight Shen Xiuyu had grown accustomed to. He turned to Suen, offering a reassuring comment. He asked like that. Don't be too nervous. Wei Ao beckoned Suen to join the festivities, eager to introduce him to several stunning women. Is this the sister you mentioned? Oh, splendid. You two will certainly find common ground. Suen could only feign comprehension as he discerned snippets of conversation amidst a group of individuals fluent in English. The disparity between the written language he had studied and their colloquial expressions was significant. A single idea could be articulated in myriad ways, compounded by connected speech and pronunciation. And Suen began to perspire. At this juncture, he resorted to relying on universal phrases such as yeah, okay, to navigate the situation. Fortunately, everyone was quite amiable, attributing Suen's reticence to typical shyness and his unfamiliarity with a foreign land. The blonde, wave-haired woman named Carmi had donned a bathrobe and dried herself off. By the way, her English may not be very proficient, so please remember to speak slowly, Vio advised, a remark that naturally reached the ears of Shen Xiuyu, who remained silent yet cast a meaningful glance at Suen. Having been enveloped by his female friends in a club back home, Suen now found himself surrounded by these foreign sisters once more. Ban Zhaoyou's beauty transcended racial aesthetic boundaries, deserving of the term captivating. Vio noticed that Shen Xiuyu appeared somewhat disinterested. Shun, what's the matter? I deliberately invited no men. These girls are quite familiar to me. Why the long face? Look, your sister is already mingling with them and seems rather happy, does she not? Shun, could it be that you fancy one of them? I could hook you up with their Instagram and Twitter. Vio teased. Don't be shy. It's perfectly normal for a man. With your qualities, there will surely be numerous sisters eager for a deeper connection. However, Shen Xiuyu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Ban Zhaoyu, who was surrounded by others. Vio followed his gaze, curious about whom Shen Xiuyu was observing. Suen, engrossed in his own experience, was oblivious to the two men's scrutiny nearby. Fortunately, Suen had cleverly used his recent unsuitability for swimming as an excuse to evade the scenario of being dragged into a bikini party. The banquet was replete with a diverse array of beverages, and the food boasted distinct Western characteristics. Steaks and pork ribs sizzled on the grill, prepared in a remarkably straightforward manner. The grill master, donning a knitted cap, deftly turned the meat over the flames. The table was adorned with corn tortillas and French fries, accompanied by an assortment of sauces, ketchup, barbecue sauce, Caesar dressing, creating a confusing array. There were also salads and pasta prepared for the health-conscious women, garnished with tomatoes, carrots, and onions. Aside from the grilled meat, everything else was served cold. To be candid, the aroma of the meat made Suen quite hungry. The grill master skillfully speared a piece of meat with a fork, placed it on a plate, and began slicing it. After inquiring about Suen's preference and receiving an affirmative response, he simply sprinkled a pinch of salt and presented it before Suen. Enjoy, beautiful girl. The grill master's words translated directly to this meaning, and Suen's grasp of the language allowed him only that literal interpretation. Thank you very much. At last, he could dine, instinctively reaching for chopsticks, only to realize their absence. Feeling hesitant yet compelled, she could only offer a polite smile while picking up a small tomato. It was Shen Xiuyu who handed Suen the knife and fork, which were, in fact, disposable gloves. However, Ban Zhaoyu would likely refrain from such a manner of eating. The still warm grilled meat entered her mouth, its savory and creamy aromas delightfully overwhelming her senses, while a sprinkle of salt rendered the flavors impeccable. The quality of the meat and the precision of its grilling were exceptional, and Suen had never experienced such texture and fragrance in meat before. Rather than engage in social pleasantries with those around her, Suen preferred to keep her head down and savor the meal. The abundance of delectable dishes was simply irresistible. She indulged in the steak, her lips glistening with grease, and savored the pork ribs, which effortlessly detached from the bone, providing a satisfying chew. When the richness became overwhelming, she would switch to a different sauce or pop a small tomato into her mouth to cleanse her palate. However, Ban Zhaoyou's stomach had its limits. Although Suen longed to continue eating, her body began to protest, forcing her to pause. Shen Xiuyu looked on, somewhat astonished by the girl's appetite. Miss Ban certainly has a hearty appetite. Haha, I like it. Vayu admired such an unrestrained demeanor, believing a banquet was meant for feasting and revelry. With that, he approached Suin, carrying a plate of gleaming sausages. Meanwhile, the dark clouds in Shinshiyu's heart loomed ominously, threatening to spill over. What do you like? The girl a short distance away waved her hand, declining Vayu's offer of sausages, her face radiating satisfaction and a vivid smile, once so familiar, yet now tinged with strangeness. Thank you. That is too kind. I've had enough, truly. Suin felt a strong sense of fullness, knowing she could not consume another bite in her original body. She could have easily polished off 2 more plates. Alas, what a pity. How about a drink? Eating only meat is rather dull. Vayu turned back to retrieve 2 bottles of red wine from the table, the English-labeled bottles leaving the taste a mystery. Suin pressed her hand against her elevated chest. Shaking her head once more, another bottle would likely lead to her discomfort. No, that is too generous. I prefer to be alone for a while. The night was just right in one area, while a new day began elsewhere, with the vast ocean separating them by nearly 12 hours. Everything unfolded in an inevitable, yet natural manner. Since the last incident, Ban Zhaoyu had come perilously close to getting into trouble. Ban Zhibai had intensified his supervision of his younger sister, ensuring she was never out of sight. The Ban family enterprise, a well-known local powerhouse, was renowned in Huan. Ban Zhibai sat in the back seat of his private vehicle, accompanied by a newly hired bodyguard. Curiously, this bodyguard was not adept at driving, necessitating the hiring of a separate driver. Even more perplexingly, this bodyguard was not particularly robust, and stepping back further, he seemed to be a full circle smaller than his employer, Ban Zhibai. Following behind, he resembled more of an attendant than a protector, leaving one to ponder who was safeguarding whom. Almost everyone who witnessed this scene felt perplexed, except for the personal bodyguard. The assistant, who had accompanied Ban Zhibai for 5 years, was completely oblivious and had been reassigned to a branch office. The assistant could never comprehend what was so admirable about the man named Suin, lacking in education and ability, and possessing a delicate appearance that seemed of little consequence. As the new bodyguard spent time with Ban Zhibai, the rumors began to gain credibility. How could Ban Zhibai care for a man so intimately? The former assistant could, with a clear conscience, assert that Ban Zhibai was far less attentive to his own father. Eventually, Ban Zhibai's father caught wind of the whispers and subtly inquired several times, further straining their already tenuous relationship. In no time, gossip columns and tabloids were abuzz with sensational reports. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu reclined on the sofa in the office, idly scrolling through her phone. As she observed the marketing accounts earnestly presenting various speculations alongside a few images, her mood inexplicably brightened. The shocking revelation of the secret life of the young heir of the Ban family surfaced. Ban Xiaoya's affections were exclusively reserved for a man. Stealing a glance at her brother, who sat nearby, furrowing his brow over a report, Ban Zhaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Life as a man was considerably more tedious than as a woman, and such distractions were welcome. What are you laughing at? He inquired. Nothing much. Have you seen the news? She replied. What news? Nothing, really. Are you certain? Yes. Ban Zhibai resumed his reading, not lifting his gaze as he asked. By the way, what shall we have for lunch? Anything is fine. Ban Zhaoyu had no intention of revealing the matter to her brother. Although nothing untoward could occur between men, the thought alone was too embarrassing to bear. It was only natural for her to let her mind wander, otherwise, boredom would be her demise. On the surface, Ban Zhibai appeared engrossed in his documents, but he was, in fact, keeping a close watch on his sister, unable to conceal his expression. It was merely trivial gossip, and he cared little for the unfounded rumors, but his sister seemed somewhat pleased. He took out his phone and sent a message. Ban Zong, the online chatter has become rather excessive. Do you think it needs to be managed? This was a message that had just come through from an online source, and Ban Zhibai was only now inclined to respond. No need. If this brought his sister a measure of happiness, then all the better. Without the heat of the moment, such gossip faded quickly, as the public soon grew weary of it, swiftly moving on to other trivialities. People gradually became accustomed to Su's abrupt presence, and employees began to refer to him as Brother Su. Just as Ban Zhaoyu found herself entertained for a brief spell, boredom crept in again. However, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, she recalled her promise to visit Suin's home. With an overwhelming sense of emptiness, Ban Zhaoyu desperately sought something to occupy her time. Her brother would never genuinely expect her to work. Her current life consisted of lounging alongside Ban Zhibai. University was no longer an option. Pursuing Shinshioyu was out of the question, and outings to the bar were no longer feasible. The sole source of emotional turbulence within Xian's heart stemmed from conversing with Su-in, relishing the simplicity of Su-in's recounting of recent experiences. Soon, Su-in would embark on the journey to school, and Xian wished him all the best. Su-in had believed he was capable of self-sufficiency, ready to rise to independence, and it seemed plausible to venture alone to register at the school. However, the task of inputting information online proved to be a challenge for the young one. The options under the gender category prompted Su-in to once again question whether he had mislearned his vocabulary. Initially, he thought the classifications of male, female, and unknown encompassed all existing genders. To his surprise, the drop-down menu was extensive. After contemplating the meaning of each term, he decided it would be best to rely on Brother Shun, lacking the confidence to proceed alone. Thus, he messaged Shinshioyu, "I'm going to school next Monday. Do you have any time?" The act of soliciting assistance felt quite peculiar. Given their relationship, Su-in felt a tinge of vulnerability upon sending the message, despite having intended to maintain clear boundaries. Alas, one must often make compromises. The once independent Su-in found himself gradually enveloped in the allure of having someone to rely on. The privileges of a wealthy young lady certainly held a certain intoxicating charm. "All right, I'll come pick you up. Just send me what I need to prepare." Shinshioyu responded promptly, causing Su-in's nerves to inexplicably ease. Brother Shun was indeed dependable. With the burden of preparation alleviated, Su-in resolved to retire early that evening. Stretching languidly, he turned to the bathroom for a shower, feeling somewhat overwhelmed after indulging in so much meat. Meanwhile, Shinshioyu was unable to articulate why she had taken such a proactive approach this time. "I fear she might struggle with her English. It would be more troublesome to find her later if she falters, so it's better to assist her promptly." Convincing herself with this rationale, Shinshioyu began to prepare the necessary items for registration. Without needing to be prodded by family, a sense of urgency and responsibility began to envelop her. On her end, Su-in clumsily dried his hair while messaging Ban Zhaoyu, inquiring about the essentials for the registration day, striving to ensure a smooth process. The Film Academy of Olympia University was about to welcome a remarkably unique student. Su-in was on the brink of entering an entirely new environment. Chapter 64. A fusion of East and West. Su-in did not enjoy a restful slumber. Returning to campus after such a long absence in this manner was overwhelming. His mind buzzed with chaos, yet it was difficult to suppress a sense of anticipation. After years of monotonous work, the thrill of the unknown had long eluded him. The path of his life had seemed so predictable, as if he could already see the sign directing him to the left towards the graveyard. Now, however, the road ahead was shrouded in a colorful mist speckled with stars, where each step revealed an uncharted landscape. Su-in's biological clock had nearly reset, and without the need for an alarm, he awoke with the dawn. As I commenced my morning routine, the reflection in the grand mirror revealed that stunning visage once more. The toothbrush caused one cheek to puff up, and possessing such a face made it difficult not to admire it. Subconsciously, Su-in turned her head left and right, satisfied with her current appearance. Through relentless practice, Su-in had mastered a few basic hairstyles, gathering her flowing locks into a singular ponytail. Uncertain of the customary attire for formal occasions in this region, she opted for her own style. Having yet to learn the art of makeup, she refrained from applying any, whether subtle or bold. Just as she intended to prepare a meal in the kitchen, a call from Shinshioyu interrupted her musings. Su-in glanced at the clock, noting that it was an hour earlier than their agreed time. Why was little Shin so eager? What brought him here so early? The reason for Shinshioyu's early arrival was rooted in his long-standing friendship with Ban Zhaoyu. They had been childhood companions, attending the same elementary school. Back then, Ban Zhaoyu was not the clingy figure she had become, and she did not flaunt her role as his girlfriend. Those were beautiful memories. Ban Zhaoyu had a tendency to dawdle until the last moment. If they agreed to meet at 7 to go to school, she would invariably rise at that hour, needing several minutes to prepare herself. Arriving early was the only way to avoid delays. Thus, when Ban Zhaoyu's voice, bright and awake, came through his phone, Shinshioyu was momentarily taken aback. Her next words deepened his conflicting emotions. "Have you eaten?" "I'm just about to have my meal. We could eat together." To Su-in, this was merely a simple gesture of politeness and concern, but to Shinshioyu, it carried a touch of warmth. At 18, having crossed oceans alone without the presence of uncles or brothers, only bearing a letter of introduction, he had managed to establish himself in a foreign land. How he longed for the simplicity of his childhood. Zhaoyu seems to have changed so much. "Hello? Hello? Little Chiyoyu, are you listening?" The apartment door swung open, revealing Ban Xiaoyu in all her youthful splendor. The ponytail was a hairstyle she had never tried before, and Shun Xiaoyu searched his memory for fragments, realizing that this was indeed a fresh image of her. His expression brightened considerably, finding her increasingly charming. Suan was surprised that little Shun had come without having eaten. Had she known, she would have maintained the persona of Ban Xiaoyu. Now, it appeared she truly had to provide a meal. The dilemma was that Ban Xiaoyu had never cooked before, and it would be unreasonable for Suan to take over the kitchen. Since Shun Xiaoyu had accompanied her during the apartment viewing, he was familiar with the layout. Having washed his hands, he sat at the dining table, gazing at the empty surface. Ban Xiaoyu was still the same, unchanged in essence. In that fleeting moment, it seemed she had grown and matured, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. Suan turned away, contemplating how to navigate this situation. After all, it had been a considerable time since Shun Xiaoyu had last seen Ban Xiaoyu. A little improvisation would not be out of place, especially since they were destined to become close friends in the future. The individuals selflessly dedicated their time to accompany others for the registration process, extending a warm welcome. After making a resolute decision, Suan opened the double-door refrigerator, revealing an assortment of daily provisions from Country A, such as canned corn, slices of bread, and large cartons of milk. The presence of eggs and colorful bell peppers sparked an idea within Suan. Despite the variety of sauces, bread, and milk, Suan harbored a preference for Chinese cuisine. Alas, there were no noodles, which would have made for a delightful bowl of soup noodles. Shun Xiaoyu observed Ban Xiaoyu's every move with keen interest, as it seemed a new acquaintance with Yuyo was in order. Suan efficiently set about his tasks, and soon the enticing aroma of eggs wafted through the air. Shun Xiaoyu instinctively craned his neck, initially believing that toasted bread and warm milk would suffice, only to discover that vegetables were being stir-fried as well. Before long, a vibrant dish of scrambled eggs with bell peppers was presented at the table, resplendent in red, green, and yellow hues. With no noodles, rice, or steamed buns available, bread would have to suffice. After all, they were all grain products, somewhat interchangeable. Suan deftly piled some vegetables onto a slice of bread and offered it to Shun Xiaoyu. Shun Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, accepted the bread, contemplating this fusion of Eastern and Western cuisine. Give it a try, Xiaoyu. I learned a few things back home. All right, you should have some too. After days of salads, grilled meats, and bread, Suan craved a taste of sautéed vegetables. Taking a bite, he relished the delightful combination of egg and the crispness of bell peppers, the savory vegetables complemented by the slight sweetness of the bread, a surprisingly delightful culinary experience. Shun Xiaoyu followed suit. Even as some oil dribbled onto his hand, he paid it no mind. The dish was indeed flavorful, unexpectedly delicious. A slice of bread only took a few bites, and soon Shun Xiaoyu had devoured it, still yearning for more. Don't be shy, help yourself. I'll need your assistance shortly. Suan felt he had already done his part, having served the first slice of bread. Shun Xiaoyu, a bit apprehensive, picked up another slice and clumsily added vegetables. By the way, regarding the chicken soup incident, I apologize. I may have been overly excited and lost control. I've long wished to express my apologies, and several times I forgot to mention it. Now that we're alone, I finally said it. Shun Xiaoyu recalled the unpleasantness of that moment, but it was all in the past. He had merely been caught off guard at the time. Shortly, the plate was cleared, their meal consumed. Suan, still unsatisfied, seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the sink, wiping the plate clean with the last morsel of bread before contentedly popping it into his mouth. Once the registration was complete, they planned to procure some ingredients for a meal, as nothing could satisfy the palate quite like authentic Chinese cuisine. The occasional indulgence in a grandfather's offerings was tolerable, but a steady diet would be unbearable. Shall we? Yes. Shun Xiaoyu had once pondered what Ban Xiaoyu's presence would entail. Would she cling to him or prove to be a clumsy nuisance requiring his constant assistance? Clearly, neither was the case. The two exited the apartment in tandem, boarding the vehicle. Suan naturally took his place in the back seat rather than the front. Shun Xiaoyu handed him the folder of documents for a final review. Now, Shun Xiaoyu found his interactions with Ban Xiaoyu rather pleasant, a significant transformation indeed. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, with two individuals enveloped in silence. Suan gazed out of the window, striving to memorize the route, hoping to navigate it independently in the future. Before long, Columbia University transitioned from an image to reality, materializing before Suan's eyes. Chapter 65. Clumpy, the university's entrance was framed by a red brick wall adorned with classical, white columns in the Greek style, with a history spanning 274 years. This institution held a significant weight in the context of Country A. Several slightly weathered sculptures, depicting either soaring eagles or contemplative philosophers engrossed in books, silently narrated the passage of time. Suan felt immensely fortunate to be attending university here. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret for Ban Zhaoyu, who must have awaited this moment for quite some time. Are you feeling nervous? Shin Xiaoyu's voice jolted Suan from her reverie, to which she quietly shook her head. Just follow my lead. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Suan observed a multitude of students gradually entering the campus. A diverse assembly of individuals showcasing various skin tones and appearances, some with curly golden hair, others from the east and west, some riding bicycles, while others walked or skateboarded. Suan couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant trends surrounding her. The university's enrollment process was unremarkable. The registration had been completed online, and Suan had already filled out her personal information and course preferences. Her course selections would be approached with a laid-back attitude, allowing her to acclimate before fully engaging. As for accommodation expenses, she had resolved to rent off campus. Throughout the journey, Suan maintained her shy demeanor, clutching the registration materials as she closely followed Shin Qiuyu, who seemed quite pleased with this arrangement. The registration point was the Student Activities Center, where they submitted forms, identification documents, passports, and acceptance letters. After verification, they received their student ID cards, adorned with a vibrant image of a girl with flowing hair and a radiant smile. Following this, a campus tour for newcomers was organized by the university, with parents and friends permitted to accompany them. Suan glanced at Shin Qiuyu, who showed no inclination to depart, naturally joining the throng of students. Suan hesitated to urge anyone to leave, and so they continued together on the tour. Despite the sizable number of new students, few were genuinely exploring the campus. Suan spotted several familiar Asian faces amidst the crowd. The experience resembled parents taking their children through a museum. As Suan wandered through the school, library, activity center, cafeteria, and more, Suan did not conceal her emotions. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. From Shin Qiuyu's perspective, the girl radiated a captivating brilliance. In truth, Suan was contemplating the grandeur of the architecture and surroundings. Having never encountered a university campus in her home country, she found this environment far more expansive than the confines of her high school. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to capture a few photographs to send to her younger sister, hoping to inspire her to reach further and aim higher. However, the screensaver featuring Shin Qiuyu brought Suan back to the present moment. Shin Qiuyu caught sight of his own photograph on the screen held by the young girl, and he turned his face away, choosing not to look. The official start of the semester was still a few days away, marked by a formal enrollment ceremony and a welcoming evening gala, leaving the upcoming days free for leisure activities. After a brief glance, Suan felt little inclination to linger at school any longer and exchanged a knowing look with Shin Qiuyu. In perfect harmony, they turned to leave the campus. Suan felt it unnecessary to maintain distance from little Shun any longer. Like Lu Zhan, he seemed well suited to be a good friend. On their way back, they stumbled upon Costco, a renowned chain supermarket in Country A, which was fortuitous as Suan had many items to purchase. Qiuyu, stop the car. I need to buy some things. Sure. Upon entering Costco, they were greeted by a vast expanse of space filled with an astounding variety of products, many of which were extravagantly packaged. Shin Qiuyu pushed the shopping cart while Suan welcomed the assistance. He intended to minimize outings, stocking up on supplies at home, and perhaps cooking a bit to alleviate the homesickness that had yet to fully settle in. However, aside from common vegetables like potatoes and tomatoes and a selection of meat products, the rest were either semi-finished or fully prepared goods. Suan found himself unable to locate some essential cooking items he typically used. Glancing around the seemingly endless store, he suddenly felt weary. What are you looking for? Perhaps we should head to a Chinese grocery store. This place isn't convenient for that. Then let's head back. Thank you. Determined, Suan decided to treat Shin Qiuyu as a brother, just as he regarded Ban Zhaoyu as a sister. Their mutual relationships would remain unaffected. After filling the trunk with items, Suan hurried to pay before Shin Qiuyu could. Cashier. Good day. May I ask if you have a Costco membership? Suan, not quite hearing, replied, Okay. Cashier, please provide your membership number. Suan was perplexed as to why a simple payment required such lengthy exchanges. Yeah. Both Shin Qiuyu and the cashier turned to Suan. Let me handle this. Shin Qiuyu chuckled lightly and began to converse fluently with the cashier. It seemed Ban Zhaoyu's English skills were lacking. Once the payment was complete, Shin Xiuyu waited for the staff to bag their items and explained to Su and that the cashier had been asking for his membership number, a hallmark of Costco's service. No worries. Everyday communication here differs from what is learned in textbooks. Just get used to it. Shin Xiuyu accompanied Su-in back to the apartment, helping him carry the numerous bags. Although Su-in wished to manage on his own, he found himself unable to do so with Ban Zhaoyu's petite stature. So he accepted little Shun's kindness. Su-in stood, slightly fatigued, clutching a large bag of milk that reached his calves, while Shin Xiuyu swiftly carried 2 bags of meat products with ease. Once upon a time, Su-in was equally capable, particularly in comparison to this young lady, who, despite her delicate nature as a wealthy heiress, lacked endurance and strength. Now, she could only stand with hands on her hips, observing Xiao Shun. The physiological differences between the sexes would manifest further in daily life, a fact that would be especially pronounced for Su-in, who was once a man. I've placed the meat in the refrigerator. If you cannot prepare it well, do not force yourself. Contact me if you need anything. All right, thank you for your efforts. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I want to keep you for dinner. Su-in watched as Shin Xiuyu departed. The young man possessed commendable character. Had Ban Zhaoyu not been so fixated on certain notions, perhaps their relationship would have flourished. After all, regarding him as an elder brother made him far more agreeable than Ban Zhaoyu's biological brother, who had nearly brought harm upon himself. Su-in stretched and wandered into the kitchen to contemplate what to prepare for lunch, given the plethora of ingredients acquired, certainly worthy of thorough exploration. Upon exiting the apartment, Shin Xiuyu recalled Ban Zhaoyu's screensaver, eliciting a faint smile. Chapter 66. The Zhaozhao Foundation. Though Ban Zhibai remained silent, he understood that his sister's life was far from the carefree facade she presented. He was uncertain about Su-in's future and preferred to remain uninvolved. However, he was determined to safeguard his sister's prospects. In the lead-up to the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ban Zhaoyu spent her days engrossed in her phone, staying close to her brother, indulging in meals, sleeping, binge-watching dramas, and engaging in conversations. On the surface, she appeared carefree, yet each time her mind grew foggy from excessive screen time. She could palpably sense the chilling solitude that extended from her tailbone to the crown of her head. The emptiness and uncertainty about the future felt like a needle piercing through her heart, easily ignored until she dared to ponder it, at which point the pain became impossible to dismiss. Ban Zhibai received updates regarding the operations of the Zhaozhao Foundation, a charitable organization registered under Ban Zhaoyu's name that had been active for 5 years. The foundation primarily focused on assisting underprivileged students and enhancing educational infrastructure in mountainous regions. Such foundations are commonplace within their social strata, serving primarily to maintain a commendable public image. Ban Zhaoyu had participated in various events, embellishing her personal resume. Nevertheless, a gentleman values deeds over intentions. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding other foundations, the Zhaozhao Foundation had genuinely aided numerous individuals and accomplished substantial work over the past 5 years. Operational reports were submitted quarterly, detailing financial flows and project outcomes. Since Ban Zhaoyu preferred to avoid the complexities of such affairs, Ban Zhibai typically handled them. With so many recent developments, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. Upon accessing the Zhaozhao Foundation's official website, he was greeted by the records of corporate donations and a photograph of his sister with representatives from a Hope school. It seemed to have occurred not long ago, perhaps in March or April. Hua Feng had already provided treatment recommendations. The irregular exchange of souls between 2 individuals might still be tenuously interpreted through the lens of psychological issues. However, following their complete bodily swap, the focal point of the dilemma has shifted beyond mere explanation. My counsel is to pause. Your haste is of no avail. Ban Zhibai yearns to uncover any clues from his friend, however minuscule, that might kindle a flicker of hope. Wait. Yes. The immediate priority is to ensure that Yu has meaningful pursuits. Ideally, her life should be so fulfilling that she scarcely has time to dwell on other matters. For an idle mind could lead to even more unpredictable circumstances. Ban Zhibai prides himself on being utterly responsive to his sister's needs. Even if she desired the stars from the heavens, he would undoubtedly invest in a spacecraft to procure one. From the very first day of the complete exchange between Su Ban and himself, Ban Zhibai has relentlessly employed all his connections to undertake every conceivable action, only to confront the stark and impotent reality. His sister has unwavering faith in him, never hastening to inquire about solutions or the future. the more stable her emotions remain, the more anxious and helpless Ban Jibai feels. Yet, as the pillar of strength, he must conceal these feelings. Encouraging his sister to focus on these matters might indeed be the best course of action for now. Yu, come here. Huh? What is it, brother? Ban Jiaoyu, her eyes weary from incessantly scrolling through her phone, rubbed her aching eyes, her hair in disarray and unkempt, though her short locks still appeared presentable. As she set her phone aside and approached her brother, she caught sight of the content on the screen. She held no profound impression of the foundation, having merely attended a few events and made a few donations. I wish for you to manage this foundation. You can visit it when you have leisure, take a stroll. Ban Jibai maintained his gentle demeanor, as if the Ban Jiaoyu before him was still the same Ban Jiaoyu. All right. She nodded in agreement. The genuine smiles of the children in the images stirred something within her. If there are indeed deities, she hoped that by accumulating virtue and performing good deeds, she might fulfill her wishes, for her family to be safe and, in return, regain her own body, asking for nothing more. Given Ban Jiaoyu's current mental state, even a gentle nudge could lead her to renounce worldly ties and seek a monastic life. When one yearns for that which eludes them, they are most susceptible to belief in the extraordinary. Not long prior, aside from her personal assistant, Ban Jibai had presented his sister with numerous opportunities, such as managing a branch company, embarking on an entrepreneurial venture, or re-entering campus life under Su and S identity. Yet, she had declined them all until this rare moment of acquiescence. Very well, I shall allocate additional funds, and then you can connect with Xiao Zheng, take a stroll, and do not overthink. Thank you, brother. By the way, do you still plan to visit the north? Yes, I do. I will accompany you. All right. If outsiders were present, they would be utterly oblivious to the tumultuous undercurrents experienced by these two seemingly composed individuals. Now go rest. After concluding his conversation with his sister, he promptly reached out to the person in charge of the foundation. Ban Jiaoyu stepped out of the office and made her way directly to the men's restroom. At this moment, Ban Jiaoyu had become quite adept at unburdening herself, taking a small step forward to relieve herself. There was a final shake, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment, but even if she visited the restroom once a day, she had lost count of the occurrences over the past few days. She would eventually grow accustomed to it, and her sense of shame would thicken with each passing day. Besides, standing while using the restroom was undeniably convenient. As Ban Jiaoyu washed her hands, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, splashing a handful of water on her face. After spending so much time on her phone, it felt as though a layer of grime had settled upon her skin, which the water effectively washed away. Raising her gaze once more, she noted that her hair, dampened at the forehead, accentuated the contours of Su En's face. Yet, the dark circles beneath her eyes indicated that her spirits were not particularly high. Come on, Ban Jiaoyu. She urged herself, get it together. Su En has already found his footing, you must strive to do the same. Thinking of the upcoming foundation matters and her imminent return to Qingzhen, a spark of vitality flickered in her eyes. She had not forgotten Su En's entrustment, nor the matter concerning her sister and Wang Yu. Although Su En had derived considerable benefits from her, one could hardly expect a normal person to part with their own life, even if only a fragment remained, unless, of course, their existence had become so dire that nothing was worthy of remembrance. Ban Jibai was known for her decisive and efficient manner. Once a plan was set, she would not delay. Ban Jiaoyu received a call from the current head of the foundation. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Yes, it is I. Manager Ban has informed us. Could you let us know when you might be available to visit our office? I am available at any time. That is splendid. Would this Saturday work for you? Yes, that works. Xiao Zheng was indifferent to who would take over the foundation. The boss had their own reasoning, and it was best to selectively heed the rumors. After hanging up, Ban Jiaoyu glanced at her reflection once more. Indeed, I need to attend to my appearance, she mused, noting that her hair had grown rather unruly since Su En flew to Huan without a trim. Chapter 67. The legendary assistant Su. Ban Jiaoyu undoubtedly enjoyed a playful spirit. Feeling a bit more cheerful, her thoughts began to wander. Were it not for her imminent work at the foundation and her return to see Su En's sister, she might have considered dyeing her hair blonde and adorning herself with earrings. She envisioned tattoos of dragons and tigers, indulging in whimsical daydreams. An image of Su En with blonde hair, bare-chested and showcasing his muscular back adorned with tattoos, flashed through her mind, eliciting a soft chuckle from her lips. Though it was merely a fleeting thought, after messaging her brother, she took the elevator down to find a hair salon for a haircut. Good morning, Assistant Su. Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Su. Naturally, she encountered greetings from employees along the way. Suan was indeed a prominent figure within the company. From two receptionists at the front desk, who were idly gossiping during their break. Did you see Assistant Sue? I did. Have you heard about the situation between Assistant Sue and Manager Ban? What situation? Ah, it is quite normal for you, being new here, not to be aware of these matters. Allow me to elucidate. Come closer. I recounted the tale of Suan, who, lacking in both academic credentials and background, ascended like a rocket to become the personal assistant, and the various privileges bestowed upon Assistant Sue by our esteemed Director Ban, all with heartfelt sincerity. At this age, young girls are brimming with curiosity and imagination. Surely not. Our Director Ban is a strikingly handsome gentleman. It cannot be true. Oh, but you fail to grasp the situation. How old is Director Ban this year? Approaching 30, and he has yet to have a single girlfriend. What if he simply has high standards? Just look at Assistant Sue's dark circles. Do they not suggest a visage that has been tenderly cared for? Perhaps he is merely fatigued from work. Assistant Sue is indeed hard at work. You are unaware of how early he leaves the office. No one in the company enjoys greater comfort than he, even more than Director Ban. The two women turned to gaze at Suan, who had just emerged from the elevator. Your words certainly provoke a chuckle. Indeed, indeed. Ban Zhaoyu immediately noticed the two receptionists whispering among themselves. Having once been a woman herself, she recognized their expressions, gestures, and even their lip movements. They were likely gossiping, and as she passed by the front desk, she intentionally cleared her throat several times. The two receptionists instantly fell silent, pretending to be engrossed in their tasks. Ban Zhaoyu casually wandered into a nearby hair salon. The company is situated in a prime location, replete with all necessary services. One cannot deny that Ban Zhaoyu, in her current state, exudes a certain air of dishevelment, with stubble and unkempt hair. She was quite familiar with styling for women, but this was her first experience in a men's haircut. Good day, sir. Would you like a haircut or a perm? Just a simple haircut, please. Very well. This way, please. If you have any specific requests, feel free to share. Make me look good, just like Tony. Tony, with a confident pat on his chest, assured that it was no trouble at all, and began his professional work with the scissors. The sound of snipping filled the air as strands of hair fell away. Ban Zhaoyu found herself growing drowsy amidst the rhythmic sound of the scissors, half closing her eyes. Sir, how does this look? Tony tucked the scissors away into his pocket with satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. It was undoubtedly a trendy hairstyle. Ban Zhaoyu wore an expression of discontent. Tony had styled her hair into a slicked-back look. It was impeccably done, shining with polish, a hallmark of a successful man. How do you find it, sir? In truth, the slick-back style was not unattractive and did impart a semblance of success. However, it perfectly struck a nerve with Ban Zhaoyu. The mere thought of sporting such a hairstyle sent shivers down her spine. Tony, noticing the customer's expression, realized something was amiss. The customer seemed less than pleased. This was unexpected. He was renowned for tailoring haircuts to suit individuals, and this customer's aura and attire were ideally matched. The stubble and melancholic gaze were simply perfect. What have you done to me? I have always detested slick-back hair. As Ban Zhaoyu beheld Ban Baba, characterized by his prominent pompadour, he momentarily experienced an illusion of transforming into his father. I apologize, truly, I am sorry. What can be done to remedy this? He inquired. Please give me a buzz cut, he requested. Very well, please hold on. This time, I'll offer you a discount. The buzz cut proved to be a far simpler task, and soon a perfectly groomed style appeared in the mirror. Tony smiled contentedly, observing that the customer seemed satisfied, thus alleviating his concerns. Now, please shave my beard as well. Ban Zhaoyu added. Of course, a facial cleanse as well. Yes, that would be sufficient. Suddenly, Ban Zhaoyu found the refreshing sensation of the buzz cut quite agreeable. Yet a tinge of melancholy washed over him as he absent-mindedly stroked his head, reminiscing about his once luscious locks. After indulging in the full suite of services, Ban Zhaoyu emerged from the barber shop, feeling rejuvenated, hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way back to the office. The two receptionists nearly failed to recognize him upon his return. It seemed that Assistant Sue had undergone a transformation during his brief outing, yet he appeared rather handsome. Leaving them puzzled, Ban Zhaoyu entered his brother Ban Zhibai's office without knocking, as was his custom. Ban Zhibai, engrossed in his documents, momentarily flinched at the intrusion, furrowing his brow as he raised his gaze, only to recognize his sister. What prompted you to opt for a buzz cut? He inquired, surprised. He had assumed that his sister would prefer to grow her hair long and perhaps tie it into braids, as she had always cherished her beautiful long hair. Clean and convenient, she replied, while he absent-mindedly touched his own buzz cut. Observing his sister's cheerful demeanor, Ban Jibai chose not to press further. Are you tired? I can have the driver take you home, he offered. Meanwhile, Suin fretted over his own long hair, finding the process of washing it quite troublesome. It was no wonder that girls spent so much time in the shower. His thick locks felt akin to washing a garment. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that his hair was of good quality and did not fall out easily, unlike his sister's, whose hair seemed to inexplicably litter the floor with strands. Suin had entertained the notion of cutting his long hair short, perhaps opting for a buzz cut and donning a wig, yet he deemed it inappropriate to shear a girl's long tresses, a stark contrast to the indifference with which men treated their hair length. Furthermore, the cascading locks provided a sense of security, serving as a constant reminder that he was indeed a girl. Dinner consisted of meatball soup made from transformed hamburger patties, accompanied by a stir-fry of minced meat. Prior to his arrival, Suin had researched the local meat products, noting that some carried a strong fishy odor, bubbling with blood foam during cooking, leaving the pot resembling a scene from a cartoon. However, the brand selected by Shun Xiuyu did not present such issues, prompting Suin to once again commend the reliability of his friend Shin. As he ate, he perused the recent chat screenshots sent by Ban Jiaoyu, featuring conversations with his sister. It was evident that, in their exchanges, she harbored no suspicions, as her words were laced with anticipation for their reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Suin had often longed to return and see his sister. Chapter 68, The Shy Girl's Class. If it were possible, Suin would prefer not to leave the country. However, remaining at home would be difficult to justify and could easily lead to exposure. It was better to hide here. Only a certain Xiao Shun was somewhat acquainted with Ban Jiaoyu, while the others were complete strangers. The unfortunate reality was the significant disparity between him and Ban Jiaoyu. If they were an ordinary pair of individuals who had exchanged bodies, adapting and coexisting would undoubtedly be much simpler. Alas, that was not the case. With a sense of melancholy, Suin served himself a bowl of meatball soup and slurped it down. When the time for their regular video call approached, he tidied his emotions and, after ensuring everything was in order before the mirror, connected the video. On the other side was Ban's mother. This was her second time video chatting with her daughter since she had gone abroad. The screen provided a certain comfort, easing Suin's tension, allowing him to respond with relative composure. Yo-yo, how have you been adjusting? I'm doing well. Suin found that speaking in Ban Jiaoyu's voice did not completely convince her mother. Only when he mentioned Shin Qiuyu's name did Ban's mother nod in reassurance. By the way, have you and your brother had a disagreement? Not at all. We're getting along just fine. No conflicts, Suin replied. Please advise your brother to bring home a sister-in-law soon. He seems to be getting a bit too close to a man named Suin. Rumors have reached your father and me, Ban's mother said earnestly. It had been a while since anyone had called him by that name, and hearing it in such a context left Suin somewhat speechless. All right, I will talk to my brother, he assured her. Satisfied, Ban's mother continued to chatter on, and Suin listened attentively, drawing the faintest semblance of maternal love from her words, strange yet fulfilling. After a lengthy discourse, Ban's mother suddenly shifted her tone. Yo-yo, is something troubling you? What's wrong, Mom? You usually wouldn't listen so obediently to me. Ban Jiaoyu was playful and candid, typically tolerating only a few admonitions before resorting to playful defiance. Suin's gaze wandered. I just missed you and wanted to hear your voice, he replied. Indeed. His playful tone proved effective, as Ban's mother quickly capitulated, hastily bidding farewell and ending the call. She missed her daughter too. Oh dear. How ironic that a mother would suspect her child of being overly obedient. It was fortunate he hadn't stayed in the country, otherwise, he would likely have been dragged out by Ban's mother by now. After finishing the video call, Suin began searching for video tutorials. Learning incessantly was the only way to navigate this life more smoothly. However, our Suin was soon overwhelmed by the boisterous style of overseas videos. Having installed several popular social media and video platforms from this side, the videos that shock the eyes with their sensational content are but the tip of the iceberg. The blonde lady claps with her posterior, the sound echoing loudly. A mere glimpse into the myriad of Western eccentricities and cultural shocks that prompted Suin to promptly delete the app. Sometimes, witnessing too much is not necessarily a good thing. The official commencement day of Krempia University has arrived. Having completed all preliminary preparations, Suin has truly become a student of Krempia University. On this day, apart from Shun Qiuyu, Vio, and her uncle's family, many have come to bid farewell to Suin. After saying goodbye to her friends and family, she joins the throng of new students, embarking on her unique adventure, one of solitude. Following the directions to the assembly point, she remains quiet and keeps her head down, exuding an air of shyness. By intentionally presenting herself as difficult to approach, she aims to minimize social interactions, thereby reducing the challenge of her new environment, a strategy she finds rather effective. Her peers in the same major appear to possess a certain charisma. A boy with braided hair and black-rimmed glasses, a blonde youth with a high nose and blue eyes, and a tall Caucasian girl with brown hair. There are also Asian students, stylishly dressed in the latest trends, occasionally nodding and interjecting with phrases in their vibrant English. The Film and Television Academy offers a diverse range of disciplines: animation and digital arts, film and media studies, film and television production, interactive media, and gaming, media arts and practice, and film and television writing. Suin feels like a drifting leaf in a vast ocean, surrounded by a cacophony of English accents. She can only stand amidst it all by leaning on Ban Zhaoyu's presence. Ban Zhaoyu stands out with her striking appearance, drawing the attention of others who cannot resist initiating conversation. "Hello, classmate." A girl with an Asian visage greets Suin, prompting her to relax slightly. "Hello, are you from Hua country?" "Yes, are you as well?" The warmth of encountering a fellow compatriot in a foreign land brings comfort, leading Suin to switch to Chinese for more effortless communication. "Hello, my name is Yianin, from Hu Gang. And you?" "I am Ban Zhaoyu from Huan. Pleased to meet you. Let us walk together." "Ah, certainly." With someone to accompany her, the daunting task of socializing feels significantly less intimidating, a welcome relief for Suin. "Let me guess your major. It must be acting, right? Did I guess correctly?" "I am studying film and television production." "Oh, is that so? I thought I was meeting a future superstar today." Yianin's voice trails off, tinged with disappointment. Among the East Asian faces, Ban Zhaoyu undeniably stands out. Yet she is pursuing film and television production. What a pity. "Can I call you Yu? Suin inquires. "No problem, whatever you prefer." "You are truly shy." Hardly daring to meet my gaze while speaking, Yianin observes. Suin, noting her tendency to avoid eye contact, manages a smile and looks at Yianin's face. Upon closer inspection, her eyebrows raise in surprise. Yianin and her younger sister share a striking resemblance, both embodying the charm of round-faced, adorable girls. In a fleeting moment, an illusion washed over Yianin, as though she beheld her sister Suhuan. This time, it was Yianin who felt a tinge of embarrassment. The gaze of the stunning beauty was potent, conveying an unarticulated tenderness through her sparkling eyes. "You know, Yu, have you ever considered pursuing a career in performance?" Suin, regaining her composure, gently shook her head. "By the way, what is your major?" "I am studying interactive media. This field is currently burgeoning, and upon completing my studies, I intend to return home to develop my career in new media and gaming, both of which are quite lucrative." The two young women from Huagua continued their conversation as they walked, exchanging contact information. However, due to their differing majors, they had to part ways temporarily when it was time to regroup. Suin transformed once again into a bashful girl, joining the larger group for the opening ceremony. Several professors from the academy delivered speeches, peppered with terminology that Suin found perplexing. Although she struggled to comprehend, she clapped along with her classmates, attempting to fit in. Chapter 69. Distinction. Suin sat in her seat, feeling a lack of enthusiasm as she glanced at the passage of time. Her mind wandered, reminiscent of returning home. Standing alongside peers in work attire, subjected to a lecture. It seemed that no matter where one went, the experience of listening to speeches was unavoidable. After a brief pause, a sudden uproar erupted around her, followed by resounding applause. Clearly, the speaker had shared some profound wisdom, and Suin, still in a daze, joined in the clapping. There was a social group as well, where many subsequent arrangements were communicated. Students simply needed to attend classes at designated locations to earn credits. Suin planned to return home and relax whenever she had no classes. However, before she could leave, Yianin intercepted her. This girl had finally found a friend and was unwilling to let her slip away. Grabbing Suin's arm, Suin instinctively pulled away but relaxed upon realizing it was Yianin, who was refreshingly open. "Yu, do you live in a dormitory or rent an apartment?" "I rent a place." "Oh, I'm staying with a host family, which saves me a lot of money. The parents here are quite friendly." Yianin, bursting with enthusiasm, continued to chat animatedly. Suin listened quietly, noting that this girl not only resembled her sister in appearance, but also shared her personality traits. "Yu, there will be a welcome party for new students today. Would you accompany me?" Suan hesitated, desiring to decline and retreat to her apartment for some relaxation, yet found herself unable to voice her refusal. Under Yeonan's hopeful gaze, she eventually nodded. Wonderful. You are truly kind. I sought several others, but only you were willing to talk to me and keep me company. Yeonan then mentioned that she had other matters to attend to. Her family, being only middle class, had invested considerable resources in sending her here for her education, and her monthly allowance was limited. Though she wouldn't starve or freeze, she also couldn't indulge in lavish parties or luxury cars. Thus, Yeonan chose to assist her host family by walking their dog, tending to the lawn, and taking on temporary cashier roles, earning a little extra to ease her financial burden and contribute to her household. Listening to Yeonan's earnest plans and heartfelt confessions, Suan felt a twinge of guilt. The luxurious parties she spoke of seemed to refer to him, and he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. By the way, what brought you here to study? Suan asked, forcing a smile. Admitting the truth was out of the question. So he rummaged through his memories for something the original owner had once said. I have a passion for recording and screenwriting, creating what I envision. If possible, I aspire to direct my own works in the future and tell a compelling story. Yeonan listened intently, her eyes wide with admiration. Yu was indeed pursuing her dreams, unlike herself, whose focus was solely on obtaining a degree and making money. However, noticing the attire and demeanor of Ban Zhaoyu, it was evident that her family background was significantly more affluent than her own. On one hand, Yeonan genuinely wanted to befriend Ban Zhaoyu. On the other, she saw the potential for expanding her network for future endeavors, prompting her to adopt a more enthusiastic demeanor, leaving Suan somewhat overwhelmed. Where's your rented place? May I visit you? Suan pondered the name of the area. She felt quite comfortable around Yeonan and saw no harm in sharing. It would be disingenuous for Ban Zhaoyu not to have made any friends in this area. Yeonan pulled out her phone to jot it down, confirming it was indeed a wealthy residential district. She had researched it thoroughly, knowing which areas were dangerous and where affluent individuals resided with job opportunities. Then I shall see you later. See you later. After bidding farewell to Yeonan, Suan found himself at a loose end. They had agreed to meet at 5 o'clock in the evening. With idle time on his hands, he pulled out his phone, and it soon delivered new notifications. Shinshoyu, do you need me to pick you up? How considerate of him, but it felt burdensome to keep imposing. Ban Zhaoyu, I can return on my own. I'll just familiarize myself with the route. Shinshoyu, all right, let us stay in touch. Also, avoid these areas and take this route. It's the best option. Shinshoyu promptly sent detailed directions for her journey home, outlining the time required, potential issues, and pros and cons with exceptional clarity, almost as if he intended to escort her in person. If memory served, this Shinshoyu, being a computer science student, was undeniably meticulous, a true talent. Ban Zhaoyu, thank you. I appreciate your help. She then began perusing the guide, realizing that even a foolproof tutorial could not be more straightforward. Following the steps, Suan first attempted the subway. Upon receiving Ban Zhaoyu's message, Shinshoyu felt a sense of emotional fulfillment from their brief exchange. Caring for Ban Zhaoyu was turning out to be less daunting than he had anticipated. By the way, it had been many years since he had paid attention to that particular date. Looking after his younger sister was indeed a reasonable endeavor. When an individual willingly engages in an activity and subsequently receives positive reinforcement, they tend to become increasingly engrossed. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, Su Huan, the younger sister of Suan, has been sending messages with growing frequency, nearly every day, confirming whether her brother will indeed return. This interaction serves to alleviate Ban Zhaoyu's sense of emptiness, as she engages enthusiastically with the vivacious sister. Ban Zhaoyu genuinely regards the young girl on the other side of the screen as her sister, which further enriches their affectionate exchanges. Su Huan, brother, you are absolutely certain that you will return this time, right? Suan, absolutely certain. Moreover, sister, you have inquired about this for an entire week. How could I not return? Su Huan, oh brother, you have no idea how worried I am about you. Ever since you left, I have felt increasingly uneasy. With all this talk about high-paying jobs abroad, I can't help but wonder, are you sure you aren't being deceived? The girl's words elicited a chuckle from Ban Zhaoyu. Indeed, under ordinary circumstances, what employer would be so irrational as to offer such exorbitant salaries to hire Suan? Suan, do you really doubt me so much? Su Huan, no, it's just that Sister Wang Yu has been inquiring about you. When I briefly explained your situation, she sensed something amiss and asked if you were being controlled. Ban Zhaoyu paused, The name Wang Yu had surfaced numerous times, indicating a genuine concern for Suan, coupled with the fact that she was Su-En's first love. However, given the current circumstances, it also reflected Su-En's own regrets. Su-Huan, all right, brother. Let me pose a question to you. Suan, what question? Go ahead and ask. Su-Huan, what is my birthday? Answer promptly, or I shall assume you are an impostor masquerading as my brother. Though the conversation was laced with jest, it sent a chill down Ban Zhaoyou's spine. Fortunately, she had a reminder noted, perfectly timed to avoid raising suspicion, and she responded accordingly. Chapter 70. Closing in Suan. How could I forget? It's October 3rd. Ban Zhaoyou sighed in relief, wiping her forehead. Su-Huan, well, that clears you for now. But brother, what exactly do you do for work that earns such a high salary? The young girl remained curious. After all, earning tens of thousands a month is not something an ordinary person achieves, and with her limited experience, she simply could not fathom it. Sister Wang Yu, a dedicated teacher at a prestigious high school, earned only a modest income. Yet, Ban Zhaoyou herself was perplexed about where Su-En could possibly find such a job. Su-En's physique now appeared notably more delicate than when he left Qingzhen. Absent were the days of delivering takeout, and a gentle pinch at his waist revealed softness. It was hard to believe he had gone to work as a sailor or to mine in Africa. Su-En, I am a personal assistant. I have encountered a benefactor. Su-Huan, honestly, are you being supported by a wealthy woman? Ban Zhaoyou chuckled softly while typing, finding Su-En to be rather dull and unremarkable. Yet his sister possessed a certain charm that intrigued her, just a hint of understanding. Su-En remarked, what are you pondering with that little head of yours? Have you been studying diligently? Ban Zhaoyou's secret to engaging with Su-En was to play the coy. While Su-En's method of interacting with Ban Zhaoyou and her sister revolved around inquiries about their studies, the moment academics were mentioned, Su-Huan would surely become compliant. As anticipated, the response from across the way was significantly delayed this time. How disheartening. She had hoped that her brother's recent outing would broaden his horizons, rendering him more open-minded and interesting, rather than remaining the same old authoritative figure. Yet, the familiar tone and topics persisted, with her brother still being the ultimate conversation ender. Recently, Su-Huan had indeed become somewhat lax, her academic performance showing little improvement, even regressing slightly, though her attitude had improved somewhat since Sister Wang Yu's arrival. Su-Huan replied, of course I've been studying well, you needn't worry about that. All right, I won't chat with you any longer. Concluding their conversation for the day, Ban Zhaoyou felt as though she had just witnessed a short play, her spirits considerably lifted. Leaning back in her seat, she closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Ban Zhibai continued to observe from the corner of his eye, careful not to let his sister notice his gaze. Today, Ban Zhaoyou appeared to be in good spirits, in excellent form. This time, he planned to accompany his sister to Su-En's hometown, assuming the role of Su-En's employer. This was intended to alleviate any suspicions from Su-En's relatives and to offer some form of compensation to Su-En's sister. Having previously clashed with Su-En, there would undoubtedly be an insurmountable barrier, yet the ability to converse, at least on the surface, remained harmonious, primarily because Su-En still had familial ties to consider. He had a sister too. As brothers, they understood each other's sentiments. By expressing goodwill through Su-En's sister, he hoped to provide Su-En with some peace of mind. To take a step back, even if Su-En were to entertain the worst possible thoughts, he would not resort to malevolent actions. His sister was currently within Ban Zhibai's line of sight, yet the absence of her familiar face and voice made a significant difference. Had he not witnessed this series of events firsthand, he might have been inclined, like their parents and other relatives, to believe that the one possessing the external semblance was indeed his sister. In a melancholic vein, it seemed that the true Ban Zhaoyou stood at the brink of being replaced, with only himself and Hua Feng remaining. Brother, let us rehearse our lines to avoid any mishaps once we arrive. Let us take this seriously. All right, I shall cooperate wholeheartedly. Very well. I will organize the information and send it to you later. For now, I must take my leave. Be cautious on your way. Avoid wandering into unsavory places. I know. As he watched his short-haired sister exit the office, Ban Zhibai canceled his plans for the evening. After a brief pause, he took the elevator to the parking lot and then drove to Hua Feng's location. In addition to his primary duties, Hua Feng had recently taken to reading various philosophical texts. With an abundance of philosophical insights, even the most explosive and bizarre concepts could not unsettle him in the slightest. Contemplation often led to clarity. Sipping on fragrant green tea, Hua Feng's brow relaxed. A knock at the door interrupted him. "Please, come in." A shroud of shadow enveloped the scene, yet it was silent, unmistakably the presence of Ban Ji-bai. Before Ban Ji-bai could utter a word, Hua Feng had already poured a cup of tea and offered it. "Please, have some tea first." Ban Ji-bai accepted the cup, sipping slowly, the warmth of the tea radiating through his chest. He had come to discuss the recent circumstances surrounding Ban Jiaoyu with Hua Feng, seeking analysis to soothe his own heart. After listening to Ban Ji-bai's words, Hua Feng set aside his book, analyzing the situation. It appeared that Yu Yu was faring well. As long as something captivated her attention, there should be no significant issues. What was truly concerning was her lack of interest in matters at hand. "I understand your worries," Hua Feng continued, "but for now, we are the only ones who can openly discuss this, aren't we? Therefore, if Yu Yu remains silent, you must refrain from delving into that realm. Just act as normal as possible." Ban Ji-bai bowed his head in silence. All of this was for Yu Yu's continued existence, was it not? Try to see it positively. Perhaps tomorrow will bring a change. After hearing Hua Feng's words, Ban Ji-bai felt a slight easing of his burden. "Thank you." In the passage of time, two different vistas unfolded. Su-in accompanied Yi En into the freshman welcome party at the Columbia University Film School, where they encountered esteemed alumni, renowned stars, celebrated directors, and influential figures from the gaming industry. Thus, Su-in officially embarked on his journey as an international student, nervously familiarizing himself with the course schedule. Before classes commenced, he dedicated an entire day to crafting a guide for Ban Jiaoyu, mirroring the strategies of Shin Qiuyu. He prepared advice for his sister Su Huan, his good friend Lu Jun, and of course, for Wang Yu. Learning that Wang Yu had transferred to Lanheng No. 18 Middle School stirred a complex mix of emotions within Su-in. The impact of first love and cherished memories was undeniably profound, especially since Wang Yu remained unchanged to this day. Reflecting on this, Su-in could somewhat comprehend Ban Jiaoyu's feelings for Shin Qiuyu. Indeed, Shin was quite admirable, and it was entirely natural for Ban Jiaoyu to be fond of him. Unfortunately, the two were destined to let each other go. It was somewhat cruel, yet not entirely so, as they did not have to relinquish their bonds personally. Having someone else take on that burden was not without its merits. In truth, since the onset of their irregular exchange, the souls, bodies, and lives of Su-in and Ban Jiaoyu became inextricably intertwined, each harboring a piece of the other. Yet, these two remained unaware, still clinging to the notion of leading separate lives, a perspective that was rather idealistic. After sending the guide to Ban Jiaoyu, Su-in set out to clear his mind, as there were many thoughts regarding Wang Yu that needed unwinding. Upon pushing open the door to his apartment, he fortuitously encountered the elderly lady from next door returning from a walk with her dog. The lady greeted her new neighbor warmly. A delightful Samoyed ambled leisurely in front of its owner, displaying a smile that was truly heartwarming. Su-in couldn't help but smile in return. Chapter 71. Sister the Samoyed seemed blissfully unaware, offering smiles to every passerby, prompting Su-in to mirror that same joyful expression, regardless of the sincerity of feelings. And without questioning the reason behind the smiles, Su Huan turned off the chat dialogue with her brother, her heart brimming with joy. Her brother was finally returning home, safe and sound, contrary to her recent, tumultuous imaginings of him being deceived by scammers or encountering other dangers. In this world, the bond between siblings is profound. Her brother had nurtured her from childhood, and naturally, Su Huan hoped for his success, yet safety remained paramount. Throughout her childhood, she had often heard sentiments like, had it not been for bringing along this burden, implying that Su-in could have thrived even more. Su Huan yearned to assist her brother, yet first, she needed to seize the rare opportunity of love, adhering to her brother's earlier advice to wait until she graduated from university and entered the workforce. By then, she would be nearing 30. Just contemplating this filled her with concern. In Su Huan's eyes, the ideal candidate for a sister-in-law had long been determined. It was Wang Yu, Teacher Wang. Her urgency in summoning her brother back was also to facilitate a connection between the two. With Teacher Wang's qualifications, she could undoubtedly teach at the best schools in the city, yet she deliberately chose to work at Lanheng 18 Middle School, coincidentally the same age as her brother, and still single. Within just a few days, she had approached Su Huan to inquire about her brother, a gesture that was unmistakably clear. Teacher Wang was intelligent, elegant, and possessed striking beauty. It would indeed be a tremendous blessing for her brother to find companionship with someone like her. However, Su Huan was convinced that without her own efforts, her brother would likely never take the initiative. Being such a shy girl, Teacher Wang probably wouldn't express her feelings either. When two introverted individuals meet without external encouragement, it becomes exceedingly difficult for their relationship to progress. Thus, Su Huan resolved to take action. The young girl began sharing posts on her social media, revealing her brother's impending return and her own birthday. Her friends, with whom she shared a close bond, immediately liked and commented on her posts. Su Huan believed her social connections were quite favorable, and she also had access to Teacher Wang's social media account, allowing her to convey information without direct communication. Indeed, upon seeing Wang Yu's name among the new likes, Su Huan felt a sense of satisfaction as she closed her phone. She hoped her brother would contribute to this effort, given his current salary. It was time to start considering these matters. She was not a frivolous spender. Once she reached adulthood, she wouldn't need her brother's support. Nor would she require him to save excessively. He should focus more on his own aspirations. She eagerly anticipated the day she could affectionately call Teacher Wang's sister, a term of endearment that would welcome another member into their small family, eventually leading to a multitude of children who would call her aunt. In a well-lit window of the staff quarters at Lanheng 18 Middle School, Wang Yu had completed her lesson preparations for the following day. Sitting by her bedside, she held her phone and smiled softly. She too began to feel a sense of anticipation for their reunion. It had been many years since graduation, and she was uncertain about her decision to choose this position despite her family's objections, leaving behind what could have been a better opportunity. It is simply the desire to glimpse the figure from the memories of youth, or perhaps it is the dawn of a new day. As Lanheng 18 Middle School welcomes a fresh beginning, the high school students rise before dawn, and Yu Huan is no exception as she arrives in the classroom. The first period begins with Chinese literature. The content for recitation has been inscribed on the blackboard by the class representative, and the murmurs of students starting to recite fill the air. Amidst the buzzing of recitation, several of Yu Huan's close friends engage her in gossip. As a day student, Yu Huan enjoys ample time and easy access to the internet. All the latest gossip from the entertainment industry, news of who has starred in a new drama, or updates on certain television series are the topics her friends eagerly discuss with her. Yu Huan is more than happy to share her insights, while occasionally a teacher strolls in, pretending to have read the text a few times before moving on. Ultimately, the class representative will check the recitations, and even they are tuned into the latest trends. Glancing at the clock, Yu Huan notices that the first period is nearing its end, and the sounds of reading in the classroom gradually diminish. Those with lively spirits have already begun their countdown, with some even stretching their legs in anticipation. The sound of moving benches reverberates from all directions, creating a sense of vibrational energy throughout the building. There is no cause for alarm. It merely signifies breakfast time. The advantage of being a day student becomes apparent as Yu Huan leisurely retrieves her breakfast from her bag, unhurried and without the need to scramble for food. Aside from a few who sacrifice their mealtime for study, she savors this rare moment of tranquility. Just as she takes a bite of her small pancake, she notices someone waving at her from the entrance, and upon looking up, she sees her sister stepping out with breakfast in hand. "Sister, you're here so early." Wang Yu finds delight in being addressed as sister whenever in informal settings. Yu Huan always calls her that. Initially, Wang Yu felt a bit shy, but gradually she embraced it, occasionally sharing snippets of her past with Suan, which never fails to capture the young girl's attention. Yu Huan knows little about the history between her brother and Wang Yu, having gleaned only fragments from Lu Jun. Naturally, any inquiries directed at her brother yield no information. "Have you eaten?" Yu Huan raises the small meat pie in her hand. "I have. Is there something you need to discuss?" With a mischievous glint in her eyes, her adorable visage, and her resemblance to Suan, Wang Yu feels a touch of bashfulness. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask how you plan to celebrate your upcoming birthday, so I can prepare a gift." "Sister, you needn't worry about gifts. Your presence at the celebration is what matters most." "All right then, I'll send you the details of the time and place. You must come." Before Wang Yu can respond, the arrival of a few early students greeting the teacher interrupts their conversation, prompting Yu Huan to wave and return inside. As Wang Yu regains her focus, she smacks her forehead. "Oh dear, I forgot to ask when Suan is coming back. However, it is not too late. An online inquiry will suffice." Wang Yu has also returned to the office. Teacher Xiao Wang seems to be in quite a good mood today. Has something delightful occurred? Not at all, merely jesting. Young teachers tend to be shy by nature. Engaging in amiable interactions with the senior faculty, she simultaneously marked the calendar with a circle. This office is filled with the generation of parents, and at this moment, Wang Yu has no one to share her feelings with. She simply put on her headphones, humming a tune while creating a PowerPoint presentation to pass the time. The anticipation has been immense. Wang Yu understands Suan, which makes her feel a sense of regret for him. However, it is fortunate that the two will meet once again. Yet, she must earnestly inquire about Suan's current employment, especially after hearing Su Huan mention a monthly salary in the tens of thousands. Wang Yu remains skeptical, not out of disdain for Suan's capabilities. Chapter 72. I have returned. Days devoid of significant events often passed swiftly and unremarkably. The Mid-Autumn Festival soon approached amidst the passing weeks. When Su Huan received the holiday notification, she realized that the day had finally arrived. It had already been agreed that Lu Zhen would accompany her. Ban Zhibai had also meticulously planned the itinerary well in advance. Ban Zhaoyu began to feel anxious. Whether through body exchange or complete transformation, this was the first time she faced the complexities of Suan's life. Ban Zhaoyu was worried about not performing well. If Suan's sister or Wang Yu were to notice anything amiss, complications would surely follow, yet she had no choice but to return. A promise made must be fulfilled. Yo-Yo, is there anything else to prepare? Ban Zhibai, clad in a suit and tie, epitomized the quintessential image of a company executive. Nothing else. We can purchase items when we arrive there. Do not be too nervous. I will be right behind you. Brother, it is not merely a matter of nerves. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Let us depart. The mode of travel remains a flight followed by a high-speed train. Ban Zhaoyu began to maintain a high-intensity connection with Suan, who was on the other side of the ocean and had taken leave for this reason. She truly did not want her sister or others to find out. So there could be no room for error. On the plane, Ban Zhaoyu began to envision the scene upon meeting Wang Yu, an old classmate not seen in years. What kind of reaction would it evoke? Moreover, this is no ordinary classmate. There are lingering feelings of youthful affection intertwined. Inquiring Suan would yield no answers, as he himself was uncertain of his response. It was a matter she had to navigate alone. As the plane ascended, so too did Ban Zhaoyu's spirits. While contemplating throughout the journey, she suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She had found her direction, and following the path she took to meet Yu was undoubtedly the right choice. However, one must not go too far, for given the current circumstances, continuing this relationship is untenable. Let us set aside whether Ban Zhaoyu and Suan can accept this. It is undoubtedly unfair to Wang Yu, as Suan's words inadvertently reveal Wang Yu's merits. Therefore, it is imperative to draw a clear line, ensuring that entanglements do not grow increasingly convoluted. According to Suan's report, a definitive separation has been achieved with Shun Qiuyu. The nature of their relationship has transformed into that of pure brotherhood, flourishing in camaraderie. To speak candidly, it would be disingenuous to assert that Ban Zhaoyu felt no sorrow upon receiving this news. Yet, there lies a sense of helplessness. She is no longer the person she once was, nor is he the same. Wang Yu to him, Shun Qiuyu to her. The only distinction arises when Ban Zhaoyu inquires whether Suan harbors genuine feelings for Wang Yu. Suan falls silent, revealing a shortcoming in his understanding compared to Ban Zhaoyu. Even if the genuine Suan were present, it is doubtful he would comprehend. Upon landing, Ban Zhibai and Ban Zhaoyu disembarked, promptly transferring to the high-speed train, which did not consume much time. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen was becoming increasingly impatient. Standing behind Su Huan, fidgeting anxiously. Suan, indeed, has not been considerate. Despite the duration of his absence, he has not reached out, leaving Su Huan to initiate contact for a mere couple of replies. Is he no longer a good brother? Has he forgotten his humble sibling after venturing into the world? This time, upon his return, a thorough admonishment is in order. Su Huan, brandishing a sign, stood on tiptoe, earnestly scanning each person emerging from the exits. At last, she spotted her brother, who, adorned with a cap, leisurely strolled into view, followed closely by a burly man donning sunglasses and a mask, regardless of the man's stature. Su Huan began waving her sign, attempting to capture her brother's attention. Ban Zhaoyu, too, noticed Su Huan and waved in acknowledgement. Where is she? Ban Zhibai inquired softly, shifting his gaze towards Su Huan. The young girl tossed the sign to Lu Zhen and hastily approached. Brother, Ban Zhaoyu entered the moment with fervor. I have returned. Given the lengthy absence, Su Huan enveloped her brother in a warm embrace. Neither Suan nor Ban Zhaoyu had experienced such a heartfelt hug in quite some time. Stirred by emotion, Ban Zhaoyu gently patted Su Huan's back, while Ban Zhibai's mask and sunglasses obscured his expression. Lu Zhan appeared genuinely moved, witnessing the trials and tribulations faced by this brother-sister duo, a touching sight indeed. Brother, who is this? After their embrace, Su Huan inquired about the imposing figure behind her brother. He is from our company, accompanying me on this trip, Ban Zhibai replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Su Huan leaned closer, whispering in her brother's ear, is he here to keep an eye on you? Unable to contain her laughter, she dismissed the notion as improbable. All right, let us return home and entertain our guest. It is indeed Lu Zhan who stands out. Having these few individuals lingering here is hardly ideal. Let us invite everyone to return for further conversation. A group of them boarded the vehicle, with Ban Zhibai in the passenger seat, while Ban Zhaoyu and Su Huan settled into the back. As Lu Zhan drove, he occasionally cast glances at the imposing figure beside him, a robust man who seemed formidable. Upon reaching the residence rented by Su Huan, Lu Zhan called out before even ascending the stairs, all right, and Zi Huan and this esteemed gentleman, you may head up first. I shall procure some refreshments for our gathering. Allow me to take care of it. Ban Zhibai felt somewhat awkward and attempted to shoulder the task, only to be dissuaded by Lu Zhan. Ah, you are the guest. Besides, I am well acquainted with the local culinary delights. I appreciate your care for Nzi during work hours. He has a gentle disposition. The remaining three then ascended the stairs. On their way, Su Huan appeared somewhat reserved, likely due to Ban Zhibai's presence, and refrained from speaking freely. Instead, it was Ban Zhibai who engaged his sister in conversation. The interior of the apartment was immaculate, evidently having been recently tidied. The trash can had been fitted with a fresh bag, leaving no trace behind. Just a short while ago, it had been filled with takeout wrappers. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Ban Zhibai said as he entered, removing his sunglasses and mask, having donned them solely to avoid recognition outside. After all, the buzz surrounding him and his personal assistant, Suan, had not entirely dissipated. The last thing he needed was for someone to capture a photo, which could lead to unfavorable consequences. One ought not to consider this excessive caution. Major airports are often monitored by those who thrive on such opportunities. Su Huan opened the refrigerator, placing an assortment of snacks, sunflower seeds, fruits, and the like, into a fruit bowl before returning to the living room. She was just in time to behold Ban Zhibai's true visage. Momentarily taken aback, she thought to herself, isn't this the epitome of male model aesthetics? This revelation only heightened her shyness. What kind of profession does my brother have that allows him to associate with such individuals? Were he to claim he was a model for a high-fashion magazine or a celebrity, Su Huan would readily believe him. In this small town, it was indeed rare to encounter someone of such striking handsomeness. When it came to looks, Ban Zhibai and Ban Zhaoyu were undoubtedly exceptional. Chapter 73. The place. Su Huan exchanged several furtive glances with her brother, sending multiple signals, yet Suan remained unresponsive. Ban Zhaoyu was aware of Su Huan's attempts at nonverbal communication and contemplated whether to respond. Hey, I'm back. Have you been waiting long? The door swung open, and before the figure appeared, his voice filled the air. Lu Zhan returned, burdened with an assortment of bags. Su Huan hurried to assist him, and Ban Zhaoyu, now slightly more alert, extended a hand as well. Though I cannot ascertain whether Nzi is enjoying a lavish feast, these delicacies are surely unforgettable. Lu had procured an array of items that he and Suan had often relished before: barbecue, marinated meats, duck delicacies, cold dishes, oysters, scallops, stinky tofu, and fragrant pancakes, among others. In addition, he had prepared several side dishes. All right, you all get ready. I shall fetch the beverages. During the banquet, Ban Zhibai attempted to rise several times, yet found himself unable to engage, watching as his sister and Su Huan busied themselves. He felt like an outsider. Lu Zhan ascended the stairs, steadily unloading 2 boxes of wheat juice. After such a long absence, tonight would certainly call for a hearty drink. And to this esteemed brother, let us not stand on ceremony. We are all comrades here. The tea table was already laden with dishes, the fragrant aroma of cumin oil and marinated ingredients wafting through the air as Lu Zhan popped open a row of wheat juice bottles. Huan, enjoy your drink, but remember to retire for the night at the appropriate hour. With that, Lu Zhan plopped down beside Suan, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Fortunately, Ban Zhaoyu had mentally prepared herself in advance. Aside from her somewhat stiff facial expressions, she appeared quite normal. However, Ban Zhibai's expression darkened. Even if he were in Suan's body, he could not accept such proximity. Yet, having made a promise to maintain the charade, He could only grit his teeth and clench his fists. Let us get started, and Z. You adore the fried stinky tofu from this place. I even made sure to add an extra serving of pickles just for you. And may I ask how to address this brother here? Now that we are gathered at the table, we are acquainted. Please, do not think me uncouth. I am Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan's affable nature and social awareness were evident when interacting with males. Well then, Brother Ban, let us dig in. We can have skewers, if nothing suits your palate. I can fetch something else. With such insistence, Ban Zhibai poured himself a glass of wheat juice and pretended to take a skewer of lamb. He forced a smile to indicate to Lu Zhan that he was indeed eating. Lu Zhan tilted his head back, downing half a bottle, and then leaned in to whisper to Ban Zhaoyu. Does your colleague seem a bit uncomfortable with the food? The proximity made Ban Zhaoyu's ears flush red. Instinctively feeling a sense of repulsion and discomfort, it was far too intimate. Ban Zhibai felt as though he might crush the skewer in his mouth. He had never spoken so closely to his sister before. How dare he? The aloof gestures of his good brother Suin and the pushing away of Lu Zhan's hand made Lu Zhan sense the unusual atmosphere. Yet, he could not believe Suin was the type to forget his old friends after experiencing the world. A silence enveloped the table. This long-awaited reunion did not seem as joyous as anticipated. Su Huan observed the ambience while eating, sensing something was amiss with her brother, though she could not articulate it. Directing her gaze more towards them, what was initially destined to be a night of revelry turned into only 2 bottles of wheat juice being consumed. The conversation faltered, and despite Ban Zhaoyu's extensive preparations, she found herself unable to utilize any of it. Lu Zhan sought topics to discuss. Yet Ban Zhaoyu could not engage with any of them, unaware of how to respond. The gaze of Su Huan, Suin's sister, made Ban Zhaoyu acutely aware of one undeniable truth. She could not play the role of Suin. The disparity was stark. A row of untouched glasses remained on the dining table, their silent presence akin to a voiceless cry for attention. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further, Anzi. You rest. I have matters to attend to at my shop, Lu Zhan stated, fabricating an excuse to depart. To his surprise, Ban Zhaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief, forgetting even to accompany him to the door. Instead, it was Ban Zhibai who escorted him out, while Lu Zhan awkwardly waved his hand. No need to see me off. Let Suin rest well. Perhaps she is fatigued. Brother? Su Huan's perplexed gaze and anxious tone jolted Ban Zhaoyu into action, prompting her to hasten after Lu Zhan, who had already vanished around the corner. Ban Zhibai and Ban Zhaoyu exchanged glances, each reflecting a distinct emotion. Undoubtedly, Lu Zhan's endeavor had met with complete failure. Ban Zhaoyu, too, found herself unable to bridge the gap in the presence of Su Huan and Lu Zhan. She would never embody Suin. Do spend more time with your sister. I will rent a place nearby, and we can communicate online if necessary. All right, Ban Zhaoyu replied somewhat numbly, watching her brother descend the stairs. She then slowly closed the door, turning once more to face Su Huan, who remained seated on the sofa, her expression still laden with unease. This was a step that Ban Zhaoyu had to navigate alone. The best outcome would be to reassure Su Huan. Had it not been for this final step, no one would have suspected that beneath the same exterior lay a person who was not truly a relative. Brother? What is it? What is wrong with you? What could possibly be wrong? I'm fine. No worries. I shall retire for the night. See you tomorrow. Su Huan, now devoid of appetite, retreated to her room, locking the door behind her, leaving Ban Zhaoyu in the living room amidst disarray. Though they had not met for quite some time, it was only natural for one to undergo changes, yet certain elements remained immutable. These nuances, often unnoticed by the individual, could become glaringly apparent to those closest. Like a candle flickering in the dark of night, Ban Zhaoyu was not oblivious. She sensed the disquiet within herself. She sank into the sofa, observing the barrage of messages Suin had sent her, some filled with reminders, others detailing his circumstances. Ban Zhaoyu hesitated to respond, for she feared she might have muddled things on her end. Why did everything unfold seamlessly for Suin? From the domestic graduation celebration to the overseas commencement ceremony, not a single person had perceived any discord. Why was that? Ban Zhaoyu pressed her forehead, a tingling sensation coursing through her back. In her room, Su Huan sat on the bed, her feet pressed together, lost in thought. It had been months since she had yearned for her brother, yet upon their reunion, why did it feel so lackluster? In her younger days, Su Huan delighted in attending gatherings with her brother and Lu Zhan. For Lu Zhan would bring an abundance of delectable treats, and on those days, she would not be reprimanded. Her brother would engage in deep conversations with Lu Zhan, both confiding in each other and releasing their pent-up pressures. But today was decidedly different. An instinctive feeling gnawed at her as she curled herself tighter. Restless and unable to sleep, I sent a message to Sister Wang Yu. Outside the door stood Ban Xiaoyu, who contemplated knocking to inquire about her studies. Hoping to solidify Su An's persona, yet hesitated at the threshold. Ultimately, she refrained from taking that step, merely tidying up the items on the table before retreating to another bedroom. Chapter 74. The Choice. Su Huan. Is sister there? Wang Yu. What is the matter? Su Huan. My brother has returned. Wang Yu. When? Su Huan. Just this afternoon. Wang Yu's thoughts began to swirl. The day had finally arrived. She wished to directly inquire about his situation but hesitated, fearing her approach might be too blunt. After all, there would be an opportunity to meet during Su Huan's birthday, so there was no need to rush. Wang Yu. Is your brother well? Su Huan. He is certainly well, but I feel something is amiss. My brother has changed so much. Changed so much? Had he tanned or lost weight? Wang Yu. In what way has he changed? Su Huan. It's as if he is transformed. As Su Huan's narration took a turn towards the peculiar, Wang Yu urgently intervened. If she allowed this young girl to continue, who knew what kind of strange person Suan might become? Wang Yu. All right, don't overthink it. Get some rest. You have class tomorrow, right? Your brother may just need some time to adjust. With Wang Yu saying so, Su Huan had no reason to continue her musings. Anxiously, she placed her phone on the bedside table, closed her eyes, and willed herself to cease her wandering thoughts. Meanwhile, Ban Xiaoyu was in her room, chatting with her brother, expressing her feelings of inadequacy. Eventually, she blurted out, "Let us just leave tonight and not face what lies ahead." To play the role of another and not receive affirmation was truly tormenting. Even though it had not yet been explicitly articulated, yet Ban Xiaoyu's mind was already racing with thoughts of what would happen if she were discovered. Let us at least allow Suan's younger sister to celebrate her birthday, Ban Ji by consoled. If both succumbed to pessimism, there would be no turning back. After hanging up with his sister, Ban Ji by lay in the inn, his mind buzzing. If the soul swap were to persist, his sister would have to live her life in Suan's body. This inevitably meant interacting with Suan's family, which posed a considerable challenge, a blatant dilemma. If Suan, still in his sister's body, learned that she no longer wished to play the role of Suan and had severed ties with her family, what would he think? And how would he react? If Ban Xiaoyu felt as if she were being grilled on one side, then Ban Ji Bai was being tormented on both. Each individual had their own thoughts that night. Soon, dawn arrived, and Su Huan had to attend school. To be honest, she felt somewhat reluctant to open the door. However, once she did, the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen greeted her. Gently, she moved to the kitchen doorway, where her brother, clad in an apron, was preparing boiled noodles accompanied by 2 soft-boiled eggs. "Xian, you're awake. Come eat before heading off to class." The elder brother revealed a smile familiar to Su Huan, and the simple combination of plain noodles and eggs was something he often prepared. Ah, how delightful. The doubts in Su Huan's heart dissipated significantly. Indeed, having indulged in too many novels recently, her imagination had run wild. Her brother remained the same brother. It had been a long time since she savored this dish, and Su Huan obediently sat down, lifting her bowl. The porcelain bowl brimmed with noodles, topped with a perfectly soft-boiled egg. Despite being called plain water, the broth was surprisingly rich, embodying the authentic flavor of the noodles. Most importantly, this was food prepared by her brother. Su Huan deftly picked apart the egg with her chopsticks and began to enjoy her meal. Suan smiled at his sister, indulging in his own portion. This culinary skill was something Su and had specifically taught Ban Xiaoyu, as both noodles and eggs were easily sourced ingredients. During Su Huan's elementary school years, Suan frequently made this dish. It was a cherished memory shared between the siblings. Indeed, after finishing her noodles, Su Huan's expression brightened considerably. "I'm off to class now, brother. Take care on the way." Su Huan cast one last glance at her brother, who was still tidying up the table. Everything seemed to be returning to normal. Inside, Ban Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after the intense psychological guidance from her brother the night before. Having barely slept, she resolved to give her all. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. Su Huan's situation had been temporarily resolved, but next was Lu Zhan, who had been Su's good friend for many years. Their relationship was the most challenging to navigate. At the dinner table yesterday, Ban Xiaoyu had been unable to save face. The information and habits Suan had provided in advance proved to be of no use. After fortifying her mental state, Ban Zhaoyu planned to meet Lu Zhan. If he could not discern any signs, then the basic situation would be confirmed. As fate would have it, Ban Zhaoyu did not meet up with her brother this time. Suan primarily played a supportive role from behind the scenes, ensuring she wouldn't have to confront everything alone. Ban Zhaoyu searched for a considerable time before finding a shared electric scooter. She could hardly recall the last time she had ridden one. The suddenness of it felt somewhat awkward. However, approaching Lu Zhan in this manner seemed more credible, more akin to something Suan would do. After some time cycling, Ban Zhaoyu came upon the public restroom that had left a profound impression on her. The embarrassing situation from before seemed to linger vividly in her mind. The parking spot for the shared electric scooter was a bit of a distance away, so after parking, she dismounted and walked. Her steps grew smaller, her fists clenched tighter, as if she had made an immense resolution. Just beyond the next intersection lay Lu Zhan's barbershop. The shop had few customers that morning, and Ban Zhaoyu steeled herself as she approached. The door swung open and closed. "Hello, is this the barbershop?" The apprentice, engrossed in his phone, began to greet the guests without lifting his gaze, only to realize who had arrived after putting down his device. "Sugu," Ban Zhaoyu responded with a polite smile and a wave of his hand. "Sugu, please have a seat. The boss is on the second floor. I shall go call him." "No need. I'll head up myself," Sugu replied. With that, Ban Zhaoyu proceeded towards the staircase, casting a glance at the second floor. Taking a deep breath, he took the first step. The surroundings were tranquil, and each footfall echoed distinctly on the steps. The staircase was not long, and Ban Zhaoyu soon spotted Lu Zhan sprawled on the second floor. He appeared rather disheveled. An unfinished beer rested on a small table, alongside some noticeably leftover fried skewers, some of which had only been nibbled. Lu Zhan was lying in a careless manner, his belly exposed to the air. The faint sound of snoring confirmed that he was indeed asleep. Ban Zhaoyu swallowed hard. Unsure of how to rouse him, he had no choice but to seek external assistance. He captured a photo of the scene and sent it to Suan. It did not take long for Suan to respond, offering guidance. Typically, Suan would not disturb his good friend's slumber, advising to wait a little longer. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to resort to shaking him awake. Finding a random spot to sit, Ban Zhaoyu prepared to wait for Lu Zhan to awaken, anticipating a series of banter. During this time, some apprentices came to check in, eager to assist in waking Lu Zhan, but Ban Zhaoyu declined their offers. There was a certain imagery reminiscent of Liu Bei awaiting Zhuge Liang's awakening. Lu Zhan had not consumed much the previous night, thus he did not sleep in excessively late. He waited for less than an hour. Rubbing his eyes, he adjusted his shirt to cover his belly, which was exposed, as if indicating some discomfort. Chapter 75. A little bit. Lu Zhan had sensed a discordant atmosphere the prior night, leading him to excuse himself early. Feeling unwell, he had stopped by a roadside skewered delicacy stall to indulge in some food, unsure whether it was frozen or improperly prepared. His stomach began to grumble. Upon rising, he spotted Su and friends do not harbor grudges overnight. The sober Lu Zhan had already dismissed the previous day's unpleasantness. "Anzi, you sit first, we'll talk later." Ban Zhaoyu watched as Lu Zhan dashed down the stairs, then clearly saw through the second-floor window as Lu Zhan clutched his belly, sprinting toward the nearby public restroom. Recalling the conditions within the restroom, Ban Zhaoyu could not help but grimace. Not long after entering, Ban Zhaoyu received a message from Lu Zhan. "Anzi, hurry. Bring me some paper from the table. It's urgent." Ban Zhaoyu was taken aback. The choices laid before him were: 1. Take the paper to the public restroom for Lu Zhan. 2. Ask Lu Zhan's apprentice barber to deliver the paper. Or 3. Ignore the situation and let Lu Zhan resolve it himself. Time did not permit prolonged contemplation, and decisively, Ban Zhaoyu grabbed the roll of paper and headed downstairs. With heavier footsteps than before, Ban Zhaoyu made her way toward the familiar restroom. Once, twice, it was always here. If it were up to her, she would wish to dismantle or completely renovate this restroom. Since she did not wish to reveal any issues, Ban Zhaoyu had no reason to evade the ordinary actions of the real Suan. She half closed her eyes, attempting to focus solely on the ground beneath her. Upon entering the men's restroom, she was immediately engulfed by the unmistakable odor of the toilet mingled with smoke, causing a throbbing sensation at her temples and leaving her eyes sore from the stench. "Lu Zhan, where have you gone?" "Hey, Anzi, over here." A hand emerged from the farthest squat toilet, unmistakably belonging to Lu Zhan, who reached out to take the toilet paper from Ban Zhaoyu's hands. After handing over the paper, She stepped back repeatedly. What brings you here so early, Anzi? Shouldn't you be resting at home? Lu Zhan had tidied himself up and stood to wash his hands by the water pipe. It's nothing. It's been a while since we last met. I didn't have enough fun last night, so I thought I'd come see you. Ah, Anzi, you're still the same. I thought you might have seen more of the world and turned your nose up at our humble place. Well, let us find another opportunity to gather. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lu Zhan was a good person, never one to hold grudges over small disagreements, easily forgetting them. Ban Jiayu followed Lu Zhan out of the restroom, wishing she would never have to see this public toilet again in her lifetime. As they walked back, Lu Zhan continued speaking. Anzi, who cut your hair? It doesn't look great. Even a buzz cut is poorly done. Really, wait until I come back, and I'll give you a proper haircut. Ban Jiayu found warmth in Lu Zhan's boastful words about the short, stout figure before her. Suan's friend seemed genuinely decent, despite his less than attractive appearance. All right, if you're free, stay with me for the day. We'll have a drink together tonight. By the way, where's your colleague? Oh, he accompanied me here on a business trip, but he is not around now. The sole purpose of Ban Ji's presence was to lend credibility to Suan's high-paying job, since that aim had been achieved. There was no need for him to linger and complicate Ban Jiao's tasks further. Su Huan would not return home until the evening, and since Ban Jiao had nothing to do at home, spending the day with Lu Zhan was a good choice, gradually creating memories of the new Suan. As these recollections began to dominate, the new Suan would transform into the true Suan. As it was a weekday, business at the shop was quite ordinary, with only one apprentice helping out. However, just before lunchtime, the shop became bustling with activity as 4 or 5 aunties arrived, seemingly on their way to a wedding, all coming together to get their hair dyed and curled. Their trendy hairstyles were accompanied by exuberant chatter, filling the air with their loud voices. Ban Jiayu found this environment rather bothersome, yet felt powerless to change it. Fortunately, Lu Zhan was kind enough to allow her to rest upstairs first. Ban Jiayu felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. From that moment on, Lu Zhan became a true brother to her. The first floor is bustling with activity, while Ban Jiayu takes a moment to rest on the second floor, finding this lifestyle truly exhausting. Thankfully, the only individuals she must contend with are Su Huan and Lu Zhan. If there were any more, it would be unbearable. If Suan had not gone abroad and remained in the country to face her parents, it would likely be even more challenging for her, as her mother would undoubtedly be the first to notice something amiss. Seated on a small stool, Ban Jiayu rests her chin on her hand, occasionally closing her eyes to savor the tranquility. Meanwhile, Ban Ji is not truly gone. He remains close to his sister, having witnessed the scene of Ban Jiayu entering the men's restroom with a roll of paper. Fortunately, it is Suan's figure, allowing Ban Ji to deceive himself momentarily. How could his sister possibly enter the men's restroom? Such a proud, beautiful, and fastidious sister. How could she have done that? His sister is merely acting, while he is enduring a trial. As one of the few privy to the truth and an eyewitness, he is perpetually tormented from this prime vantage point, witnessing his sister repeatedly engage in actions previously deemed impossible. As dusk descends, Ban Jiayu and Lu Zhan venture out together to drink. Is she still truly his sister? Perhaps Ban Jiayu and Suan have indeed swapped places. Yet, Ban Ji soon finds himself amused by his own fanciful thoughts, crouching on the ground with his face buried in his palms, rubbing his eyes vigorously. The moment Ban Jiayu stepped into the men's restroom, she had already entered a new phase. The mere act of shoulder-to-shoulder camaraderie was trivial. Anzi, let us go? To our usual spot. All right. We won't return until we're intoxicated. Now, that is more like it. Outdoor barbecues, and the same proprietress. It has been a while since he last saw Xiao Su. What has she been up to lately? I found a good job, so I can save some money. Saving money is commendable. She indeed looks much more spirited. 2 cases of beer, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly, 6 chicken wings, 4 skewers of kidneys, all spicy, and a plate of mixed delicacies. Lu Zhan has already begun to place the order. Wait, let us add 3 skewers of sausages, 10 skewers of beef, 5 skewers of beef tendon, and 3 skewers of fried mushrooms. Pack this to go, no spice, and please use an insulated bag. Got it, it's for Huan, right? Understood. Ban Jiayu noted these details. Lu Zhan seems to know Su Huan better than she does now. Lu Zhan has largely dispelled his doubts, but Su Huan, being a woman herself, appears to sense something. I don't know what you're up to right now, on a business trip or something. But as long as you come back often, that's enough. Huan's last parent-teacher meeting was attended by me. What do you think I am? Chapter 76. Su Huan, the Overthinker. The table is still filled with beer, and as Lu Jun opens a bottle, he recounts events that transpired after Su An's departure. Ban Jiaoyu, too, raises a bottle of beer and takes a sip. What do you take me for, your brother? If it were that simple, would I even mention it? Huan refers to me as uncle, and I implore you, it's merely because I haven't had the chance to shave. The age difference is hardly significant. I am still in my 20s, after all. I seriously suspect that if my hair were not black, someone might even call me grandfather. Lacking in good looks and physique, Lu Jun feels that his youthful appellation has been unjustly stripped away. It is fortunate to have you. Anzi, you say that when we walk side by side. Referring to me as your uncle isn't inappropriate, right? While sharing a beer with Ban Jiaoyu, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Lu Jun, feeling that the beer was insufficiently exhilarating, ordered a bottle of white liquor, pouring some for Ban Jiaoyu before switching to it himself. Once seated at the table, whether human or specter, conversation came easily. Lu Jun soon found himself in a familiar rhythm, expressing his thoughts candidly. He spoke of trivial matters from his school days to the minutiae of his current life, with words spilling forth effortlessly. Ban Jiaoyu felt considerably more relaxed, gleaning information without facing any tests, while occasionally checking her phone for messages from Su Huan, inquiring about her brother's whereabouts. The only drawback was that the beer did not suit her palate, and the skewers were overly spicy, leaving her with little appetite. She resorted to indulging in the floral patterns of her attire, finding some comfort in that. Drink up, Anzi. All right. Eat, Anzi. All right. Look, Anzi. All right. Good. Anzi. All right. Ultimately, after making 3 trips to the restroom, Lu Jun, as expected, became thoroughly intoxicated. Ugh, Anzi. Take the skewers back for Huan as a midnight snack. I can manage to return by myself. Hee. It was evident he was completely inebriated. Ban Jiaoyu, accustomed to seeing drunken patrons while managing her club, often found such behavior amusing, especially when it came from girls who clung to others without causing much annoyance. However, Lu Jun's drunken state was somewhat less charming. Ban Jiaoyu settled the bill and attempted to help Lu Jun to his feet, only to feel him slacken, as the thoroughly intoxicated Lu Jun was already being assisted by Ban Jibai. You head back, I'll take care of this. Then I shall return, brother. Ban Jibai watched his sister's departing figure, then glanced at the inebriated Lu Jun, letting out a sigh. If he could alleviate some burden for his sister, he would do so. Hey, Anzi, take it slow. When did you become so strong? Despite Ban Jibai's quick reflexes to evade, the corner of his clothing was still soiled by Lu Jun's chaotic breath, causing Ban Jibai's veins to stand out, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. He cleared his throat a few times. The proprietress, noticing the situation, hurried over to assist. Though unfamiliar with Ban Jibai, she remained exceedingly warm. Oh, where is Xiao Su? You're also a friend of Xiao Lu and Xiao Su, right? Look at the state Xiao Lu is in. How did he end up drinking like this? Let us get him inside to clean up first. Meanwhile, whether Ban Jibai successfully escorted Lu Jun home or unceremoniously discarded him is yet to be determined. Ban Jiaoyu had already returned to her neighborhood. Glancing at the time, it was indeed quite late, nearing 10 o'clock. Ban Jiaoyu cautiously opened the door and then closed it softly. The lights were on inside the room, yet there was no sign of Su Huan. She was neither in the kitchen nor the bathroom. She must have retreated to her room to rest. Ban Jiaoyu decided not to disturb her, as she had yet to devise a way to quell Su and sister's suspicions. She placed the skewers she had packed onto the table and leaned back against the sofa, letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, a crack appeared in Su Huan's door, revealing her small face. Just moments ago, she had been in the living room engrossed in her phone, but upon hearing a noise at the door, she hastily slipped back into her room, one of her shoes having been left behind. Beside the water dispenser lay a pink slipper adorned with a cartoon rabbit design. Observing discreetly, she sought to uncover more peculiarities about her brother, her intuition urging her to discover something before she could find peace. After a brief respite, Ban Jiaoyu rose to fetch some water, only to notice the abandoned slipper. Turning towards her sister's room, she thought she sensed the door moving slightly. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, she could not tell. Recognizing that Su Huan was still awake, Ban Jiaoyu took the skewers to heat them and then knocked on Su Huan's door. Su Huan's heart raced, having frightened herself with her own thoughts, and the sound of the knock made her want to feign sleep. However, the memory of her missing slipper compelled her to rise and open the door, one foot shod and the other bare. Standing there with a slouched shoulder, Ban Jiaoyu placed her hand on Su Huan's shoulder and said, I brought you some skewers. Knowing you haven't eaten yet. Now, put on your slipper. Okay. Su Huan watched as her brother emerged from the kitchen with the warmed skewers, all her favorite varieties. And the frightening little story she had concocted in her mind began to fade away. These skewers demanded a drink, so she approached the refrigerator, only to be blocked by her brother from behind. No cold drinks. Su Huan's expression soured. It seemed that even a midnight snack was not to be fully enjoyed. However, she knew her brother would not relent. Come on, let me have a drink. That time I had diarrhea after drinking cold soda is ancient history. I'm fine now. Since that incident in middle school, when she had suffered from severe stomach distress after consuming cold cola, Suan had never allowed his sister to have cold drinks again. No way, brother. Su Huan, with a touch of childish charm, almost broke through Ban Jiaoyu's resolve. Yet, in order to convince her that she was indeed Suan, she maintained her stern demeanor, leading Su Huan to settle for room-temperature juice instead. Su Huan dared not voice it, but during this period, she had indulged in cold beverages at midnight, savoring the familiar flavors under the familiar guidance. She began to feel as though she had overthought everything. By the way, brother, for my birthday this year, I invited Sister Wang Yu. Is that all right? Su Huan chewed on a piece of beef tendon while glancing at her brother, eager to initiate this connection. You've already invited her. What more can I say? Hee. Just eat your food. No sleeping right after eating. Get some exercise. Once again, my brother understands me. Hee. Su Huan felt content after a hearty meal. And while taking a leisurely stroll on the balcony to aid digestion, she decided to message Sister Wang Yu. Su Huan. Sister, are you asleep? Wang Yu. Not yet. Why are you still awake at this hour? Su Huan. My brother brought me a late-night snack. I just finished eating. By the way, I mentioned to him about inviting you. Wang Yu. What did he say? Su Huan. Of course, he enthusiastically approved. You have no idea. Although my brother may not show it outwardly, he must be overjoyed inside. Hee. A girl with long hair, far across the ocean, let out a loud sneeze. Chapter 77. You celebrate mid-autumn. So do I. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by Su Huan's description. Her family had been urging her to marry and find a partner. With her striking appearance and successful career as a teacher, suitors were plentiful. Yet, she had yet to meet the right person. Only recently did she realize that her ideal partner had been right in front of her all along. Suan, who was stable in nature and considerate. Oh, he had so many unspoken virtues. If it came to discussing marriage, Suan would be the most suitable choice, far better than the blind dates she had been attending. Wang Yu cradled her face in her hands, longing to see Suan sooner. Su Huan's birthday fell on October 3rd, closely following the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. In previous years, they would have celebrated together to save expenses. However, this year, Suan had promised to make her birthday special, ensuring it would be celebrated distinctly, as he had vowed before, and Su Huan had eagerly anticipated this. Nevertheless, Su Huan's school, Lanheng No. 18 Middle School, had always had a tight holiday schedule. With the two festivals so closely aligned, they adjusted the break to span 3 days, from October 1st to October 3rd. The Mid-Autumn Festival symbolizes reunion, a day of great significance for the Chinese, especially those living abroad. Meanwhile, Suan received a video call from Ban Jiaoyu's mother. He temporarily postponed the call, citing school activities as an excuse. Suan had been preoccupied with offering advice to Ban Jiaoyu lately, his mental state not being at its best. Dark circles adorned his eyes, and his hair was untidy, visibly burdened by his thoughts. It was certainly not appropriate to video chat with Ban Ma in such a state. While his hair was manageable, the dark circles were unavoidable. In a rush, Suan purchased some concealer and spent over 2 hours perfecting his appearance until he was satisfied. When the video call connected, Ban Ma still appeared prosperous. Although her skin showed signs of care, the passage of time was evident, as wrinkles crept into the corners of her eyes upon seeing her daughter. Yo-yo, am I disturbing you? No, Mom, I've missed you. Mom misses you too. Are you adjusting well over there? Ban Ma's demeanor shifted, her eyes and the smile frozen on her face reflecting contrasting emotions. Yes, Mom. Uncle and Xiao Good take good care of me. That's wonderful. Yo-yo, pursue what you desire boldly. Your mother will always support you. Yes, I understand, Mom. Suan was not genuinely Ban Jiaoyu, yet the atmosphere of the conversation between the mother and daughter brought a lump to his throat. Ban Jiaoyu would probably have cried if she were here. It was uncertain whether she missed her parents at that moment, but he certainly yearned for his sister. By the way, Yuyo, Have you had a quarrel with your brother recently? Not at all, Mom. Haven't I always been like this with him? I just feel like there's some distance between you two. That's not true. My brother is still the same. He sends me messages from time to time, and it gets on my nerves. In truth, Ban Jibai hadn't sent Suin a single message since that incident, let alone a video call. Fortunately, Ban Ma devoted more time to caring for Ban Jiao's life and refrained from pursuing that topic further. Overall, this video call was rather ordinary. All right, Yuyo. You should rest now. It's not late over there, she said. Ban Ma took the initiative to end the call, leaving Suin feeling somewhat lost. During this period, Ban Ma had sent him numerous messages, creating an illusion of warmth in his heart, coupled with a sense of confusion. He could only refer back to the messages sent by Ban Jiaoyu to remind himself that he was Suin, not Ban Jiaoyu. Everything was normal on Ban Jiaoyu's side. She was getting along well with Lu Zhen and her sister, and for a moment, no one noticed anything amiss. Upon realizing this, Suin felt a pang of disappointment. In truth, after the body swap with Ban Jiaoyu, his situation was not vastly different. He could only watch helplessly as he ceased to be himself, at least not entirely. He had contemplated confessing, but what good would that do? Would he burden his sister with worry? Even if, hypothetically, his sister accepted the situation seamlessly, could he continue to stay in Qingtown beside her, inhabiting Ban Jiaoyu's body? Would the Ban family permit that? The reality was likely worse than being confined as a puppet. The same applied to Ban Jiaoyu, while Ban Jibai had reluctantly accepted the status quo. Could Ban Ma and Ban Ba do the same? Such was the circumstance. The two could only continue along this path. Shun Xiaoyu. Yuyo, are you asleep? Shun Xiaoga's message pulled Su in from his reverie. He was uncertain about the situation on Ban Jiaoyu's side, but without Shun Xiaoga, he felt he would be far more despondent. There was a sense of being propelled forward by Shun Xiaoga. Ban Jiaoyu. Not yet. Qiuyu, what is up? Previously, every time he typed Qiuyu, Suin felt a twinge of discomfort, given that the other was younger than him, but now he thought little of it. Shin Qiuyu, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Suin paused for a moment, then typed out each word carefully. Ban Jiaoyu, thank you, and Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you too. Shin Qiuyu, I bought the lotus seed and red bean paste mooncakes that you like. Would you like to try them? I remember you loved them when you were little. Shin Qiuyu made a special effort to visit several places and finally found the only mooncake shop run by Chinese people in Carinthia. Here, mooncakes seemed to have transformed into a type of Eastern dessert, unbound from the festive connotations typically associated with them. Instead, the mooncake gift boxes were more commonly found in Chinese supermarkets during the festival. Suin was not fond of mooncakes. He recalled a previous job where his boss distributed them as perks, too sweet, cloying, and often choking. His sister also shared his aversion. However, since Ban Jiaoyu enjoyed them, he felt compelled to partake as well. Ban Jiaoyu, all right, where are you? I'll come find you. Shin Qiuyu, I'm on my way to you now. Suin glanced at the time, pondering the necessity of this late-night rendezvous. With nearly a 12-hour time difference from home, there was no clear definition of whether the Mid-Autumn Festival was celebrated simultaneously or on a different day altogether. Suin sensed that Shun Qiuyu's transformation seemed even more pronounced than Ban Jiaoyu's. He could vaguely recall the early days of their irregular exchanges, the first time they met. There was no dislike, but certainly a sense of distance. Had it not been for their family's connections, he would have preferred to remain silent. Now, was he really coming over just to deliver mooncakes in the middle of the night? Suin was not naive. An ominous premonition began to settle in. Yet he instinctively resisted delving deeper into that thought. If only he knew how many places Shun Qiuyu had traversed to procure these mooncakes, he would surely abandon his unfounded musings. Shun Qiuyu was swift, and soon a message notifying Suin of his arrival pinged on his phone. Suin quickly donned a jacket and stepped outside. In Carinthia, the air had taken on a distinct chill this month. As he opened the door, illuminated by the street lamp, he spotted Shun Qiuyu holding a bag. Chapter 78. Two Styles of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Once he began contemplating the situation, every move Shun Qiuyu made seemed to be filtered through a lens of significance. Suin no longer called him Brother Qiuyu with the same overt sweetness as before. This time, his tone was somewhat muted, bordering on the polite exchanges between acquaintances. Brother Qiuyu. Shun Qiuyu seemed to appreciate it more. Ban Jiaoyu increasingly aligned with his psychological expectations, composed, independent, and emotionally stable. Take it, eat it while it's hot. Suin accepted the bag, feeling the warmth of the freshly baked mooncakes within. They were not the hard-shell gift boxes typically seen. Rather, they were flaky mooncakes adorned with a small red stamp. Given the challenges of sourcing domestic delicacies lately, he surmised that these were certainly not something one could casually purchase from the roadside. Thank you, Brother Chiuyu. As Suin contemplated bidding farewell, he noticed that Shun Chiuyu did not seem inclined to leave. Instead, he looked at Suin with a hint of expectation. The wind is strong outside. Should you head back first? All right. His response was crisp and decisive. Suin's incomplete sentence lingered in the air, suddenly rendered unnecessary. He found himself trailing behind Shun Chiuyu into the apartment, his heart increasingly unsettled, as if the unfolding events were indeed aligning with his earlier thoughts. Shun Chiuyu had dismantled his carefully constructed persona here more times than Suin could count. Whatever happened to the lofty ideal of the hardworking youth? So focused on his career, how did he transform into a romantic male, lead buying heartfelt gifts in the dead of night? It's rather absurd at this hour. He ought to be preparing for slumber, yet he insists on lingering indoors. One must question his emotional intelligence. Suin couldn't help but voice her thoughts, though she maintained a facade of composure, managing a half-hearted smile. Chiuyu, please, take a seat while I fetch you some water. Wait a moment, Yu. What's the matter? Shin Chiuyu gestured towards his face, prompting Suin to touch her own, realizing her makeup had indeed caked. It seemed she had been discovered by Shin Chiuyu. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Suin turned to rectify the situation, leaving Shin Chiuyu in the living room, his long legs awkwardly positioned. Surely, Yu was aware she had come prepared with makeup. It's peculiar how tangled threads, chaotic and disordered, can weave into a beautiful knot that compels one to inquire about the process. Standing before the mirror, Suin felt the weight of embarrassment as she adjusted her makeup. The foundation was indeed too thick, causing it to cake. Moreover, Ban Zhaoyu's visage was ill-suited for makeup, which obscured her natural vivacity. Even a mere application around the eyes revealed a stark contrast. Meanwhile, Ban Zhaoyu was celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival with Su Huan, who had attempted to invite Sister Wang Yu, albeit unsuccessfully. After all, the connection between Wang Yu and Suin had merely been youthful flirtation, lacking a deeper familiarity. After all these years, their relationship had not evolved significantly, due to the school's decision not to grant a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Students were provided with fruits and mooncakes, which naturally Su Huan brought home. The dining table was adorned with a few simple dishes, all selected by Suin for her sister's palate. Ban Zhaoyu wisely refrained from cooking herself, knowing she could not replicate Suin's culinary prowess. The previous bowl of plain noodles had already pushed her limits. Fortunately, Su Huan seemed to enjoy the meal. At the table, Su Huan lamented to Ban Zhaoyu about the school's rigid holiday schedule, designed to prioritize academics and prevent extended breaks, which seemed only to benefit the first-year students. Su Huan expressed her dissatisfaction fervently, while Ban Zhaoyu offered quiet agreement, occasionally smiling, though her eyes appeared hollow, suggesting a deeper contemplation. Brother, try the mooncake the school provided. I'm not fond of it. Su Huan handed her a piece, to which Ban Zhaoyu mechanically responded with an affirmative, unwrapping it to discover a red bean paste filling. The taste was rather unpleasant, leaving her with a sour expression. As for Ban Zhibai, he sat alone in a hotel room, having just placated his parents over the phone, informing them he would not be returning for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The hotel room was clean and tidy, yet the sterile decor accentuated his solitude. Aside from Ban Zhaoyu and Suin, he felt the brunt of this isolation most acutely. Accompanying his sister on this trip was an attempt to escape the scrutinizing gazes of others. In just a few days, the dual-door refrigerator had accumulated dust, its interior illuminated only by the dim yellow light that flickered upon opening. Without attention, it would extinguish instantly. Returning to Suin's side, she reorganized her makeup before being compelled to return to the living room, where Shun Chiuyu awaited her. Enjoy it while it's hot, the aunt who baked the mooncakes advised. All right, you should have some too. Suin could only retrieve a box from the bag, still warm due to its packaging. As she took a bite, it crumbled like snow from the branches, scattering delicate crumbs everywhere, delightfully flaky and fragrant. This seemed to encapsulate the essence of a mooncake. How is it? Delicious. Yet, a mooncake remains a mooncake. It leaves one parched and prone to choking. Deceived by the first bite's crispy allure, she ended up with a sticky mass on the roof of her mouth. Observing Ban Zhaoyu take a large bite, flailing her hands in confusion, Suin asked, choked? She nodded vigorously. Shin Chiuyu promptly headed to the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of milk, and poured a glass for Suin. Thank you. I feel much better. Shin Chiuyu sensed that Ban Zhaoyu, while transformed, still retained traces of her former self, albeit without being off-putting. You should eat too, Xiaoyu. I can't finish all of this alone. Indeed, Shen Xiaoyu had purchased a bit too much. Mooncakes are delightful in moderation, but excessive consumption can diminish their appeal. Only the first mooncake on the first day retains its sweet allure. I want to eat any more. You should rest. I'm heading back. Also, I need to remove my makeup. It's not good for my skin. Suin paid no heed to the stammer in Shen Xiaoyu's words. Yet she caught the urgency in the phrase heading back and promptly affirmed. Be careful on your way, Xiaoyu. Head back. Contact me if anything comes up. All right. With that, Suin turned to return to her room, showing no inclination to linger. Shen Xiaoyu observed the girl's silhouette, feeling quite content. The mid-autumn family feast was rather tranquil, with the sister sharing her experiences and hinting at matters regarding Wang Yu. Since classes awaited them the next day, Ban Zhaoyu urged Su Huan to retire early. Watching Su Huan finish her evening routine and enter her room, Ban Zhaoyu finally stepped outside and dialed her brother's number in the elevator. Hello, Go, are you asleep? It was past midnight, and in a hotel room. Two male figures sat side by side on the edge of the bed, Ban Zhibai and Ban Zhaoyu. Go, you can go back. I think I can manage. Ban Zhibai remained silent, merely shaking his head. Go, please return. Our parents need someone to watch over. In the absence of outsiders, Ban Zhaoyu's voice began to tremble, though she feigned calmness. She could not allow her brother to remain in this state. He too deserved to live his own life. Ban Zhaoyu understood her brother's intentions. He had always been her greatest support. However, given the current circumstances, he was powerless. And staying here only served to prolong their suffering. Ban Zhibai's eyes glistened, yet he ultimately refrained from shedding tears. Nevertheless, that single utterance revealed the torment within the man's heart. What is there to feel distressed about, brother? I am not dead. We will meet again in the future. The pressing concern is to ease our parents' minds. I won't be returning home for this mid-autumn festival, and I can only imagine how father will react. However, this time, there is a hint of vitality in the air. Moreover, we must think of grandfather. He is aging and surely longs for our presence. If only there were a way to alleviate this situation. Ban Zhaoyu and her brother stayed awake until the early hours, and just before Su Huan rose, Ban Zhaoyu slipped back into her room, rubbing her weary eyes. She closed them momentarily. Su Huan noticed that her brother had not prepared breakfast today, so she made herself some noodles. After so many years, she had learned a thing or two about making his clear broth noodles, and she could certainly manage to eat. Afterward, she closed the door and headed to school, tempted along the way to buy a roasted sweet potato. Ban Zhaoyu had not stayed up so late in quite some time, and she slept soundly until past 11, waking with her eyes crusted shut. Drowsily, she washed her face and passed through the kitchen, where she found the noodles had congealed into an unappetizing mass, accompanied by a sticky note that read, Brother, remember to eat breakfast. Su Huan was quite considerate, yet she realized she had never prepared a meal for her brother. With this thought in mind, Ban Zhaoyu quickly dialed her brother's number. Brother, where are you? I've returned to Huan. What's the matter? Nothing. Just make sure to rest well. All right, you too. With a sense of melancholy, Ban Zhaoyu ended the call and served the lump of noodles from the pot. She randomly pulled a few hot dogs from the refrigerator to make do with, lacking the motivation to prepare a proper meal. The clumped noodles left imprints of her teeth with each bite. She tried to calm her emotions. When one feels unjustly treated and hungry, consuming a meager meal can lead to tears cascading uncontrollably from the corners of one's eyes. There is no seamless transition. It is merely an act of endurance. Maintaining a facade of strength before her brother was the extent of Ban Zhaoyu's capabilities. Su Huan often chose to rest in the classroom during lunch, but more frequently, she preferred returning home. Thus, upon entering, she found her brother eating the clumped noodles, his eyes red-rimmed. Brother? What's wrong? Noticing her presence, Ban Zhaoyu hastily wiped her face with her arm. Welcome back, Huan. It's nothing. I was just too moved. The noodles are simply delicious. Why not heat them up before eating? Anyway, I bought fried chicken. Let us eat together. After their long separation, Su Huan observed many differences in her brother. Previously, he had always put on a brave face, shielding himself from all storms without revealing a crack in his armor. Now, he had begun to show her the softer side beneath his defenses. Her brother, too, needed love and care. This realization intensified Su Huan's desire to see her brother settle down and have a sister-in-law to look after him. The maturity of a young girl made Ban Zhaoyu miss her brother even more, feeling guilty for her past capriciousness and taking her brother's kindness for granted. It is worth noting that Ban Zhaoyu was only 2 years older than Su Huan. They were still but young girls. The small roadside eatery serves freshly fried chicken cut into bite-sized pieces, generously sprinkled with sweet plum powder, the enticing aroma of fried food wafting through the air. Ban Zhaoyu finds it utterly delicious, a sense of grievance somewhat alleviated, allowing her to regain composure in front of Su Huan. Ever since Su and discerned the underlying tension during their last encounter, she has made a concerted effort to avoid solitary moments with Shin Xiaoga, minimizing interactions and conversations, resulting in Shin Xiaoyu being the one to initiate contact consistently. Ban Zhaoyu, indifferent to his advances, has created a stark contrast. Yet, the more elusive she becomes, the stronger his desire grows. Shin Xiaoyu seems increasingly invested in her, subtly hinting at a genuine pursuit. Suan gradually comes to understand the essence of having a suitor. Beyond Shin Xiaoyu, Suan encounters numerous people and experiences in Country A. Since English is not Suan's native language, even courses related to film and media prove to be quite challenging. A few instructors, being exceptionally kind, have included Chinese translations in their lesson materials to accommodate her, inquiring whether it has been beneficial. However, the assistance is limited, as the clumsy machine translations are indeed difficult to endure. Nevertheless, seeing the hopeful gaze of the bespectacled instructor with thinning hair, Suan smiles and responds, "Of course, sir, this has been immensely helpful." "That's wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't know any other Chinese international students. Otherwise, I could help you find a translator." Regardless of the location, the presence of such kind-hearted individuals makes life all the more enjoyable. Sitting in the front row, Suan, filled with hope, strives to keep pace with the instructor, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the lesson concludes, the instructor assigns a task. "All right, we will stop here for today. Next time, please form groups and prepare a presentation. I will send you the topics to your email later, okay?" What on earth is this? Suan thinks, bewildered by the foreign customs. She glances nervously at her usual group mates. "Relax, we've got this." The other 3 girls in her group are delightful individuals. Ri-hee, a Japanese exchange student, Gasha from California, and Mia from Argentina. Compared to Suan, Gasha, being a local, hardly needs an introduction, while Ri-hee and Mia possess commendable English skills. This trio approached Suan from the outset when the instructor asked them to form discussion groups. Ri-hee felt a sense of familiarity with Suan's face. After inquiring whether she was Japanese or Korean, she eventually discovered Suan's Chinese heritage. Gasha and Mia, being close friends, chose Suan to complete their group, as Mia is particularly drawn to appearances. "Thank you so much. I'll treat you all to a feast." With newfound funds in her pocket, Suan naturally thinks of treating her friends. The girls readily accept her offer. "Don't worry, I'll send you the document once I finish, just follow along," Gasha assures her, embodying the quintessential overachiever, essentially steering the entire group towards success. Suan finally felt a sense of tranquility in his heart. This presentation required every member to speak on stage, leaving no room for escape. Although pursuing this field of study was not Suan's original intention, having taken control of his life, he resolved to navigate it as best as he could. Such a life was undoubtedly the aspiration of countless individuals. In Chapter 80, who does Shin Xiaoyu truly favor? Before Suan could finish expressing his gratitude, he was called by the teacher. Would you mind accompanying me for a stroll later?" The bespectacled instructor proposed with an expression reminiscent of a friend, shaking his head as if to indicate movement. Suan felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if he had somehow fallen short in the teacher's eyes. Tentatively, he followed along. Behind him, the classroom began to bustle, with students shifting classrooms for their next classes or relishing their leisure time. Suan obediently trailed the teacher, remaining silent in the absence of prompts. He held a deep respect for educators, having encountered many admirable teachers throughout his life, whether strict or lenient. Teacher Paul typically donned a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses, his thinning hair revealing a hint of baldness, devoid of facial hair. His age remained indeterminate. He was articulate and possessed a melodious voice, reminiscent of a clear and precise English listening exercise. When discussing serious matters, his complexion visibly flushed, exuding a warm demeanor. He was a type Suan had not previously encountered. Could it be that the teacher had discerned his inadequacies and intended to question how he had come to study here? "Are you adjusting well to life here?" "I'm getting used to it." Suan was taken aback. Momentarily transported back to his student days, when his middle school teacher had similarly shown concern upon learning about his family's circumstances. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a kind teacher again, even after crossing oceans. I noticed you seemed quite tense in class. If you ever face difficulties in life or studies, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you, teacher. Well, I have nothing more to add. Do you have any questions for me? Teacher Paul, who had been walking ahead, abruptly halted and turned to face Suwon, leaving him momentarily flustered. The teacher was no longer present. All right then, see you in class next time you. The exchange concluded swiftly and naturally, devoid of grandiloquent lessons or any direction that could lead to discomfort. Everything felt so simple, so mundane, yet it fortified Suwon. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that Jasha and the others were still waiting, but no one inquired about his conversation with the teacher. Mia pointed out a restaurant on her phone. This buffet is excellent. Let us dine here. I had the barbecue last time, and it was of superb quality. Of course, for tonight. Indeed, for tonight. Suwon was pulled along by the girls, exuding the camaraderie of longtime friends, although they had known each other for less than a week. Slow down, slow down. Perhaps due to their upbringing on a diet of meat, eggs, and milk, Gasha and Mia are both tall and robust, making Ban Zhaoyu appear as a mere chick in their presence. Her once proud figure seems diminished beside them, while Rihi and Ihua could be likened to quail chicks. Meanwhile, Suwon follows the girls to the buffet without a care. Shin Xiaoyu has genuinely begun to act, realizing that she seems to have somewhat accepted Ban Zhaoyu's existence and has developed a modicum of affection for her. Consequently, Shin Xiaoyu intends to fulfill the family's matrimonial arrangements. However, she believes there is no need to rush. With the family's consent and a shared platform and vision, her union with Ban Zhaoyu will naturally come to fruition. In China, Shin's mother is pleasantly surprised to find that her son no longer resents her frequent nudges. From initial impatience, he has gradually begun to share the care of Yu's daily life and even seeks his mother's opinions. Her son has finally grown up. He has come to appreciate the arrangements made by the family. Yu, a child she has watched grow since infancy, displays only some harmless arrogance, which is quite normal for someone raised in affluence. Everything else about her is commendable, with eyes solely for her son. Where else could one find such an admirable young lady? It would be ideal to settle things early and perhaps even welcome a child into the world. Regarding the dissolution of the betrothal between Ban Zhaoyu and Shin Xiaoyu, it is, in fact, not a significant issue. It merely requires a nod from both families. Ultimately, it hinges on the desires of the children. Given Shin's mother's understanding of Ban Zhaoyu, this matter is assuredly stable. Ban Zhaoyu's affection for her son is so unrestrained that even his mother finds it somewhat exaggerated. After receiving encouragement from his mother, Shin Xiaoyu wears a smile. A boy's feelings towards his childhood friend often oscillate between annoyance and affection. He either treasures her as a sister or as a potential partner. Once Ban Zhaoyu shattered the preconceived notions in Shin Xiaoyu's mind, she had already won. Curiosity blossomed within Shin Xiaoyu, along with a desire to continue spending time with Ban Zhaoyu. While Suwon indulges in a hearty meal at the buffet with the girls, she remains oblivious to the undercurrents of emotion swirling around. The notion that Ban Zhaoyu is not favored by Shin Xiaoyu is redundant. Unfamiliar with her surroundings, Suwon, despite having money, rarely dined out. Aside from the occasional banquet, she typically bought groceries and cooked for herself, indulging only in minor snacks. This buffet, with its grand array of food, captivated her. She delighted in large chunks of meat, fresh seafood, an assortment of desserts, and culinary delights from Mexico, Italy, India, and China. Rihi and Ihua savored salmon and tuna while chatting, while Mia and Gasha indulged in barbecued meats and desserts. Suwon, however, was fixated on the previously untried bounties of the sea, including lobster and king crab, determined to eat her fill. After all, they were all new friends, and none were well acquainted with each other. This meal was a substantial feast, and Suwon once again felt that Ban Zhaoyu had a small appetite, barely starting before feeling satisfied. In comparison to the cost of entry, this was quite a loss. However, ever since the days of no longer needing to earn a living, merely gazing at a string of numbers in her account, Suwon's perception of money has gradually become blurred, devoid of the frugality that once characterized her. She still remembers the anguish when a bowl of instant noodles was overturned. Indeed, money possesses the power to corrode and transform a person. At least, it has altered Suwon. When the young ladies departed the restaurant, leaving a tip for the staff, it evoked memories of her own days working odd jobs. Should she return to the grind of earning money with her own hands, she would likely find herself struggling to adapt for a considerable time, uncertain if she could endure such hardships once more. See you next week, and please keep an eye on your inbox. Jia Sha and Miya, her roommates, waved farewell to Su and Ri-hee and Yi-hua reside at the school. The soft-spoken, short-haired girl radiates a charming, kawaii aura. However, noticing the time, Su-in felt a twinge of concern for Yi-hua, who, being her younger sister, warranted her protective instincts. Thus, she extended an invitation for Ri-hee to stay the night at her place. Is that really okay? Would it be too much trouble? Of course. I have no one else around. Then I shall rely on you. You truly are a kind soul. Ri-hee bowed repeatedly, an endearing gesture. Indeed, such caution is necessary in this country. Chapter 81. Yu is quite the caregiver. Su-in and Ri-hee Yi-hua returned to their rented apartment together. Throughout their journey, Yi-hua expressed her gratitude incessantly, leaving Su-in feeling quite bashful. I live here alone. Just relax and make yourself at home. Renting such a large place alone must cost quite a bit. Su-in, disinterested in such inquiries, busied herself with boiling water, thinking that warm water would be preferable in the chilly weather. Perhaps spurred by ancestral memories, she even contemplated brewing some tea for health. Oh, it's hot water, Yi-hua exclaimed, marveling at the steaming cup. Hot water seems quite out of character for you. Regardless of character, just drink the water. As they sipped their drinks, Su-in naturally retrieved the leftover mooncakes and other snacks from her previous meal to entertain Yi-hua, who responded with enthusiastic delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You truly know how to take care of people. Do I? I'm just holding hot water myself, Su-in replied, gently shaking her head to cool it down, reflecting that she was not in a position to care for anyone. You, what are you thinking about? Ah, nothing. The bathroom is over there, and the vacant room is on the second floor, the one with the door open. Being with you brings such a sense of security. Suddenly, Yi-hua's curiosity piqued. She asked, by the way, what kind of girl are you? The more I get to know you, the more I sense you are quite unique. Although the inquiry revolved around Ban Zhao's past, Su-in found himself uncontrollably reminiscing about his own history, his lips parting yet failing to articulate any thoughts. Excluding the summer and annual leave, a 3-day holiday could be considered a substantial break for high school students. Su-hwan ascended the stairs with a book bag brimming with test papers, her steps light and buoyant, humming a tune as she climbed. In her hand, she swung a bag of fried chicken fillets, having observed that her elder brother seemed to enjoy them quite a bit. Brother, she exclaimed as she flung open the door, unable to contain her excitement. As she matured, Su-hwan had gradually ceased to call out to him in such a manner, typically integrating a few casual mentions of brother into their daily conversations. However, Lu Jun had revealed that her brother preferred her to call out loudly, as it added liveliness to the household. Over time, Su-hwan adopted this practice when they were home alone. She quickly searched every corner of the house, but her brother appeared to be absent. Thus, she set down the chicken fillets and retreated to her room to message Wang Yu. Ban Zhao had temporarily subdued her inner turmoil, and Su-hwan, being a thoughtful girl, was fond of her. The young lady had eagerly awaited this day for a long time, and it was her wish to ensure that the birthday celebration went smoothly. Having grown up pampered, Ban Zhao had some insight into selecting gifts for girls. However, she was uncertain whether Su-hwan would appreciate her purchase. Early that morning, Lu Jun had enlisted her help in preparing gifts, having chosen an eye massager. My choice is certainly useful. With Su-hwan's heavy study load, it's essential for her to take breaks and unwind, he said with a grin. I specifically had a friend procure a reputable brand. Look at this. It features heating, intelligent voice control, and Bluetooth connectivity for music, truly a high-end item. Lu Jun was evidently pleased, his round face beaming with satisfaction. Thank you so much. That's incredibly generous of you, Ban Zhao replied, initially believing that such brotherly exchanges might be awkward, but upon speaking, the conversation flowed naturally. Do we really need to thank each other? What we give our sister must be nothing short of the best. Ban Zhao had prepared a delicate necklace and a brand new tablet, gifts that were quite reasonable, potentially from Su-in, as she had consulted him and received his approval. She then proceeded to the bakery to order a cake, as this year's Su-hwan's birthday celebration included not just Wang Yu but also several classmates, with plans to dine at a restaurant. Su-in had never celebrated his own birthday, often stating that he simply spent it alongside his sister. In earlier times, when finances were scarce, their cake was barely palm-sized, gradually evolving into something more substantial over the years, though it never became extravagant, sufficient only for his sister. Now that they were more financially stable, it was essential to order a proper cake, so they headed to the finest cake shop in Lanhong. Ban Zhao captured numerous photos for her dear brother to choose from. Ultimately, they settled on a fruit and chocolate cake before hastily proceeding to reserve a restaurant. As Ban Zhaoyu busied herself with preparations for Su Huan's birthday celebration, she found a spark of excitement in the endeavor, arranging balloons and streamers for the event. This experience was vastly different from celebrating her own birthday. Previously, her understanding of birthdays revolved around receiving and giving gifts, with her brother handling all the arrangements. No one else was privy to the plans. The entire setup was orchestrated solely by Ban Zhaoyu and Lu Zhan, surpassing the collective grandeur of Su Huan's previous 16 birthdays. Throughout the process, Su Huan had inquired multiple times about her brother's whereabouts, but Lu Zhan skillfully deflected her questions with light-hearted banter. And Huan will be utterly moved. But who could blame her for having such wonderful brothers? Alas, what can we do? Lu Zhan remarked, affectionately draping an arm around his good friend's shoulder as he admired the decorations in the private room. In the past, we lacked the means, but now we must lavish Huan with the finest. She deserves the best to ensure she is not deceived by some rogue suitor. Imagine the tears if that were to happen. Ban Zhaoyu had grown accustomed to such simple gestures of camaraderie and no longer found them bothersome. Though their acquaintance was still relatively new, she had come to perceive Lu Zhan as a decent person. "Thank you," she replied, appreciating his kindness. "And you remain unchanged." "All right, I will accept your thanks. But remember to keep this under wraps." Afterward, Lu Zhan returned to the shop to tend to his own affairs, bidding farewell to Ban Zhaoyu. Once Lu Zhan departed, Ban Zhaoyu found herself alone in the private room. She sent a panoramic photo to Suan, though she presumed it was still early morning in Country A, and Suan was likely resting. Suan replied instantly with a series of images, followed by a simple acknowledgement of gratitude from Ban Zhaoyu. Suan was genuinely taken aback by the effort Ban Zhaoyu had put forth. Even if he were in his own body, he could not have done better. Ban Zhaoyu possessed a remarkable talent for nurturing those around her. The photos she shared reassured Su and that everything was proceeding smoothly in his absence. After closing her eyes to prepare for the upcoming classroom presentation, Ban Zhaoyu returned home, feigning nonchalance about the day's events. "Brother, where have you been? So mysterious." The girl playfully inquired, her hands clasped behind her back, suspecting he had been preparing a gift for her. Avoiding Su Huan's eager gaze, Ban Zhaoyu averted her eyes. "Nothing much. Lu Zhan had some matters to attend to, and I accompanied him to Wu City," she explained. Wu City, being a neighboring city, made the day trip plausible. "That's all there is to it." "Oh," Su Huan responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, sensing that her brother had yet to finalize his preparations. "Tomorrow, he will surely have everything ready." Early in the morning, Suan prepared a bowl of clear soup noodles for Rihi, once again receiving enthusiastic praise from the neon-haired girl. "Yuchan, this is the most delicious noodle I've ever had, even better than the udon from my hometown." "Oh, Yuchan, you are simply perfect. Please, do consider going out with me." Flattered by the compliments on his culinary skills, Suan felt uplifted. However, he had matters to attend to that day, so after Rihi finished her meal, he sent her back. As for the idea of having Rihi stay over, Suan chose not to dwell on it. The best arrangement with Ban Zhaoyu was to maintain a solitary existence, avoiding the intrusion of more individuals into his intimate circle. After all, should circumstances change, it would be difficult to relinquish those bonds. A body is not a mask that can be exchanged at will. If Rihi were to stay, how would they divide the rent? The cost of this apartment was considerable, and any imbalance would lead to feelings of inequality. Moreover, cohabiting with a girl under such circumstances seemed inherently unfair. Suan believed in keeping a certain distance while navigating life. "See you at school, Yuchan. You must ace the presentation." Rihi cheerfully encouraged him with a fist pump reminiscent of a scene from a Japanese anime. "Yes, you are always welcome to visit." Rihi did not feel neglected. It was entirely normal to maintain a social distance with someone she had known for only a brief time. Yuchan clearly appeared to be a girl from a wealthy family, capable of renting an entire apartment in an affluent neighborhood. Merely knowing Yuchan was already a privilege. The next day arrived at last. Su Huan had been keenly observing her brother's demeanor, yet he seemed utterly relaxed, giving no indication of any preparations. This year's birthday was meant to be special. An unspoken expectation, yet everything appeared rather ordinary. Unable to contain her impatience any longer, Su Huan plopped down in front of her brother while he sat in the living room. Brother, tomorrow is my birthday. I've already made plans with my classmates and sister Wang Yu. Shouldn't we prepare something? This was Su Huan's first time taking the initiative to invite her classmates, as she had saved up some pocket money and was fully capable of hosting a gathering to express her gratitude for the care she had received from her friends and sister Wang. It was not an act of boasting. Those who prepare gifts often relish the sight of the recipient unwrapping them, and Ban Xiaoyu, wanting to see her little sister's anxious yet bashful expression, refrained from revealing that everything was already arranged. It's all good, it's all good. Brother, you can't possibly be unprepared. You'll find out soon enough. See you tomorrow. Suan received an email from Jia Sha, containing not only thoughtful Chinese translations, but also the essential phrases and examples for his presentation. Topics included how to captivate the audience's attention and how to seamlessly transition to the next subject. The details were meticulously laid out, and Suan, recognizing the importance, began practicing in front of the mirror. During this period, she repeatedly declined Shen Qiuyu's seemingly sincere invitations under the pretext of preparing for a presentation. Her demeanor, entirely absorbed in her studies, left Shen Qiuyu perplexed. Previously, it was Ban Xiaoyu who clung to her, but now they had not met at all. After finally feeling a spark of affection, she found herself utterly defeated. However, Shen Qiuyu did not exhibit the same infatuated mindset as Ban Xiaoyu. He believed that matters concerning Ban Xiaoyu could wait, and thus busied himself with other pursuits. Life, for a time, became unexpectedly mundane. Gazing at her own exquisite reflection in the mirror, Suan felt increasingly satisfied as her pronunciation of English words improved. The image of Ban Xiaoyu in the mirror sparkled with vitality. For students, 3 days of vacation seemed to pass in an instant. October 3rd marked Su Huan's birthday. At last, this day had arrived. Upon waking early that morning, Su Huan discovered that her home remained unchanged, leaving her in a state of confusion. She felt content simply celebrating her birthday at home and had no thoughts of dining out or making a reservation. Yet, her brother not only failed to prepare anything, but also indulged in a leisurely sleep. This left Su Huan anxious about how to entertain Wang Yu and her classmates when they arrived. Having been cared for by her brother since childhood, she felt a moment of panic. Glancing at the agreed-upon time, she hurriedly took matters into her own hands. She first washed some fruit and arranged it on a platter, then retrieved snacks from the storage room to display on the table. Wishing to prepare a few dishes herself, but lacking the skill, she decided against making plain noodle soup and opted instead to order takeout. Just as Su Huan was seriously selecting dishes on her phone, she heard her brother's laughter. All right, Huan, I haven't forgotten. I've already made a reservation at a restaurant. We will leave once everyone arrives. Su Huan felt an immediate sense of relief. Brother, you've changed. You've turned bad. By the way, how many classmates are coming? Given their sibling relationship, such trivialities were not a concern. Besides Wang Yu, only Sun Hengqi and Wu Su were invited. Brother, you didn't book a large restaurant, did you? There won't be that many people. That's not something you need to worry about. With just these few individuals, there was no need for an additional vehicle. One would suffice. Lu Zhan would head directly to the restaurant, leaving the car for Su and to pick up Huan and her friends. After noon, the first to arrive were the two girls, Sun Hengqi and Wu Su, who lived nearby, making their visit convenient. Hello, brother. We are here to see Su Huan. Come in and sit. Just a moment. The three girls chattered excitedly, bringing Su Huan gifts consisting of snacks and plush toys. The thought of Wang Yu arriving soon made Ban Xiaoyu quite nervous. To this day, she still had not fully grasped the nature of Suan and Wang Yu's relationship, uncertain of what stage it had reached. Unsure of how to address the situation, Ban Xiaoyu felt inexperienced. Wang Yu, who lived in the staff quarters, had delayed her departure, meticulously selecting her outfit and repeatedly checking her makeup. Only then did she apprehensively leave the quarters and head toward the nearby community. Xu Huan received the news and went downstairs with two classmates to greet Wang Yu. Ban Xiaoyu found herself in a dilemma, neither following nor staying behind, wandering about like an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 83. Things have changed. Ultimately, Ban Xiaoyu settled herself onto the sofa, sitting upright and composed. The door was ajar, and she could already hear the voices of the girls conversing. Lowering her head, she slipped into an enigmatic state. The sound of Xu Huan's voice signified that Wang Yu had arrived, prompting Ban Xiaoyu to muster her courage and lift her gaze to the newcomer. Teacher Wang, please take a seat. Wang Yu was impeccably dressed, earning her a commendation from Ban Xiaoyu. The white long-sleeve top, paired with a chic jacket and high-waisted straight-leg trousers, rendered her figure slim and elegant. Her appearance exuded a refined grace, enhanced by a soothing smile as she was embraced by Xu Huan and her classmates upon entering. Upon hearing Xu Huan call her teacher Wang, Wang Yu's expression shifted slightly, and she responded with a smile and a nod toward Xu Huan. "Please, have a seat first. We will head to the venue shortly." Wang Yu observed Xu Huan offering snacks to the guests and chose to remain silent as she was handed an orange by Xu Huan, instinctively beginning to peel it. Seizing the moment while her brother was in the kitchen, Xu Huan hurriedly tugged at Ban Jiao's arm and whispered, "Brother, now that Sister Wang is here, aren't you going to say a few words?" If it were Xu Huan's brother himself, he would likely have something to discuss with Wang Yu, Ban Jiao thought as she secretly glanced towards the living room. In comparison to Ban Jiao, Wang Yu's beauty was undoubtedly more subdued. One was a vibrant, sparkling beverage, while the other resembled soothing honey tea. "Brother, are you even listening to me? Let's head to the dining room first." Witnessing her brother retreating from the conversation, Xu Huan felt a mix of expectation and frustration, wondering why such a simple exchange was proving so challenging. After all, love, once missed, could truly be lost forever. With everyone present, Ban Jiao encouraged them to proceed downstairs to the car. "Let us head to the dining room. It's all arranged there." She then made her way down to drive. As Lu Zhan's vehicle was parked nearby, Ban Jiao drove the car onto the main road. Xu Huan, along with her friends, filled the back seat, leaving Wang Yu no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. In the back, Xu Huan clenched her fists, fervently cheering them on. Mumbling something under her breath, Ban Jiao questioned whether Xu Huan was truly Xu Huan's brother's sister, as the stark contrast in their personalities was undeniable. She stepped out to open the car door for Wang Yu. Unlike Xu Huan, sitting next to Wang Yu felt awkward, devoid of any deeper emotions. Wang Yu carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, her cheeks slightly flushed from the cool breeze, and once inside the car, she dared not meet Xu Huan's brother's gaze, leading to an unspoken silence between them. As the car officially started, a series of beeping sounds filled the air. "Teacher Wang, please fasten your seatbelt." "Oh right." Once the seatbelt clicked into place, the beeping ceased, and the vehicle fell back into a tranquil silence. Xu Huan wished fervently to extract her brother's soul and maneuver it herself, unable to bear leaving Wang Yu unattended. The two in the front remained silent, while the three young women in the back felt too shy to speak, apart from Ban Jiao, who maintained her focus on the road. The others gazed out the window or lowered their heads to check their phones. Wang Yu's hands rested neatly on her lap, experiencing an unfamiliar yet familiar distance. During high school, the school had discouraged romantic relationships by separating boys and girls at desks. She and Suan had been fortunate to share a desk for a year, a time when their relationship was at its most ambiguous. In truth, it was merely a matter of a more affectionate title that stood between them and a romantic relationship. However, in their senior year, when seating arrangements changed again, Suan grew hurried, and they temporarily lost their connection. The restaurant was not far, and soon they spotted Lu Zhan at the entrance. He had made an effort for the day, donning formal attire and directing Ban Jiao to park. Wang Yu in the front passenger seat recognized Lu Zhan immediately. Once the car was parked, the group alighted. "Wang Yu, long time no see, old classmate. Haha, come inside. It's cooler out here." With Lu Zhan's presence, the atmosphere lightened a bit. Xu Huan, pulling along her two classmates, led the way into the restaurant, prompting Lu Zhan to quicken his pace, leaving Ban Jiao and Wang Yu to their own devices once more. "Mr. Wang, just follow my lead." "All right." Wang Yu struggled to initiate conversation. Suan had grown taller and sturdier since high school, yet his reticence remained unchanged. Neither dared to walk quickly, so they proceeded slowly up the stairs. The private room reserved for Xu Huan was on the second floor. Upon entering, Xu Huan was taken aback by the meticulously arranged decor, covering her mouth in surprise. Colorful ribbons and balloons adorned the walls. A few gifts were piled on a table in the corner, and a grand cake still nestled in its box occupied the center of the dining table. Lu Zhan, arriving shortly after, was pleased with Xu Huan's reaction, feeling that the effort he and Nzi had put in throughout the day was well worth it. Huan, you and your classmates take a seat first. I'll check on your brother." Last to arrive were Ban Jiao and Wang Yu. Upon entering, Wang Yu felt a surge of energy. The effort put into this setup was unmistakable, and what girl doesn't enjoy a surprise? Nzi guided Wang Yu to sit, suggesting they catch up as they prepared to begin. After Ban Jiao pulled out a chair for Wang Yu, she settled into the adjacent seat, maintaining a respectful distance. The table in the restaurant was spacious, and with fewer people, they could not fill it entirely. Spacing themselves apart afforded a more comfortable social distance. Ban Zhaoyu preferred to convey her sentiments through such gestures, as she could not openly respond to Wang Yu. This silent estrangement lent dignity to both parties. Although Wang Yu's expression remained inscrutable, she undoubtedly felt something within. Suan was deliberately maintaining a normal distance from her, his gaze devoid of the warmth that often accompanies reunions, even more so than the enthusiasm Lu Zhen displayed. Wang Yu's anticipation had somewhat cooled during this period as she cast a glance at Suan, who appeared to harbor no intentions in this regard. "Please, take a seat. I will inform the person in charge to commence," Ban Zhaoyu stated before temporarily leaving the room. On her way, she began messaging Suan. "Is there anything you wish to convey to Wang Yu? She is currently at Su Huan's birthday celebration." In the end, Ban Zhaoyu felt that it was best for Suan to express his sentiments personally. It wasn't long before Suan replied, "Please thank her for her past care towards both me and Huan. It was Wang Yu who had, like an elder sister, guided Su Huan when she first visited her relatives. Is there anything else? It would be preferable to convey everything at once. She seems to have some interest in you as well." After typing this, Ban Zhaoyu felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Xiaoyu did not harbor feelings for her, thus making the separation less painful. Unlike Suan and Wang Yu, who, under normal circumstances, could very well have been a perfect couple. Chapter 84. A conversation. That would be all. Alright. Suan did not send any further instructions or messages. Ban Zhaoyu understood his intent. After a lengthy exchange, they had become somewhat familiar with each other. When it came to Wang Yu, neither Suan nor Ban Zhaoyu felt qualified to discuss such matters. After notifying the staff that they could begin serving the dishes, Ban Zhaoyu excused herself to the restroom to wash her face. Upon returning to the private room, she instinctively glanced at Wang Yu, whose gaze was the most fervent. Their eyes met momentarily before she quickly looked away. The restaurant operated with remarkable efficiency, bringing out dish after dish, all of which were Su Huan's favorites. This marked the first birthday celebration for the Su siblings that did not involve just the two of them. Su Huan chatted with her two classmates, Lu Zhen and Wang Yu, engaging in light banter and reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their school days to enliven the atmosphere. Occasionally, when the conversation became particularly entertaining, Su Huan and her friends would pause to listen intently. Ban Zhaoyu, having never experienced such moments, could not empathize but merely smiled and blushed along with the ambience created by Lu Zhen's words. "Anzi, do you remember when I copied your homework? You were too busy to write yours, so I ended up copying Wang Yu's, and then the teacher caught me, implicating both you and Wang Yu. In hindsight, I should have just refrained from copying. Back in the day, you two were quite the couple, the stars of the class. Even the teachers couldn't resist shipping you." Ban Zhaoyu began to feel fortunate for Lu Zhen's lively presence, which ensured the gathering remained vibrant. It seemed she and Wang Yu had indeed become akin to old classmates. The shared reminiscences brought a smile to Wang Yu's face as she reflected on those times. Su Huan and her friends, eager for gossip, hung on to every word, akin to star chasers, well aware that teacher Wang was a beloved figure at school. Who could resist a beautiful teacher, especially one who was single? After the dishes had been served, it was time to cut the cake and blow out the candles. Ban Zhaoyu stood up and unveiled the cake at the center of the table, though it was but a single layer. The abundant variety and quantity of fruits gave it the illusion of two. The strawberries, blueberries, yellow peaches, and dragon fruit were arranged with both tightness and aesthetic appeal, while variously shaped chocolates further enhanced the cake's composition. Today, Su Huan turned 17, prompting Ban Zhaoyu to begin placing candles atop the cake. Lu Zhen recited the prepared phrases while retrieving a lighter to ignite the candles. 1 for peace, 2 for good fortune, and 3 for wishes coming true. After concluding his incantation, Lu Zhen dashed to extinguish the lights, allowing the glow of a mobile phone to illuminate the room. Attention, attention! Huan is about to make a wish. Ban Zhaoyu quietly activated the camera to record this moment to send to Suan. He must be missing his sister. Wang Yu stood beside Suan, gazing at the flickering orange flames in the darkness. Although the atmosphere was undeniably warm, Wang Yu sensed an underlying heaviness in her heart. Already aware of the impending outcome, "It's time to make your wish, Huan." Encouraged by her classmates and under her brother's watchful gaze, Su Huan clasped her hands together, ready to wish. With the passage of time, one comes to understand that such wishes often remain unfulfilled, Yet the sincerity in voicing each desire remains. As she articulated her wishes, she had already grasped the emotional value they carried. For my 3 wishes, let them be simple. I hope for the safety and health of my brother and everyone who cares for and loves me, that we may remain close and thrive together. I wish for progress between Wang Yu and my brother. May the red thread of fate draw tighter. For my 3rd wish, I ask for protection during times of difficulty. Please. I implore you. The 3 wishes lingered in her mind, taking little time to ponder. Su Huan opened her eyes and blew with all her might. 2 candles flickered out immediately. The last one required several attempts before it finally succumbed to smoke. As Lu Zhen turned the lights back on, everyone began to sing the birthday song for Su Huan. Come, let us cut the cake. Ban Zhaoyu sliced the cake while Lu Zhen took on the task of distributing it. The cake was rather large, making it impossible for the few of them to consume it all. Earlier, Wang Yu and 2 classmates had already placed their gifts at home. Wang Yu had given a book and a pen, both exquisite items that would require considerable effort to procure in similar quality. Su Huan examined the gifts from her brother and Lu Zhen, finding the tablet and necklace to be perfectly to her taste, while Lu Zhen's eye massager was an unexpected yet heartfelt gesture. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Lu Zhen. And thank you to everyone. I am so happy. With her new tablet in hand, the young girl could hardly resist powering it on, as her classmates gathered around to admire it. Even the finest of gatherings must come to an end, and the birthday celebration had reached its conclusion. Since school awaited them the following day and their families insisted they return home at a reasonable hour, the 2 female classmates suggested leaving early. All right, Anzi, you stay here. I will escort Huan and these 2 classmates home, then return for you. Lu Zhen immediately took on the task, while Ban Zhaoyu merely nodded. Stepping into the realm where good friends do not express gratitude, Su Huan, citing an overindulgence in beverages, joined the larger group, quite conspicuously closing the door behind her, once again providing the 2 a moment of solitude. Su Huan felt she had exerted her utmost efforts, hoping her brother would contemplate her lifelong aspirations. Inside the room, only Su En and Wang Yu remained, initiating the ice-breaking phase. Neither dared to meet the other's gaze, patiently awaiting who would speak first. Ban Zhaoyu, summoning her courage, broke the silence. Have you been well these past years? Yes, quite smoothly. And you? I heard from Su Huan that you've secured a high-paying job. I'm working overseas with the company, under the guidance of acquaintances. It's hard-earned money, though the downside is that I seldom return. What company is it? Ban's at Huan. I seem to recall it. The 2 began their conversation with casual topics, gradually finding their rhythm. Wang Yu took a moment to research the Ban enterprise. That truly is a remarkable opportunity. Yes, I will be heading back shortly, but I won't return until the new year. I see. Rarely returning indicates that Su En currently prioritizes work over returning to Qing province. By the way, how is your job situation? Are you settling in well? I'm doing well. This is my alma mater, and many colleagues are former teachers. Do you remember teacher who taught us math? Yes, I recall, quite strict. You must be mistaken. Su En teacher who was actually the gentlest math teacher in the entire grade. It was teacher Gu who was strict. Oh, I must have mixed them up. What are your plans? Will you move to Huan, or return to develop your career? This question was rather direct, yet Ban Zhaoyu did not hesitate. Responding promptly, I aim to establish myself in Huan, to provide Su Huan with better prospects. That sounds wonderful. It's rare to have such an opportunity. And you? Are you developing at Lanheng? For now, yes, but I might relocate. My parents actually hope I can transfer to a better school. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu turned her gaze towards Su En, eager to hear the words she desired from him. Even as an outsider, Ban Zhaoyu felt a pang of discomfort under the scrutiny of the elder sister's hopeful eyes, as if her voice had been locked away, rendering her speechless. Any attempt to speak would surely lead to a collapse of the conversation. If only she could speak for Su En, granting her adjacent sister a moment of joy. But alas, that was not feasible. Circumstances had changed irreparably. Ban Zhaoyu clenched her teeth, once again resenting this inexplicable soul exchange. If she had any control over the situation, she would ensure that the puppet master experienced what it meant to have a home one could not return to and love that was out of reach. That's wonderful. With your talents, you certainly will not be confined to this place. Wang Yu's hairstyle today was a short ponytail, neat and elegant, perfectly embodying the image of a teacher. She tilted her head, obscuring her expression, leaving Ban Zhaoyu with a glimpse of her superior profile and the softly cascading strands of hair across her forehead. If Ban Zhaoyu's yearning for Shun Xiuyu remains unfulfilled, Then Wang Yu and Su In's union is equally elusive. I was previously concerned that you might struggle to find employment alongside Su Huan, yet it seems my fears were unfounded. You truly possess remarkable strength on your own. The atmosphere settled. Ban Zhaoyu gazed earnestly at Wang Yu, who, despite having regained her composure, still exuded a hint of melancholy. Shall we take a stroll? Ban Zhaoyu suggested. All right, Wang Yu replied. The two exited the restaurant, walking side by side along the nearby roadside. Appearing as a couple from a distance, a notion Su Huan, who had fortuitously encountered them after a prolonged stay in the restroom, readily accepted. Indeed, where else could one find such a beautiful sister like Wang Yu, who harbors feelings for her brother and has cared for Su Huan since many years ago? If an elder brother is akin to a father, then Wang Yu embodies a maternal figure. She is the most affectionate woman in Su Huan's memories, second only to the director of the orphanage. No one desires more fervently than Su Huan for her brother and Wang Yu to be together. The autumn night was brisk, and the two walked side by side, Wang Yu reminiscing about the past and sharing her recent troubles. Ban Zhaoyu listened attentively, the only interruption to this serene tableau being the occasional passing vehicle, whose red tail lights seemed to draw fleeting lines across the night. It was clear they could not wander too far. Wang Yu concluded her reflections. Let us head back. We shouldn't keep Huan waiting too long. It's important to rest well during the holiday. All right. Unlike before, Wang Yu fell silent, reminiscent of their high school days when they walked together through the campus. Although their strides differed, they moved in perfect harmony, side by side. Without the distraction of conversation, the return journey seemed shorter, and the glowing sign of the restaurant was already in sight. As they approached the entrance, Wang Yu halted. Suin, let us keep in touch more often. The darkness outside obscured her features, but the faint light from the sign cast a delicate shadow across her face, giving it an ethereal quality. Ban Zhaoyu felt an unexpected heaviness in her chest, reluctant to part, yet powerless to change the situation, managing only a strained good from her lips. Due to their height difference, Ban Zhaoyu clearly saw Wang Yu's smile, which was oddly downward turned. Wang Yu entered the restaurant first, leaving Ban Zhaoyu standing alone, her heart racing in a way she had never experienced in her pursuit of Shin Xiuyu. If only she were Su-in, free from such complications. She could have encountered a sister like Wang Yu. Su Huan sat obediently in her seat, contemplating numerous possibilities. The timing and circumstances seemed perfect. She silently implored the matchmaking deity to tighten the red thread, or perhaps include her own fate in the bargain. In any case, she was not in a rush. Huan, gather your things. We can head home now and rest early. Wang Yu stepped inside, yet her brother did not follow, leaving Su Huan somewhat disheartened. All right. Wang Yu, where's my brother? Did he not return with you? Your brother is just behind. Ban Zhaoyu and Lu Zhan, who had just accompanied Su Huan, returned to the house together. Lu Zhan's presence made it difficult for Su Huan to pose her inquiries to her brother. Su-in and Wang Yu, displaying an unspoken understanding, acted as if nothing had transpired, leaving Su Huan in a state of inner turmoil. On their way back, Lu Zhan drove with Ban Zhaoyu in the passenger seat and Su Huan and Wang Yu in the rear. Lu Zhan sensed the awkward atmosphere but refrained from trying to lighten the mood. They first stopped at the Lanheng residential complex, where Ban Zhaoyu alighted to escort Wang Yu for a short distance, while Su Huan frowned, gazing pensively out the window. Her eyes followed her brother as he re-entered the car, and Lu Zhan, appearing to shake off any burdens, promptly drove the siblings back to their neighborhood. Take care. Anzi and Huan, rest early. I want to be going up, goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle disappeared from view. Let's go home, Huan. Brother, what did you discuss with Sister Wang Yu? Nothing much, just some ordinary conversation. The footsteps echoed in the corridor, one slow and one swift, as they chased and caught up with one another. Brother, did you not make a move? Make a move about what? Su Huan had already dashed in front of her brother, facing him while backing up, nearly losing her balance. You and Sister Wang Yu pursue her. Isn't that obvious? Ban Zhaoyu found herself at a loss for words. Under the current circumstances, she could only act as a coward. Upon entering the house, she headed straight for the restroom. Su Huan sat sullenly in the living room, her fists pressing down on the sofa, creating an indentation. In the restroom, Ban Zhaoyu took out her phone to message Su-in, feeling tormented by the scene unfolding before her. Her heart was filled with turmoil. Su-in, Su Huan's birthday has concluded. Ban Zhaoyu, thank you for taking care of these matters. Su-in, what do you think about Wang Yu's situation? I'm feeling soft-hearted. Ban Xiaoyu. Whatever you think of Shun Xiaoyu, I share the same sentiment. Even if she truly desires it, we cannot involve them. 1,000 words are worth less than self-reflection. After today's events, Ban Xiaoyu developed a desire to temporarily shield Suan from the situation, hoping against hope that things might turn around. Once missed, a chance is truly irretrievable. Suan, I understand. Subsequently, Ban Xiaoyu sent the video recorded during the birthday celebration to Suan, then turned off her phone and washed her face, sighing as she did so. Upon exiting, she discovered Su Huan still not intending to sleep. Regardless of whether Su Huan would fall asleep after returning to her room, usually, she would conclude her nightly routine by 10. Huan, it's time to rest. See you tomorrow. Brother, will you not truly make an effort? Huan, how should I put this? For now, I prefer not to contemplate such matters. Do not rush. Go to sleep. Su Huan's eyes reddened. Why was her brother so unconcerned? She had truly matured, and her brother should consider his own feelings. How could he refuse? Su Huan stormed into her room, slamming the door and burying her face in her pillow. Chapter 86. Inability. Ban Xiaoyu could empathize with Su Huan's feelings. The elder brother's prolonged absence and seeking out his sister-in-law caused him a sense of urgency, while Su Huan's anxiousness seemed more justified, as the girl yearned for a kindred spirit to share her life with. Suan's passivity and evasion likely left that young lady in a state of vexation for some time. As for Ban Xiaoyu, she too was not devoid of her own frustrations. On the other side, Suan, seizing a moment between classes, finally beheld his sister's birthday celebration. Witnessing Su Huan's radiant smile imbued him with newfound strength. At the same time, he spotted Wang Yu, who, with a sniffle and a tilt of her head at a 45-degree angle, conveyed a sense of disappointment. Was it regret? Indeed it was. Yet, such feelings must eventually pass. How delightful it would be if one could remain stationary in life. Hey, is Yu-chan unhappy? Nairi and Hiyori quickly detected Su's unusual demeanor, as if they had received unwelcome news. No, I merely miss home. Ever since the last time he stayed overnight at Nairi's, the vibrant girl from Neon City had embraced Suin as a true friend, insisting they sit together in class. Perhaps you can return home during the winter break. It's no bother. Still enveloped in a tinge of melancholy, Suin had no time to shift his mood, as he was soon required to present. Under the gaze of numerous peers, he found little space for sorrow. This presentation centered on cinematic appreciation, with the PowerPoint and related materials all meticulously crafted by Gasha. Suin had diligently rehearsed for this moment. Encouraged by Mr. Paul's supportive gaze, he prepared to shine alongside his trio of companions, adhering to their pre-assigned roles. The chosen film for discussion was The Disconnection. This film, contrary to its title, fails to evoke a sense of liberation, instead enveloping viewers in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Overall, the film's emotional tone is one of bitterness, cruelty, and despair, yet the protagonist draws upon the beauty of life and the essence of humanity through interactions with students. While the film scenes may appear modest, the emotions and themes conveyed are profound, easily transcending temporal and cultural boundaries to resonate with audiences, marking it as a significant work. The protagonist is a teacher endowed with a unique ability to forge emotional connections with students, where both actor and character exude a compelling charm. However, he opts to suppress this gift, choosing instead to be a substitute teacher, lingering briefly at various institutions before moving on, all to evade any emotional entanglements with students or colleagues, striving to conceal his own experiences. In this narrative, Suin glimpsed reflections of himself, both familiar and foreign. His impassioned delivery stirred the group, making him the most evocative speaker. Mr. Paul, in turn, regarded this student with newfound admiration, his eyes widening in approval. Whether the listeners were passively drifting or attentively engaged, all were captivated by the young lady's presentation. As the narration concluded, Mr. Paul led the applause, exclaiming, "Well done, girls. Would anyone like to share their thoughts, or shall I provide my feedback?" As I observed other students continuing to applaud without anyone rising, I decided to speak up. Teacher Paul cleared his throat, declaring that everything was perfect, and he had nothing further to add. He encouraged everyone to keep applauding, praising the girls for their splendid performance, and affirming that it was indeed an excellent piece. As a professional in the film industry, one must first be moved by their own work, as a wellspring of emotions serves as the source of inspiration. Following this, Teacher Paul shook hands with each member of Suin's group. Suin seemed to shed a heavy burden, feeling considerably lighter. After concluding a morning of classes, she intended to return home for some rest. Recently, she had not been able to rest well in her eagerness to receive messages from Ban Jiaoyu, leaving her feeling quite fatigued. After bidding farewell to Jasha and the others, Suan received a message from Shin Xiuyu. When one is exhausted, any unexpected interruption can feel bothersome. However, Shun was indeed quite helpful, so she patiently began to reply at the school gate. Shin Xiuyu, how was the class? Ban Jiaoyu, it went very well. Everything proceeded smoothly. Before she could read Shun Xiuyu's subsequent messages, a sudden cacophony of firecrackers startled Suan. This was not a Chinatown, was it? Were they celebrating National Day? Just then, her phone buzzed with an alarming notification. A Baiyu incident has occurred on a nearby street location. Students are advised to prioritize safety, seek shelter indoors, and avoid suspicious individuals. If confronted, retaliate with any available means. Suan found herself momentarily stunned, grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. It was her first encounter with such an incident since arriving here, and she was puzzled by the calm demeanor of her fellow students, who ambled along unhurriedly despite the gravity of the Baiyu incident. Should she return to school or head directly to her apartment? According to the location, it seemed she would pass through the area shortly. A wave of trepidation washed over her as she pondered whether, had she lingered a moment longer, she might have walked right into danger. Would she perish? What would happen then? Would her soul return? Shin Xiuyu, what is happening? It seems there has been an attack nearby. Are you okay? Shin Xiuyu, where are you? Stay there and don't move. Shin Xiuyu, I'm coming to get you right away. The flurry of messages from Shin Xiuyu jolted Suan back to reality. Ban Jiaoyu, no need, I'm safe. Please don't trouble yourself. Shin Xiuyu, concerned for Ban Jiaoyu, assumed she might be frightened, as any reasonable person would feel disoriented and terrified upon encountering an attack so close to home. Without hesitation, he drove over to pick her up. Despite Suan's insistence that she was fine, she was ultimately persuaded by Shin's earnestness. Regardless of any romantic notions, it was evident that Shin Xiuyu was dependable and genuinely kind. As Suan walked a short distance, she witnessed the scene for the first time in her life. There were no barricades, and people continued to walk normally around her, even amidst shattered glass and bullet holes nearby. She stood there, wide-eyed, as if trapped in a dream. As Shin Xiuyu drove, he anxiously glanced at the faces outside, feeling a sense of urgency. Although he had encountered Baiyu before, this time he was still quite tense. Fortunately, he spotted Ban Jiaoyu at the scene, which brought him a sense of relief and even elicited a soft chuckle. When did you become so bold? Aren't you afraid? In truth, Suan simply had yet to process the situation. Get in the car. You need to be more cautious. I'll drive you home. During the journey back, Shin Xiuyu continued to advise on matters requiring attention. It's quite normal to encounter such incidents, he explained, though it wasn't akin to a real-life CS scenario. Overall, life in the main urban area remained relatively unaffected. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Suan, though not fully comprehending, nodded incessantly. Chapter 87. I want to dye this thing green. I'll come to pick you up from now on. Suan, who had been listening intently, suddenly turned to look at Shin Xiuyu in the driver's seat. Shin Xiuyu found joy in Ban Jiaoyu's reaction. It was genuine and added emotional value. No need. I can manage alone. I don't want to trouble you. Surely, Shin Xiuyu was merely being polite, she thought. It's no trouble. It's primarily for your safety. And it will also ease Uncle Ban's concerns. How can you say such things, Shin Xiuyu? Aren't you averse to clingy people? This direction seems rather inconsistent. Suan crossed her arms defensively, shaking her head repeatedly. Observing Shin Xiuyu's insistence, she realized that things were taking a turn she hadn't anticipated. The plan had changed. How should she decline the affections of someone whose physique surpassed hers, yet whose spirit seemed less mature? Initially, she had thought Shin Xiuyu's eagerness stemmed from familial expectations, but it appeared to be more complicated than that. Shin Xiuyu dropped Suan off at her apartment, cautioning her once more to stay safe. Send me your class schedule. I'll come to pick you up. Is that really necessary, Xiuyu? It's not obligatory, but there's a concert next month. Will you accompany me? Having been refused once, Suan knew it would be difficult to turn down a second time. After all, they would inevitably see each other again if she returned to the country. All right. After watching Shin Xiuyu leave, Suan shut the door to her apartment and paced within. Contemplating her strategy, she hurriedly messaged Ban Jiaoyu, expressing her confusion. Honestly, I feel I haven't done anything out of the ordinary. My actions were quite reasonable. Why has Shin Xiuyu changed so drastically? Are people truly this capricious? Ban Jiaoyu replied. Shin Xiaoyu is picking me up for school, and he wants to take me to some concert next month. Meanwhile, Ban Jiayu was pondering how to cheer up Su Huan, who was sulking due to her issues with Wang Yu, appearing disinterested and moody throughout the day. Upon reading Su En's message about Shin Xiaoyu, she was taken aback. This was once a scenario only found in dreams. During their shared elementary school years, Shin Xiaoyu would often grow impatient waiting for her. In university, he even went abroad. Ban Jiayu expressed her concern. What should I do? I have no idea who taught him this, but now Shin Xiaoyu sends me texts every few days, and I don't know how to respond. Ban Jiayu harbored a suspicion that Xiaoyu had developed feelings for a version of herself as represented by Suen. With a wry smile, she acknowledged the surreal nature of it all. It was even more fantastical than the time she exchanged bodies with Suen. She realized that Shin Xiaoyu had never truly disliked her appearance. What a disappointment that was. Ban Jiayu thought, I certainly do not wish to get entangled with Shan. Is there any way out of this? A barrage of messages from Su En left her at a loss for words. Should she suggest that Su En imitate her, provoking Shin Xiaoyu's impatience once more? After all, beauty is subjective. Even if Su En began to act differently, Shin Xiaoyu's feelings might not change. Love, it seems, is infinitely complex and unsolvable. Su En replied, do as you see fit. I appreciate your efforts. Facing Sister Wang Yu was manageable, but for Su En, dealing with Shin Xiaoyu would likely be much more challenging. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Su En simply stated, make it work. With no guidance, Su En was left uncertain about the next steps, but it was imperative to act swiftly. Procrastination would only exacerbate the discomfort. With no immediate presentations or tasks at hand, Su En began to urgently devise a strategy. The simplest and most audacious approach would be to completely overturn the current situation. Since Shin Xiaoyu appeared to have an affinity for Ban Jiayu, Su En resolved to transform Ban Jiayu into a new persona, Yu Zhaoban. First, Su En stood before the mirror, examining the reflection, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, with long, silky black hair, a fair and radiant face, a well-proportioned figure, and a slender waist. Thanks to prior training in yoga, gymnastics, and dance, her physique was exquisite, indeed captivating. Before launching into her radical transformation plan, Su En felt it necessary to consult the original owner of this body. Ban Jiayu replied, I wish to make some changes. I might alter your image a bit. What do you think? Su En responded, as you wish, you are now Ban Jiayu. With her approval, Su En decided to embrace rebellion in her style. Opting for a more fashionable wardrobe, she immersed herself in fashion magazines, determined to adopt the trendiest looks, aiming to be unrecognizable, dazzlingly bold. After all, the Ban family heiress had ample funds at her disposal. Su En, adhering to her traditional values of modesty and thrift, had barely touched the family's allowance. She resolved to purchase an array of trendy clothing, indulging in extravagant outfits, and she planned to adorn herself with makeup at all times. For this, she could rely on the expertise of Jasha and Mia, who were well-versed in the art of cosmetics. Furthermore, Su En contemplated dyeing her hair in vibrant shades of pink, green, and blue, anything striking that would make Shin Xiaoyu feel embarrassed to be seen with her. Su En, feeling increasingly exhilarated, began to wonder if he had been repressed for too long, now finally revealing his true nature. Time was of the essence. He resolved to act swiftly during this moment of inspiration, fearing that if he hesitated too long, the opportunity would slip away. Unfortunately, after reaching out to Jasha and Mia, he learned that both were preoccupied and wouldn't be available until next month. As Su En perused his contacts, he stumbled upon a fitting candidate, Vio. This young gentleman was undoubtedly well-versed in such matters. Lacking familiarity himself, Su En decided that Vio would suffice. Rather than sending a message, he opted for a phone call, having honed his English skills during this intensive period. Hey, dear Miss Ban, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Vio greeted. Vio, do you have any time recently? I'm thinking of exploring the area around Climpia and need a guide. Oh, it would be my honor. I am certainly a more suitable choice than Shan. Vio's interest piqued at the thought of accompanying the shy, beautiful girl who often lingered around Shan. Lately, I've been contemplating a change in my image. Do you have any suitable suggestions? Vio raised his eyebrows, intrigued by her words. You wish to reinvent yourself? How exciting. Wait for me. I'll come to pick you up. By the way, where's Shun? Isn't he accompanying you? Xiaoyu is busy with work, and I don't want to disturb him. How enviable for Shun. Very well, I shall fetch you. I'll take care of the plans. Seizing the opportunity for some enjoyment, Vio was not about to let it slip away. Life for the affluent could often be dull and flavorless. And Miss Ban promised to be a refreshing addition. Chapter 88. A dramatic transformation for Ban Xiaoyu. Before long, Vio arrived at Su En's apartment. He gallantly opened the car door for her, saying, "Shall we depart? It is my pleasure to serve you, beautiful lady." Though a bit embarrassed, Su En settled into the passenger seat. Vio was dressed casually today, his tousled golden hair exuding a carefree laziness. What prompted this sudden shift? This isn't quite your usual style. It's nothing. I just want to change things up a bit. Then what style are you aiming for? Hot, sexy, or anything fashionable, really? Fashion is quite a broad term, but very well, follow my lead. By the way, has Chiou had any romantic entanglements here over the years? Shun? Not really. He has had a few flirtations, but I believe they were merely superficial. Shin has mentioned that he doesn't fancy being too flamboyant or passionate, which perfectly aligns with the golden-haired beauties around here. I see. Then I, Su-un, have a clear direction now, golden and flamboyant, is it? The first stop, a hair makeover. Vio promptly arranged for a team of stylists. These professionals often assist me. Feel free to communicate any desires you may have. We shall reconvene shortly. Confronted with a team of professionals, Su-un felt somewhat ill at ease, uncertain of what to articulate. There exists a formidable challenge in this world, to accurately convey to a hairstylist the desired hairstyle and emerge from their hands with a smile. Madam, shall we arrange a personalized design for you? Or do you have specific requests? With Ban Xiaoyu's features, anything within reason would undoubtedly be appealing. I hope to achieve a look that significantly diverges from my current style. I would like to dye my hair in several colors, she began, yet the words eluded her. Green, blue, purple, and pink were hardly acceptable. Perhaps a yellow would suffice. Madam, I personally believe your natural hair color is quite striking, and your hair texture is excellent. There is no need for dye. I can style it beautifully for you. Thank you, but I still wish to dye it for a change in style. Understood. You may choose from a wide array of shades. The mere selection of yellow hues filled an entire book, and some colors were beyond Su En's discernment. Ultimately, she settled on a pleasing golden brown. Very well, let us commence this transformation, providing this lady with a brand new experience. It was Su En's first time dyeing her hair. A mix of exhilaration and trepidation enveloped her. Had it been Su Huan contemplating a hair color change, she would certainly have disapproved. Yet, for the time being, she had to steady Shin Xiao. It was a rather unique experience. Su En kept her eyes closed throughout. During this time, Viao entered to observe, sitting for a while before departing. Upon completion of the dyeing and the accompanying hairstyle adjustments, Su En gazed into the mirror, momentarily taken aback. The most significant change was undoubtedly the hair color. While some hues, such as the garish Death Barbie pink, were utterly unflattering, the current style had transformed her entirely. The golden brown hue was vibrant and textured, accentuating Ban Xiaoyu's naturally fair complexion, adding an exotic allure to her Eastern features. From the expressions and exchanges among the surrounding stylists, it was evident that the transformation was a resounding success. Ban Xiaoyu's new look was strikingly bold and eye-catching, primarily due to her lovely visage. When Viao re-entered, he appeared equally astonished. "This hair color suits you perfectly, you. I must admit, it truly captivates me," he remarked, arching an eyebrow and casting a flirtatious glance. That was enough. With Shun Xiao seemingly smitten, Su En could hardly bear it. The last thing she wanted was for Viao to add his own charm to the mix. "So, my dear you, shall we proceed to select a few outfits? Your current attire is rather conservative." At the second stop, shopping for outfits, Viao, well-versed in the art of clothing selection, guided Su En through all the nearby brand stores, temporarily selecting several suitable ensembles for the stylist to coordinate. In addition to clothing, they perused shoes and bags. When Su En beheld the exorbitant prices attached to petite handbags, she swallowed hard, utterly perplexed by why a mere bag could command such a price. Yet, it was evidently not a time for frugality. It was a moment to indulge. The funds in Ban Zhao's card were more than sufficient. In the end, when Vio wished to settle the bill, Su En intervened and paid on her own. With bags in hand, Su En re-entered the styling room where professional stylists began to compile a list of outfits for her. The third stop, finished products. The first ensemble featured a Morandi purple women's suit, paired with a white handbag and complemented by black sunglasses. Morandi hues refer to colors with low saturation and a grayish tint, striking a balance between warmth and sensuality in the wearer. The suit, along with the handbag, elegantly accentuated her waistline and silhouette. Coupled with blonde hair and sunglasses, she exuded an aura that could embody both a cutting-edge designer and a fashionable power woman. The second outfit consisted of a beige off-the-shoulder top paired with black thigh-high heels, showcasing Ban Zhao's exquisite shoulder lines and delicate collarbones. This combination, especially in harmony with her hair color, left a lasting impression, and it was the most revealing ensemble Su and felt comfortable with at the moment. The stylist also selected a few purely seductive outfits, claiming they would highlight her assets and exude feminine charm. Su hesitated, not yet ready to embrace such boldness, yet ultimately purchased them, thinking that if these were insufficient, she could always opt for bolder choices later. Moreover, there were several casual outfits tailored for various occasions and weather conditions, demonstrating thoughtful consideration for Su's needs. For someone like her, who preferred a minimalist approach to fashion, it was akin to possessing a comprehensive guide to success. I thought I might see those outfits, Vio remarked, referring to the V-neck sleeveless top paired with cropped denim shorts, layered with a lace camisole. If Ban Zhao were to don those for a film festival red carpet, she would undoubtedly shine like an international superstar. Having completed her mission, Su prepared to return to her apartment to learn makeup, thus concluding this transformative experience. She resolutely declined Vio's invitation to dinner, exemplifying a straightforward approach devoid of ambiguity or romantic entanglements. Gratitude was acceptable, but further discussions were unwelcome. Vio found himself genuinely smitten, having never encountered a girl of such caliber before. Unfortunately, she offered no chances or signs of interest, leading him to envy shun. In the context of Huagua culture, this was termed childhood sweethearts. Why had he never experienced such a connection? The list of cosmetics was also provided by the stylist, who handed Su a business card, expressing hope for future collaboration. Su was about to embark on her makeup learning journey, having memorized numerous terms related to eyeliner and lipstick. With so many shades to remember, she wondered if she could keep them straight. Let us go. Chapter 89. A new you. Eventually, Su surrendered. This was even more challenging than memorizing vocabulary. At least words had distinctive shapes, whereas the various shades were indistinguishable to the naked eye. She decided to grasp only the essentials. The changes would suffice. Su changed back into her loungewear, tidied up, and rested. The next day, she had classes. She crawled out of bed, and while rising at 5 used to invigorate her, now waking at 7 left her utterly fatigued. Truly, once one lies down, it is difficult to rise again. Standing before the mirror, Su scrunched her nose in contemplation. The girl in the mirror, adorned with cascading chestnut locks, gazed back with a dreamy expression, a stark contrast to her former self. At that moment, Shen Qiuyu had taken to messaging her more frequently, and this time she resolved to create a striking impression, one that would surely irk him upon sight. With this thought in mind, she steeled herself and intensified her makeup, selecting the most vibrant lipstick available, eager to showcase her transformation at school and solicit feedback from her fashionable friends, Jasha and Mia. Su accentuated her already beautiful eyes, deepening their allure. The next step involved curling her lashes. Thankfully, Ban Zhao's natural lashes were long enough, sparing her the need for falsies. However, as she fumbled with the curler, she nearly pulled out a few lashes, wincing in pain. Standing before the mirror, Su scrutinized her reflection. The girl staring back appeared to be an enchanting sorceress, spirited and flamboyant, destined to captivate countless young hearts. Blushing at this realization, she felt as though she were neither Ban Zhaoyu nor Su, but rather a stranger inhabiting her own body, engaging in actions she would have never considered before. She opted for a beige off-the-shoulder top paired with a cream coat, mindful of the chilly weather that rendered her exposed shoulder breathtakingly alluring yet frostbitten. Slipping into high-heeled boots, she felt herself grow taller, her confidence soaring. It was no wonder many girls willingly endured discomfort for the sake of wearing heels. The experience was profoundly transformative. With her new handbag in tow, she stepped out toward school. As she emerged, the effect was immediate. The gazes of those around her multiplied, a stark contrast to the previous indifference she experienced with her ordinary black hair and conservative attire. "Hey, beautiful girl, which country do you hail from?" A voice called out, a trendsetter with braided hair attempting to engage her. Su lowered her head, remaining silent. "You are stunning. My great-great-grandmother always said I must get to know someone like you. Let me guess, you must be from the cold country, right? You're even more beautiful than a girl group." At this moment, Su pondered her newfound proficiency in English. It had come with its own set of challenges. including an ability to comprehend such insipid compliments and harassment, akin to swatting at flies. She quickened her pace, reassured by the spaciousness of the surroundings and the decent security that alleviated her anxiety. The trendsetter, after trailing her for a while, ultimately lost interest and ceased his pursuit, muttering a few choice words, though Suan only caught the initial syllables. As usual, she encountered Ri-He waiting at the school gate. Initially, Ri-He failed to recognize Suan until she lightly tapped her shoulder, prompting a bewildered stare. After narrowing her eyes, they widened in astonishment, her confusion palpable. "Is that you, Yuchan?" Suan nodded, tilting her head. "You've changed so much. You dyed your hair and completely revamped your style." The previously unremarkable neon-haired girl felt a pang of insecurity creeping in. "How does it feel? Is there a significant difference? You is undeniably beautiful. And no matter how she adorns herself, she never falls short. This particular style suits her remarkably well, evoking a sense of awe that makes one hesitant to approach. Yet she remains strikingly lovely." Naho, with a thumbs up and an earnest expression, proclaimed her admiration. Suan felt her efforts were not in vain. And the next step was to rendezvous with her trendy friends, Jasha and Mia. "Let us head to class," Suan exclaimed. Naho paused momentarily, but soon hurried to catch up. Suan's platform heels did not hinder her movement. As she ran, her golden hair flowed behind her, attracting quite a few glances. Naho, slightly out of breath, followed closely as they made their way to the classroom, which already housed a few classmates, including Jasha and Mia. "Jasha, Mia, look at me." The two girls turned at the sound, their eyes landing on a golden-haired girl with a slight blush on her cheeks. Their reactions were synchronously animated. They first assessed the newcomer before exchanging a knowing glance. Their exuberance contrasted sharply with Naho's more subdued demeanor. "Yes, our little sorceress. I declare that with this golden hair, you has completely outshone me. Well, apart from a certain aspect, of course," Jasha admitted, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Mia swiftly approached and wrapped her arms around Suan's waist, causing Suan to instinctively shrink away. With her heels, Suan now stood nearly as tall as Mia, whose long hair tickled her neck. This style truly suits you. I never anticipated you would choose something like this." "Let me take a closer look," Mia remarked. The four girls settled together and began to chat. Would you be interested in attending my gathering this Sunday? You would undoubtedly be the center of attention and meet many intriguing individuals," Jasha invited with a smile, simultaneously shedding her jacket to reveal her enviable curves. Suan hesitated, recalling the previous gathering hosted by Vio, which had been attended by Shinchuyu. Without Shinchuyu's presence, she felt reluctant to participate in such events. Though she tried to dismiss the thought, she found herself unconsciously leaning on Shinchuyu's support. "Oh, it seems our sorceress has yet to shed her angelic wings. What about you, Naho, our little cherry blossom? Are you interested?" Naho, caught off guard, waved her hands in denial, repeatedly apologizing for the misunderstanding. Today's lesson was on the global film and television industry, essentially an analysis and discussion of various television and movie programs worldwide. How serendipitous that today they would focus on the Chinese programs. The white-haired professor greeted the class before activating the large screen to commence the day's presentation. "All right, everyone. Today we will appreciate and analyze a program from China, a vast land with a rich history that has birthed many unique and captivating elements worthy of our study. Now, let us preview a few segments." The students below exhibited varying levels of interest. Some appeared disinterested, while others turned their heads towards the screen. Suan thought to herself that this was finally a subject aligned with her passion, her favorite class, if only it weren't a Chinese elective that she could not choose. When the three large characters changing lines appeared, Suan's eyes widened in surprise. "All right, dear students. I now need you to watch this segment and then share what this program is about. Let's continue." Suan could no longer recall when he had last seen this program, so he supported his chin with his hand and began to watch intently. Chapter 90. Brother's Secret. The old professor had chosen the episode titled Wings Against the Wind, which Suan seemed to have never watched. The film featured only simple subtitles, with translations that were quite inaccurate. Without a certain level of proficiency in Chinese, it was challenging to fully immerse oneself. The old professor, hands clasped behind his back, gazed upward with earnest attention, occasionally nodding in agreement. Regardless of the program's quality or impact, there were certainly merits to be found. Due to time constraints, they did not watch it in its entirety, only a few classic scenes. Subsequently, the old professor prompted the students to share their thoughts. Suan, who had the most authority to speak, chose to retreat into silence. He did not wish to discuss these matters, as some points evoked memories of his childhood. In that moment and setting, such reflections were not entirely beneficial. Next came another domestic variety show that Suan had never heard of, seemingly titled Flowers in Youth. He wondered who had recommended this to the elderly gentleman, as the youthful faces on screen made him chuckle. All right, students, this variety show from Huagua embodies interpersonal relationships. I hope you can glean something from it. The video watching class always passed quickly, and before long, the old teacher concluded the day's work, smiling as he waved goodbye. Finally, the class was over, and Suan adjusted his long hair. Now reflecting on it, he wanted to inquire about Ban Zhaoyu's opinion. Although they could not meet, they still cared about each other's feelings. He promptly took out his phone, intending to take a few selfies. Yu-chan, are you taking selfies? Who are you taking them for? Riho noticed Suan's actions, as he was quite inexperienced at taking selfies. Mia, with an understanding demeanor, draped an arm around Suan's shoulders, playfully tugging at his jacket, revealing his rounded shoulders. True to her character, Mia's behavior was perfectly in line with her personality. It must be for your dear darling, right? You must have someone special in your heart. Otherwise, why would you so decisively refuse the invitation to the gathering? No, Suan weakly protested, then took a few photos and sent them to Ban Zhaoyu. In truth, he preferred short hair over dyed blonde locks. Were it not for the need to return home and other considerations, timing was impeccable, as Ban Zhaoyu happened to be free. In recent days, Su Huan's attitude had softened somewhat, though not by much. Now, casually contemplating when to return to Huan, he lay on the sofa and received news that particularly caught his attention regarding Ban Zhaoyu. A few selfies, taken from somewhat awkward angles, caused Ban Zhaoyu to sit up straight in surprise. The face remained the same, yet adorned with makeup and a head of dyed blonde hair. Through the discerning eyes of Ban Zhaoyu, it surprisingly appeared quite pleasing. Ban Zhaoyu remarked, "What do you think? Do you have any suggestions?" This style is likely not to be favored by Shinshiryu. Reflecting on Suan's diligent efforts to avoid Shinshiryu, a wry smile crept onto her lips. Suan replied, "Not bad at all. I truly did not expect you to go this far." During her middle school years, Ban Zhaoyu had contemplated dyeing her hair, but was dissuaded by Ban Zhibai, resulting in her maintaining her natural dark locks throughout her life. Thus, seeing her newly dyed hair evoked a sense of nostalgia. "That's good to know," she responded, as she continued to peruse the photos. Her brow furrowed upon noticing a hand resting on her rounded shoulder. Without examining it further, she replied, "Suan, is someone embracing you? I see an arm." Despite this, Ban Zhaoyu felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of a stranger touching her, even if she could not physically sense it now. "Oh, you mean that? It's just a classmate, a girl. Don't worry about me. I could never get too close to a guy. I might be even less accepting of it than you are," she reassured him. Suan replied, "That's not what I meant. Forget it. Take care of yourself. We can chat later when your sister returns." With a time difference of approximately 12 hours, it was morning for Suan while it was evening for Ban Zhaoyu. "All right, let us keep in touch. Take care of your health," she said. Their exchanges felt akin to a long-distance romance. Ban Zhaoyu switched off her phone, feigning nonchalance as she plugged it in to charge. She then planned to take a shower and contemplate when to return to Huan. Huan, I'm heading to take a shower now." "Okay," Su Huan responded, her tone neutral and unremarkable, as she watched Ban Zhaoyu enter the bathroom. Her gaze soon drifted to her brother's phone resting on the sofa. Curiosity surged within Su Huan regarding her brother's recent peculiar behavior and mysterious demeanor. All these factors compelled her to investigate the contents of his phone. What if there were vital messages within? Su Huan rationalized that her brother had never been one to frequently scroll through his phone. As she reached for the device, it seemed to still bear her brother's warmth. The phone, being the latest model, featured fingerprint unlocking. Su Huan sighed. Had it been her brother's old phone, even her clumsy fingers could have unlocked it with ease. However, this one eluded her grasp. Yet, she felt a deep-seated unwillingness to relent. They had been at odds for too long, and her brother remained unyielding, a most unusual circumstance. Unable to unlock it with his fingerprint, she resolved to attempt a few password entries, confident that she would succeed. As she accessed the password interface, her palms began to sweat. Having used the old password from her brother's phone, this new device had been procured for her by Ban Zhaoyu during their irregular exchanges when Suan and Ban Zhaoyu were still close. Thus, it was only natural for Suan to continue utilizing it. Apart from the fingerprint recognition, the password remained the same, Su Huan's birth year and month. Ban Jiayu had not considered setting a password, as the convenience of fingerprint unlocking rendered it unnecessary. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not ponder such matters. As the unlocking sound echoed, Su Huan felt a mixture of emotions. Her brother remained the one who cherished her the most, and the password was still her own. A deep sense of guilt washed over her, and she regretted her actions, realizing that even if he were her brother, it was inappropriate to pry. However, having opened the box, it was challenging not to contemplate its contents. The only difference lay in the timing. Taking a deep breath, Su Huan navigated to the chat section. Suin's contacts were exceedingly limited, and the chat interface was quite transparent. Ban Jiayu had messaged, "All right, let us keep in touch, and take care of your health." This remark was glaringly conspicuous and clearly feminine. Su Huan felt a shiver run down her spine, and her mind echoed with the voice urging her to take a look. What could it hurt? All other messages lost their allure. Yet Su Huan's finger hesitantly tapped to enter the conversation. The messages she encountered were explosive, rendering any need to scroll unnecessary. What lay before her was self-explanatory. Words of mutual concern, accompanied by a woman's selfies, left Su Huan in a daze, her mind racing with turmoil. Just then, a sound from the bathroom startled her. It was the noise of Ban Jiayu dropping shampoo while washing her hair. Reacting instinctively, Su Huan swiftly shut her phone and darted into her room, closing the door and clutching her chest as she gasped for air. In Chapter 91, Shun Qiuyu's reaction unfolds. Su Huan's thoughts were consumed by those few lines of conversation and the unfamiliar woman's image. Her anxiety had overshadowed the details, leaving her with only the most salient memories. If Su Huan had been calmer and more observant, she might have discerned that the focal point was not whether her brother was in a relationship, but rather the peculiar undertones of the dialogue, which hinted at a chaotic narrative. Once she confirmed that her brother had not emerged, Su Huan climbed onto her bed, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. "You're doing well. Let us chat again later." "Sure, let us keep in touch, and take care of yourself." Is someone holding on to you? A female classmate, not a male. How utterly nauseating. Could this really be her brother? Su Huan found it hard to believe that this blonde girl had somehow become entwined with him. Was this the reason he had rejected Wang Yu? It seemed absurd. Yet Su Huan could not deny Ban Jiayo's beauty. She was indeed stunning. Nevertheless, Su Huan preferred Wang Yu. Where had this little enchantress come from? "My elder brother possesses no extraordinary qualities, aside from a touch of charm, culinary skills, and a gentle demeanor. Well, I concede that he is indeed commendable. Despite being in a male body, Ban Jiayu still takes a considerable amount of time for bathing. He has come to accept most aspects of himself, save for certain specific areas, which he cleans without reservation during his daily rituals. Even in relation to those specific areas, through countless moments spent together, he has genuinely come to understand the origins of his little brother's name." After finishing his bath, he emerged wearing loose shorts, towel drying his hair, only to find Su Huan already asleep. Naturally, he picked up his fully charged phone, unlocked the screen, and was greeted by their chat interface. Something felt amiss. He was certain he had exited that conversation. Although momentarily puzzled, he brushed it off, unaware that Su Huan knew the old password, perhaps mistakenly recalling it. As Ban Jiayu prepared for bed, Suin was still in the midst of daylight. Unsurprisingly, Brother Shin sent another message to pick him up. Very well, let him come. This would provide Brother Shin an opportunity to witness the fruits of his labor over these past days. It was evident that Suin was not suited to the role of a wife. Brother Shin ought to recognize this reality sooner rather than later. With Brother Shin's excellent qualities, there was no need to hang onto a single branch. After bidding farewell to Ri and the others, Suin was playfully teased about waiting for a boyfriend, a notion that was increasingly triggering for her. What was this talk of darling and honey? Shin Qiuyu had actually begun preparations to celebrate Ban Jiayo's birthday, which fell in November. To have a birthday celebration in this foreign land would undoubtedly be a heartwarming experience. She recalled how Ban Jiayu adored birthdays, as on that day, everyone would cater to her whims, with gifts being prepared every year without fail, whether willingly or under duress. It was worth noting that this was Shun Qiuyu's first initiative to celebrate another's birthday since reaching adulthood. Upon arriving at the designated location, Brother Shin initially failed to spot any familiar faces and temporarily parked by the roadside to message Ban Jiayu. "Shin Qiuyu, where are you? I have arrived." "Ban Jiayu, I am right at the entrance." Shin Qiuyu looked up, but did not see the familiar dark hair. However, out of familiarity, He noticed a blonde girl with her head bowed amidst the bustling crowd. His eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly drove closer, stopping near her. As he approached, the familiar fair skin confirmed that this blonde girl was indeed Ban Jiaoyu. Ban Jiaoyu? Suan lifted her head, meeting Brother Shen's puzzled gaze. Exactly the effect she desired. Hello, it's me. Am I not beautiful? This time, Suan was quite proactive, opening the car door and taking the passenger seat. From the driver's position, Shen Xiaoyu distinctly caught a whiff of a different fragrance, one that was both subtle and intense, an unknown brand of perfume. Have you done your makeup? And dyed your hair? Suan observed a distinct change in Shen Xiaoyu's countenance, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Indeed, how captivating she was. The girl's crimson lips parted and closed, rendering Shen Xiaoyu momentarily dizzy. How had Ban Jiaoyu managed to undergo such a remarkable transformation in just a few days? When she was in the country, she appeared one way. Upon her arrival, she looked another, and now, she presented yet another visage altogether. It was truly perplexing. Suan continued to add seasoning to the conversation, momentarily setting aside his pride and the decorum befitting a gentleman, and began to inquire with a playful tone. His petite face radiating with joy. Shen Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat unsettled as he drove, had the air conditioning on, and Suan seized the opportunity to remove his jacket, revealing an almond-colored off-shoulder top. His golden hair cascaded softly over his shoulders, accentuating his fair complexion and drawing attention to his elegant neck and collarbone. Brother Chiyu, I have a gathering organized by my classmates this week. You need not contact me, Suan said, a hint of mischief in his tone. Shen Xiaoyu felt a twinge of jealousy, surprising himself with the realization of his own feelings. Ban Jiaoyu's newfound radiance no longer belonged solely to him, and he found himself wishing for her to cling to him as she used to. As Shen Xiaoyu rolled down the window, a refreshing breeze swept into the car, prompting Suan to hastily don his jacket again. A gathering? What time and place? I'll accompany you, he insisted. No need. I can manage alone. They're just classmates. It's safe, Suan replied, sensing something amiss. Isn't it possible to change styles? This time, it was Shen Xiaoyu who seemed to be the one clinging on, and Suan understood why Ban Jiaoyu had not previously endeared herself to Shen Xiaoyu. Excessive familiarity before emotional bonds are established is often a detriment. In other words, had Suan inadvertently forged a connection with Shen Xiaoyu? My parents entrusted me with your care. I must accompany you, Suan said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he tugged at his jacket, having no genuine intention of attending any gathering. Unnecessary. I'll handle it with my parents. I don't wish to waste your time, Brother Xiaoyu, he hastened to add. However, before his words could fully dissipate, Shen Xiaoyu interrupted him. It won't be a waste. I'm still concerned for you. Suan's toes curled as he pondered whether this was mere flirtation or genuine concern. His heart raced, and words felt inadequate to express his current emotions. Now, it was he who felt uneasy, as Shen Xiaoyu seemed intent on pursuing him. And even a change in hairstyle couldn't deter him. The atmosphere in the car grew palpably tense as Suan became acutely aware of the sound of their breathing, ultimately conceding. Fine, I want to go. All right, Shen Xiaoyu replied, as if he had been awaiting that very statement, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 92. It's not a matter of style. Suan found himself utterly speechless, pondering what it was about him that had captivated Shen Xiaoyu. Was it not permissible for him to change? But Brother Shen, I am Suan, a man, and older than you, at least in terms of age. There was 1,000 reasons for their impossibility. He begged Shen Xiaoyu to refrain from looking at him with such intensity. Now, Suan felt that everything about Shen Xiaoyu was amiss as he nervously adjusted his disheveled hair, losing the assertiveness he had exhibited upon entering the car. Like a ginger cat with a crown drawn on its forehead, the color washed away by the rain, drenched in sweat. Suan, lacking in experience, found himself at a loss for better solutions. It would be best to dye his hair back before returning home. You don't like it? Suan's tone inexplicably carried a hint of anticipation. No, it's just that Uncle Ban might not take it well. Uncle Ban was a notoriously stubborn patriarch in their circle, and with Ban Jiaoyu's penchant for dyed hair and exposed shoulders, returning home would likely subject him to a lengthy lecture. He couldn't just hide away and avoid going back. Suan, oblivious to the disapproval that Uncle Ban might harbor, only heard that Shen Xiaoyu did not seem to dislike his golden hair. Then why dye it at all? The intelligence he received must have been flawed. Perhaps Wei Ao had ulterior motives. Suan had been misled by false information more than once. Upon arriving at the apartment, Suan exited the car, exchanged simple farewells, and hurried into the house, shutting the door behind him. This time he felt numb, as if being pursued. With no one else to contact, he instinctively pulled out his phone to message Ban Zhaoyu. Ban Zhaoyu, I'm done for. Shinshio, you didn't even react to my dyed yellow hair. Unfortunately, Ban Zhaoyu was already asleep by this time, and the special message notification failed to wake him. Suin would have to wait until morning for a response. With Ban Zhaoyu unresponsive, Suin felt helpless and decided to wash his face and remove his makeup first. He had heard that prolonged makeup could harm the skin, and Suin instinctively wanted to protect his body, both for Ban Zhaoyu and himself. After removing his makeup, Suin gathered his long hair into a ponytail, revealing his smooth forehead. He gazed at his beautiful reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a moment of admiration. To be honest, with such features, any hair color would likely be acceptable to Shinshio. It was akin to a computer with a good graphics card. Even a case made of hollow bricks wouldn't detract from its performance. He certainly couldn't afford to look unattractive. That would be akin to insanity. Ultimately, fretting was futile. It was time to eat. A glance into the refrigerator revealed a lack of motivation to cook, so he decided to order takeout. He casually ordered a pizza and lay on the sofa to rest. It was only after receiving his food and beginning to eat that he started to gain some clarity. Regardless of whether Shinshio had truly fallen for him, love was always a mutual endeavor. This was no longer ancient times. If he didn't make a move, no one could advance further. There was no need for excessive worry. That's right, Suin, relax a bit. You're a man. You shouldn't find yourself attracted to other men. Have some confidence in yourself. With this realization, his anxiety lessened considerably. His appetite was unusually good that afternoon. He could hardly satiate himself with an entire super supreme pizza. As Suin's eating habits transferred to this body, his appetite quietly expanded. Yet, he remained unaware of this development. After consuming a pizza laden with cheese and meats, he opened a bag of snacks. With nothing else to occupy his time, he munched on snacks while binge-watching movies, as one of their assignments required watching a certain number of specified films. As night fell, marking the dawn for Ban Zhaoyu, the two individuals were finally able to continue their conversation. Ban Zhaoyu remarked, It's over. Even the flamboyant Shinshio has shown no reaction. Suin inquired, What happened? What reaction? Suin recounted Shinshio's behaviors and words in detail, sending several lengthy messages, to which Ban Zhaoyu simply replied. Suin pondered, Could it be that it isn't a matter of style? Ban Zhaoyu responded, Then what is the issue? Suin elaborated, Brother Chiuyu has genuinely developed feelings for a blend of you and me. I can only describe it this way. He is not enamored with either of us individually, but rather with this entirely new person. Perhaps you could refer to him as Ban previously. Suin might have thought he was being overly narcissistic, questioning how he could possibly win over Shinshio, who had not shown interest in Ban Zhaoyu all these years. However, now that the recognition came from Ban Zhaoyu herself, the matter had been firmly placed before Suin, no longer a jest. Indeed, Ban Zhaoyu's observation was astute. The two had transformed from being simply Ban Zhaoyu and Suin into two entirely new entities. One could say Ban Zhaoyu was indeed suited for a career in film and television. Her summary was spot on. Ban Zhaoyu asked, What should we do? Suin replied, I have no idea. With the sole person capable of communication offering no suggestions, Suin felt inclined to give up. Ban Zhaoyu suggested, Then I shall try to keep my distance and allow Brother Shin some time to reflect. Suin had initially contemplated that since Shinshio might not appreciate Ban Zhaoyu's exuberance, he could don a few more provocative outfits to startle him away. Unfortunately, that opportunity had vanished. No, even if it arose, it would hardly be appropriate. Suin agreed, All right. Ban Zhaoyu inquired about Su and sighed. Has Huan caused any trouble? Suin reassured her, No. After clarifying things with Wang Yu, she was upset for quite a while. She probably feels reluctant. Ban Zhaoyu acknowledged, Indeed. Wang Yu has helped us immensely. The more we owe her, the less we should involve her. Suin revealed, I plan to return to Huan soon. I will visit Su Huan during the new year. The mention of the new year stirred a longing in both Suin and Ban Zhaoyu to return to their families. Yet they pondered what identity would be appropriate for them in their current circumstances. A silence enveloped them. Suin managed to hold back his emotions, but Ban Zhaoyu, having just reached adulthood, undoubtedly longed for her mother's embrace and the comfort of her large bed at home. Suin hesitated to ask Ban Zhaoyu if she missed home. Feeling it might be an inappropriate topic, he finally said, During the new year, you must come back. Please check on my mother for me. My father can be quite bothersome, but my brother will assist you. As the conversation deepened, it grew increasingly melancholic. And Suan sensed a wave of emotion in Ban Jiao's words. This young woman was clearly putting on a brave front. Ban Jiao suggested, I believe you could certainly go back to visit. Ban Jibai will surely have a solution, though it may not be feasible to stay too close. Suan, thank you. Your words resonate with me. If you truly miss your sister, you are welcome to visit. The two individuals began to comprehend and consider one another, and their conversation gradually blossomed with vitality. Suan found himself, surprisingly, harboring a faint anticipation for the upcoming new year, specifically the celebration according to the Huagua calendar. However, that moment was still distant. For now, he had to manage the affairs at hand, ensuring that when the new year arrived, the Ban family would not perceive any oddity in his demeanor.